Chapter 681 The Fire Nation's daimyo is furious. Let's talk about when Konoha will have such a large scale as the country of fire and all the people will be ninjas. I can tell you very directly, I am too weak to have a sense of conquest. I also disdain to conquer your Konoha. Shajirching snorted. It's not that I look down on you. In my eyes, you are at most strong ants. The kind that I can crush to death. I want to take Konoha, but you people won't even have the chance to resist. You can only submit to my feet and use it for me. I don't understand. Danzang is dead, what do you have to lose? As long as my sister is still around, do you think I will be detrimental to Konoha? But what you are doing now is tantamount to picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelon. I really can't believe that you can do this kind of thing. Shajirching's remarks were like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone, causing them to have a mixed taste, and the scene was extremely quiet. There are many people who have a sense of shock to know the shocking secret. Only then did I understand that their Konoha's secret activities were actually very dark. It made them feel a little shudder. And, just when Shajirching was about to continue, he was interrupted by Jiraiya. Stop talking, let's go. Zilai also looked at Shajirching with a rather complicated expression, as if she was a dozen years older. Let's go. Shajirching glanced at Jiraiya, but after all, she stopped talking. At the same time, the famous mansion in the Land of Fire. Bastard, damn Danzo, it's not a pity if you die 10,000 times. The Fire Country daimyo, who has never been very angry, is uncharacteristically furious today. Rang's maids and guards were silent and shivering. Pass my order and send someone to Konoha village to ask if Konoha village no longer wants financial assistance. If not, I can give it to others. After a long time, the big name of the country of fire calmed down, and said to the guards outside in a stern tone. Yes. Immediately, the person responsible for conveying the order left. A ghost in the kingdom of ghosts. HMPH, the ancestor should have suggested that Shinsho Zujian kill it completely, otherwise, there would not be such a scourge today. Fortunately, there is still a Shajirching now. Otherwise, the consequences are really unimaginable. The Fire Nation's big name said with a gloomy face. But within a day, a message came, but it made him go into a rage again. What? Shajirching left Konoha. What a joke. Hearing this news, the big name exploded directly. There is no Shajirching in the country of fire, and Daming feels that his neck is cold. That is the god of the kingdom of fire. If Shajirching went to another country, he would not dare to close his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was afraid that his head would move. He quickly sent someone to look for Shajirching and save him. Fortunately, he was relieved that Shajirching did not leave the country of fire, and the people he sent out soon found Shajirching. Immediately, he invited Shajirching over politely. Don't look at the daimyo who just used Shajirching as a blade at the beginning. But after he actually used it, he knew how useful Shajirching was, and how powerful this blade was. Let's put it this way, with Shajirching here, the implementation of his decrees has been much faster. Chapter 682 Send love to the landscape. Hearing that they might be approached by Shajirching one by one, they all dared not resist too much, which reduced a lot of pressure on him. Moreover, Shajirching's powerful strength has also made the big name of the Kingdom of Fire fully aware of one thing. If this kind of person lives outside the country of fire, it will be a nightmare for the country of fire. There is no doubt that Shajirching, like the Shinsho Zujian of the past, has the power to destroy a country by one person. But Shinshujujian can still use common sense. And he is kind, and easy to get along with. But Shajirching is not a person who can handle it with common sense, and even the famous name of the country of fire has not figured out Shajirching's temper. If he stood on the opposite side of the Fire Nation, the Fire Nation might not be far from the country's subjugation. No amount of Konoha ninjas can stop Shajirching alone. After all, isn't Danzo a living example? Why is your Highness Daimyo so worried? Why, do you think I will leave the country of fire and stand on the opposite side of you? Looking at the somewhat pleasing face, Shajur put down the tea bowl in his hand and asked with a smile. To be honest, that's true, but I'm relieved to see Mr. here. Being told the central matter, the Fire Nation's daimyo was not annoyed, but said very politely, which made the maids who were serving on the side couldn't help but be surprised. Only then did they understand why there is a saying in the Kingdom of Fire, it is better to provoke the King of Hell than to provoke the Ching of Sha. Even the big names are polite to Shajur, let alone those ministers. Who dares to provoke him? I don't know where the gentleman is going next. Vivi, the great name of the country of fire, asked with a hint of caution. Originally, he didn't want to be so humble, but as soon as the words came out, it became like this. He felt that in front of Shajur, he was always inferior and couldn't raise his head. Shajur exudes an air of overlord, that is the feeling of being a supreme being. He had never felt this kind of breath before. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't breathe. Of course I'm a rich man in the land of fire. If you have time, stop by the trade port area. Isn't it very comfortable on such a day? With a smile on the corner of Shajur mouth, she said with a smile, staying away from the whirlpool of power and showing love to the landscape is something that many people dream of, why not do it? The Fire Nation nodded in agreement, and then asked tentatively, then don't you want even the deputy commander of the guards? Hearing these words, Shajur looked at the big name of the country of fire, looked straight at him, and said, does the big name want me to continue to serve? If it is your request, I think I can accept it with difficulty. Hearing Shajur words, the big name of the country of fire was overjoyed and nodded quickly. That's natural, of course I hope Mr. can continue to serve. The Fire Nation's daimyo never felt that begging others to take up a certain position would make him so happy. But I have to say that Shajur has such magic power. His Royal Highness is polite, I can't help but give you your face. Isn't it? Shajur raised a glass, Vivi lowered his name by 1 point, had a glass with him, and then drank it all. Such small details make the name very satisfied. In this way, I have nothing to worry about. The Kingdom of Fire was in a good mood, so he dragged Shajur and chatted for the afternoon. In the end, the guests were happy and left. Chapter 683 What a Rich Man. In this banquet, Shajur used practical actions to explain what is called peerless elegance, and the country is unparalleled. This bearing and conversation made these maids feel that even the big name may not be comparable to Shajur. Great love in my heart. Mr. Shajur, where are we going next? After leaving the Daming mansion, Anmura Nabume asked. Haha, didn't I just say, to be a rich man, and never ask about the world? Shajur heard Isho and answered Nabumi Anmura's question. But Anmura Nabumi and the others were full of disbelief. According to what they knew about Shajur, they didn't believe that Shajur would be willing to be rich. Also, even if we want to be rich, we have to have a place to stay, but right now, it seems that we don't even have a place to stay. Both Fujino Ling and Ma Kuro spoke at the same time, with a little bit of spit out. Hee, what's the hurry, with your current worth, are you afraid you won't have a house to live in? Shajur also had a slightly complaining tone, and then said sternly, don't worry, don't underestimate your teacher Shajur. I have already bought a house in the country of fire, you can just move in and live. And LT, P and GT. Hearing Shajur words, everyone couldn't help shouting long live. But when he waited for her to actually get to the house, they couldn't help but fall into deep shock. My God, teacher Shajur is too luxurious. I thought I was luxurious enough, but I didn't expect the reality to be richer than I imagined. Teacher Shajur, you are too amazing. Yeah, Mr. Shajur, where is this house? This is obviously a great paradise for backers. No wonder they were so surprised. After all, the imposing building in front of him spans tens of thousands of meters and occupies the entire mountain range. And a villa with various recreational facilities, no matter how you look at it, it is not just a house. You can imagine the facilities here: kendo hall, swimming pool, casino, training ground and so on. There are even internal commercial areas, museums, and all kinds of weapons that seem to be very powerful on display in front of them. Where is this a villa? This is clearly a fortress. Anmur and Nobuomi and the others couldn't see the edge of this villa at a glance. Mr. Shajur-ching, how much did this villa cost? It must be very expensive. Enkyun Nobume asked in shock. Others can't help but look over, their eyes are full of curiosity. They also want to know how much such a luxury villa cost. Billion, or billions. Shajur-ching said indifferently. Oh, it's not expensive, it's only 198 billion. All of them are made of the best materials, so you can also treat this place as a fortress. It belongs to your own fortress. An LT, P and GT. His. Hearing Shajur-ching's words, everyone couldn't help taking a deep breath, and the expressions they looked at Shajur-ching changed. They thought that Shajur-ching was very rich, but they never thought that Shajur-ching would be so rich. Mr. Shajur-ching, how rich are you? It's close to 200 billion. In just 6 or 7 years, you have acquired such a strong fortune. It's amazing. Fujino Ling looked shocked, and the expression of a little fangirl almost didn't hug Shajur-ching's thigh, and said, "Local tyrant, beg for a packaged support." Ahem, what kind of wealth is this? Any consortium ranked in the country of fire has a net worth several times, even 10 times more than mine. Shajur-ching's scalp was numb from their sparkling eyes, and she said helplessly. Chapter 684, Huge Price to Leave. Hey, dozens of times, my God, are those people so rich? Hearing Shajur-ching say that those consortiums are so rich, everyone can't help but take a deep breath. That's not the case. You think that in such a big country of fire, why those consortiums have such status is naturally because of their wealth and capital. In front of them, I can only be regarded as a little boy at most. Shajur-ching rolled her eyes at them, then looked straight, and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this kind of problem, just go and choose the room you want. Cultivation will continue. If you dare to be lazy, I won't let you go." Hearing Shajur-ching's words, these people suddenly showed extremely excited expressions, and said in unison, "Yes." What does Shajur-ching's words mean? That he will retrain them again. In this world, what could make them happier than being trained by Shajur-ching in person? No, this is definitely what makes them happiest. On the other side, Konoha village. After Shajur-ching left, Konoha executives did interrogate the witnesses brought by Shajur-ching. Under the joint investigation of Kaiichi Yamanaka and Ibiki Mori, the truth was revealed. Everything is as Shajur-ching said. It was Danzo who planned all this. He planned to join forces with sprites to overthrow the world and then rule the world. However, Jasmine's death was beyond his control. Even everything that happened later had a huge deviation, causing his final plan to fail completely, and he was also killed by Shajur-ching. After learning about Jiraiya of these things, it would be a lie to say that he has no regrets. After all, he had always felt that the evidence in Shajur-ching's mouth was more likely to be forged by him. Who knows, Shajur-ching disdains forgery at all the evidence is true. Shajur-ching's departure was due to Tuanzang's troubles, his distrust, and the factors he planned to appease. Jirai also often thinks that if he believed in Shajur-ching that day and was willing to deal with Danzo, will it win the respect of Shajur-ching and make him more friendly to Konoha instead of being hostile to him? Because the price of having bad relations with Shajur-ching is really big. Isn't this kind of behavior taking advantage of the fire? It's abominable. Billions of dollars, how can we get it all at once? There is also the censure of the ambassador of the big name, and the financial aid has been reduced by 10%. Damn, how could there be such serious consequences when Shajur-ching left? Konoha and a group of high-level leaders gathered together. It was really sad and bleak, and lamented again and again. Although I know that Shajur-ching has not left the country of fire, but it has nothing to do with their Konoha village. No, as soon as Shajirching left the front foot, someone came to urge the account on the back foot. Let Konoha return the money borrowed from the Summer Chamber of Commerce within 3 years, including a total of 4,032,000,000 yen of funds. Just kidding, where did Konoha go to raise these 4 billion astronomical funds? Their annual income surplus is only a little over 600 million. Even if they were given 6 years, it would be impossible to pay them back, let alone 3 years. Moreover, not to mention that the daimyo also cut their financial aid by 10%, which made the already stretched Konoha even worse. Chapter 685 Gloomy Konoha. Moreover, I don't know where the news came from. It is said that this summer charcoal grilling store in Konoha village will be moved. Because the high-level Konoha does not allow it to continue to operate. Immediately, there was a strong public anger. Many people have begun to blame the high-level Konoha, saying that they are more than successful, they are jealous of the virtuous, the loyal and the evil are not divided, and so on. They have also experienced the taste of White Fang in those days. They didn't even have a chance to refute what the people wanted. Anger, explanation, nothing works. The only solution is to release the news, allow the summer charcoal grilled specialty store to continue to operate, Konoha will not drive away, and give tax incentives. In this way, people's hearts will be stabilized, and they will not be blocked anymore. No one thought that this guy didn't seem to do anything, but quietly and silently changed Konoha, and even the entire country of fire. The memes are really amazing. Every time I think of the possibility that things like summer charcoal grill will continue to happen, I get chills down my spine. Jiraiya leaned back on the chair, looking exhausted. Yeah, I heard that even the famous name of the country of fire has politely kept him. This is the origin of self-confidence, but the origin of the world, it is indeed enviable. Nara Shikahisa sighed, also looking tired. Shajirching's departure made many coveted forces around Konoha village, and they had to pay more attention to prevent Konoha from falling into crisis. When Shajirching was here, they didn't realize that he was so important. Now that Shajirching has left, let alone the other 5 major ninja villages, even ninja villages like Taki Ninja Village are starting to feel a little bit anxious. Only then did they know that Shajirching's deterrent power was so great. The most important thing is that the Fire Nation has eliminated all our ingredients in the trade port area. In the future, our life will be even more difficult, and the great situation that we have created with great difficulty is likely to stop there. Namikaze Minato's injury has healed, but his face is still a little pale, and his words are a little weak. This is not bad. It's a big deal that I have paid for the private house, but after Shajirching left, there were a lot of procedures for the country of fire, so it was not so easy to handle. In the long run, the development of Konoha will become slower and slower, and it will be quickly shortened by other ninja villages. Moreover, without the checks and balances of Konoha village, Shajirching's future development will become faster and faster. No one knows whether he will continue to take revenge on Konoha in the future. Zilai also said worriedly, his words caused everyone to fall into silence. Yes, they are not afraid of the internal crisis now. After all, the internal crisis has almost been resolved. An external crisis. Alas, when they think of Shajirching's methods, they all shudder. It's dreadful to not be triggered. However, if Shajirching knew their worries, they would probably laugh out loud. To take revenge on Konoha, forget it, he doesn't have that leisurely elegance. Is he that careful? He now has more important things to do. Fortunately, for insurance, I left a few writing wheels, otherwise, I can only regret it. In a certain secret room, looking at Jasmine's corpse lying in the ice coffin, Shajirching glanced at the ergo jade writing wheel eye again. Chapter 686 Kaleidoscope Ability. Next, we only need to learn that art. With the use of the Izanagi of Sharingan, we can save Sister Jasmine. The technique in Shajirching's mouth is the exclusive forbidden technique, Self-Rebirth, by the puppet master Chio of Sandian Village. Sha Zhiqing's method to save Jasmine is very simple. First, transplant this 2-hook jade writing wheel eye, and use the art of self-birth to reincarnate and save Jasmine. When his vitality is about to be exhausted, use Izanagi to instantly transform all the unfavorable factors of the caster, including death, into a dream. In this way, after awakening from a dream, he can regain vitality again. And the price is just a 2-hook jade writing wheel eye. However, before that, we have to deal with the Scourge of Sprites first. Sha Zhiqing has not forgotten the Scourge of Sprites. Can't kill. Non-existent. Only strong enough, not dead. Moreover, his pair of wheel writing eyes, although the ability of his left eye is the same as his original wheel writing ability, it is an increase. But the ability of the right eye is different, it is the Anasi, who can attack the soul. And Sprite just happens to be the state of the soul, it can be said that it just happened to meet the nemesis. In the end, Sha Zhiqing eliminated all the evil contained in his soul by a generation of monsters. The remaining pure energy was divided into several parts by him, and he sealed it into the bodies of 7 people including Anmur and Nabume. After that, they can also enter a mode that is quite tailed beast state, and their strength can be greatly enhanced. Moreover, unlike human Zuli, they will not die if they are drawn away from these energies. Only fall into extreme weakness. As long as chakra and energy are replenished in time, there is no danger to life. The power of the sprite is naturally strong, but he has encountered the opponent Sha Zhiqing, so it does not appear to be very strong. But after having really endured the power of sprites, Nobuomi Anmura and the others knew how terrifying this power was. Rao is that Anmura Nobumi is already strong enough and mentally prepared, but he was almost attacked by this powerful force. Sand Hidden Village. I don't know why the Thunder Ninja suddenly came to visit. It should be more than just to investigate and invest. 4 generations of Fengying Luo Sha looked at Sha Zhiqing with incomparably alert eyes. No one can keep calm in front of Sha Zhiqing. He, don't be so nervous, Your Excellency Fengying, we are old friends, aren't we? Looking at Luo Sha who was so vigilant, Sha Zhiqing Isho said helplessly. For a dangerous existence like you can't be too careful. Tell me, what's the matter? Luo Sha asked unmoved. It's nothing, I just want to learn a forbidden technique from your Chio advisors. Sha Zhiqing said indifferently, but let Luo Sha stand up all of a sudden. Forbidden arts. What forbidden arts do you want to learn? But he already had a guess in his heart. There are not many forbidden arts in Cheyenne Village, and since it is related to Chio, most of them are the forbidden arts that are related to life in his mind. Do you think there are other forbidden arts in your Cheyenne Village that I should be concerned about and take a trip to personally? Reincarnation. Sha Zhiqing said his answer directly. Hearing this, Luo Sha's eyes narrowed immediately, his tone became cold, and he said, you know this is impossible. Chapter 687 Everything is ready. No, it's possible, Your Excellency Luo Sha, you offended me for a book of forbidden arts. Are you sure you want to do this kind of business at a loss? However, Sha Zhiqing waved his hand, and made a confident and calm threat. Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the 2 countries, destroying the alliance between the 2 countries and being questioned by the country of fire? This is an unforgivable felony, and even you can't escape death. Luo Sha also threatened to speak out. Because I know, you won't do this, Your Excellency 4 generations cage. Because you can't afford to provoke me. After all, your family has a big business, and you're not like me, so carefree and alone. Sha Zhiqing Isho, with confidence and calmness on his face, as if he knew that Luo Sha would definitely agree. Hearing Sha Zhiqing's words, Luo Sha's face turned dark, and he said, if you want to get the forbidden art, you can't just say nothing. The meaning of what he said couldn't be more obvious. He agreed to Sha Zhiqing's request. Agreed to make a deal with Sha Zhiqing. Hearing his words, Sha Zhiqing immediately laughed. Wouldn't it be over soon? I'll give you 500 million, how about that? the price should be high enough. Xia Zhiqing offered a high price of 500 million, but Luo Sha shook his head and said, 800 million. Xia Zhiqing said calmly, 550 million, no more. Luo Sha gritted his teeth, 700 million, no less. Xia Zhiqing glanced at him, still calm, 600 million, if it doesn't make a deal, I'll go find the next house. Hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, Luo Sha thought for a while, then nodded, deal. One-handed delivery, give, this is 600 million yen. Xia Zhiqing took out a scroll and released 6 seal formations in a row. The 6-person high, 1 meter wide large box appeared in front of Luo Sha. The number of 600 million, do you want to count it? If not, give me the forbidden art. Xia Zhiqing looked at Luo Sha and asked with a smile. Naturally, I have to take an inventory. If I get scammed, I have nowhere to cry. Luo Sha snorted coldly, in a rather unkind tone. After an hour. Here, this is the copy of the forbidden technique you want. Luo Sha handed a scroll to Xia Zhiqing. Xia Zhiqing immediately opened it to check the authenticity, and then put it away, and then left with a smile. What the hell does this guy want to do with this forbidden technique? Luo Sha looked at Xia Zhiqing's figure, and couldn't help but guess Xia Zhiqing's thoughts. Next, all the conditions have been met. As long as I learn this forbidden technique, I will be able to revive Sister Jasmine. Xia Zhiqing was walking in the vast desert, but she was extremely happy. If the system also wakes up at this time, it will be even better. In this way, I can leave here and return to the original world. In this world, everything that he should have arranged has almost been arranged. There is nothing left to remember. It's just a pity that the system still hasn't responded at all. Still no sound. No matter how Xia Zhiqing communicated, it was of no use. I don't know if I can learn the fairy mode in this world. If I can learn it, it should be quite interesting. Otherwise, if the 4 battles start and the system still doesn't respond, I want to protect the people I want to protect during the 4 battles, but my current strength is not enough. Chapter 688 Uchiha Itachi is here. Others are easy to say. The purpose of Otsutsuki Kagaya is to absorb everyone's chakra. Xia Zhiqing doesn't want to be sucked into adulthood, so he must have the strength to fight against her. He didn't expect Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to save him after they got the 6-path plug-in. He has never had the habit of placing hope on others. Unless he is unable to do so, he can only ask others. But Xia Zhiqing has time now, so why pin his hopes on others? The ninja world seems to have stabilized with the stability of Xia Zhiqing. The 5 major ninja villages also seem to have disappeared from the atmosphere of the sword drawn. But everyone knows that this piece is only a temporary illusion. Just one spark to ignite this powder keg. However, even Xia Zhiqing would not have thought that the duration of this piece would be so short. The 4th Ninja World War came faster than he thought. Konoha 57 years. Uchiha Itachi, who was 14 years old at the time, appeared in front of Xia Zhiqing. Uchiha Itachi, you are not staying in your Konoha village, what are you going to do here? Aren't you afraid that Konoha executives will misunderstand again? Xia Zhiqing took a sip of the wine, and did not look at Uchiha Itachi behind him at all, but still focused on the fishing rod in front of him. Big brother Zishui asked me to come to you. He said that he asked you to teach me for a month for his sake, please. As a thank you, we can help you revive your sister. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Xia Zhiqing originally stretched out his hand on the small table next to him, but he couldn't help but stop. Oh, you can help me revive my sister. How are you going to revive? Xia Zhiqing asked curiously, and said with a trace of disdain. Using the secret technique of our Uchiha clan, the technique of giving life, plus the forbidden technique of writing the wheel Izanagi, we are enough to do it. Uchiha Itachi was not angry because of Xia Zhiqing's disdainful attitude, but just stated a fact lightly. Hehe, you invested such a large amount of capital just to let me teach you for a month. Your account is a bit unreasonable. Shajirching picked up the small green wine bottle and took a sip. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Shajirching. Then, Vivi's tone became more serious, and said, "Also, my father asked me to ask you something." "What's the matter?" Shajirching asked without thinking. "Itachi Uchiha, you can use shakers perfectly, right?" What he said was quite certain, without any pause. "Oh, Shanyan, why do I have that kind of thing? Isn't that the exclusive bloodline limit of your Uchiha clan? Transplanting it to outsiders seems to be a burden, just like copying the ninja Hitaki Kakashi. Why would I do such a thankless thing?" Although Shajirching was shocked, her tone was still intact. "No, you have." My father felt the same breath as him in you. It was the breath of a kaleidoscope writing wheel. Uchiha Itachi said with great certainty, even in a more hasty tone than before. "Among all the writing wheel eyes that our Uchiha clan returned, there are 2 less pairs. They are Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Yasushi's writing wheel. Among them, Uchiha Yasushi's left eye has been destroyed by Danzo. The remaining 3 eyes, according to our investigation, ultimately went to none other than you, Your Excellency Shajirching." Chapter 689 The Secret of Writing Round Eyes. We don't care about the 3 eyes you took away, and we don't care about your identity. But in exchange, you have to teach me a month, and we will help you resurrect your sister Jasmine. On the use of Sharingan, our Uchiha family must be professional. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Shajirching smiled. He stood up, and then turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. His eyes have also changed from normal people's eyes to scarlet shackles, and they are kaleidoscope shackles. "Yes, I do have a shaker, but don't get me wrong, I'm not from your Uchiha clan. Although I stole your shakers. But that's because I have shakers. It's just that after the last pair of writing wheel eyes evolved into a kaleidoscope, overuse is already abolished. Itachi Uchiha, I believe you must have the same feeling. The more you use the kaleidoscope, the more you feel the burden on your body is getting heavier and your eyesight is getting worse." Shajirching looked at Vivi's discolored Uchiha Itachi, his proud Isho. "I don't agree with your Uchiha clan as the most professional ones on the use of shakers. After all, you don't know as much about the kaleidoscope as I do. Do you know how to prevent the kaleidoscope from becoming blind due to excessive consumption?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head when he heard the words. "Then do you know how the kaleidoscope can evolve behind the shaker? What is the end of the shaker?" Shajirching continued to ask. Uchiha Itachi shook his head again. "Then do you know what the hidden power of the kaleidoscope shaker is?" Shajirching continued to ask. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, but there was already sweat on his forehead. Shajirching's series of questions made him overwhelmed, and his momentum completely fell into the disadvantage. "Since you don't even know this, what kind of major are you talking about? Do you think I can still believe that you can help me bring my sister back to life?" Shajirching sneered, crossed Erlang's legs, sat in front of Uchiha Itachi, and said contemptuously. Uchiha Itachi shook his head bitterly, then bowed to Shajirching and said, "Please enlighten me." "Very sincere. Forget it, I'll give you some popular science, lest you go the wrong way." Seeing such a sincere Uchiha Itachi, Shajirching stood up and said, "If the kaleidoscope is not going to be blind, it must continue to evolve. Evolving into an eternal kaleidoscope, you will never become blind. This is also the realm after the kaleidoscope. The condition is to fuse the kaleidoscope of close relatives to achieve it. So far, only the head of your Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha, has achieved this. And at the end of the kaleidoscope, the name is Rinnegan. Also known as the Eye of the Gods, it has the power of the gods. The conditions for opening the eyes are more demanding and more dangerous. It is necessary to integrate the power of your Uchiha clan and the Chinsho clan to gather the power of all things. And then lingering on the brink of death, can only be achieved with supreme perseverance. This is also achieved by only one person." Shajirching didn't tell Uchiha Itachi who that person was, because sooner or later, he would know. As for the hidden power in the kaleidoscope shaker, I think you should have felt it too, but it couldn't be released. To be honest, you can open your eyes to a kaleidoscope before the age of 13. You are indeed the best genius I have ever seen, Itachi Uchiha. Shajur-Ching came to the grass on the bank of the pond and said, "Watch out, this hidden power called, Susanoo." Chapter 690 Complete Body Susanoo. Shajur-Ching's pupils moved, and a shocking oppression came crashing down, and the air distorted. Then, an icy and evil energy burst out, quickly condensed bones, and took the shape of a samurai. Then, the meridians, flesh and blood were attached one after another, and a dark red giant more than 20 meters tall appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. Anmur and Nobumi and the others appeared here in an instant. Looking at the giant in front of them, they couldn't help showing shock. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but stare at the same. The oppression that fell on him made him unable to breathe. Moreover, he knows that this is because Shajur-Ching has restrained a lot, otherwise, he may not be able to stand firmly. But just when he thought it was over, Shajur-Ching's voice continued. Next, is the final mystery. He couldn't help widening his eyes in surprise, and the surprise in his heart couldn't be more. This is not over yet. Complete Body Susanoo, open! Shajur-Ching shouted, and a force that was as heavy as 10,000 came crashing down, directly bending the waists of Uchiha Itachi and the others. Although it disappeared immediately, it still shocked them. They saw Susanoo, who was already tall enough, suddenly burst into flames. The body continued to rise, and the face grew, the muscles were knotted, the clothes, armor, and weapons were all equipped. In the end, a towering giant stood in front of them. Even standing in front of them made them tremble, unable to think of any way to defeat this Susanoo. I can't even think of a confrontation at all. Is there really such a terrifying ninja in this world? It's absolutely impossible to win. It's too strong to resist. Looking at Susanoo with the two-handed sword, Nobumi Yasunori and the others said, they only felt their throats get a little dry. If Shajur-Ching were an enemy, they would have no hope of escaping. No wonder Mr. Shajur-Ching said that he has no interest in Konoha village, that he is too weak, so it is true. In the face of this kind of strength, even if Konoha village gathers the power of one village, it is impossible to fight against it. The gap is too big, it's not on the level at all. Makuro sighed and glanced at the sky inadvertently, and then he couldn't help but take a long breath, and lost his voice. The sky has been torn apart. Everyone hurriedly looked at it, and then, all of them opened their mouths in horror like staring at a copper bell, and their hearts were so shocked. The sky that I saw was directly torn open with a long hole, and it rolled rumblingly. They only felt their scalps dancing and their bodies were cold and cold. There is something called powerlessness that fills their bodies and robs them of all their strength. Whether there is such a powerful power in Shonen. It's terrifying. Uchiha Itachi swallowed and thought in his heart. It's not that he didn't think about the power of the kaleidoscope, but he also didn't think that the kaleidoscope would be so powerful. Why didn't they discover that the kaleidoscope shaker has such a powerful power? While he was thinking like this, Shajur-Ching dispersed Susanoo and said, you don't have to have too much expectations. To achieve a full-body Susanoo, there is no such thing as 3 or 5 years of exploration and practice. No way. Quote. Of course, for a genius like you, it may take a year or a few months to do it. But doing this is too much burden on the body, even you can only use it 4 or 5 times. Chapter 691 Beat her and you can stay. For ordinary people, it's amazing to be able to condense Susanoo, and to be able to achieve a normal humanoid state can be called a good talent. Your father will probably be able to reach this state after training hard. Don't even think about the complete body, he has no hope. Shajur-Ching's words suddenly dispelled many of Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. And what you said about using Izanagi to resurrect my sister, I don't think it's necessary anymore. Hearing that Shajur-Ching actually rejected his most important condition, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help being extremely surprised. He didn't understand why Shajirqing refused his request. Don't tell me, you don't want to be resurrected. Before Uchiha Itachi had finished speaking, he saw a woman and walked out with a little helplessness. But Uchiha Itachi was like seeing a ghost, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is it possible, this woman is Jasmine. As you can see, people don't have to worry about you, I have already done it. Shajirqing looked at Uchiha Itachi, who didn't know how to make an expression, and said so lightly. Then I did, and I. Uchiha Itachi could not help but sigh in frustration. He thought that if he came with so many conditions, he would definitely be able to get Shajirqing to agree. As a result, Shajirqing gave him a bolt from the blue, and a series of blows completely destroyed his confidence. It's not that I can't let you stay. Shajirqing's words suddenly made Uchiha Itachi raise his head suddenly. Really? The surprise came too suddenly. But only if you pass my test. Shajirqing showed an unusually playful smile. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Nobuomi Anmura, which made her have a bad premonition. What test? Uchiha Itachi quickly asked aloud. Shajirqing pointed at Anmura Nobuomi and said, use your full strength to defeat her, and I can teach you for 2 months. Stay unbeaten and I can keep you in training for a month. Hearing Shajirqing's words, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Anmura Nobuomi. His expression suddenly became extremely serious, and said, what does it mean? Shajirqing answered irrefutably, of course. Anmura Nobuomi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, Mr. Shajirqing, do you have to ask my client for advice? Shajirqing couldn't help but shrug. Didn't you say yesterday that you don't have an equal opponent? He's here today, aren't you happy? Well then, I reluctantly agreed. Anmura Nobuomi sighed, but his eyes were filled with flames of war, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi is 2 or 3 years younger than her, strength has nothing to do with age. She can also feel the powerful breath of Uchiha Itachi. Please advise. Anmura Nobuomi can feel the tyranny of Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi can't sense the terror of Anmura Nobuomi. The kind of tyrannical breath that made him tense, really shocked him. Among his peers, only Nobuomi Yasunori in front of him can make him feel this way. Then let's start. Shajirqing gave an order, and a phantom-like kunai flew out from the cuffs of the two of them, shuriken. Boom. A spark was accompanied by a violent explosion of golden iron, and an extremely violent collision of hidden weapons began like this. Chapter 692 Itachi vs Anmura Nobuomi. Both of them knew the special technique of throwing hidden weapons, such as leveraging force, that is, using one or more kunai, shuriken colliding with other shuriken, changing direction, or adding strength and speed. Moreover, the two people's kunai, the shuriken, are attached with steel wire to varying degrees. Once they fall behind a little, they will be instantly forced into the disadvantage. Ding ding ding. The violent collision continued, and Fujie-ling and the others were dizzy and frightened. Especially Sakanaro, Kinosuke and the other juniors, they were simply stunned. Only then did I realize how big the gap between them and Anmura Nobuomi was. But gradually, Anmura Nobuomi slowly fell into the downwind. There is no way, compared with Uchiha Itachi, who has the most powerful dynamic vision and has opened the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye, she will naturally not be an opponent. Therefore, she immediately dodged out. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi said, good chance, in his heart, and just pulled hard. A shuriken suddenly changed direction. After the collision, it turned into a dense killing formation, wrapping Anmura Nobuomi in it. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's operation, Fujino Rei and others couldn't help but have an eye-opening feeling. Uchiha Itachi's hidden weapon is really slippery. It would be impossible for them to do this. It's the first time I've seen a second person other than teacher Shajirqing who can push Sister Shinmei to a disadvantage in terms of her hidden weapon skills. Fujino Ling exclaimed with emotion. The rest are convinced. And Anmura Nobuomi was wrapped in a killing formation, and she was about to be stabbed into a hedgehog if she couldn't escape. Uchiha Itachi could not help but secretly strengthen his vigilance. Nobume Yasunori can't be defeated so easily. And when he saw that there was not even a hint of worry on the faces of Fujino Ling and the others, he was even more sure of this idea. Sure enough, seeing Anmura Nobuomi's bang, she became a stand-in tree. There were several detonating talismans attached to it. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank. He quickly removed the shuriken and the steel wire, and stepped back abruptly. Bang! The detonating talisman exploded, setting off a cloud of smoke that blocked Uchiha Itachi's sight. Wind escape vacuum jade. The voice of Anmura Nobuomi came from the smoke and dust, and I saw an extremely condensed air bullet coming from the sky. The powerful aura it carried on it made Uchiha Itachi burst into flames. He immediately mobilized the wheel shaker, and with a set of extraordinary moves, dodged the lore blow. Then, no one saw how he formed the seal, and a huge fireball spewed out. Fire escape how fireball technique. The scorching breath with scorching pressure pushed the air away, tore through the obstruction of the smoke and dust, and went straight to Anmura Nobuomi who was in the air. Anmura Nobuomi immediately waved a kunai, and the wind attribute chakra blessing turned into a sharp sword, and directly cut off this fireball. But Uchiha Itachi was actually hiding behind the fireball. The sharp kunai, exuding a cold light, had already stabbed Anmura Nobuomi's chest. All this happened so fast that it was too late for people to react. But who is Nobume Yasunori? Instead of showing any panic, she smiled. When she pushed her left hand forward, it was an extremely compressed spiral pill. This time it was Uchiha Itachi's turn to be surprised, and the kunai was crushed and exploded in an instant. Chapter 693 Neither is easy. Spiral Maru has already arrived, and it will take another blink of an eye, and he will be severely injured. Uchiha Itachi's pupils move immediately. Illusion, gold binding. Bah! Anmura Nobuomi's figure stagnated, then slipped to the side, and pulled a piece of flesh and blood from Uchiha Itachi's body. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help groaning in pain, and quickly fell. And, when he fell, he was also forming a seal. At the moment of landing, he opened his mouth again and shouted, "Fire escape, the technique of impatience." Because it was a battle, he did not join the shuriken to enhance its power. Seeing that Nobuomi Anmura was about to be hit by the flames, she seemed to have just gotten rid of the illusion, so she quickly avoided the incoming flames. And when she was dodging, Uchiha Itachi had already approached, and in the exclamations of Fujino Ray and others, he was blasted out with a punch. When she was about to be blasted away, she also shot a kunai to stop Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi avoided it. But Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt a faint danger. The figure that was chasing away suddenly stopped, and then turned around and punched out. But seeing that Kuubang turned into Anmura Nobume, before he could do it, he was blasted out by Uchiha Itachi with a shocked face. But Nobuomi Anmura who was hit turned into smoke with a bang. This turned out to be just a clone, and Nobuomi Anmura behind him was the real deity. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but was taken aback and didn't have time to react. There was an explosive sound of breaking the sky behind him. Wind done vacuum jade. A blast of terror like a rocket launcher came, and Uchiha Itachi had no chance to connect with the seal, so he was blown away. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Fujino Ling and the others thought. Hit by Anmura Nobuomi with a big vacuum jade, Fujino Ling can't think of Uchiha Itachi's chances of winning. It was a terrorist attack that could even smash through the city wall. If a human body was hit, it would be shattered. No, not yet, that guy blocked the blow. At this time, Majoro suddenly said with a very solemn expression, and then, everyone present felt an evil, and a cold aura spread over. This kind of breath made them shudder, and there was a feeling of Vivi suffocating. But the smoke and dust I saw dissipated, and Uchiha Itachi was shrouded in a red chakra skeleton panting. However, this chakra skeleton had half of its body dented and shattered. Obviously, it was injured by the vacuum big jade. "Oh, did you lead out the power of Susanoo so quickly?" as expected of Itachi Uchiha, really powerful. Looking at the chakra skeleton shrouded in Uchiha Itachi's body, Shajirchin couldn't help but admire. Wind escape vacuum jade. However, Anmura Nobumi was not polite at all, and another big vacuum hit. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly dodged, and Susanoo also dispersed. Bang! The wind cannon invaded the forest by the pond all the way, and suddenly, a big tree fell down, rumbled and trembled. Fire escaped the art of impatience. In the end, it was Uchiha Itachi, and when he was dodging, he still made a precise counterattack against Anmura Nobumi. This time, he added a shuriken in it. Boom! Facing the fireball, Anmura Nobumi once again flashed a wind attribute chakra sword in her hand, and she faced it straight away. She exuded sword intent all over her body, and split all the fireballs. Then, in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Itachi Uchiha, and he swung his sword down with an extremely sharp blow. Uchiha Itachi felt tense all over. Respond quickly. Chapter 694 Uchiha Itachi's Surprise. Ding ding ding. A fantastic, high-speed fighting technique battle unfolded. The two people I saw moved around, their hands flying, and every time they hit each other, fierce sparks flew out, and the air shook. In a blink of an eye, 100 strokes passed. Uchiha Itachi is about to be overwhelmed. He used to think his fighting technique was sophisticated enough. Unexpectedly, in front of Nobuomi Yasunori today, his fighting technique has a feeling of dwarfing. He actually couldn't keep up with the rhythm of Anmura Nobumi. Several times, if he hadn't ridden the wheel eye again, he would have been injured, and the sharp sword swept past him like that. Rao is so, it is difficult for him to avoid it all the time, the wounds on his body are increasing, and the power of the vacuum jade just now has made him more injured. He can't stand it anymore. Magic, the art of shackles. He immediately left with an illusion, and the biggest advantage of Sharingan was illusion. But illusion rebound. Nobuomi Anmura even directly rebounded his illusion. Illusion magic murder. Anmura Nobumi actually used illusions on him in turn. Solution. Sharingan is a professional illusion nemesis, he naturally got rid of illusion immediately. But Anmura Nobumi's long sword increased its offensive again. Then, at the moment when his rhythm was chaotic, she lifted her foot and hit him in the chest. PFF'd. From childhood to adulthood, Uchiha Itachi has never lost so badly in the hands of his peers. Hey! Nobume Yasun is still chasing away. As long as Uchiha Itachi doesn't admit defeat, she can keep fighting. Uchiha Flame Array. Facing the pursuit of Nobume Yasunori, Itachi Uchiha, who was already a little confused, Yuyan used the family tradition of enchantment ninjutsu to fight. A square red-hot chakra wall that I saw protected Uchiha Itachi in the middle. See. This barrier is really tyrannical, and with the offensive power of Anmura Nobume, there is no way to do it at all. On the contrary, a flame of flame attacked from above the barrier, causing Nobume Yasunori to retreat immediately. If you can prevent ninjutsu, fighting technique, you can't prevent illusion. Nobume Yasunori was still quickly closing the seal in the air that was receding. Then, his pupils suddenly lit up, and Uchiha Itachi saw Anmura Nobuomi's eyes and felt bad, and quickly avoided her sight. He is very jealous of Anmura Shinmi now. Because Anmura Nobume can even crack his pupil illusion in an instant, which is simply amazing. You must know that if you are hit with the illusion of the pupil, you can only decipher it by disrupting the flow of chakra by others. But Anmura Nobumi cracked it all by himself without the help of others. This is nothing short of miraculous. This is completely impossible, but she just did it. Can Uchiha Itachi not be afraid? But, if you let him know that Nobume Yasunori can do this, relying on the second energy in the body, the pure power from sprites, how would he feel? Moreover, the illusion of Anmura Nobume is not necessarily activated through the eyes. Ho tilde. A crisp and melodious voice just passed into Uchiha Itachi's ears. He couldn't help but scream bad, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It became a dimly lit place, and he was bound by thick chains. Chapter 695 Uchiha Stops the Water. Illusion Solution. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly lifted the illusion, and his eyes returned to their original state again. However, Anmura Nobumi had already rushed in front of him. In her hand, a spiral pill exuding a powerful tearing force was condensed, and she pressed it on the flame formation whose power had been greatly weakened by the user's illusion. Crack! In an instant, the flame formation burst. Anmura Nobumi went extremely fast, and the buzzing spiral pill stopped in front of Uchiha Itachi. His Susanoo was only halfway open, and he was one step away from defending this attack. But it's 1,000 miles away. I lost. Uchiha Itachi sighed and dispersed Susanoo. He did not expect that Anmura Nobumi, who was still behind him back then, has surpassed him now. How much makes Uchiha Itachi feel a little hit? Your Excellency Shajur-Ching, then I will leave first. According to the agreement, Uchiha Itachi loses and has to leave. Why, not going to accept my guidance? Seeing Uchiha Itachi was ready to leave with a disappointed face, Shajur-Ching suddenly laughed, and Uchiha Itachi, who heard this, stopped immediately. I'm not saying. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shajur-Ching in astonishment, and the latter said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll make a special case for you. However, there are conditions for keeping you here. You have to fight with them. How about you? Just take it as a way to hone your skills. Shajur-Ching said with a smile, but I don't know why. Uchiha Itachi just has a feeling that he has been tricked. Good. But if he can accept Shajur-Ching's teaching, Uchiha Itachi will naturally not refuse. Okay, now your sparring partners are here, and they all give me 12 points of energy. If you lose too badly, I won't let you go. Shajur-Ching looked at Majuro and the others who showed malicious smiles, and showed a more sinister smile. Yes. Such Makuro and the others couldn't help shivering, and there was an ominous premonition in their hearts. Shinmei, you did a great job, I'm so proud of you. Shajur-Ching gave Anmura Nobumi a thumbs up again, and it was obvious to the naked eye that a smile quickly flashed on her Ninghei face. Then, back to peace. Then, Uchiha Shisui, you've been watching there for so long, it's time to come out. Shajur-Ching suddenly looked towards a certain direction in the forest by the pond, and said in a leisurely manner. Next moment. Era, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. A young man with a big nose, full of heroism, short hair, dressed in Uchiha costume and carrying a dagger on his back, touched his head and walked out. It is the instant stop water that is famous in the ninja world. The originally calm face of Nobumi Anmura suddenly became extremely dignified, and her body was tense. This man feels quite dangerous to her. I didn't expect you to be rescued. The Uchiha family shouldn't die. Looking at Uchiha Zishui, Shajur-Ching was overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you very much for your suggestion at the beginning, otherwise, Uchiha would have died in name only. Uchiha Zishui's face suddenly became serious, and he sincerely bowed to Shajur-Ching to thank him. Shajur-Ching accepted his salute calmly, and then said, after you lost it and found it again, your mental outlook has changed. The high-spirited Uchiha Shisui was drowned in the tide of the old era after all. Uchiha Shisui was just Isho about this, and then said, Itachi please you, he is a good seedling. Chapter 696 Jasmine is going to open a medical clinic. Well, you're only 19 years old this year, don't be so old-fashioned. Why, I don't teach Itachi to use the shaker, but throw him to me, it's not good. Hearing Shajur-Ching's playful words, Uchiha Shisui was helpless. Isho, I won't miss the children with my little effort, it's more appropriate to leave it to you. I thought I understood Susanoo well enough, but I didn't know how ridiculous I was until I saw what you just used. Handing it over to you was definitely the best choice I've ever made. Shajur-Ching shrugged and said, okay, you said so, then what else can I do? I can only agree. Then please, Uchiha Shisui bowed again, glanced at Uchiha Itachi again, and left. Okay, Ma Kuro, take Uchiha Itachi to choose a room and let him get acquainted with the environment here. Official training starts tomorrow. Shajirching looked at Ma Julong and said, and the latter took the order. Starting tomorrow, you will officially see the attitude of genius, and you are all mentally prepared. The huge gap, if you don't prepare, you can't accept it. Shajirching's words made Majoro and the others shuddered. All of them looked at Uchiha Itachi, their eyes full of fighting spirit. After they all left, Shajirching looked at Jasmine behind him again, wondering what she was doing here. Before he could speak, Jasmine spoke first. It's great, this is the first time I've seen such a relaxed expression on your face. It seems that leaving Konoha is not a bad thing. Maybe, after all, my dream is to be rich. In a secluded town, build a small villa, drink tea and sunbathe every day, just relax and be at ease. Shajirching couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard the words. He was afraid that the twist in Jasmine's heart would not be able to be twisted, and if he had to return to Konoha, it would give him a headache. Okay, you help me find a place in town tomorrow, I want to open a hospital. Jasmine suddenly spoke to Shajirching. Sister, you really can't be idle. Hearing Jasmine's words, Shajirching shook his head helplessly and complained. Of course, he did not refuse. Jasmine is the best happy. Jasmine rolled his eyes at him. You have your work and ethics, and I also have ambitions. There are too few doctors in this town, there are too many sick people, and the doctor's heart is too dark. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, and I am also idle. It is better to shine as much as possible. Well, Shajirching is speechless. Then, I ordered the housekeeper of this big villa to carry out this matter. In just half a day, the matter of the medical center was negotiated. No way, Shajirching is too big. The big seal of his lieutenant is so scary. In addition, the money he gave was sufficient, and the housekeeper was quite friendly. The people in the town dared to play tricks, quickly approved a piece of land, and gave a lot of discounts. Of course, it was one thing to agree with Jasmine to open a hospital. But Shajirching disagreed with Jasmine's plan to receive patients at a price far below the market standard. Not his greed. But this way, Jasmine will break the balance of the medical clinic in this town and ruin other people's jobs. How can others be happy, but it may be self-defeating and thankless. Affect the town's harmony, destroy the town's medical institutions, and cause unrest. Besides, human nature can never stand up to scrutiny. Chapter 697 What a Genius. If the price is set so low, others will doubt your skills, medicines, and even the environment, and even the doctor's fault. They will think, if there is no fault, why the price is so low. Shajirching also gave a lot of examples. Jasmine was sweating profusely, and her whole body went soft. She hadn't thought about these things at all. If Shajirching hadn't reminded her, she felt that what Shajirching said would probably have happened to her. Finally, under the suggestion of Shajirching, the policy of poverty preference was adopted to collect treatment fees. Through this discount, without destroying the market price standard, the poor people can pay less in the end. And allow them to pay in installments, reducing their burden. Of course, this preferential fund naturally comes from Shajirching's pocket. However, if the fee is not paid within the stipulated time and is deliberately delayed, the discount will be disqualified. And included in the list of untrustworthy, unified in the whole town. In this way, the untrustworthy will become complete medical black households in the future. For some people who want to be opportunistic, the deterrent effect is not generally strong. Of course, if such a thing is to be implemented, it must have a strong background, and detailed regulations can be implemented. And these things are too simple for Shajirching. After writing a set of bills in a few hours, they are handed over to the housekeeper to implement. With his identity as Shajirching, there is no worry that it will not be implemented. The next day. Start training. Shajirching glanced at Uchiha Itachi and others, and started training. 8 shadow clones are activated at the same time, one-on-one tutoring. Then, Ma Kuro and the others fully realized what a genius is. Shajirching often has not finished speaking half a sentence. Uchiha Itachi understands, and can also discuss by inferences and find the best solution. When encountering difficulties, it is usually easy to understand, not obscure. Not like them, it takes Shajirching to explain repeatedly to understand. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's rapid progress, Ma Kuro and the others finally understood what Shajirching said yesterday. But then, they understood what a psychological gap is. On the first day of training, Uchiha Itachi could only fight to a tie with Kinosuke, who entered the covered state, or he was injured more. You can't win against everyone else. Especially Anmura Nobomi Samsung. It is enough to defeat Uchiha Itachi without entering the cover state. Overlay. Stimulate the energy of the sprites in the body, enter the form of a very-tailed beast, and the strength is greatly increased. Because after entering, the user's face will have a patterned bone mask with different colors, so it is called an overlay. And LT, P and GT can be half a month later. Except for Anmura Nobumi, the others are in a state of covering, and they can't defeat Uchiha Itachi. Or be defeated by him, such as Kinosuke. Either tie with him, such as Sakanaro. And after 1 month period, things have changed again. In addition to Anmura Nobomi entering the cover state, which can suppress Uchiha Itachi, Ma Kuro and Fujino Rei enter the cover state, and they can only end with him evenly. In just 1 month, Uchiha Itachi's strength has skyrocketed like a rocket, making people desperate, and there is no hope of catching up. If Shajirching had not told them beforehand to prepare them mentally, they would really doubt their life. Too strong. Chapter 698. Do you really think that the strong are cabbage? Is this a genius? I'm really not reconciled. It may take us a year or 2 to do the road he walks in a month. Ma Kuro looked at Uchiha Itachi, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In the face of absolute reality, he just doesn't want to admit it and can only admit it. There is a gap between geniuses and them. You don't have to be disheartened. Uchiha Itachi's talent is rare in the entire ninja world. There are only a handful of people who can compare with him. Even if he doesn't have a wheel eye, he is a first-class genius, not to mention he has a wheel eye. Having such a plug-in level bloodline limit as Shiranyan, if the growth of strength is slow, then such a good thing is really wasted. Shajirching looked at their sighing appearance, and naturally knew what they were thinking, and cheered them on. The oldest of you is only 17 this year. In the entire ninja world, there are people at your age who have the strength you have now. How many do you think? There are really not many. Any one of you now has the strength to stand out in the ninja world. If you look at any ninja village, you are the elite among the elites. At least, even if you encounter a 5 shadow level powerhouse, you also have hope of escaping. Nobumi Anmura has the strength to fight against the 5 shadows, even the 5 shadows is not enough to defeat her. So, don't underestimate yourselves, think you can't do it. If the above paragraph made them feel a little better, then Shajirching's words made them excited. Teacher Shajirching, are we really that powerful? Keijisuke said in disbelief. Itachi Uchiha, you have a lot of knowledge. You said I lied to them. Shajirching looked at Uchiha Itachi. After thinking for a while, the latter nodded and said, although there is a slight deviation, it is almost the truth. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Kinosuke, Sakanaro and the others couldn't help but be instantly excited. The 3 of Anmura Nobumi looked calm. They all know their own strength, especially after getting the power of sprites. Uchiha Shisui, come out, take your Uchiha Itachi brother and go back to Konoha village. Shajirching looked at the forest again, and Uchiha Shisui appeared in front of everyone again. He looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, now, he's as powerful as me. Come on, Itachi, it's time to go home. Uchiha Itachi nodded when he heard the words, bowed politely to Sha Zhiqing, and left. In a month, he has gained a lot. Sha Zhiqing not only helped him correct the shortcomings of his fighting technique, but also deepened his knowledge of illusion. He can now use illusions at will, and people can be tricked without knowing it. The most important thing is that in the hands of Sha Zhiqing, he has mastered the Susanoo in human form. It is no longer the original skeleton, but has a semi-mature state of meridians, blood, and even clothes and helmets. The reason why it is in a semi-mature state is because the legs have not grown yet, and there are still flaws in the feet. From Sha Zhiqing's towering, coercive state of perfection, Uchiha Itachi felt that he needed more time to practice. Susanoo's rapid development is one of the reasons for his rapid strength enhancement, and another reason is naturally because of the appearance of Amaterasu and Yudu. Chapter 699 Summer 7. Those who have been hit by these two tricks, so far, only Anmura Nobume has broken free. The rest of the people have all stopped cooking. And Uchiha Shisui said in his heart, seeing the growth of Itachi, the people in the village will probably not be able to sit still. Jasmine's medical clinic was very successful. Especially with the support of a lot of poor people. Her appearance is called, fairy descending to earth. Because her technology is the best, the service is the best, the cost is the least, and the effect is the best. Her appearance has solved many old miscellaneous diseases, freed many people from the pain, and praised her benevolence every day. Of course, because of the so-called preferential policy, because Sha Zhiqing's name is also hanging, inevitably, he also got a good reputation. The appearance of Jasmine Medical Center has also prompted reforms in other medical centers in this town to a certain extent. There is no other way, we need to eat, if we don't reform, the business will be taken away by Jasmine, then they are still doing shit and wait for the northwest wind. And Jasmine, according to Sha Zhiqing's instructions, arranged some minor illnesses to other hospitals. And promise, if they don't like it, they can come back to me, no money. With such a door-to-door business, how can other hospitals dare to smash their signs? According to Jasmine's words, if they can't cure this disease, wouldn't they just confirm their guests that their skills are not good? In this way, driven by the Jasmine Medical Center, the medical level and atmosphere of the entire town have changed. People no longer feel sick as a painful thing. In the blink of an eye, came the 58th year of Konoha, and Sha Zhiqing's small life was still enjoyable. In the past 2 years, there is a name that has resounded throughout the ninja world. Summer 7. This is a professional escort team with exceptionally strong strength, and everyone has the strength to deal with S-level rebellion. Among them, Nobumi Yasunori, the leader of the 7-member team, is the most famous. She fought against Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a year ago, and she did not lose in the slightest. In the end, Orochimaru was seriously injured and forced to evacuate. After this battle, Nobumi Yasunori became famous. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. The famous powerhouse in the ninja world, the S-level betrayal that made the 5 major ninja villages fearful, dared to haunt any place. He was forced to evacuate after being severely injured by Anmura Nobume. Isn't it true that Anmura Nobume already has the strength to be on an equal footing with the 5 shadows? This news made Jiraiya silent for a while. The news he knew was actually more detailed. Nobumi Anmura's injury is far lighter than Orochimaru, that is to say, Nobumi Anmura is actually more dominant. In other words, even if it is him, there may be no way to take Anmura Nobume now. Unless he can learn the fairy mode. Moreover, he also got even worse news from Miaomu Mountain. It was one day that Immortal Fukasaku rushed over to tell him that after he finished practicing in immortal mode, Miao Mushin was in charge of contacting other psychic beasts and got a message. On top of the contract in Wet Pot Forest, there was a Jiraiya once the name that was instructed, Sha Zhiqing. I can't help but be surprised. What surprised him even more was that Toadtong told him that Sha Zhiqing had already cultivated into the immortal mode, and it only took a month. Chapter 700 Fairy Mode. Jiraiya's heart suddenly felt a dull feeling. Shajirching's growing strength made him very uneasy. Just a summer crowd of 7 is scary enough. Another powerful record of Yasunami Nobuomi is already the limit of Jiraiya's acceptance. And Shajirching signed a contract with Wet Kettle Forest, and completed the cultivation of the immortal mode, which made him panic. Shajirching was already unfathomable enough, and now he has a fairy mode again. The ghost knows how powerful he is now. With such a powerful tiger on the side of the couch, he can feel at ease and there will be ghosts. Thanks to his insistence on protecting the Uchiha clan at the beginning. Otherwise, now, without the support of the Uchiha clan, Konoha is afraid that he will really not be able to survive. Jiraiya's words are extremely self-deprecating. The dignified Konoha, but the backbone is Uchiha who was once protected by Shajirching. How ironic. Oh, but that's fine. With Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, Konoha can feel at ease. In fact, Jiraiya is purely overthinking. In the original book, without the Uchiha clan, he is not in Konoha, and the 3 generations of Hokage are also supporting Konoha, and other shinobi villages did not dare to mess. It can only be said that he is so jealous of Shajirching that he has always used Shajirching's strength as a standard to judge Konoha's overall strength. In fact, the current strength of Konoha has already made the other 4 major ninja villages envious and jealous. Shajirching left, but the Uchiha twins appeared again. They really envy them. Konoha's genius is too much. But unfortunately, their village just doesn't have it. Shajirching is here. Is this the immortal mode? It's not bad. Although it doesn't have the peculiar fighting skills of Miao Mushin, it doesn't have the ability to manipulate nature in Longdadong. But while enhancing the basic attributes, the insight ability has been enhanced, and it is already very good. Shajirching looked at the black circle in the palm of his hand, dissipating the fairy mode. Lord Shajirching, why would you choose to live a leisurely life in such a place? With your strength and ability, you should be able to make great achievements anywhere in this ninja world. Next to Shajirching, there was a huge psychic beast like a flood dragon and asked. Hee, I don't have that interest, I am too weak, I have no sense of conquest. Shajirching Isho, he lay down on the chair again, absorbed the natural energy, and continued to familiarize himself with the immortal mode. Immortal mode, this kind of thing is indeed quite difficult to learn. Even for him, it took a month to master it. It will take a certain amount of time to reach the level that Naruto Uzumaki and Chinsho Zujian can use at any time. Lord Shajirching, are you sure the person outside the door is missing? This Jiao-like psychic beast asked cautiously again. No, I know what his purpose is. I don't want to get involved in their affairs. I just want peace. If they come again, let Shinmei drive away. If they don't leave, don't blame me for killing me. Shajirching answered without hesitation. Of course, the people outside the door are not unknown people. On the contrary, they are quite famous. After all, the pale-faced snake-eyed man at the head is Orochimaru, the famous cold prince in the ninja world. Yes, the person who wants to meet Shajirching is Orochimaru. At the door, Anmura Nobume glanced at Orochimaru and said indifferently, You can leave now, Orochimaru, Lord Shajirching doesn't want to see you. Chapter 701 Because it's not strong enough. Have you been rejected again? Ho, what an indifferent man. Orochimaru heard Yasunami Nobuomi's answer. She laughed twice, with a different kind of magnetism. He glanced at Anmura Nobuomi again, greedily swept over her body, and said, It would be great if I could get your powerful body. These words made Anmura Nobuomi suddenly exude murderous intent, saying, Then you can try it. Exactly, I recently completed a new trick. It's better to use a person like you who won't die. Orochimaru just snorted and left. But the pharmacist's pocket, who was walking beside him, saw a trace of fear on his face. He rarely sees such an expression on Orochimaru's face, and only that mysterious God can make Orochimaru like this. After all, Orochimaru is someone who doesn't panic in the face of tailed beasts. Lord Shajur-Ching, there is someone who knows best whether to ask. Nobuomi Anmura came to Shajur-Ching and said hesitantly. Tell me, what have you asked? Shajur-Ching asked without opening her eyes. You are already so powerful that you are invincible in the world, why do you continue to practice so hard? Nobume Yasun was very puzzled. The reason why you are still working so hard is because you are not strong enough. Shajur-Ching smiled and said, the ninja world you see now is just a superficial phenomenon. In the future, this ninja world will undergo earth-shaking changes. At that time, your strength can only protect yourself. If I don't work hard to become stronger, I won't be able to protect you. It will be an unprecedented catastrophe, covering the entire ninja world, and no one can escape. When Shajur-Ching spoke, a strong seriousness flashed on his face. This made Anmura Nobume's heart stunned. She had never seen such an expression on Shajur-Ching's face before. She couldn't help but begin to have a certain understanding of the catastrophe in Shajur-Ching's mouth. We will continue to work hard, and by then, we will not be a burden to you. After Anmura Nobume said this, she left with a firm expression on her face. In this regard, Shajur-Ching couldn't help shaking his head. And the catastrophe in Shajur-Ching's mouth is naturally the Fourth Ninja War. As for why he didn't stop it when he knew it, it was because he needed the strength of the 10 tails to leave this world. Regarding the matter of Jouei synthesis, he and Uchiha Obito have no conflict of interest for the time being. So, he won't stop. The system wakes up a year ago. Although the system still can't run normally, at least it has woken up and is no longer in a sleeping state. And this is what he did after absorbing 90% of the chakra of the dragon veins. If you don't get the power of the dragon veins, the ghost knows when the system will wake up. After half a day. Mr. Shajur-Ching, those people are here again, do you want to drive them away? At this time, Hinosuke appeared in front of Shajur-Ching and asked with an indignant expression. Let them wait, don't drive them away, let them fend for themselves. Let Rei Fujino and Ma Kuro prepare and accompany me to the country of snow. Shajur-Ching ordered this, and Wei Jisuke nodded and retired. Outside Shajur-Ching's house. Did you say that teacher Shajur-Ching will meet us? A young ninja of about 13 years old, with points still on his face and still childish, asked his companions a little nervously. Chapter 702 Snow Country. Probably not. You should all know Mr. Shajur-Ching's character. He is happy and vindictive. He didn't drive us away. He has already taken care of our feelings. A slightly older Kamijin sighed and said. If I had known, I would have gone with teacher Shajur-Ching. Alas, it's a pity that loyalty and righteousness are in a dilemma. Another ninja sighed, his face full of sadness. This sentence made many ninjas bow their heads and sigh. When Shajur-Ching and Konoha broke apart, they also wanted to leave Konoha with Shajur-Ching just like Majuro and the others. However, their parents are in Konoha, how can they bear to leave their parents to follow Shajur-Ching and be that unfilial person? But choosing their parents, they are destined to fail Shajur-Ching's teaching grace and become the unrighteous people. After all, there is no way for them to be alone like those from an orphanage like Majuro and the others. Oh, forget it, what do you think about, we'll just stay here. Stay for 4 or 5 days, if Shajur-Ching doesn't come out, we can also go back to Konoha. At first, the man sighed again and leaned against the tree to close his eyes and rest. Seeing this, the rest of the people also closed their eyes and rested their minds. Konoha sent them here, the purpose is very simple, check the state of Shajur-Ching and see how strong he is now. If you can, let Shajur-Ching teach you for a few days, that's even better. But these people think that Konoha's idea is too shameless. Letting them come here to investigate Shajur-Ching's situation has already made them quite uncomfortable. They are absolutely not going to continue to make further progress. The back door of the house. Let's go. Shajur-Ching glanced at the people at the front door, his eyes were indifferent. Fujino Ling and the two did not speak, and went away behind Shajur-Ching. Snow country. There is still a scene of ice and snow here, which is completely different from the scene in the original book where the flowers bloom in spring. Unlike Fujino Ling, who was wrapped like a zongzi, Xia seemed to be unable to sense the cold. She was wearing a thin green shirt, nothing unusual. When they arrived at the city gate, someone was already here to greet them. Your Excellency Xia, you have come. It was an old man who greeted the three of Xia. The etiquette was in place, and he exuded an air of superiors. Xia remembered, what kind of Asama Santefu seems to be his name. I don't know why you suddenly invited me to the snow country. Your Excellency Sataro. Xia looked at the three Teifu Asama and asked calmly. Mainly because there is a big business that needs to be discussed with you. Isho, the third husband of Asama, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Xia aura was so strong that it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Kakashi-sensei, why do we accept this kind of task? At this time, a voice of complaint came from behind everyone. Everyone couldn't help but look, only to see an adult wearing a face mask and a head-to-head, wearing a Konoha ninja vest, followed by three 10-year-old teenagers walking over. The young boy on the left is extremely cold, dressed in the costumes of the Uchiha clan. In the middle is a girl with long pink hair, with a wide forehead. On the far right is a young man with short orange hair, with carefree hands behind his head. The complaining voice just now came from his mouth. Chapter 703 Big Fist, Who Speaks? Seeing these four people, Xia eyes suddenly narrowed to Vivi, while Fujino Rei and Ma Kuro suddenly looked at Santeifu Asama, with awe-inspiring murderous intent. I didn't expect to see Konoha here. Interesting. Xia laughed suddenly, and said without looking back, Your Excellency Mitsuda Asama, what you said should have something to do with them. Gollum, no, that's right. Even though Xia didn't release any momentum, Santei Asama just felt like he was about to suffocate suddenly. A terrifying oppression descended on him, making him seem to see the god of death beckoning to him, infinite fear. Let's talk. Since it's a matter, there's always a way to talk about it, right? Xia glanced at the Konoha four people lightly and said, Kakashi, we meet again. The last time we met was 10 years ago. Time flies really fast. Yes, the leader of the four, the silver white-haired man, is Kakashi. You can imagine who the few people behind him are. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Yeah, 10 years. Met you again. Kakashi's tone was all solemn, and Sasuke Uchiha, who was standing behind him, clearly saw that Kakashi's body was tense all of a sudden. He couldn't help looking at Xia and said, Is that man the Thunder Ninja Xia who has guided Big Brother Itachi? It doesn't look like a strong man at all. But from the unprecedented seriousness of Kakashi-sensei, this guy, obviously very dangerous. Instead, Naruto pointed at Xia and said, Are you the Xia that Hao Lu Shanran often talks about? I finally see you in person. The little stars on his face turned out to be admiring. Looking at their reaction, Xia reaction was very dull. She nodded towards them Vivi, and entered the city gate. The country of snow, the famous palace, the side hall. Tell me, Your Excellency Sataro, what do you want to talk about this time? You specially invited me to this country of snow. Xia leaned on the chair and asked with closed eyes, quite arrogant. Hearing this, Sandero couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. After glancing at Kakashi, he said, I want to talk about the cooperation and transfer of the snow country. Hearing these words, Xia fingers, who originally tapped on the table, suddenly stopped, and Sataro's heart was slowed down a beat because of this. Xia snorted, I said, you have invited me all the way to come, and you are willing to give me a lot of money. Okay, no problem, I don't know who you want to transfer to. As long as the conditions you give are reasonable enough, I can promise you. Hearing Xia words, Mitsuo Asama couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, then looked at Kakashi and signaled him to tell him what happened next. We give you a 30% bonus, buy transfer rights. Kakashi said in short words. 50%. No negotiation. Shajirching said indifferently. Impossible. Kakashi refused. Then turn your wrists. In a fight, whoever wins will speak. Shajirching opened his eyes and joked with a smile. 40%, this is our bottom line. Kakashi gritted his teeth and said this. 50%. No negotiation. Shajirching put it lightly, no doubt. Is there really no negotiation? Must it be so excessive? Kakashi asked with trembling hands as he pressed it on the table. Of course. Shajirching replied with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 704. He is enough to terrify the ninja world. He didn't feel that the atmosphere became extremely tense because of his words, and the sword was drawn. I won't give in to you. Konoha can't agree to your conditions. Shajirching, you are too much. At this time, a roar sounded in the ears of everyone, and Naruto Uzumaki scolded angrily. Bold. Presumptuous. Fujino Ling and Majoro suddenly scolded, and the murderous aura all over his body erupted directly. Suddenly, Kakashi's face changed greatly, and the three Naruto Uzumaki were extremely pale. They feel that they are a lonely boat in front of the turbulent waves, and they will be swallowed up at any time. That sense of fear is despairing. Hehe, answer or not, you say no. Naruto, step back. Shajirching waved at Majoro and the two of them, and they gave up. Shajirching looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, it's up to you to answer. Of course, if you can't make up your mind, go to you Hokage. My condition is 50%, not even a single point. If it doesn't work, let's go to war. Shajirching got up, and then said to Santafu-sama, the preferential tariffs of the Snow Country will be cancelled. In the future, tariffs will be charged according to normal conditions. If you encounter any disaster, Your Excellency Mitsuitawa-sama, you should seek more blessings for yourself. With a full smile on his face, he suddenly knelt down Santafu-sama in fright. He said in a panic, Your Excellency Shajirching, how can you this, the tariff? Shajirching interrupted him without waiting for him to finish, and said coldly, You have bullied me, and you directly reached a transfer agreement with Konoha without my consent, then what else do I have to say, you ask yourself. Good luck. Quote. Remember, the person in this world who can bully me Shajirching has not yet been born. After that, Shajirching left with Majoro and the two. No matter how Santae-sama kept it, it didn't make any use of it. This guy, what's so terrifying about making a country's Saisuke so humble? Sasuke Uchiha discovered for the first time that he was so interested in a person. You know, in his impression, it is impossible for Hokage to be so rude to Saisuke Ikikuni. It is even more impossible for them to be so desperate. Because he is the deputy commander of the guards of the Country of Fire, one of the 10 richest people in the Country of Fire, the person in charge of the trade port area of the Country of Water, and the strongest ninja in the world. It's a man who is enough to make the ninja world fear. Kakashi said bitterly as he watched Shajirching leave. Hey, so scary. Haruno Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. Shajirching is so young, and he has such a terrifying resume, this can't be described as a genius. She really had a sense of shock at seeing the new world suddenly. It was really hard for her to imagine how strong Shajirching, who looked so quiet, would make the ninja world fear. In the end, after discussing this matter with the senior officials of Konoha, an agreement was reached with Shajirching on a 5-to-5 account, and the Snow Country officially began to cooperate with Konoha. The Snow Kingdom suddenly didn't want to cooperate with Shajirching because Mitsuru-sama felt that the conditions set by Shajirching were too high. For example, the resources that Shajirching resold to them were 25% higher than the market standard. In cooperation with Konoha, the price is lower than the market standard under the same resource quality. Therefore, after thinking for a while, even though he knew that doing so would offend Shajirching, he still made this transfer decision. Chapter 705 Deviating from the original plot. However, What he didn't expect was that Shajur-Ching would cancel the tariff preference without any sympathy. This was completely beyond Santefu Osama's expectations. He originally thought that with Shajur-Ching's reputation, there should be no other measures other than anger. Moreover, Shajur-Ching was angry. It was a big deal that he compensated Shajur-Ching for some money. However, this time, Shajur-Ching did not do what he envisioned at all, and did not play cards according to the routine. The thought of the heavy tariffs made him feel like he was shooting himself in the foot. On the way back, I didn't expect that in Konoha's 58 years, the three of Uzumaki Naruto graduated. It's interesting. It seems that the plot has begun to develop not according to the route I remember. Shajur-Ching thought about it on the road, looking at the four Kakashi sitting opposite them. Shajur-Ching's heart flashed a bit of fun. It's a little more interesting, and that's not bad, isn't it? He opened his mouth and said to Kakashi, the three outstanding students, you are lucky, Kakashi. Kakashi heard that although he didn't understand why Shajur-Ching said that, he still nodded undeniably. As for Shajur-Ching's praise, Sasuke Uchiha was calm, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno were overjoyed. That is, they graduated too early. Will it be a little bit of help? Hearing Shajur-Ching's words, Kakashi's brows suddenly wrinkled, and his tone was also a little unkind. You don't have to worry about this. They are all certified and tested by Naruto, and they have passed the graduation test. Shajur-Ching heard the undeniable issue, and said, I heard that you will hold the Chunin exam in a few months. I don't know what the strength of your Konoha village graduates this year is. An LT, P and GT. Hearing Shajur-Ching's words, Kakashi suddenly tightened his body and asked badly, what do you want to do? Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Shajur-Ching signaled him not to be so nervous, and said, I'm just bored. I have trained a few ninjas with some qualifications, and when the time comes, I will also come to take the Chunin exam in your Konoha village. Quote. Hearing Shajur-Ching's words, Kakashi's body tensed immediately. Shajur-Ching's smile became even stronger, and said, then see you at that time. I hope you ninjas in Konoha village will not disappoint me. An LT, P and GT. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and never had any communication with Kakashi and the others after that. And the three Naruto Uzumaki were angered by what Shajur-Ching just said. What he meant in what he said just now, it was clear that he looked down on them. However, under the cold eyes of Majoro and the two of them, they really didn't dare to be presumptuous. In a few days. Has he trained a few people to participate? Then let him come and let us see his level. Jiraiya, who got the news from Kakashi, said with a face full of indifference. The Uchiha family. After listening to Sasuke Uchiha's angry complaint, Uchiha Itachi sighed and said, if it's teacher Shajur-Ching, you don't need to be angry if he doesn't take him seriously. After all, in his eyes, I'm just a weak person. Quote. There was a hint of helplessness on his face. Sasuke Uchiha was surprised when he heard this. He said in surprise, that man, is Shajur-Ching really that powerful? In his eyes, his eldest brother Uchiha Itachi is already strong enough. After all, Uchiha Itachi is the one who is called Konoha's #1 shinobi by Naruto. But Uchiha Itachi actually said that he was only weak in front of Shajur-Ching. How strong is Shajur-Ching? Chapter 706 The Supreme Figure, The Legend of Shajur-Ching. Sasuke, it's too early for you now. But you only need to remember one thing. In this world, no one can beat him. He is absolutely invincible and his strength is unfathomable. Uchiha Itachi's eyes are full of admiration. It is definitely not an exaggeration to make the ninja world fear by one person, but a fact of the matter. After all, he is the man who can easily defeat the suppression of even a terrifying tailed beast like the Nine-Tailed. Moreover, one person retreated the 100,000 army of Yun Ninja, and one person ended the invasion of the 3 major ninja villages. Crushing the 4 generations of water shadows, completely surpassing the 3 generations of soil shadows, the supreme figure, no one can surpass. He stands at the absolute peak. Even though he has not appeared in the world for so many years, the legends about him in the ninja world have never stopped. Uchiha Itachi had deep gratitude and admiration in his eyes, and said, "He saved my Uchiha family's benefactor and taught your elder brother a lot of truths. I can have the current strength thanks to his teaching." Quote, "Anyone can be disrespectful to him, but only our Uchiha family can't understand." Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Sasuke was horrified beyond measure. He said, "Shajirching, is it really that powerful? Strength, is it so powerful?" Uchiha Itachi sighed and said, "He is the only man who can make me feel hopeless. Do you think he is strong?" Sasuke Uchiha is silent. How could he feel that Shajirching was not strong enough to make his genius-like eldest brother despair? It's just that he didn't expect Shajirching to be so strong. Is he really only 24 years old? Uchiha Sasuke thought in his heart. Shajirching's house. The Chunin exam of Konoha will be held in a few months. This is the registration form for the three of you. Do you have the confidence to shine? Shajirching looked at the three in front of him and asked. Yes. These are three teenagers about 11 years old, shouting with great excitement. Confidence is a good thing, but at the end of the day, you have to speak with facts. So, in the next few months, there will be harsh training waiting for you, so be mentally prepared. Shajirching said with a very scary expression. One of them said, "Hey, we have endured the cruel Shira field in the past, the big deal is to experience it again." The young man in the middle immediately said, "Yes, you have to endure hardships, and you will become a superior person. Isn't it just training? Come on." In the end, the boy nodded excitedly, without the slightest fear. "Hee, then let me see which step you can reach in the end." Shajirching laughed a little creepily, so he handed the three to Anmura Nobumi. Time, just like this, from May of Konoha 58, quietly from the screams of a group of people, to February of Konoha 59. Konoha Village, the Chunin exam has begun. Katsutaro, Watanaro, Murai, are you three ready? Shajirching looked at the three people who were 1 year older and asked. Of course. The three of them shouted in unison, their faces full of excitement. Katsutaro was even more impatient. I can't wait, I really want to go to Konoha Village right now. Watanaguro and Murai Suke both have similar expressions. Let's go then. Nobumi Yasunora, you all go to Konoha with me. It's a pity to miss such a good battle. When everyone heard the words, they all showed excitement and shouted long live. Chapter 707 No Regret Medicine. Housekeeper, I'll leave this house to you. Shajirching looked at the old man standing beside him again and exhorted. Yes. The old man replied respectfully, and then said, Santefu Asama has been here for 2 days, and I beg you to transfer back to the original cooperation mode. Do you see me? Shajirching sneered when he heard the words. No. Go back to the original mode. It's better to think. Let him taste the bitter fruit he planted himself. Since he feels that the price of Konoha is relatively low and the benefits are relatively large, let him go. The water that was spilled can't be taken back. If you want to come back, you can't do it without paying the price. The butler nodded, then took a step back, bowed his head and said nothing. In business, there is no room for mercy. What's going on? It turned out that Sante Asama cancelled the cooperation agreement with Shajirching and switched to cooperation with Konoha. The intensity of various inspections, as well as transportation conditions, prices, and even the law and order on the road, have completely changed. Santao Asama and Snow Country need to spend more capital to settle these things. Santafu Asama was in a hurry. After inquiring, I found out that the reason why Shajirching charged a higher price than the market price was to control these little ghosts along the way. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to provoke, and the devil is difficult to deal with, but in the ninja world, how can you not encounter the little devil? Although these people are not high-ranking officials, sometimes the county officials are not as good as the current ones. If they do not agree, they will really encounter difficulties. But in the past, they were intimidated by Shajirqing's power, and the little devils saw that Shajirqing also gave them dividends every year. Therefore, for all the forces that cooperate with Shajirqing, as long as the quality is passed, they will basically not make things difficult for them. But when they heard that the Kingdom of Snow had cancelled their cooperation with Shajirqing, they were directly excited. They almost feel like spring is here. What about Konoha? The only person they are afraid of is Shajirqing. So, the tragedy of Mitsuo Asama came. Alas! Sante Asama sighed and sighed as if he was 10 years older. Only now did he know that the content of Shajirqing and his cooperation model was simply a great treatment for his country of snow, but he didn't see the form clearly. To believe the words of those courtiers with ulterior motives in the snow country, they actually did such a stupid thing. It's okay to be a sinner in the economic turmoil of the snow country, but he doesn't know the good heart and offends Shajirqing. The thought of this made him even more worried. He has absolutely no idea how to recover the loss now. Shajirqing is here. Go. With an order, the 3 of Katsutaro and the 7 of Anmura Nobume set off together. When they set off, many other ninja village teams also set off. The Chunin exam is said to be an exam, but in fact, it is a shrinking war between countries, and it is still the kind that sees no blood. By passing the Chunin exam, you can roughly see the strength level of a country. Konoha Village. I heard that Orochimaru will also participate this time. Namikaze Minato looked at Shikahisa Nara beside him, and Vivi frowned. Yes, according to the news, the members of the Sound Ninja Village he established will also take this exam this time, but I am afraid that the comers are not good. Hearing Nara Shikahisa's words, Minato nods his head, and Nara Shikahisa's worries are not unreasonable. After all, people like Orochimaru are too dangerous. Chapter 708 Orochimaru's Mind. But the most dangerous person should be this one. Nara Shikahisa said with a wry smile, pointing to a gilt application form. Tiantu, the top strip of paper, usually used to print company names and things like that. Shajirqing. As he read this name, Minato Namimo's eyes suddenly became sharp. Although Lord Jiraiya said it was okay to let him come, but when he actually came, it was still deeply worrying. After all, every move of this man can affect the stability of the world. The matter of the snow country is still in sight. Nara Shikahisa rubbed his temples and said with a headache. Let's be more vigilant. If he really wants to mess up, then we can only wait for it. Konoha is no longer the level of 3 years ago. We are not afraid of anyone. I also sent Anbu to deal with the matter of the snow country. Do you really think that there is no one in Konoha village? Haki Namaifung Minato made a decision. Nara Shikahisa nodded and left. Has Shajirqing also participated in this exam? Haha, interesting. A certain man with skin as white as jade, with a long and narrow nose, and a man in a kimono with snake eyes, made a low and magnetic voice, and licked his lips as he spoke. Behind him, followed by a group of ninjas wearing note-patterned forehead guards. They are none other than the people of Yinan village led by Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, why do you want to take such a boring exam? We don't need to get their approval. A hunchback asked suddenly. Just come and see the strength of the major ninja villages. Orochimaru is so awe-inspiring Isho, there is an inexplicable light in his eyes. Unlike in the original book, this time, Orochimaru did not have the idea of launching the Konoha collapse plan. After all, Konoha is too powerful now. Yo, Orochimaru, what a coincidence. At this moment, a greeting voice came from behind the sighing Orochimaru. Orochimaru doesn't even need to turn around. She knows who's coming. Hehe, I didn't expect to meet you here, Shajirqing. Orochimaru licked his lips and turned around, saying. They saw Shajirqing and his party standing behind them, looking at them. I really want to know why you came to take this exam. With your current reputation and strength, you shouldn't need such a false name. Orochimaru asked with a faint smile. Don't you too, with your current strength and reputation, do you need to be recognized by Konoha village? Shajiraching glanced at the people behind Orochimaru, who were basically those in his memory. Kagaya Junmaru, also translated as Bamboo Tori Junmaru, the Sound and Ninja Group of 4, and the Sound and Ninja Trio who became cannon fodder in the original work, and now do not know what fate will be. When Shajiraching looked at them, except for Kagaya Junmaru, everyone else couldn't help but look away with fear in their hearts. Shajiraching's gaze is too terrifying, it is too oppressive. Even a look can make them feel like they will die immediately. While Shajiraching was looking at Orochimaru's men, Orochimaru was also looking at the people that Shajiraching brought. In addition to the 7 people he knew very well, including Nobuyumi Yasunori, his eyes focused on the 3 of Katsutaro. As expected of the person taught by Shajiraching, this strength is really strong, and it can catch up with the strength of Junmaru Bakung, who is not in the state of the curse. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and was quite surprised by the strength of the 3 of Katsutaro. Chapter 709 The Attacking Tail Beast. Orochimaru was surprised, the 4 of them also made waves in their hearts. What is it to compare people with people? It's maddening. They know now. In front of the 3 of Katsutaro, those who originally thought they were good, couldn't help but feel ashamed. The strength of the 3 of Katsutaro made them feel extremely heavy pressure. They have no doubt that they have absolutely no hope of victory against Katsutaro and others. Unless you enter the cursed state. The 3 of Katsutaro, facing the gazes of the 4 of them, were extremely nervous in their hearts, but on the surface, they still pretended to be calm. It looks quite arrogant. From beginning to end, the only person who has been able to remain calm is Kagaya Junmaru. But judging from the flickering eyes he looked at Anmura Nobuyumi and the others, it seemed that his heart was not as calm as he seemed. Okay, don't continue to look at it in secret, let's go into Konoha. Shajiraching interrupted the atmosphere of scrutiny, and brought Katsutaro and others into Konoha. Regarding the arrival of Shajiraching, Konoha guard expressed a strong sense of vigilance. The search was several times stronger. For fear of Shajiraching's plans to do something wrong. After Shajiraching and others entered, the arrival of Orochimaru and his party immediately made Konoha's people vigilant again. Orochimaru, Shajiraching, are quite dangerous characters. But this time, neither of them has any malicious intent. Taki Ninja Village. This should be a secluded, quiet and peaceful place. However, now this place has become a ruin. Nana-tailed column force, the capture is successful. Feijuan, who was carrying the red 3-edged sickle, was covered in blood, but said very proudly. In front of him, lay a girl lying in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Okay, pack up and go to the next place. Jiaodu brought up the girl's body and urged Feijuan to continue on the road. Feijuan cut the road in annoyance, and followed. In front of a certain sea area in Wuyin village. 3-tail recycling, success. A certain man wearing a log-colored swirl mask said indifferently. In front of him, the huge 3 tails actually passed out, exuding a scorching aura. Then, a space vortex appeared in front of Sanwei and swallowed him in. A sewer in Union Village. It hurts. Asshole. Feijuan, like being executed, pulled out the black stick that pierced his palm and nailed him to the wall, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He kicked the dead 2-tailed man Zuli and Union from the wooden man to Jiaodu. Art is a blast, drink it. Sand and Iron Realm, not attack. Somewhere on the border of the Fire Nation, the 6-tailed man Zuliugao was finally defeated by the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. It's really tricky, you bastard. Deidara scolded and fell to the ground, looking at Yu Gao, who was seriously injured and passed out, with a dignified expression. No one would have thought that Yu Gao would have 2 forms of tailed beast power, if not for the poison of the Red Sand Scorpion was indeed strong enough to make him gradually lose his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, this person Zuli will really be run away. Take it, I don't like to wait. The red sand scorpion glanced at Deidara with a stern face, and then got into the crimson amber again, turning into an old man with a hoarse voice. Chapter 710 Human Pillar Force Capture Plan. Ninja 10,000 Detonation Talismans. Somewhere on the border of Yinian village, a cold and arrogant woman flying in the air waved her hand indifferently. Use 10,000 detonating charms to wrap the man below who was trapped by 2 panes. Bang! After a terrifying explosion, the woman fell to the ground. Looking at the unrecognizable corpse that was bombed, he said coldly, "Five-tailed man Zuli, the recovery is successful." And in another battlefield less than a dozen miles away from her. PFF'd. The godlike pain of heaven also solved this man who was emitting hot magma all over his body. Four-tailed human pillar force, the recovery is successful. Tiandao Pain said so, and then, after the two met, they left here. When Yenian village and others who came to hear the news checked it out, only a piece of mess and dried blood were left behind. However, the disappearance of Ren Zuli suddenly attracted the strong attention of the shadows of their respective ninja villages. They all felt an inexplicable sense of urgency and a deep panic. Ren Zuli suddenly disappeared. Who did it? Is it only the Ren Zuli from our shinobi village who disappeared? The shadows of the 3 major ninja villages of Yinian Village, Union Village, and Wuyin Village thought so at the same time. They blocked the news at the same time, and did not want other villages to know that the tailed beast in their village was missing. Because this is very likely to cause your village to be attacked. Among them, Rakage from Union Village was the most excited. In addition to ordering the blockade of news, he also imprisoned Rabbi Ricky from the 8-tailed pillar, and guarded him strictly. Without his order, Rabbi Kiribati would never be allowed to leave. The major ninja villages maintained their calm on the surface, and secretly dispatched a large number of people to investigate the disappearance of Ren Zuli. The disappearance of Ren Zuli made them restless. And all of this has nothing to do with Konoha village and Cheyenne village from the assessment. They don't even know about it. After all, in today's world, the major ninja villages are all suspicious of each other. How could such a thing be told to others? Lord Fengying, welcome. As an alliance partner, Minato Namikaze personally met with the 4 generations of Kazekage and his party from Sandian village. Hokage-sama is welcome. Luo Sha was also very modest, and went to the VIP room with Minato Namikaze and the others. And Shajirching, Orochimaru and the others were directly guided to their respective rest areas, without any special place. This made Fujino Ling and others quite angry. It's too much, it's not necessary for people to take tea and cold. Katsutaro said with an angry look on his face. Let him go, that's the reality anyway, isn't it? Shajirching did not show any dissatisfaction, and then, with his group of students, went to the summer charcoal specialty store in Konoha village. Lord Shajirching, you are here, the private room is ready upstairs. The person in charge here has already made great preparations. When I heard that Shajirching was coming, I was really scared and excited. I arranged it for several days in advance, for fear that Shajirching would not be satisfied. Have a heart. Shajirching patted the man on the shoulder and said with a smile. It is my honor to serve Mrs. Shajirching. The person in charge was shaking all over with excitement, as if he had lost several kilograms. He took Shajirching and others upstairs. This surprised some of the new service staff in the store. Chapter 711 That is Mr. Shajirching. Who is that? Why is the store manager so polite and even a little servile? A girl looked at Shajirching and his party with curiosity in her eyes. In her impression, the store manager was an existence that made everyone fearful. One of his eyes can make everyone shudder. The absolute emperor of the earth controls the lives of all of them. Even when dealing with some high-level executives in Konoha village, their store managers also face it calmly and are on an equal footing with them. But now, she actually saw the always dignified store manager, just like a sidekick, in front of this young man Shajirching. He was arrogant. Hey, are you confused? Who can make our majestic store manager be so humble? That one is the former manager of this summer charcoal specialty store, and the owner and founder of the summer charcoal specialty store, Mr. Shajirching. In front of Mr. Shajirching, even the store manager is only a small role. Of course he is submissive, even servile. After all, Mr. Shajirching is the one who can decide the fate of the store manager in one word. We have practiced so many times this time to make the stores so beautiful and clean. Why, not just to welcome the arrival of Lord Shajirching. An older girl looked at Shajirching's figure about to disappear at the entrance of the stairs with a face full of stars, and said with admiration. Hey, is that Master Shajirching? The girl couldn't help but gasp and said in surprise, you're really young, it's amazing. There are also little stars in her eyes that she admires. Upstairs. Good job, I didn't see the wrong person. After Shajirching and others were seated, Shajirching reaffirmed the ability of the store manager. The store manager nodded again and again, excited and didn't know what to say. But, Shajirching's voice changed, it's not necessary to decorate it specially, to deal with me by sanitation. You can be responsible for half of today's every day, so I don't have anything to worry about. After all, I only came here for a short time, and I couldn't find too many problems. The other diners are the real protagonists. Make them satisfied and listen to their opinions as much as possible. Guarantee food safety, maintain service level. After a long time, word of mouth will naturally come out. With these, and pay attention to some details, I don't have to worry about this store going out of business. The store manager naturally nodded again and again, saying that he would definitely implement it. Okay, go do your work, I'm just a guest, leave the rest to professionals. I still have confidence in the level of service staff in the store. Shajirching looked at the restless store manager, smiled and waved, the latter immediately scratched his head and backed out. It's only here that you can feel familiar, just like home, you can relax. Shajirching glanced around, the table, chairs, window and wood were all the same as what he had seen back then, without any change. Yeah, or only here, can people have a feeling of coming home. Here, we carry too many good memories. Ray Fujino replied, since that day, the place where we met has always been here. Chapter 712 Beautiful Years. Majuro also opened his mouth to join in. At that time, we were talking loudly in South Blue North, and we were in high spirits, how comfortable. Sakajalang and others also showed nostalgic expressions on their faces, saying, the memory of the old place is really unique. This elegant room really carries too many things for them. All kinds of laughter, hope, gratitude and more. Anmura Nobuomi held her face. I still remember that time, the happiest time of the day is to come here to eat and drink after training. Mr. Shajirching always looked at us with a smile and asked us to eat more to grow our bodies. We were always afraid of ruining Mr. Shajirching, so we didn't dare to eat more. Fujino Ray Isho, but we found out later. Having said that, she and Majuro and the others looked at each other, and couldn't help but feel Isho. We have no idea how rich teacher Shajirching's financial resources are. Even if we eat 10 times more, it won't shake teacher Shajirching. Katsutaro and the others listened quietly. They didn't have similar memories, but just listening to the past of Anmura Nobume and the others made people yearn for it. Besides, listening to them speak is a very enjoyable thing in itself, isn't it? Looking at the majestic teacher who trained them in the past, all of a sudden, he returned to his true nature, telling it like a child, isn't it a great thing? And when they were talking in the private room, downstairs, representatives from various ninja villages were also enjoying the food in 2s and 3s. It's so lively and outrageous, this business is so good that it's despairing. Even if Shajirching doesn't become a ninja, he will have nothing to worry about for the rest of his life. In this case, the representatives of each ninja village are talking. Shajirching is truly a peerless evildoer. Even if you are strong, you can still do business like this. Just don't give other people a way to live. Looking at the bustling crowd in the store, I don't know how many people have retired and come to this store for a drink and a chat. The atmosphere here is so good that people like Orochimaru can't help but feel a sense of relaxation like never before. It's really amazing. Orochimaru sighed with emotion. As for who he said, I don't know. And on a quiet street in Konoha. Whoops. A child with a snot and a long scarf around his neck suddenly bumped into someone, but was knocked to the ground. Little devil, you don't have eyes when you walk, do you want to die? It was a man with a hunchback wrapped in bandages who was talking. He grabbed the boy's neck with a murderous face and lifted him up. Jiren said with a smile, Noha kid, hurry up and apologize now and I can spare you a life. You better let me go, do you know who I am? You can't mess with me. But after the boy was caught, he did not panic, but instead said proudly, Oh, who are you? What's special about you? Let's not get offended. Hearing this, the bandaged man couldn't help showing interest and asked curiously. Then listen carefully, the bandaged man who the boy listened to really said, and suddenly showed an extremely proud look. I am the grandson of the third generation of Hokage, the younger brother of the son of the fourth generation of Hokage. Konoha village Konoha Maru is also. If you don't want to die, let me go quickly, otherwise, you will have a very difficult time in Konoha next time. Yes, this little boy is naturally Konoha Maru who is only 7 years old this year. Chapter 713 Different Storyline. Ha ha ha, the grandson of the third generation. The younger brother of the fourth generation, be well. Who knows, after hearing Konoha Maru's words, the bandaged man suddenly laughed. Laughing extremely presumptuously, contemptuously. This made Konoha Maru's heart skip a beat. The bandaged man didn't react right. When others hear of his identity, they should be full of fear and let him go. Why is this bandaged man smiling? He has no fear at all. If you apologize just now, I might be able to let you go. But since you are ignorant, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't like being threatened. Hearing the bandaged man's words, Konoha Maru panicked and his pupils shrank. He was terrified and wanted to break free, but the bandaged man's hands were like iron pliers, tightly clasping his neck, making him almost out of breath. This made Konoha Maru feel fear directly. He said, Am I going to die here? At this time, just as the bandaged man was about to take away Konoha Maru and tortured, a shot of bitterness shot at the bandaged man, causing him to immediately shout, Who is it? He hurriedly turned around to look, but saw a handsome and indifferent young man walking out of the corner in front of him. He was wearing a costume with the Uchiha clan emblem, and said coldly, The person who held my Konoha in my Konoha, do you think my Konoha is gone? Needless to say, the person here is naturally Sasuke Uchiha. HMPH, what about the Uchiha clan? Look at me. The bandaged man saw Uchiha Sasuke with disdain in his eyes as always. But just as he was about to rush towards Sasuke, a cold kunai had already touched his neck. An even colder, indifferent voice sounded, with a strong murderous aura, You'd better not move. You are really very thoughtful if you commit crimes in the jurisdiction of my Uchiha clan. But behind him, a young man dressed in a red imperial robe, with pigtails and deep nasolabial lines on his face stood indifferently. Who is it if it's not Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi. When the bandaged man saw Uchiha Itachi's face, he couldn't help shouting in horror, and then he threw the Konoha Maru and disappeared in place with a bang. Cough cough cough. Konoha Maru was caught by Uchiha Itachi, and he couldn't help coughing hard for the rest of his life. Then, he thanked Uchiha Itachi. Thank you, brother Itachi. And when Konoha Maru had an affair with the bandaged man, it was in another street. Do you also want to taste the taste of blood? The one-tailed pillar power, which was cultivated as a killing weapon, and the Naruto Uzumaki of Destiny Child, still met. Cut, I don't want ya, you bastard, let me loose the girl in your hand. Naruto looked angrily at the girl who was about to suffocate by the Grimgara in his hand, and said also angrily. That girl is none other than Haruno Sakura. Naruto, save me. Seeing Naruto coming, Haruno Sakura suddenly pleaded helplessly as if she had seen a savior. Then I'll tell you if you win. Gaara made a very ferocious voice, completely ignoring Temari's persuasion, and rushed towards Naruto. Today's Naruto is naturally different from the tale of the crane in the original book. There is no need to suppress the 9 tails, and there is a father who is Hokage and the teacher of Sannin, Jiraiya. Coupled with the excellent talent he inherited from Minato Namaifung, he can be described as a well-known genius among Konoha. Chapter 714 Changed People. Multiple Shadows. He separated a shadow clone and rushed towards Gaara, and immediately, a sea of people surrounded Gaara. Boom bang bang. I Love Lua waved his arm and threw Haruno Sakura directly out, smashing into a shadow clone, and then, like a beast, he rushed towards Naruto. But Naruto didn't fight him head-on at all, and the shadow clones avoided frantically. It evolves like a big formation, making Gaara's crazy attack, completely failed to attack any target. Looking like this, is it really good? Your Excellency Jiraiya, if he gets hurt, it will be bad. This Gaara is a killing machine in the future. What I don't understand is enough to stop. Not far from here, Shajirching looked at Jiraiya sitting on the roof and asked with a smile. If you don't experience actual combat, you will never be able to become a qualified ninja. I remember you said this sentence, why did you forget it so quickly? Zilai also responded to Shajirching with one of Shajirching's words. In this regard, Shajirching did not comment, but said, that said, Naruto is not Gaara's opponent yet. This should be his first battle. Hearing this, Zilai also raised his brows and said, you seem to be very concerned about Naruto, are you very interested in him? Shajirching, of course, I don't pay attention to the descendants of geniuses like Minato and Kushina, and I can't justify it. Hearing the words, Jirai also urged Isho, since you are so concerned, why don't you bring it back to teach and teach? Shajirching rolled his eyes, forget it, I won't misunderstand the children, Naruto should leave you to teach yourself. Then, it turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in front of Jiraiya. Below, there is already Konoha dark part of the 2 people. In other places, there are conflicts of varying degrees between all parties. Only the group led by Shajirching happily ate meat, drank wine, and talked about life happily. Outside things have nothing to do with them. The next day, the Chunin exam has begun. In the original book, Shaoli confessed, Shaoli vs Uchiha Sasuke, and the test room serial number illusion events all happened one by one. Shaoli's confession was rejected as always. But the battle between Shaoli and Uchiha Sasuke ended in a draw. After all, Uchiha Itachi taught, Uchiha Sasuke's strength and state of mind are different from the original. As for the final test room serial number illusion event, the original plot was Naruto's trick, and the rest of the people basically saw it through. And now, even Naruto sees something wrong and is not fooled. After that, everything went smoothly, nothing happened, and the first exam started like this. Shajirching and the other team leaders were sitting in the reception room, sitting around an arc-shaped table, watching their exams. The atmosphere at the scene was quite strange. The people on Konoha's side frequently swept over Shajirching and Orochimaru, and were extremely vigilant. Everyone, looking at me like a thief makes me very stressed. Shajirching smiled, leaned back on the chair, and said jokingly. As he spoke, he was still peeling an orange in his hand, then pushed a piece into his mouth, and said, this orange is sweeter than before, it seems that everyone in Konoha has put in a lot of effort. It's like these new generation now, each of them amazes me. Quote. Quite indifferent, just like Shajirching is the master here. Chapter 715 Each of you are pregnant. Hearing Shajirching's words, Konoha's top executives are proud and more vigilant. It's good to be appreciated by Shajirching, but why does he have nothing to mention about this? Does he have any purpose? Hey, everyone, Konoha, don't look at me with a paranoid persecution. As I said, I'm not interested in you Konoha. So, If you suspect that I have a purpose, then you don't have to guess. You can't guess because I have no purpose. Xia Qing's words made everyone present look different, but one thing is obvious, no one believes that Xia Qing is really useless. No purpose, what did he come to Konoha for? His existence at this level can't be just Konoha because of boredom. But unfortunately, they really guessed it right. He is Konoha who came here because he was bored. If you have time to watch me, you might as well watch more of these players, after all, so that you can know what to do. I am not responsible if you lose access to important information by looking at me. Regarding the attitudes of Konoha and these people, Xia Qing ridiculed them with the worst attitude. When Orochimaru heard the meaningful issue, he looked away. And after Xia Qing finished speaking, her eyes narrowed. In the long and narrow eyes, there is an occasional glimmer of light. Unable to guess what Xia Qing was thinking, everyone had to focus on the exam again. However, the monitoring of Xia Qing has never been less. In the first exam, the results were the same as those in the original. All those who survived the intimidation of Ibushi Mori and stayed behind all passed. This exam has made many people remember the name Naruto Uzumaki. No, Naruto. Interesting, never giving up as his ninja, people start to inexplicably look forward to his next performance. Orochimaru licked his lips, but his eyes greedily focused on Sasuke Uchiha. If such a body could be occupied, that would be great. And Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who were present, were keenly aware of this, and invariably stood in front of Orochimaru. Then, the two of them looked back at Orochimaru at the same time, and the two pairs of scarlet kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes exuded an unusually terrifying aura, making people shudder. Even Orochimaru felt a strong chill, and immediately looked away. Such small details naturally did not escape the attention of everyone. They have a clearer understanding of Konoha's cognition in their hearts. The second test, the Death Forest Survival Battle. At the beginning, the ninjas of the major ninja villages started a fierce fight. And among them, Gaara of Sandian Village and Yinanu of Yinan Village are the most concerned. After all, their battles were the most bloody and brutal. There are quite outstanding talents. Orochimaru, it's a pity that the person next to you didn't take this exam. Xia Qing said to Orochimaru without raising his head, so that everyone's eyes could not help but focus on Orochimaru. The person beside him is none other than Kagaya Junmaro. As Orochimaru's bodyguard, he didn't join the exam. It's no pity, if he joins, it will break the rules of the game. Orochimaru replied calmly. It's Sandian Village, it deserves to be an existence that pursues an elite policy. The quality of ninjas is high, and it has a crushing advantage over other ninja villages. Orochimaru's words were quite provocative. Chapter 716. Just kidding. Other shinobi villages, naturally, also include Konoha village. But who is Luo Sha? How could the 4 generations of Fengying not be able to hear? He replied, it's just their own unique way of living, there is no distinction between high and low. If possible, I'd rather be like Konoha, let the ninjas live peacefully and peacefully. It's perfect, and it's a pleasure to listen to. However, as the second largest ninja village economy, Heian Village's policy of elite soldiers, the ninja qualities cultivated are indeed much higher than those of Konoha Village's ninja peers. Xia Qing's sudden interjection made Luo Sha secretly say, damn, and Minato Namimo's expression was a little unsightly. Xia Qing, who never took the initiative to cause trouble, actually took the initiative to cause trouble, which made many representatives of the ninja village present look like they were watching a good show. It is rumored that Xia Qing and Konoha executives are at odds with each other, but now, it is true. Does it have to be so hard to tolerate sand? Xia Qing, Your Excellency, Zilai also spoke, a little dissatisfied. It's just a matter of fact, Your Excellency Jiraiya, why are you excited? Xia Qing put another orange in his mouth and said, although that orange was sweet, after all, there is sweetness in the sweetness. If it is not sweet enough to satisfy the eater, then the final fate can only be like this orange. With that said, Shajirching threw the orange that he only ate in his hand into the trash can and said, "What do you think, Your Excellency Jiraiya? Do you think Konoha will be abandoned by the big name one day?" NLT, P and GT. Shajirching's words instantly ignited Jiraiya's emotions. He asked in a low voice, "What the hell are you trying to do?" The light in his eyes was extremely dangerous. "What did you mean just now?" Shajirching peeled another orange and said, "It's nothing, it's just a joke, why take it seriously?" "Why, is it possible that the dignified Mr. Jiraiya can't even make a joke?" Of course Konoha will not be replaced. After all, no one can surpass the original Hokage and build a more powerful village than Konoha village. Hearing Shajirching's words, Zilai also really wanted to blurt out, "No, there is someone who can do this. That's you can't make a joke like this." But when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them again. If he said this, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting that Konoha was afraid of Shajirching? This is an absolutely heavy blow to Konoha's prestige. That's right, keep watching the game. Don't say it, this Gaara really looks a bit like me back then, killing people like hemp. Shajirching was sipping oranges and talking nonsense, but no one thought he was talking nonsense. Shajirching's words just now made them all fall into silent thinking. Especially with Konoha. They had suspected that Shajirching had come with a purpose, and what he said just now made them even more suspicious. So much so that they didn't have the energy to watch Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang's performance. I also missed Katsutaro and their wonderful battle. Anmura Nobumi looked at Shajirching proudly. She knew clearly that what Shajirching said just now was really just a joke. But the shadow of Yikyun, who can scare him with a joke, is uneasy, and only his teacher Shajirching can do it. Because Shajirching has the ability to turn jokes into reality. Chapter 717 I Love Lo's Horror. Ho ho ho, worthy of being a student taught by Your Excellency Shajirching, this strength is tyrannical. Orochimaru's low and magnetic voice came, and everyone couldn't help but look at the screen. But Katsutaro, who I saw, actually fought with Gaara. Boom bang bang. Facing the pursuit of Gaara's huge sand waves, Katsutaro kept flying out a shuriken with a detonating talisman. The sand waves that Gaara pursued were continuously blasted, slightly blocking Gaara's offensive trend. It's naive to think this attack can avoid death. I love Luo's savage beating. He has already suffered from Katsutaro, who moves as nimble as a monkey, and slaps the ground angrily, quicksand waterfalls. Boom. The entire forest of death shook in an instant. The ground under Katsutaro's feet was seen, and the endless sand waves gushed out like a tide, turning a radius of several hundred meters into a desert. As soon as Katsutaro settled down, he was swept in by the rolling sand. There's no chance of any resistance at all. Seeing this scene, I Love Luo suddenly showed endless hideousness, when he was about to clench his fists and release the ultimate move, Sand Waterfall Burial, to bury everything. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. Katsutaro's voice came from above him, and Gaara couldn't help but be surprised, but saw a hot line of fire that distorted the air, flying in. Sand Shield. There was no need for Gaara to react at all. The gourd behind him, the protective power from his mother, Jayuluo, turned into a shield to block Gaara. Hey, this is endless. In order to strengthen the power of Huodun, I specially asked Sister Shinmei to learn this trick. Looking at the blocked attack, Katsutaro grinned Isho, and then, under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, Yuyin released, Wind Dun Gale Palm. Boom. In an instant, the fire assisted the wind, the power multiplied, and the billowing flames directly drowned Gaara in it, reflecting half of the sky red, and it was terrifying. Ah! In the flames, Gaara's painful voice came, but Katsutaro's face showed no smugness. On the contrary, he actually flew out into a large area of kunai. Next moment. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. A ferocious voice tore out from the flames. I saw Gaara's right arm turned into the sharp arm of a sand monster, and his breath suddenly became quite violent. Those kunai were swept away directly by him, and then, with a wave of his hand, a dense sand bullet burst out. Puff puff. Katsutaro hurriedly avoided, and the big tree he had just settled on was directly beaten into a sieve. More sand bullets came in pursuit, and Katsutaro could only concentrate more to avoid. Bah! See. But obviously, avoiding all the time will only lead to the disadvantage. Katsutaro has been scratched a lot, and he also deeply understands Gaara's strength. As expected of the person who needs attention, that Shajir-Ching said, he is really amazing. Katsutaro continued to dodge crazily, but he couldn't do it, so he used the transformation technique and the substitute technique to dodge in a series. How wonderful. Seeing the Konoha crowd who were watching secretly, they praised again and again. Both of them are so strong. Konoha's first genius, Hyuga Ninji, looked at the two of them solemnly. He couldn't beat either of them. Ah, you bastard, give me death. Seeing that he could not hit Katsutaro, Gaara was even more angry, and chakra surged in his body. Lien Shishiu Shagra. Chapter 718. Kuro Lee is a genius. In an instant, I saw unimaginable terrifying sand bullets in all directions in this forest. Even the sky is pouring down like a torrential rain, each one the size of a fist, has the power to burst boulders and dent steel. In the face of this attack from all directions, Katsutaro couldn't help but fry directly. This is too ruthless. This simply doesn't give him any experience of living. But even more desperate is the secret observation of Neji Hyuga, Shikahi Sonara and the others. They thought that watching the play would not be in any danger. Now it seems that they are still too young. Escape. The three of Nara Shikahis are far away, and there is still a chance to escape, but the three of Hyuga Neji, who are close, can really only face it. Go back to heaven. Neji Hyuga gritted his teeth and launched the strongest defense. A round chakra dome surrounded him and Shaoli every day. But, crack. In just 2 seconds, Huishin exploded directly, and Hyuga Ninji's face turned pale immediately. If he was hit by this kind of sand bullet, he would be injured even if he didn't die. Just when he was desperate, Shaoli's decisive voice suddenly came from beside him. This move was originally intended to be used against you, Neji, but it seems that it can only be used here. With that said, he removed the weight that had rumbled on the ground, and shouted, the first gate of opening, open. The second gate of healing, open. The third gate of life, open. The fourth gate of pain, open. Feeling the pressure of Shaoli, who was transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant, and the oppressive pressure, Hyuga Neji couldn't help but begin to doubt life. This kind of trick was originally reserved to deal with him. If you're ready to kill him, just say so. Drink. Shaoli roared like a madman, his speeding fists burst the air, causing a violent neighing noise. Tian and Ningji couldn't help but stare in shock. Is the Shaoli in front of you really still the mediocre Shaoli who can no longer be mediocre? This sudden power made them completely uncomfortable. Under Shaoli's violent fists, the sand bombs continued to explode, and he alone guaranteed the safety of Hyuga and Neji. But if Hyuga Ningji knew that Shaoli still had one door open, would he doubt his life even more? Gaara naturally ignored Shaoli and the others, his attention was all on Katsutaro. This sand bomb is like a destroyer. Wherever it passes, the forest bursts and the sawdust flutters. I don't know how many creatures have unfortunately died, and their flesh and blood are blurred. And Katsutaro is not much better. Even with the ultimate evasion speed tempered in Shajir-Ching's hands, he was still injured in the face of such an intensive attack. Kill you, must kill you, your blood must be delicious. Gaara is already close and grabs Katsutaro with one palm. In the monitoring room, Luo Sha's face almost crushed the armrests of the chair. Wan Duzi, Katsutaro died in Gaara's hands, and Cheyenne Village must face Shajir-Ching's revenge. This will undoubtedly cast a haze on Cheyenne Village. But Shajir-Ching was calm, not worried that Katsutaro would be killed by Gaara. His eyes actually focused on Shaoli, it's a talent, this Xiaoli is not bad, he's a genius. For Sha Zhiqing to praise Xiaoli for being a genius, Jiraiya and others are a bit stunned. But only Matekai, with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Finally, in this world, besides him, there are other people who also recognize Xiaoli. Even if this person is the enemy of Konoha village. Chapter 719 produced by Sha Zhiqing, it must be a fine product. It's getting closer, it's getting closer. In the forest, Gaara's figure and Katsutaro are getting closer. However, Katsutaro suddenly grinned at Gaara Isho, and everyone in the monitoring room couldn't help but be surprised. However, seeing Katsutaro taking a long breath, his hand was actually in a knotted state, and then he shouted, "Fire escape dragon fire technique." An incomparably condensed flame faucet spewed out of Katsutaro's mouth, and directly knocked Gaara, who had no preparation at all, and flew out. Ah! This fire faucet has unparalleled impact and burning ability, and Gaara was burned in an instant. Facing the flame dragon head that Katsutaro continued to spray, the sand of protection in his body immediately burst out and turned into a shield to protect Gaara. Boom boom boom. Gaara was constantly forced to retreat, and the scorching temperature couldn't stand even sand. Gaara had a feeling of being steamed, which made the irritability in his heart even stronger. However, just when he wanted to riot, Katsutaro actually made a seal again, Wind Escape Gale Palm. Combination Ninjutsu Wind Fire Dragon Ball. The size of the flame dragon head Yufeng increases several times in an instant. In an instant, lighting up a radius of several kilometers, the endless scorching heat spread, and it roared and slammed into Gaara. Boom! The earth bursts, and the heat wave rolls. The forest was pushed away by a large pit of nearly 30 meters, and the three of Narashikahisa who fled not far away were blown out again. Ah! In the flames, there was Gaara's screams, and then, as the flames went out, the sound also disappeared. Ha! Ha! I have to find Murasuke and the others to join us. This is the first time I have been forced into such a desperate situation. Katsutaro didn't have time to confirm whether Gaara was defeated, so he pulled away. In the monitoring room. It's really powerful, it's even better than Konoha Jonin. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes were quite hot. I was just an ordinary child more than a year ago. After more than a year, is it so powerful? Sha Zhiqing's teaching level is getting stronger and stronger. Zilai also looked at Sha Zhiqing and thought so solemnly. What a strong fire escape. I am afraid that the Uchiha family, few people can achieve this level. The rest of the people in Shinobi Village also thought so in their hearts. The battle between Katsutaro and Gaara really opened their eyes. Where are the two lower ninjas fighting? The two upper ninjas are nothing more than that, maybe even worse. Speaking of which, the three elites of Sandian Village have all encountered strong middlemen. Orochimaru spoke again, and everyone nodded. Because when Gaara and Katsutaro fought fiercely, Temari and Kankuro also fought fiercely with Watanwaro and Mirai. But they are all at a disadvantage to varying degrees. Whether it was Mirai's enchantment technique or Watanaro's swordsmanship, both Kankuro and Temari were forced into a disadvantage. It's still as strong as ever, just like Nobuomi Anmura and the others. Hyuga Hazu glanced at the three of Anmura Nobuomi, who was standing highest behind Sha Zhiqing, and sighed in her heart. Just as the three of Anmura Nobuomi shocked all four, the students taught by Sha Zhiqing always shine brightly, making people ignore the bright spots of others. And Luo Sha, his face is a little ugly. In the surveillance screen, the area where Gaara was located, the result had already come out, and Gaara was burnt and passed out. And the battle between Temari and Watanaro had to end because of Katsutaro's participation, and then evacuated. Naturally, Kankuro can only evacuate. Chapter 720 The scroll is in hand. The scene in which Luo Sha imagined the three siblings to shine, never appeared at all. On the contrary, it fulfilled Konoha Shamanen Kuro Lee, and got a high evaluation of Sha Zhiqing's, be a genius. And Katsutaro, who was taught by Sha Zhiqing, became famous in one battle. There are 9 out of 10 things in life that don't go your way. Don't worry so much, Your Excellency Luo Sha. But Sha Zhiqing still spoke in a comforting tone. Luo Sha's face suddenly turned darker. Sha Zhiqing crossed her legs and said, "Didn't you say, sweetness has its own sweetness?" Hearing this, Luo Sha wanted to vomit blood. On the battlefield. Next, we can only make repairs before continuing. The 3 of Hyuga and Neji made a decision to rest. No way, Xiaoli is very weak and has suffered a certain internal injury. Hyuga Neji is also very weak and in poor condition. How to fight in such a state? Is this the strength of Sha Zhiqing's students? It's so terrifying that it makes one's scalp tingle. Narashikahisa scratched his head and said with a headache. Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino immediately nodded heavily, expressing their approval. For the first time, they felt the huge strength gap between them and their peers. This sense of shock gave them a feeling of urgency. Cough, cough, it's a big loss. The battle suffered such a serious injury, but the scroll didn't get it. Katsutaro said with a distressed face that Mirai was helping him deal with the wound. Well, it can't be said that there is no gain, maybe you have the wrong target. Hearing what he said, Watanakiro said, Katsutaro couldn't help but look immediately, but saw that he was holding a scroll of earth in his hand. Just what their team needed. What is the scroll on that girl's hand? Katsutaro looked surprised. Watanaro nodded. Since that's the case, then we can almost prepare to go out. This forest of death monster is infiltrating people. Katsutaro said with a sigh of relief. I'm afraid it's not that simple. There are 73 people and 24 groups in this forest of death. Except for the 6 teams of Konoha, 1 from Cheyenne Village, and more than a dozen teams from Yuanan Village, Sao Ninja Village, Yinan Village, etc., they are all watching closely. Here, regardless of one's background, strength is king. The strength of the rest of the ninjas in the ninja village should not be underestimated. Watashiro was obviously the leader of the team, and he analyzed it for the 2 companions. That means, we still have to kill. Katsutaro's eyes had a strong flame of war. Perhaps, there is an easier way. Watanakiro threatened Isho, saying, for example, traps. For example, illusions. In this forest of death, there is a lot of miasma and poisonous fog. If you don't use it, it will be in vain. An LT, P and GT. It makes sense, it's feasible. Mirai said. It turned out to be a female voice. You guy, I really don't understand why you don't learn ninjutsu, but you learn strategy and swordsmanship from teacher Sha Zhiqing. Katsutaro looked at Watanaro with a look of disgust, and said. Maybe this is my destiny. Watanaro Isho said in his heart. It's also because of my idol, Mrs. Nobuyumi Yasunora. I must become the same person as her, both civil and military. And when such a big battle took place here, Naruto and his group met their fateful enemy, the Tonin trio. But this time, Sasuke Uchiha, who was not bitten by Orochimaru, was never in a coma, and Naruto, who was not tortured by Orochimaru, was on the line. The Sound and Forbearance trio really didn't take any advantage. Chapter 721 The Strong Enemy is Coming. In the end, the 2 sides had to withdraw from each other. After all, nothing was taken advantage of. The 3 of Watanaro, who had rested for a whole day, are ready to embark on a journey to leave the examination room. Naturally, people like them who have their own halo as soon as they appear on the stage are secretly stared at by many people. But there is no one who dares to take action. They have all heard of the powerful strength of the 3 of Katsutaro. They don't want to kill themselves yet. It really makes people feel like a man on the back, and the scalp is numb. The 3 have always maintained a state of vigilance and dare not underestimate the enemy. Finally found you guys, Toshiro. At this time, in the woods in front of Katsutaro and the others, there were 4 people dressed like sumo wrestlers. Looking at the 3 men and 1 woman, Watanakiro immediately showed an unprecedented dignified look. The 4 people who suddenly appeared were none other than Orochimaru's bodyguard, the group of 4 of them. Near and near, Gatong Maru, Tiyuya, Jirofang. Era, there are some incredible opponents. Katsutaro squinted his eyes, his body tightened, the threat of the 4 people in front of him was second only to Gaara. They always wanted to see your strength, but I didn't think about your traces, but you've disappeared. Now I've finally found you. Let's fight with us. It was Gatong Maru who was talking, and his face was full of fighting intent. Is it necessary to fight? Katsutaro squinted his eyes and said. If possible, he doesn't want to fight these 4, because it will take some time to solve them. Of course, I am very curious about your strength. Jirofang touched his fists, and his eyes were full of flames of war. People who can be admired by Shajirching must be different. After he finished speaking, he saw that a circle of fiery red lines rose up on his face, and then turned black, and his breath suddenly became several times stronger. State 2. Show off your full strength and have a good fight with us. Jirofang actually showed all his strength from the very beginning. If that's the case, let's go too. Seeing this, the remaining 3 of Kitamaru immediately entered the strongest curse mark state, and launched an attack with their unique formation. It's really impossible, it's really a headache. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they started a formation of 3 talents. The 3 of them faced the enemy's 4. Separation was tantamount to weakening themselves. Uchiha Flame Array. Muraisuke released an enchantment to surround the 3. Arhat Boxing. The extremely huge Jirofang slammed into the barrier with a loud shout. But the enchantment had no effect other than the violent tremor and the surrounding earth burst. On the contrary, he also showed a painful expression, and his fist was scalded. Seeing this, Jirofang quickly retreated, but Wadashiro had already appeared behind him and cut out with a sword. Jirofang snorted immediately, and when he wanted to turn around and fight back, Watanakiro had already disappeared. Magic Flute Dream Sound Lock. Tiyuya's attack came suddenly, and a melodious voice sounded in the heads of Watanakiro and the 3. The 3 of them couldn't help being surprised, and then they found that their bodies were bound, and then they began to melt. The real pain made the 3 of them cry out in pain. It's now. Duoyu also shouted. His 3 teammates did not need to remind, and immediately launched an attack on the 3. Chapter 722 Cooperative Battle. Magic Flute Magic Dance. Tiyuya channeled the 3 ghosts, and used the flute to manipulate them to launch a destructive attack on Katsutaro. Broken Palm. Jirofang blasted a devastating wave from the air, and it would hit the 3 people hard. Secret Art. Spider Bow, Desolate Crack. Kitamaru spit out arrows made of high-density sticky gold, bursting the air and blasting not only towards the 3 of Katsutaro. More legs. Zuo Jin Yujin directly aimed at Muraisuke alone, and launched a violent leg strike. Yi Daolu Qinglong drinks water. At this time, Watanagiru's voice suddenly came. But he saw that he cut himself and broke free from the illusion. Then, a sword wave that turned into the shape of a blue dragon was slashed, and a gust of wind was set off, resisting the attack that was coming towards them. Bang! The entire forest exploded, Tiyuya's 3 ghosts were blown away heavily, and Jirofang's power fluctuations were also resisted. But the arrow from Kidumaru pierced through Watashiro's attack and headed towards him. There is also a near, and he actually stole his legs and feet, and avoided the attack, and then, an accelerated lunge rushed towards Katsutaro. Great Flame Formation. At the critical moment, Muraisuke's voice sounded, and a fiery red transparent barrier stood in front of Watanaro and Katsutaro. Ding! The earth with a radius of more than 10 feet exploded, and the gravel splashed. This arrow spun and collided at the top of the barrier, and a fierce flame erupted. But in the end, after half of the invasion, the stamina stopped. Knowing the power of this flame formation, Zuo Jin retreated again. While retreating, he also said to Jirofang behind him, "Open the ground under their feet, please." Jirofang immediately concluded and auctioned the land, 2-2 land flip. Boom! The ground under Katsutaro's feet instantly turned up to both sides, directly interrupting the formation of the three. Attack! The left and right speeded up again, and he ran in front of Muraisuke, and he just punched out, not giving Mirai a chance to seal. Final Chapter 9. The Mirror Chaos. Tayuya also manipulated the three ghosts, and three groups of evil spirits flew out of their mouths. This is an attack that will absorb chakra when bitten. Broken Palm. Jirofang slammed Watanakiro with all his strength, with the power to break a boulder. Secret Art, Spider Bow, Desolate Crack. Gatong Maru once again shot a deadly arrow and the air was torn apart, and it was absolutely impossible to escape. Bang! Bang! All three were hit, and they didn't have time to react at all. It's just that, without waiting for Tayuya and the others to get excited, Katsutaro and Watashiro became stand-ins with a bang. And Muraisuke, the high-intensity boxing around and around didn't help him, she pulled away. This made Zojin couldn't help but rush to a bad situation. Before he could issue a warning, Katsutaro's voice came over. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. He opened his mouth and spewed out a condensed faucet flame, and the scorching temperature forced them to dodge quickly. But one knife, style Black Rope Tornado. Watashiro's voice came again, wrapped in a monstrous wind attribute breath, and the hearts of the people around him suddenly became cold. Quickly biting through the knots on his fingers, he slapped the ground heavily and shouted, "The art of spirituality Sanjaluo Gate of Life." Boom! That dragon head flame meets this hurricane chakra. In an instant, it turned into a sea of terrifying flames that destroyed everything, with the huge power of destroying everything, and crashed into the Luo Gate of Life with three ghost face sculptures that broke out of the ground. Chapter 723 Both Loses. Bang! The first door persisted for only 3 seconds and burst directly. The second door persisted for 3 seconds and exploded. The third door rattled loudly, and even though it was all cracks and melted, it was still extremely tenacious in blocking the blow. But other people don't have such good luck. Gatongwan immediately stopped the food, and the guardian of Jirofang was also seriously injured and unconscious. Taiyu was also burned. I know it's not that easy to solve you, then. Muraisuke's voice sounded, and then, seeing her flying out of the four-handed special skill kunai, she clapped her palms together and shouted, "Four red flame formation." Whoosh! A fiery red square enchantment trapped Zojin and Zojin inside. Not good. Seeing this scene, the people around and around couldn't help being horrified, but Muraisuke had already approached the front of the formation and slapped the flame formation with his palm. Superimposed enchantment, shining in all directions. In the flame formation, a big light suddenly lit up, and the near and right were screamed in an instant. This light, with unimaginable scorching heat, madly wounded his body. When the light dissipated, Zuo-jin was lying on the ground in a coma. Seeing this scene, all the forces who were observing secretly could not help but feel a little scalp numb. Cough, cough, it's really amazing. After doing this, the three of them coughed at the same time, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This is injured by Tayuya's magic flute and dream sound lock. As expected of the ninja that Shajir-Ching said that you need to pay attention, he is really strong. It should be said, if it weren't for our attribute restraint, it would not have been so easy to win. Katsutaro glanced at Gaidamaru, who was resting, and squinted his eyes. His fire is just right to restrain Guidomaru's spider-sticking gold, as well as the spider web that he has never used. It's really possible to get caught in an anxious battle with another person. Continue to going, there are still many enemies on the way. Wataichiro put his sword in the sheath and said. Muraisuke nodded and left. Monitoring room. This thing called a curse mark seems to be quite good. I smell a little bit of fairy mode. Orochimaru, you have created some good things. Shajir-Ching said with a slightly sarcastic tone. You have seen it all. It seems that the rumor that you have successfully practiced the immortal mode is not false. Orochimaru licked his lips, smiled evilly, and said, would you like to study the mysteries of the human body with me? Or, give me a drop of your blood. I'm very interested in your body. Before he could finish speaking, Anmuranabume, who was behind Shajurching, interrupted him with a stern tone. Orochimaru, do you want to experience the feeling of despair again? The floor under her feet burst directly, and that palpitating aura didn't look like what a 17-year-old girl should have. Kagaya Junmalu directly entered the state of the curse, and the master humiliated the subject and died. Hee, don't be so excited, I'm just asking. Orochimaru's eyes, and he reached out to stop Junmaro, and didn't say anything about it. This made the people present couldn't help but pay more attention to Anmuranobuomi. To make Orochimaru, one of the dignified three ninjas, retreat, it seems that Nobumi Yasunori is more dangerous than they thought. Namikaze Minato's eyes are a bit more complicated. Once upon a time, Anmuranabume was a mediocre girl who almost couldn't even graduate. But now, she is so powerful that a genius like Itachi Uchiha is ashamed. Chapter 724 Second Round. If I have time, I don't mind studying science with you. But unfortunately, I don't have time. Shajurching looked at Orochimaru and said with a smile, that look made Orochimaru's scalp numb. He has the feeling that he is like a prey, unable to escape the palm of Shajurching's hunter's palm. This makes Orochimaru a little unnatural. The three of Katsutaro are still going. In the following journey, they are careful along the way, and they also set up many traps, blocking many desperate people. Then, they became the first team to clear the game. It can be considered a customs clearance. I am exhausted. After Katsutaro passed the clearance scroll, he sat down directly in the rest area. Muraisuke and the two also entered a state of rest. Monitoring room. Calculate the time, it's almost time. Kinosuke, the four of you, go and meet His Excellency Daimyo. He asked me to escort him by name, and he can't save his face. Shajurching put down the teacup and ordered to speak. Understood. Kinosuke responded and left with the three of Sakajiro. How could Daimyo of the Land of Fire not be present at such a grand ceremony as the Chunin exam? The big names in other countries also have the same idea. Moreover, almost all the daimyo of the small country closely followed the daimyo of the country of fire, rushing towards the direction of Konoha. As for why, it's not because of the safety of the Fire Nation's daimyo. Konoha Jonin elite Kakashi, escorted by Sarutobi Asuma, not to mention that there will be a group of 7 people in summer. What could be more secure than such an escort force? After all, any one of the 7 people in the summer has the strength to fight against the shadow of a village. By the time daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire and others arrived at Konoha, the second game was over. There were only 10 teams that finally passed. Konoha 12 Shaoqiang failed to pass all of them and was eliminated from the first team. The team that was eliminated was Hinata-Hinata's team. Because the opponent that Hinata-Hinata and the others encountered was a powerful enemy like the 4 of them, all of them were seriously injured and unconscious. This result is not surprising to everyone. After all, there are too many monsters in this exam. On the contrary, the 2 teams passed through the sound of Ninja Village, which made people have to marvel at the power of Orochimaru. In the end, the 3rd team of Konoha Village, the 2nd team of Yinin Village, Seiin Village, Rainin Village, Taki Ninja Village, and Grass Ninja Village are 1 team each. Together with Katsutaro and the 3, passed the 2nd exam. Next, is the final match. 15 rounds of PK matches. Regardless of victory or defeat, as long as the upper management thinks you can become a Chunin, you can become a Chunin. But all in all, there is more hope for the winner. 3 days later, the final game begins. Shajurching, as a high-level executive of the Kingdom of Fire, sits on the left of the daimyo, and has a higher status than the Naruto Minato, who sits on the right of the daimyo. My country of fire, Erlang, is really extraordinary, ha ha ha. Seeing the 4 Fire Nation teams present, daimyo laughed very happily. Shajurching just laughed without saying a word. It is normal to have such a result. After all, Konoha village has a profound background. And the person who was happier than the Fire Nation was the famous name of the Sound Nation. Seeing that there were actually 2 other teams from his own country, he felt that his money was not wasted. 2 lined up. The entire arena is filled with the dignitaries of the country of fire, as well as the high-level executives of the villages. The next game will be played under their watch. Chapter 725 Genius Apprentice vs. Genius. The first game, Katsutaro vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing the names of the 2 people in the first battle, everyone present burst out with intense interest. Shajirching's student vs. Uchiha's genius, who is stronger? You admit defeat now, you don't have to be beaten later. Admit defeat, you can't be my opponent. Katsutaro looked at Sasuke Uchiha who was about to leave, and said proudly. HMPH, I'll find out later. In order to deal with you, I have learned a new ninjutsu. Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly, his face full of confidence. Okay, have the courage. Then I'll wait and see. After saying that, Katsutaro jumped directly into the arena. Go. After the 2 sides were in place, Gecko announced the start of the game. Come on, let me see where your confidence comes from. Katsutaro rushed directly to Sasuke Uchiha, and the speed was so fast that the air burst. Fire escape how fireball technique. In order to prevent Katsutaro from deceiving himself, Uchiha Sasuke Yuyan sprayed a huge fireball to block it. HMPH, are you comparing fire with me? Then you've got the wrong person, kid. Katsutaro snorted disdainfully, and also spit out an even bigger fireball. Boom. The collision of the 2 balls immediately exploded a scorching heat wave, and the walls of the entire arena trembled. Then, Uchiha Sasuke's fireball was suppressed into the downwind. Ah! Even if Sasuke Uchiha sees the situation bad and dodges in time, he is still scalded by the scorching fireball. Just this also want to fight against me? Katsutaro appeared in front of Sasuke Uchiha and mocked him condescendingly. Then, he punched Sasuke Uchiha in front of the door and smashed him out. Blood spattered everywhere, so that Uchiha Itachi, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but hold on to the railing. Sasuke! Naruto shouted even more worriedly. But just when Katsutaro was about to continue going, he saw Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shot a shuriken, which was covered with a detonating talisman. Moreover, before the shuriken approached Katsutaro, Uchiha Sasuke directly detonated the detonating talisman. The violent explosion caused the shuriken to turn into fragments and fade away. Moreover, the most important thing is that the shuriken is wrapped with wire behind it, turning it into a shocking weapon and wrapping it up to Katsutaro. There is no way to avoid the dense crowd, and Katsutaro uses the avatar technique to avoid it. Bah! The stand-in wooden quilt was cut into 8 pieces, and Katsutaro appeared in front of Sasuke Uchiha. But Sasuke Uchiha had already taken out a huge Fuma shuriken from the scroll he was carrying, and shot it at Katsutaro. Press step by step, don't let Katsutaro have a chance to breathe. I have an inexplicable feeling of seeing Mr. Nobuyumi Yasunori fighting, said Mirai Suke. Wadashiro nodded in agreement and said, yeah, it's too similar, they're all good at hidden weapon techniques. Shajirching couldn't help but look at Uchiha Itachi, who also looked over and showed a gentle smile. Shajirching, it's your brother after all, the art of hidden weapons is indeed a must-have skill. Itachi Uchiha, I still learned a lot from Mr. Shajirching's experience. Shajirching couldn't deny this. After all, it's really uncertain who learns from whom. In the face of the incoming Fuma shuriken, Katsutaro jumped to dodge, but Uchiha Sasuke laughed. This made Katsutaro scream badly, but the same Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken appeared under the Fengmo Shuriken he saw. Chapter 726 Thunder Escaped Thousand Birds. What? Watanakiro couldn't help but startled, this Uchiha Sasuke has something. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Katsutaro reluctantly twisted his body in the air to avoid the past. But is this the end? No. Sasuke Uchiha, who saw that he was proud of Issho again, pulled him sharply. With this gesture, Anmura and Fujino Ray couldn't help but look at each other and said, "It's a familiar gesture. Once upon a time, they did this too." Whoosh whoosh. Hearing the sound of breaking the sky, the wind demon shuriken actually disintegrated into 4 flying blades, attacking Katsutaro's whole body. No matter how powerful Katsutaro was, he still couldn't dodge the last attack and was stabbed into his thigh. But the most deadly part is that the flying blades that he avoided, also carrying steel wires, have tied him up. Fire escape dragon fire technique. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes brightened. He would never let go of such a good opportunity. Boom. In an instant, the roaring flames illuminated the audience, and Katsutaro even screamed. "Good. Nice job. Naruto shouted excitedly, extremely excited. Bang. Katsutaro landed heavily and was hit again. This guy can actually hurt Katsutaro. Muraisuke and Watanakiro couldn't help but be a little surprised, as expected of Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. This guy, I didn't see that he has such strength. The 4 of them looked at Uchiha Sasuke's back, and they couldn't help but be surprised. Katsutaro's strength, they understand very well. But now, he was forced to this extent by Sasuke Uchiha. As expected of Konoha, there are still hidden masters. I'm starting to get even more excited. Gatongmaru grinned Isho, his eyes were full of excitement. Very good, you can push me to this level, you are really good, I really underestimate you. Just when Sasuke Uchiha was about to step forward to end the battle, Katsutaro stood up. HMPH, then next, I'm going to make you treat me with admiration. Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly when he heard the words, and then his face suddenly became extremely serious. Moreover, the most important thing is that his single Go Jade writing wheel eyes suddenly turned into double Go Jade. He nodded up quickly, then held his right hand with his left hand, and a piercing, sharp sound resounded throughout the audience. And on the assistant, there was a crazy thunder and lightning all of a sudden. That's Chidori. Anmura and the others were stunned for a while, and then they spoke out in disbelief. The onlookers on the entire arena also fell into disbelief, their eyes widened, and their mouths opened in surprise. The scene was so silent that only the voice of Chidori in the assistant was left. As we all know, Chidori is Shajir-Ching's trick. Everyone couldn't help but look at Shajir-Ching, but when they saw him, he shrugged helplessly, saying that he didn't know. He looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, as expected of you, you can copy this complex ninjutsu." Uchiha Itachi Vivi bowed and apologized. "I copied it without permission, I hope you forgive me." Shajir-Ching waved his hand and didn't care. "Ninjutsu, if you learn it, it's yours." Seeing this, everyone showed an expression of sudden realization. Dare to love, this is what Uchiha Itachi stole to learn. It's amazing. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. They all knew how difficult it was to copy a ninjutsu. Chapter 727 The crisis came so suddenly. If ninjutsu could be replicated so easily, then many people wouldn't have to work so hard to find ninjutsu. In fact, trying to copy a ninjutsu is as difficult as going to the sky. But to say that the person who feels the most bitter is Kakashi. After all, Chidori and his Rachel are the same thing. But when Chidori came out, it was Shajir-Ching who attracted attention, not Kakashi Hatake. How realistic. In the arena. Do you think it will be useful to learn the ninjutsu of Lord Shajir-Ching, naive? Katsutaro quickly formed the seal, looked at Sasuke Uchiha who was rushing towards him, and shouted furiously, "Fire escape, the fire is extinguished." Boom. A fire engulfed the audience. In the midst of the monstrous fire, Uchiha Sasuke rushed in front of Katsutaro with thunder and lightning like a broken bamboo. In his horrified eyes, he blasted towards his abdomen. But, bang! Katsutaro instantly turned into smoke, and Sasuke Uchiha couldn't help but secretly murmured in his heart. The thick flames affected his sight, so that his writing wheel eyes couldn't see that it was a clone. It's too late to react again. Wind escaped gale palm. But I saw Katsutaro rushing out of the flames, using the remaining flames to ignite the audience again. Ah! The screams of Sasuke Uchiha suddenly came from inside. After the thick fog dissipated, Sasuke Uchiha had already passed out because of the burns. Katsutaro wins. Referee Gekko Hayate immediately announced the result of the game. Damn! Seeing the result, Naruto smashed on the railing very unwillingly. The rest of the people also looked a little pity, and they thought they could see a fight against killing. I thought Sasuke Uchiha could create a miracle for them. In the end, he was defeated by Katsutaro. Only Uchiha Itachi sighed and said in a low voice, "Is the gap in strength too big?" The second scene, Muraizuki vs. Koto Hammer. Chin, a member of the Sound and Ninja Trio, is a woman, and her teammates are Two's Anvil and Sark Stirrup. Among them, Two's Anvil was the bandaged man who was going to kill Konohamaru when the competition started. Shajirching's student. So what? I won't admit defeat. There are not many contestants out there who can make Jean and Hammer nervous. But Muraizuki can definitely be regarded as one. Is it the ninja of your Sound Ninja village again? I hope you can be stronger than the 4 people of Sound Ninja. Muraizuki plays with Isho and is ready for battle. The game begins. Gekko shouted a blast to announce the start, but before the battle between the two began, a terrifying cannonball shot straight at Chin Hammer. Exuding unimaginable outrageous power, Chin stood on the spot in horror, forgetting to escape. And when this cannonball hit Chin, other parts of Konoha also flew a lot of cannonballs, distorting the air and making a hissing sound. Get out of the way. Seeing that the cannonball was about to hit the piano, she still didn't react at all. Muraizuki couldn't help rushing towards her, shouting loudly, "Enchantment Ninjutsu 6 Pillars of Light Prison." A hexagonal barrier, in front of the cannonball, separated Chin and encased her and Muraizuki. Bang! The arena exploded, and the violent air waves raged, and it immediately caused a huge panic among the powerful and powerful. Chapter 728 I Can't Do It. Shajirching immediately glanced at Sakajalang, Keijisuke and others. The 4 of Sakajalang immediately disappeared in place, and then scattered all over the place, and at the same time said in a seal, "For Chiang formation." Shoo! A quadrilateral barrier protects all the dignitaries, the public, and the onlookers. The Kingdom of Fire couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "As expected, you are the most reliable in times of crisis." Boom bang bang. However, in Konoha village, there was a continuous sound of explosions, resounding throughout Konoha, causing the entire Konoha to tremble and panic. Immediately arrange all irrelevant personnel to enter the shelter and enter the first level alert state. Namikaze Minato made a decision immediately after a brief trade-off. Gia, is this Konoha? It seems that we can make a big fuss today. At this time, a voice came from the arena. Everyone couldn't help but look, but they saw 2 ninjas wearing red auspicious cloud pattern Yushin robes on a black background, appearing there. One is carrying a red 3-edged sickle, the other is covering half of his face, but his pupils are emerald green. Seeing the 2 of them, Anmura Nobuomi and the 3 couldn't help but squinted their eyes. This is really an enemy looking for you. These 2 people, who are not Feijuan and Jiaodu. Why save me? At this time, there was another excited shout in the ears of everyone. But seeing that in the rubble of the explosion, Chin got up from the ground, looked at Murasuke Murakami lying in a pool of blood beside her, and asked inexplicably. Chin, for someone like me, why do you take risks for me, ruin your wonderful life, and let me die just fulfill you? Ahem. Murasuke struggled to get up, with a smile on his face. What nonsense, what I want is a victory over you dignifiedly, not this kind of inexplicable victory. Let me watch I can't do it with my life just disappearing in front of me. I believe that teacher Shajirching will also agree with me doing this. It's not my style to see death without saving me. Chin couldn't help trembling when she heard the words, and murmured, "A living life." She wanted to hold back the gushing tears, but she couldn't hold back the tears. It has been a long time since no one felt that her life was life. Growing up in a life of despair, she has long regarded her life as a grass and can be sacrificed at any time. But today, someone saved her regardless of safety, and felt that her life was life. It's like in the endless darkness, a ray of light suddenly shines in. Light up her life. And these words of Muraisuke also made everyone have a deep impression on her all of a sudden. A kind and upright girl can always be liked. As their teaching teacher, Shajirching also received a lot of praise. Many Konoha ninjas also have a much better impression of him. Stop, you are still in danger now, those touching pictures, let's talk about it later. Shajirching's voice suddenly sounded in the distance, but Shajirching did not know when he had appeared in front of Murasuke. Good job. Shajirching picked up Murasuke, who was covered in blood, and praised him. The latter immediately happily buried his face in Shajirching's arms, blushing beyond measure. Chapter 729 Akatsuki organizes an invasion. Shajirching looked at Chin and said, "You can still go." The latter nodded, and Shajirching said, "Your game is over, come with me. In the next battle, it is not up to you to intervene." After speaking, Shajirching disappeared in a swish, and when he reappeared in front of everyone, he actually walked on the air. It's a bit too powerful, right? Walking in the air, is he really human? Everyone watching this scene was stunned by Shajirching's operation. Is this Konoha? It's spectacular. At this time, a voice came from above the crowd, but a young ninja with yellow hair and an old man with a hunchback also appeared. Then, I saw a glamorous girl, also wearing a royal robe, and then slapped the seal on the ground, shouting, "The art of psychic." After hearing the 6 sounds of bang bang bang, 5 ninjas with different appearances and a huge 9-eyed wooden giant appeared in the arena. This giant had a ferocious face and was covered in chains, exuding a terrifying aura, which made all the ninjas present couldn't help showing an extremely solemn look. This giant is too strong. This is not over yet. From their feet, a pitcher plant youth, a man with a whirlpool mask wrapped in white matter, appeared together. Finally, there was a long-haired blue-haired female ninja like a goddess, with a pair of huge paper wings behind it, blocking the sun's rays. All the ninjas looked at these people in amazement. Hyuga Hazu and the others looked at Feijuan and Jiaodu with murderous expressions on their faces. These two were the murderers of the 3 generations of Hokage. Oh, I really know how to choose the time. Shao organizes all members to participate. What are you going to do? Capture the tailed beast. At this time, Shajirching suddenly spoke up and revealed the identities of these people. Shao organization. But obviously, many ninjas present did not know the Akatsuki organization. But Shajirching did not continue to explain, but looked at Tiandao Pain, showing quite playful affection. Shajirching, this matter has nothing to do with you, right? At this time, the voice of Namikaze Minato came over and asked. He looks quite bad. For the first time, he felt that this matter had something to do with Shajirching. Otherwise, why didn't the Konoha security system receive any signal at all? Unless there are internal spies of Konoha to help them. Hihi, do you think Hokage-sama thinks I'm one of them? Daimyo-sama, do you believe it? Shajirching smiled, then leaned on the chair, looked at the name of the country of fire, and asked. When of course it doesn't matter much. Naturally, the big name of the country of fire would not dare to make a complete package of this kind of thing. Shajirching said, I heard it, Lord Damo doesn't believe it, does Lord Hokage still think it has something to do with me? Then how do you explain that the enemy came in when the security system was not activated? Minato Namikaze asked, unless there are spies inside Konoha. It's Konoha's presence. It seems that I'm not the only one. Orochimaru-sama seems to be a member of Akatsuki's organization before. If you are so suspicious, his suspicion is even greater. Hearing Shajirching's words, before Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, Orochimaru's voice came over. It's not a good habit to frame people indiscriminately. But Namikaze Minato's attention did shift to Orochimaru at once. But Tiandao Pain didn't give Minato Namikaze a chance. He gave the order, the tail beast capture operation, start. The whole team immediately rushed towards Kushina and Gaara. Chapter 730 Now I Am God. Bang! Fighting comes so fast. Looking at Namikaze Minato's murderous eyes, Orochimaru raised his hand and surrendered. I invaded with the enemy, but it doesn't matter, Lord Hokage. I hope it has nothing to do with you. Mr. Daming is urgent, so please be a witness. While we are dealing with things, please keep the two of them from leaving here for half a step. Namikaze Minato is very smart to use the name of the country of fire to monitor Shajirching and the two. In this way, a lot of manpower in Konoha village can be saved so that we can better deal with the invasion. The Land of Fire nodded and agreed. Shajirching showed a rather helpless look. The main Shangnan troops of the deficient Konoha village are all here, and it is very convenient to mobilize. Therefore, the protective measures were completed at once, and the people quickly entered the shelter because they had experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion. In the direction of Cheyenne village, the person who rushed towards Gaara was the yellow-haired youth Deidara, who made Luo Sha fall into a deep murderous intention, and called out his name, the Scorpion of Red Sand, you dare to appear in front of me. That's right, who else can the hunchback old man be except the Red Sand Scorpion? Why don't you dare, Luo Sha? The Red Sand Scorpion replied contemptuously. Then, he rushed straight towards Luo Sha, and a poisonous needle flew out of his mouth. Deidara, on the other hand, rushed directly to the three Gaara sisters and dropped a piece of explosive clay. On the other side, Jirai also stood in front of Tiandao Pain and said, who are you to actually manipulate the body of my apprentice Yahiko? And why does Xiaonan listen to you? He is very puzzled. Teacher Jiraiya, don't you understand? You can manipulate Yahiko's corpse, and Xiaonan doesn't object. Who else do you think? Tiandao Pain opened his mouth, but said that except for an answer that Jirai couldn't accept at all. Jiraiya was struck by lightning immediately, and a young man with fiery red hair suddenly appeared in his mind. How is it possible, Nagato? Impossible, how can Nagato do such a thing? Jirai couldn't help but step back, and was scratched by Tiandao Pain. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of Nika's Minato and repelled the hungry ghost Dao and the human Dao, Jirai would have suffered a great loss. Wake up, Teacher Jiraiya, the kind Nagato from the past has been killed by Danzo in your village and this cruel world. Now, only God is left in the world. Tiandao Pain's words completely shattered Jiraiya's last psychological line of defense. Damn. Jirai couldn't help but scolded, and then his eyes suddenly became firm. If this is the case, then we can only solve all of you. Erase all. He, Teacher Jiraiya, do you think we'll be completely unprepared? Hearing what Jirai said, Tiandao Pain laughed, and then he listened to the beast and clapped his palms and drank, the art of psychic. Boom bang bang. Suddenly, a group of huge animals appeared in front of everyone, exuding an extremely violent aura. And, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the silent giant, even if he doesn't move, just exudes a breath that makes everyone nervous. And this giant, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a roar sounded like a thunderous explosion, and I didn't know how many people were stunned in an instant. Chapter 731 Fairy Level Battle. A coercion comparable to a tailed beast erupted from the giant, and mad thunder and lightning raged wildly. A large number of ninjas that rushed over were all blasted out, screaming. Boom. The giant, that is, the outsider golem, suddenly stepped forward, and then rushed towards Kushina. This punch blew the earth apart from the air and knocked out a piece of ninja. Even if Chu Dao Dingzuo was multiplied to the maximum, he was blown away by an instant kill. Damn guy, don't be too arrogant to me. Konoha village is not a place where you can mess around, watch the fist. Jushinai drank violently, and an unprecedented amount of chakra erupted. The massive amount of chakra turned into a huge chain of seals and smashed into the outsider golem. Boom boom boom. The terrifying impact made the surrounding ninjas completely fly out. This kind of battle is too terrifying, it is beyond the scope of their strength. They are completely unable to get involved, giving them a feeling of the Nine Tails Rebellion back then. And when Kushina was fighting against the outsider golem, the two brothers, Hyuga Hazu and Hyuga Ripa, because of Shajur Ching, never died, rushed directly to Jiaodu and Feijuan. Bastard, give me the third generation of adults. Pay for it. Quote. Jia Jia Jia, you are going to die, I will fulfill you. Feijuan is never afraid of fighting. Jiaodu was even more evasive, creating a terrifying sea of fire and burning a large area of ninjas who were planning to support the Hinata and Hazu brothers. The entire arena was bursting because of this sea of fire, and it was trembling. Katsutaro even has a feeling of epiphany. This is the real master of playing with fire. A group of nobles and ordinary people, watching the ninjas fighting like a fairy fight, couldn't help being stunned and sweating. All of them turned pale. If Shajur Ching was not by their side, they would have fainted from fright. They were all frightened by the strength displayed by the ninjas. All of them thought that they would be nicer to the ninjas in the future. If the ninja rebelled, they would feel that they were doomed. Shajur Ching, Konoha, let's win. The Fire Nation's daimyo feels that he can't speak at all. If it's the current situation, just force it. But if new changes are added, then I don't know. Shajur Ching Isho said in a rare and solemn tone. In his last life, the Shao organization in his mind had never played in a group. But this time, they are in a group. It also brought a terrifying thing like an outsider golem. Looking at the 6 eyes of the outsider golem that had opened, even Shajur Ching couldn't help but secretly startled. The power of the 6-tailed beast is comparable to that of the 9-tailed beast. Hearing Shajur Ching's words, the big name of the Kingdom of Fire was even more panicked and said, then we. Don't worry, Your Excellency, of course, we'll be safe. There will be no danger to life. Shajur Ching knew what he was going to say and answered his question calmly. That's good, I got the name guaranteed by Shajur Ching, so I'm a little relieved. But Shajur Ching had just finished speaking, and there was a sudden change on the field. Yawa. Hataki Kakashi, who I saw, was kicked away by the man in the vortex mask, and the Konoha Jonin elite next to him, Yamato, who could use the wood escape, was kidnapped by the pitcher plant youth. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that when everyone looked at the pitcher plant youth, he actually spit out a man with a white vortex mask. Everyone immediately thought that it must be Yamato, but what he did next was shocking. Chapter 732 Ultra Almighty Push. Wooden Thousand-Handed Buddha. A huge thousand-handed Buddha statue appeared in front of Konoha Ninja, and then he launched an attack on Konoha Ninja. Ah! No! PFF'd. The palm that was swung out was as heavy as 1,000 fingers, with terrifying power. Even the Shinjin was hard to resist, and the Anbu was even more deadly and injured, and the screams continued. This is not over yet. The 5 heads of the Buddha statue opened their mouths at the same time, and then, they used the 5-attribute escape technique at the same time, and injured a large number of ninjas. The Konoha Ninja is completely at a disadvantage. Bastard, this is too strong. The Konoha Ninjas are a little desperate, even an outsider golem. Why is this thousand-handed Buddha so powerful, with the strength of crushing level? From this moment, let you feel despair. Tien Dao Pain and Hungry Ghost Dao Pain fought Neifeng Minato alone, but their voices were all proud. It's so powerful that it makes the scalp tingle. Minato Namikaze was panting as he held Kuudao. Dao Pain's reaction speed is too fast this day, even if he uses Fei Lei Shen to take advantage of it. Of course, Tien Dao Pain and Hungry Ghost Dao did not have any advantage. As expected of the 4 generations of Hokage, among the people who fought against me, you are second only to Shajur Ching. Nika's Minato's second stage Flying Thunder God, the Spiral Shuriken, and even the Flying Thunder God formation are all incredible attacks. Tien Dao Pain can't ignore it. Speaking of which, it's really thanks to Shajur Ching, otherwise, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. Namikaze Minato rushed to Tiandao Pain again. Since Shajirching left Konoha, his sense of crisis has increased sharply. As a result, he exercised his strength, developed a series of ninjutsu, and perfected the technique of Flying Thunder God. Most importantly, he learned Fairy Mode. Yes, the most important achievement is to learn the Fairy Mode. It's useless to resist. Do you think there is any room for you to resist today? God, it is impossible to resist. The majesty of God cannot be challenged, provoked. Super Almighty Push. After experiencing the last defeat to Natsumi Yang, Uzumaki Nagato once again strengthened the strength of Pen's 6 paths, and at the same time, he also strengthened his understanding of the heroes of the world. Today's Pen Ludao is more powerful than the Pen Ludao in the original book. Hi! A super strong repulsive force that shocked Minato Nike is swept away like this. But Namikaze Minato was slammed, and the moment before the repulsive force came, he was vanished by the reverse psychic. No, Namikaze Minato shouted unwillingly. He has a way to deal with this move, not to mention that he can completely block it, but at least he can block about 70% of the attacks. But now, there is no chance. Similarly, Jiraiya, not far from Namikaze Minato Gate, was also slammed and disappeared by the reverse channeling. The Red Sand Scorpion, Deidara and other members of the Shao organization, were also swallowed by the pitcher plant and quickly sank into the ground. In the entire arena, only the ninjas of the major ninja villages are left. Boom. This is a catastrophe, an unimaginable catastrophe. The entire Konoha village is like tofu, being pushed to the ground at an extreme speed. The dust was rolling and earth shattering, as if no ninja could escape. In the face of this terrifying repulsive force, they were also insignificant. Heaven and earth lost their voices, all living beings were afraid, the sky was torn apart, and all the ninjas looked at each other and smiled bitterly, seeing the despair and bitterness in each other's eyes. Chapter 733 Peerless Crisis. With this level of power, they have no room for resistance at all. They have no capital to confront at all. All I can do is face death. But ninjas like Kushina who can resist will not wait to die. She instantly entered the tail beast mode, and then, like a pair of huge flying wings, blocked in front of the group of ninjas behind her. Luo Sha mobilized all chakra, gathered all the gold dust into an oblique triangle defense, and protected the 3 Tamari. In the gourd behind Gaara, the power from Jayuluo also rushed out a piece of sand to form a shield, which was superimposed into a double defense. 4 red sun formations, change. The 4 of Sakajalang also shouted. The enchantment that was originally a square space shrank into a barrier and spread out into an abnormally large distance, protecting the 4 gathered Sakajalang. And these dignitaries screamed and ran around in horror, and some of them fainted, and the crotch was fishy. This natural disaster-like scene has completely exceeded their tolerance, and they all feel that they must be dead. There is only the big name of the country of fire, even if his face is bloodless, he has never moved. Because he believed that Shajirching would not let him die. Even the 3 of Anmura Nobuomi couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. This kind of power is really disappointing. Anmura Nobuomi felt that her hands and feet were instantly cold. Even she can only barely protect herself from this kind of attack. Kakashi, Hyuga Hazu and other ninjas fled one after another. They were blessed by the 4 red sun formation and could not resist. Even Orochimaru took a group of ninjas from the ninja village and hid behind the 4 red sun formations. I won't let you destroy Konoha village. Don't try to succeed. And in such a silent and desperate scene, 2 voices suddenly sounded, and 2 huge Susanoo rose up from the ground, 1 red and 1 green. It is Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui brothers. 8-foot mirror. Yasaka mirror. They pushed forward at the same time, and the shields in their hands were confronted with this terrifying repulsive force. Boom. All of a sudden, I heard a rumble of Jedi thunder, and the violent force made a big hole in the sky. The 2 were pushed back in an instant. No matter how hard they tried, the extreme operation of Sharingan couldn't stop the bleeding, but they couldn't stop the repulsive force and protect the Uchiha family behind them. Really, there is no way. Itachi Uchiha has never felt so desperate before. This repulsive force seems to have the power of billions of knives. In front of this repulsive force, they are as weak as ants. They couldn't stop them at all and could only watch the repulsive force approaching their Uchiha clan every second, and then they were completely destroyed. If it's that man, it must be possible. Uchiha Itachi thought like this when he was about to reach his limit. That person is naturally Shajirching. Oh, why bother? It's thankless to be so laborious. At this time, I don't know if he heard it wrong, but he actually heard Shajirching's voice. Then, a gigantic oppression was wrapped in a sharp edge that changed the color of the square, and it was vented in a voice like a god. Chapter 734 Let Despair Come More Violently. The Profound Truth of Kendo Wan Dao Annihilation. After the words fell, a huge force that swept out of the space actually faced the oppression. And, tear it apart with absolute advantage, and separate it far away, so that it avoids a lot of Konoha, and reduces a lot of losses. Boom. In the sky, there was a rumbling thunder, and Itachi Uchiha stared at the blurred vision, but they saw Shajirching's powerful back, impressive. Shajirching, why do you want to intervene? Konoha treats you like this, do you still want to help them by humiliating yourself? Seeing this scene, Tiandao Pain drank angrily. Well, don't be so excited, I didn't save Konoha, just my more than 100 employees in Konoha. Shajirching returned the sword to the sheath, turned around and waved his hand. You continue. Then, he whizzed back to his seat, surrounded by ruins. Bang! There was a burst of smoke, but Jirai also appeared. He looked at Konoha, which had become a ruin, and looked at the Konoha ninja corpse all over the ground, and he knelt down with trembling. He wanted to say something, but it was as if he had been caught in the throat, completely speechless. Then, Namikaze Minato also appeared, and he had the same expression. Ah! For the first time, Namikaze Minato let out a roar, endlessly mournful. Cough cough. At this time, a coughing sound came from not far away from him, but Kushina stood up in embarrassment. Behind her, there is a group of Anbu with pale faces but the rest of their lives. PFF'd. A little further away, Luo Sha scattered the gold dust shield, but a mouthful of blood spurted out. Obviously not badly injured. The loss too heavy. From behind Shajirching and others, there was another ninja voice. However, he saw Hyuga Hazu and the others crying out with grief on their faces. Behind him, only a few hundred people survived. Even Kakashi Mitakai and the others were seriously injured. Similarly, the four of Sakazero were also severely injured and are receiving treatment from Anmura Nabume and Shajirching. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato finally has some psychological comfort. Although this result is still painful, the elites have no accident. Shao Organization. His face was already full of murderous intent, and there was a trace of inappropriate hideousness on his handsome face. He secretly clenched his fists. With one move, at least half of the Konoha ninjas were lost. This is still a conservative and optimistic estimate of Minato Namaifeng. All of a sudden the loss is half, this loss is too heavy. It's terrifyingly destructive. The members of the Akatsuki organization that disappeared have reappeared, and the battle continues. Shao Organization. In a new round of battle, the ninjas on the Konoha side are full of murderous intent. Even the man who has always been elegant, Namikaze Minato, is in a hurry at this moment. In fairy mode, he launched a violent attack on Tiandao Pain. And Kushina, even more murderous, entered the tail beast mode, turned into a superwoman, and got on the outsider golem who roared again. Despair. Angry. In front of Kakashi, the man in the whirlpool mask appeared again, and his tone was full of excitement, then let the despair come more violently. The art of psychic reincarnation. After he madly formed the seal, he slapped it on the ground. Chapter 735 Feel Hopeless. The 7 circular incantations I saw were surrounded and turned into a large array. Then, 7 coffins were erected from the ground, exuding a depressing atmosphere. Seeing the first coffin, Kakashi suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Because that headed coffin has a big 3 written on it. Boom bang bang. The coffin cover fell to the ground, and a strong breath came down, making people suffocate. But Kakashi's group of Konoha ninjas suddenly said in shock, "Impossible, 3 generations of adults, how could it be?" Looking at this person who appeared in front of them, they felt that their worldview was about to collapse. The deceased, the 3 generations of Hokage. In the form of a corpse, he once again stood in front of them. "You bastard, dare to blaspheme the 3 generations of adults and disturb his peace." Immediately, Konoha Ninja angrily launched an attack on the masked man, but his attack passed through the masked man's body without causing any damage. Jiraiya in the distance also looked at all this with a shocked expression. His face was incredible. Sarutobi Hizen is alive again. What's the situation? Orochimaru, shouldn't this be the result of your research? Why, you defected from the Akatsuki organization in order not to be hunted down, so you exchanged this technique. Shajirching also looked at Orochimaru dangerously, and the plot has been developing more and more out of his control. If I say, this is just a scrap I destroyed, but they got useful information, do you believe it? Orochimaru heard that he was also an Isho, but there was a hint of anger in his snake eyes. This is the anger of being provoked as a scientist after his own technology was stolen. Yes, the masked man not only stole his teacher, but also did a better job than him. This made him, the scientist, feel provoked. Feel the despair, Konoha. The masked man seemed to have an inexorable anger towards Konoha, and roared and motivated the 7 people. When they saw them, expressions suddenly appeared in their eyes, but they were extremely sluggish, like a ruthless killing machine. Everyone of Konoha, feel the horror of the 3 generations of Hokage in their peak state, and the powerful strength of the 6-tailed orcs Zuli. The masked man turned around in the void behind him, and he actually disappeared in place. Then, the 7 reincarnated powerhouses rushed towards Kakashi and the others. Even Kakashi is already struggling enough to face the 3 generations of Hokage, let alone others. How could they be opponents in the face of the 6-tailed orcs Zuli? People who were reincarnated from the dirty earth have the power of their lifetime. In other words, they all have the power of tailed beasts. And the power of the tailed beast is tyrannical and cannot be described in normal words. Although it is only the remaining power of the tailed beast, it is not as sufficient as when the tailed beast was there, but it is already quite powerful. Sarutobi Asma and the others were hit to the ground with just a few tricks and could never stand up again. But just when the people Zuli released the virtual dog cannon, trying to expand the results and cause more damage to Konoha, Shajirching's voice suddenly sounded, 4 Chiong formations. He actually separated 4 clones, scattered on the edge of the Konoha ruins, and then established a large formation that enveloped the entire battlefield. Bang! All the virtual dog cannons smashed on this great formation, without even turning up the waves, and the place outside the Konoha battlefield was completely unharmed. Chapter 736 The 7th Door, Open. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya looked at each other with expressions of incomparable surprise. Shajirching's intervention is really the best thing. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. He even suspected that it was related to Shajirching. It's so inappropriate. But just when Namaifung Minato was expecting Shajirching to continue to do something, he suddenly stopped. Yes, that's it for a stop. Apart from maintaining the 4 Scarlet Sun formation, there is no other action. Shajirching's refusal to continue action made the members of Shao organization secretly relieved. If Shajirching joins the battle, the ghost knows whether they will have a chance of winning. Shajirching. Namikaze Minato really wanted Shajirching to join the battle, but he had absolutely no reason to ask Shajirching for help. It's really shameless. Seventh Gate of Wonder, open. At this time, Matekai's violent drinking came from not far away, but he turned into a green chakra monster. The terrifying coercion that was exuded was that Anmura Nobumi burst into a burst of hair. What a dangerous guy, Nobumi Yasunori said solemnly. This is a powerful danger that Orochimaru never gave her. Day Tiger. Matekai roared and hit a super move that rolled the entire Konoha. He saw a gorgeous white tiger covering half of the sky, roaring and wrapping his opponent, Zuli Laozi, with 4 tails. CCC. This blow had a terrifying tearing power, and the lava armor on Laozi's body could not protect him. He was torn apart frantically and disappeared into the mouth of the colorful white tiger. Then, the colorful white tiger exploded, and an unimaginable terrifying storm swept through all directions, causing all the nearby battles to be temporarily stopped. The strength of this wind and waves caused the earth to be rolled up like a current of water, covering all directions. Even Tiandao Pain and others had to dodge temporarily, and they were shocked by the powerful strength that Matekai suddenly showed. Mie Luo Gate of Life. Even Orochimaru had to resort to defensive measures. The wind and waves were too terrifying, and the powerful tearing force made the scalp tingle. Rumble. After a burst of tremors and shouts, the battlefield calmed down again. What a terrifying move, Matekai. Orochimaru took back the broken gate of life in dismay, with a solemn look on his face. Back then, he didn't realize that Matekai had such a powerful strength. Cough, cough, I finally succeeded in defeating one. Matekai got up from the ground, looking extremely tired and gasping for breath. Finally defeated one. Then our pressure can be relieved. A Konoha Junin thought like this, just when a smile appeared on his face, his chest was suddenly pierced by a scorching hand. Then, his whole body was wrapped in lava, and his body disappeared with a scream. This sudden change shocked all the Konoha ninjas. Use. A ninja who was familiar with this Jonin shouted sternly, and turned to look at the murderer, but his eyes widened in astonishment. I saw that the 4-tailed man Zuli Laozi, who should have been killed by Matekai, was resurrected. Why, hasn't he been solved? Konoha ninja couldn't understand, they watched Laozi get killed with their own eyes. But why, he was resurrected again. Chapter 737 Immortal. Those who are reincarnated in the dirt can only be sealed, not killed. They are undead fighting machines. Unless the caster dies, or the person who will be reincarnated in the dirt is released. At this time, Orochimaru cleared their doubts for them. Don't die. Hearing this sentence, all Konoha ninjas were shocked. If they don't die, how can they fight it? Shajirching heard the words and looked at Orochimaru. Can't even you be relieved? His deep pupils are deeply serious. Although I really want to answer yes, but unfortunately, that guy doesn't know what method he used to improve the reincarnation of the dirty earth, and I can't get rid of it. For now, it can only be sealed. Orochimaru was stared at by Shajirching's eyes, couldn't help shivering, and then shrugged helplessly. Can we really defeat the enemy? If they don't die, then our sacrifices are in vain. Konoha, is it about to be destroyed? After the news that the reincarnated ninjas were immortal spread, there was an uproar in the battlefield. Many Konoha ninjas are in despair. They fought so hard, sacrificed, and in the end, the enemy was immortal. How to fight this? No matter how you fight, you can't win. Asshole. Damn. Many Konoha ninjas roared in despair, but they were completely unable to cope with this cruel reality. Seeing that more and more companions are either dying or being disabled, I don't know how many ninjas knelt down to the sky and screamed, as the sky dead Konoha. Even Kakashi was once desperate. He was very lacking in blue. The battle is almost at the end of the battle now. And now he has to protect the frail Matekai. Suddenly, the injury is even more serious. Damn, how can it be so powerful? Jiraiya naturally knows about Kakashi and the others' plight. However, he couldn't get rid of the 4 beasts, the Asura, the Hell, and the human world. Even if the immortal mode is turned on, there are 2 immortals to help. But on Pain's side, Xiaonan is also assisting. Xiaonan's strength should not be underestimated. When the Red Sand Scorpion just defected from Sandian village, she was defeated by her. One can imagine her strength. Konoha, can't you really protect it? Namikaze Minato was also panting, sweat dripping down his face. Even if he was in immortal mode, facing the double attack of Tiandao Pain and Hungry Ghost Dao, he was a little stretched. The strength of Tiandao Pain is beyond his imagination. One type of planetary devastation, if he hadn't erupted with the power of the 9 tails, which he was not very familiar with, he might have stopped working now. In the distance from him, Kushina was also caught in the hard battle of the outsider golem. The power of 9 tails on Kushina's body had been taken away by 70% of the outsider golem, making Kushina weaker and weaker. When the power of the 9 tails is exhausted, it will be her moment of death. In a farther place, wearing a 1,000-handed Buddha's Yamato, sitting on the head of the Buddha, and the 2 brothers Hyuga Hazu, there was a continuous hard battle, and a large number of ninjas were swept away from time to time. Teeth through teeth. Bagua empty palm. Fire escape fire dragon fire bomb. A group of ninjas attacked the 1,000-handed Buddha, but they were blocked by the 1,000-handed Buddha. His arm was completely unfinished, shattered and reborn. How desperate. The sky above Konoha is shrouded in a haze of despair. Chapter 738 The Abyss of Despair. If Shajirching hadn't left back then, that would have been great. Namikaze Minato thought this way more than once. He also looked in the direction of Shajirching countless times, but in the end, he could only sigh. He also wanted Shajirching to help, but he really couldn't find an excuse. Damn it, it would be great if there was an excuse. Namikaze Minato roared in his heart. The 6 people I saw were madly destroying the leaves in Konoha, and I don't know how much damage was caused along the way. Anyone who tries to intercept them is dead. The people of the Uchiha clan intercepted and destroyed them all. The Hyuga clan blocks and destroys them all. The Chu Dao clan confronted each other, causing severe damage to the Koma. The Yoshino family. Okra family. The number of ninjas is rapidly decreasing. Namikaze Minato is bleeding in his heart. It's all a life. What is hell? Minato Namikaze feels that all this is in front of him. He had the intention to let Kakashi and the others intercept Renzuli, but Kakashi and the others were blocked by Hiruzen Sarutobi in his peak state. Even if the ape demon who was psyched out has returned by himself, the 3 generations of Hokage are well-known powerhouses in the ninja world after all. One-handed detonation talisman, the technique of shuriken, that also made Kakashi and the others suffer enough. After the chakra restrictions are gone, in his hands, all kinds of ninjutsu come easily, which is more than a star and a half better than Kakashi's copy ninja. The situation in Konoha is getting worse and worse. Among them, Shajirching's students who stayed in Konoha were extremely tenacious. Even though they have fallen into crisis countless times, all of them have been hit hard, and they have never asked Shajirching for help. They also have their own perseverance. They used to feel sorry for Shajirching, and now they are embarrassed to ask Shajirching for help. Unless they really can't hold on, there is only one last person left. Teacher Shajirching, can you save them? Sakajalang suddenly spoke. His face was unbearable, his fists were clenched tightly. He had never experienced war. He was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. He really couldn't watch Konoha fall into such a tragic situation. Just stand by. Yeah, Teacher Shajirching, save Nai and the others. After all, they were once your students. This is what Kinosuke said, but his voice became smaller and smaller. Because Shajirching looked over. Sakajalang, Keijisuke and several others couldn't help tensing up. Looking at Shajirching with an indifferent face, they felt a little uneasy in their hearts. But then, Sakajiro showed a firm look, and he looked directly into Shajirching's eyes. Mr. Shajirching, even if you don't agree I will save them. Among them, after all there are still comrades, I have to save them. Quote. The three of Waijisuke immediately looked at Shajirching and walked away when they heard the words, and said in unison, "We are two." The three of Anmur and Nobumi looked at each other, and then said, "Count us in two." When they joined, Sakajiro and the four were startled, and they couldn't help showing ecstasy again. With Anmura Shinmi joining in, their feasibility is much greater. "Even if you go against me, do you want to save them?" Shajirching closed her eyes and asked indifferently. Everyone can feel that Shajirching's momentum has become fierce at once. Sakajilang and the others were in a hurry. If Shajirching didn't agree, they wanted to help, but they couldn't do it. Chapter 739 Summer 7, Get Out. To become stronger is to maintain stability and help the people, to ensure that they will not be harmed. This has nothing to do with Konoha, and we don't need their thanks, that's all. After all, it is Nobuomi Yasunori, who can speak. Since you have your own opinion, go for it. Shajirching slowly opened his eyes, and his face has returned to normal. But Orochimaru saw a trace of confusion in his eyes. Summer 7 actually joined the battle. Looking at the figures of the 7 members of Anmura Nobumi, the Konoha ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief. Then, "Oh! Hooray! Amazing!" Their joining suddenly made the Konoha ninja burst into cheers to the sky. Especially Shajirching's students were even more excited to shed tears. "Woo-woo-woo, Teacher Shajirching, thank you so much." Shajirching he actually agreed. Namikaze Minato looked at Shajirching in disbelief. Immediately, he couldn't help but be greatly moved, and felt even more guilty in his heart for his villainous behavior. "I am still too soft-hearted after all." Shajirching sighed silently in his heart, and looked towards the battlefield, but the masked man roared at him. "Why do you want to save these bastards? Do you forget that they are white eyes? Is it a wolf?" Shajirching, quote. He was furious, his eyes were full of anger. Shajirching. Spirituality. As soon as Anmura Nobumi joined the battlefield, he quickly formed a giant dragon creature with seals and spirits. "Xiaoyi, go and help Kakashi deal with the third generation." Enkyu Nobume instructed the flood dragon in front of him, and the latter responded with an, "Understand," and rushed towards the third Hokage. This Jiaolong is the psychic beast of Shajirching. It's just that he is a psychic beast common to both Shajirching and Anmura Nobume. After that, Nobumi Yasunori shouted, "Enter the face-covering mode." Then, she saw that she stretched out her hand and wiped it on her face, and a huge chakra burst the earth directly. Then, all 7 of them had a patterned bone mask of different colors on their faces. In this state, Orochimaru couldn't help squinting his eyes. When Yasumura Nobumi fought him, he didn't use this trick. "Up!" Anmura Nobumi shouted, and rushed towards the 3-tailed person Zuli Yagura. He is one of the strongest existences among all the Zuli. Roar! In the face of Nobuomi Yasura who rushed over, Yakura shouted violently, and a virtual dog cannon roared out. Whoosh! But this blow was dodged by Anmura Nobumi, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Yakura. Immediately, a huge spiral pill appeared in her hand, buzzing, and pressed it on Yakura's abdomen. The fast people couldn't keep up at all. Like a god, it is extremely powerful. Boom! Yakura immediately flew out like a sandbag, and flew out heavily from the ground. What a speed! Namikaze Minato couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. This speed is faster than him. The surrounding Konoha ninjas looked at each other in astonishment. The Yakura that made them suffer so much, was so unbearable in the hands of Anmura Nobuomi. They suddenly had a more intuitive understanding of Anmura Nobuomi's strength. Really powerful and terrible. Chapter 740 Tough to solve the battle. But Yakura is the 4th generation Mizukage after all, so he twisted his body and turned around. After he grabbed the ground to remove all his strength, he stepped on the ground to burst the air, and arrived in front of Anmura Nobuomi like lightning. Be careful. Seeing this scene, all the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but be horrified. No matter how you look at it, Anmura Nobume didn't have time to react. Bang! But Anmuranabume actually supported the choice to confront Yakura head-on, and all the Konoha ninjas couldn't bear to watch it. The only way to fight against the power of the tailed orcs is to fail. But the next second, they saw Yakura fly out again, and Yasun Nabumi actually surpassed Renjuli in strength. The Konoha ninjas couldn't help swallowing again. They found that they really underestimated Anmuranabume. And in the hands of Anmuranobuomi, a black spiral shuriken appeared. That's not the fourth generation of adults. When a group of Konoha ninjas saw this move, they couldn't help but be surprised. This trick, they only saw Minato Namikaze use it. How could Nabumi Yasunori do it? Hey! The black spiral shuriken has an extremely fast speed, splitting the air and reaching the front of Yakura. Bah! Yakura tries to use the water mirror technique to replicate an identical spiral shuriken offset. He did succeed. But he didn't expect the spiral shuriken to explode. Immediately, the two spiral shuriken caused double damage, shattering Yakura directly. If Yakura didn't use the water mirror technique, then, during the contact just now, Nobuomi Yasunori's movement was restricted by the technique of coral hardening. In fact, he has a chance to be resurrected and continue to fight before Anmuranabume breaks free from this thing. But unfortunately, in the case of double damage, the destruction time is extended by a few seconds. These few seconds were enough for Anmuranobume to shatter this steel-hard coral. When he was reborn again, Anmuranabume had already thrown out the seal scroll and sealed him. All the Konoha ninjas were stunned. They couldn't believe it, that the three-tailed person Zu Ryakura, who had damaged hundreds of people, was solved by Anmuranabume 3 times and 5 times. Oh! The morale of the Konoha ninja has exploded again. Crazy. Damn! Seeing this scene, the masked man jumped like thunder, and Tiandao Pain couldn't help showing a dignified look. The confidence on the original face has completely disappeared. Namikaze Minato, it seems that your plan today may not be successful. After seeing Anmuranabume's resolute solution to Yakura, he rushed to the outsider golem, which made him feel a lot less worried and relieved a lot of pressure. HMPH, don't be complacent, mortals like you can't go against the will of God. Feel despair again, ants. Tiandao Pain's tone became quite indifferent, and he was about to use Super Almighty Push again. How could let you succeed? Nika's Minato flew out several flying thunder gods, and he appeared in front of Tiandao Pain, and he would cut off his head and interrupt his magic. But Tiandao Pain suddenly laughed, and he disappeared with a bang, and what appeared in front of him was the hungry ghost road that rushed towards him. How could Namikaze Minato dare to come into contact with him, and he swiftly launched the flying thunder god and disappeared. However, when he reappeared at the location of Fei Lei Shenkue, Tiandao Pain had already appeared behind him, holding a black stick in his hand and shouting, "Die! Just stabbed it brazenly, no matter how fast it is, it's too late to react." Chapter 741 Guess Who I Am? Tiandao Pain has 100% confidence that Bofeng Minato can't escape. Because he has already collected all the Flying Thunder God Kunai in Namikaze Minato. But who is Bofeng Minato? The name of the golden glitter is a joke. He actually disappeared again. This made Tiandao Pain completely unexpected, and he couldn't help but look, but he saw Namikaze Minato appeared behind Hungry Ghost Dao. With a single blow, even Nagato didn't have time to manipulate him to dodge, and was smashed to the ground by a spiral pill, completely damaged. Flying Thunder God Second Dan. Minato Namikaze said softly, and there was a string of black runes on the crippled limbs of the Hungry Ghost Dao. You can still rely on something other than the kunai to move. Nagato, who was manipulating behind him, felt a deep misunderstanding. But Namikaze Minato had already charged again, punched out, and Tiandao Pain dodged immediately. It's just that the feeling of hitting that came immediately made him widen his eyes again in disbelief. It's the Magic Frog team. How is it possible? I clearly. Tiandao Pain, whose face was slapped crookedly, drank in disbelief. He was hit by an invisible force. This is so weird. But Minato Namikaze didn't have the habit of revealing his skills, and rushed again. At the same time, he said in his heart, the 6 panes sight lines are all connected to each other, unless unexpectedly, they usually can't hit them. Among them, the realm of hell has a resurrection function, which is a bit tricky, and the realm of hungry ghosts can absorb chakra, which is also very tricky. And this day, pain, every skill seems to have a cooling time. The length is different, the greater the power, the longer the cooling time, generally 5 seconds. Super Almighty Push doesn't seem to be released at any time, there is some kind of limitation. During the battle just now, Minato Namikaze was also analyzing the information of Pen's 6 paths, and so far he has come to so many conclusions. After all, it is Minato Namaifung, and a battle will almost analyze Pain's ability. Teacher Jiraiya, don't let the realm of hell escape, take the lead in solving the realm of hell, he has the ability to resurrect. While Minato Namikaze and Tendo Pain were fighting fiercely, he also shouted to Jiraiya. Understood. Although Jiraiya is not as good as Namikaze Minato's analysis, he also understands the reason why the abilities of Pen's 6 paths cooperate with each other. Breaking one by one is the ideal state. And now, Minato Namikaze has pointed out the best target for him to defeat one by one. Then what is he waiting for? Excellent analytical skills. Tiandao Pain's heart was extremely solemn, and Minato Namikaze could see that the key character of Pain's 6 realms was the Hell realm so quickly. It's terrifying, insight is terrifying. But now that he is being dragged by Minato Namaifung, he can't open his body, so he can only hope that Xiaonan can protect the Hell realm. I won't let you succeed, Teacher Jiraiya. Xiaonan's own family knows his own affairs, of course he won't let Zilai do the same. Other places. Who the hell are you? After the hard battle, Xiaochun finally arrived. Although he is old and has lost a lot of skills, with the help of Mat Kai who has been supplemented with chakra, it is not a problem to fight against the 3 generations. And Kakashi got out and rushed to the masked man after being supplemented by Kushina's 9-tailed chakra. Solve this guy and the war is half won. Guess who I am, Kakashi Hatake, the hero of Konoha. The masked man seemed to have a completely insoluble resentment towards Kakashi. When facing Kakashi, he was extremely excited and angry. Even if Kakashi restores chakra, he still won't have the upper hand. Chapter 742 Shocking Power. Water Escape Water Surging. After Anmura Nobuomi quickly solved the target, Fujino Ray also suddenly released a terrifying attack. She directly created the turbulent flow of a huge lake and enveloped the 4-tailed man Zuli Laozi in it. This turbulent current seems to be able to roll the mountains, and the entire Konoha trembles. That's not all. When Laozi was fighting against the water flow, Fujino Ling patted the water flow with her seal again. Water escaped thousands of food prison. A large piece of huge and hideous fish suddenly swarmed out of the water, and sprinted towards Laozi. There are dangers in all directions, and it is extremely difficult to deal with Laozi, but more importantly, the more the fish are torn apart, the larger they will be. They can actually devour chakra. In the end, Laozi ran out of chakra and fell into a coma because of suffocation. The group of Konoha ninjas who saw this couldn't help but stunned, they were too powerful. The tailed orc Zuli is actually not their opponent. They quickly sealed Laozi to prevent him from resurrecting. On the other hand, Ma Kuro is here. Fire escape Great Entei. If Rei Fujino is the world of water, then Makuro is the world of flames. He held up a huge fireball and shrouded the 6-tailed man Zuliu who had just broken free from the shackles. Roar. In the fireball, there was a roar of severe pain, and then completely disappeared. What a tricky guy, as expected of a tailed orc Zuli. Yugao's attack power is not strong, but his flexibility is very good, and his attack damage is also very strong. Because he is the only one with 2-tailed beast forms. Therefore, even in the flame world of Makuro, he wasted a lot of effort before defeating him. This is too powerful. Looking at the circles of flames shrinking back, the Konoha ninjas all felt their lips tremble. How strong are the three of Makuro to be able to defeat a bug-level enemy like the tail beastman Zuli so easily? Don't say it, in this overlay mode, it's really strong. Makuro stretched out his hand, and the mask disappeared. Although he didn't need a mask, he was able to grind slowly, and finally defeated the Rock Tails Zuri. But it must be the result of a lose-lose situation, and it may even be more serious for him. Instead of this, he just consumes a little more, but there is no result of injury. Was it really Shinmi who solved the battle first? As expected of the strongest. Looking at Nobuomi Yasunori who ripped apart the body of the outsider golem with a single blow, Asakuro let out a sigh. This woman has always been ahead of them with absolute strength. Let them only look up at her back, it's really excellent and despairing. Inexplicably, I think we are a little strong. Fujino Ling walked over, looking at Majoro and teasing. Didn't Mr. Shajirching say, we all have the strength to stand out in the ninja world, can he lie to us? Although Makuro said so, but the thoughts in his heart were the same as Fujino Ray. He had thought that they would be very powerful, but he never thought that they could be so powerful. It's a pity, the overlay mode can't be used often. Ray Fujino sighed like this, then looked at Makuro, rushed towards the corner, and flew away for the two of them. Speaking of which, they are quite related to these two. Have it been resolved, then it seems that we have to speed up. Sakajiro clasped his palms together and shouted, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punishment. In front of him, Nanao Renzuli, who was pinned to the ground by the thunder gun, was roaring and preparing to release his true body. Nanao Shigemin came out. But unfortunately, there is no such opportunity. Chapter 743 Invasion failed. Boom. A bucket of thunder and lightning fell wildly, illuminating Konoha. In the roar of pain, Nantaranzuli was paralyzed and fainted, exuding an incomparably scorched smell. Roar. The outsider golem roared wildly, and his cracked body actually recovered. Moreover, a chakra-light cannon was shot at Anmura Nobuomi, but she was evaded by her avatar technique. Outlaw golem, that's it. But when the outsider golem attacked Anmura Nobuomi, Uzumaki Kushina had already manipulated a chain with a powerful seal to bind him. Roar. The outsider golem suddenly struggled, but the chains of Jushinai were not vegetarian, they were tightly bound, and the seal was slowly forming. Once it's sealed, it's over. Therefore, he struggled more violently, and a large number of the same chains appeared in his body, and he wanted to attack Kushina to force her to retreat. Can Kushina go back? Cannot. I finally tied the outsider golem, how could I let him go like this? If you let go, then you will have to pay a price to restrain him. But if you don't retreat, Kushina will die. Seeing that Kushina was about to be hit and die on the spot. The art of sealing, the art of Megara. Anmura Nobuomi appeared again, and threw out a huge scroll, wrapping the outsider golem. This scroll has a strong sealing power, and it actually makes the chains on the outsider golem wilt. Seeing this, a trace of pity flashed in the masked man's eyes. But he also knows that if Kushina seals this outlandish golem, he will never even think about summoning it again. Then, the power of the six-headed tailed beast in it is just a fuss. Therefore, he immediately released the psychic of the outer Dao golem. Ho! Ho! Finally got one. Kushina grinned Isho at Yasunami, grateful. Without the help of Nobume Anmura, she would have stopped cooking now. Is this the strength of Shajirching's students? Even the tailed orc Zuli is not their opponent. Then, how terrifying his teacher's strength is. Seeing the tailed beastman Zuli being sealed one after another, the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. They all looked at Shajirching at the same time. This man is so strong that people can't figure it out. This man is too powerful and terrifying. Even if he doesn't make a lot of shots, he can still make people feel his power. Looks like we're going to be better in the end, Pain. Namikaze Minato looked at Tiandao Pain in front of him with a little smugness in his expression. Since he figured out Tiandao Pain's routine, he has dealt with it much easier. There are Immortal Mode and Flying Thunder God, plus Spiral Pills. Even if it is Tiandao Pain, you have to be careful and careful. Namikaze Minato is really dangerous. HMPH, it's just relying on Thunder Ninja's peripheral vision, otherwise, it's impossible for you to rebel against God. Tiandao Pain snorted coldly when he heard the words. Things have reached the point where they can't do anything. If they don't retreat, they should be made dumplings by Konoha ninjas, and finally eliminated. PFF'd. Here in Yamato, his thousand-handed Buddha was finally defeated by Uchiha Itachi with Susanoo. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, I have studied with Shajirching for a month, but it is different that he defeated this thousand-handed Buddha with one blow. Seeing the thousand-handed Buddha that was sealed into one of the two great artifacts of his Susanoo, the sake cutout sword, all the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but sigh again. Chapter 744 Very powerful. They found out that it seems that as long as the ninja has a relationship with Natsumi Young, it seems that the strength will be very strong. Nobuomi Yasunori and the others are like this, so is Itachi Uchiha. At the same time that the thousand-handed Buddha was sealed, the whirlpool face that parasitized Yamato and manipulated him to launch an attack was also sealed. Yamato lost the person being controlled and immediately fell unconscious. The form is developing more and more in a direction that is beneficial to Konoha. Asshole. Both Feijuan and Zhao are here, and they are about to be cornered by Makuro and Fujino Ray. The cooperation of the two is not inferior to the combination of pig, deer and butterfly. One fire and one water, the horns are suspicious of life, and the heart has been damaged 3 times. Zhao Du has already had the intention of retreating, and if he fights again, he will die. The situation of Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara is also not very good. Because Sakanaro joined the Thunder Ninja, Deidara's situation became a little more difficult, and his Tuden was restrained by Lei Dun. Unless he fights to the death, he has no chance to gain the upper hand. And the Scorpion of the Red Sand can deal with Luo Sha alone. To be honest, it is comparable. Luo Sha, who has the limit of magnetic escape and blood, is almost the nemesis of the puppet master. And Luo Sha is very vigilant about the poison of the Red Sand Scorpion and the puppet technique, so the Red Sand Scorpion can't find any chance to hurt Luo Sha. Coupled with Tamari, and the support of the rampant Gaara, he can control the field, which is already quite good. Pain, retreat, the situation is dying, Xiaonan said at this time, proposing to retreat. Tiandao Pain was convinced. Immediately, an omnidirectional almighty push was released, bounced off all those who tried to chase, and disappeared with Pen 6 paths. In the flying section, the horns were completely swept into the ground, Deidara took away the Red Sand Scorpion, and Xiaonan turned into flying paper and dissipated. And the masked man disappeared into the vortex of space after leaving a sentence of, "Soon, we will meet again." Namikaze Minato did not pursue, because the Akatsuki organization also left them with an enemy, the 3 generations of Hokage. Moreover, with Konoha's current strength, he cannot pursue Akatsuki's organization. Water, Jiraiya, I'm giving you trouble. After being restrained, Sandai Hokage said with guilt on his face. Minato Namikaze sighed, let them disturb your peace. The 3 generations of Hokage said that they didn't care. Seeing Konoha's current achievements, he nodded gratified, and then met Shajirching's eyes with a pity on his expression. During the battle just now, he had learned everything from the mouths of the ninjas like Kaharu and Kakashi. But he couldn't say anything, he could only sigh. It's a pity that Danzo has fallen into the darkness. After sighing like this, the 3 generations of Hokage fell asleep in the ground again. How do you feel? Anmur Anabume and others returned to Shajirching after the war. Shajirching glanced at them and asked. Hey, very good. It turns out that we are already so strong. Makuro replied with a smile, and Fujino Ray also nodded. It's really powerful, it really makes people can't help relying on this kind of power. Nobumi Yasunori just said, yes, and disappeared, but Sakanaro and the others were quite excited. When I used to train with Natsumi Young, because my opponent was Natsumi Young, I didn't feel anything. But now that they are fighting, they know how powerful they are. Chapter 745 Eventful Autumn. What about you guys, how do you feel? Shamuyang asked again, looking at Katsutaro who still had lingering fears on their faces. Strong, so strong, I wish I could reach this level one day. Katsutaro's face was full of longing, and Muraisuke and Watashiro were also full of fighting intent. After watching Anmura Nobumi and the others' battles, they realized how far apart they are now. Cultivation hard, it won't take long for you to reach the same height. After he finished speaking, he said, hard work, to Xiao Yedao in the form of a dragon, and the latter left happily. The noisy Konoha has started the post-war recovery work. Naruto and the others also appeared from behind Shajirching, with varying degrees of horror on their faces. Such a powerful scene is still too shocking for them. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Shajirching, his eyes flashing, how strong is this man? If I can get his teaching, I will definitely become as strong as them. As he said that, he looked at Anmura Nobuomi and the others, and he was full of envy. Namikaze Minato came here at this time. He first looked at the daimyo and apologized to Isho. Daimyo-sama is shocked. Daming heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is Shajirching guarding, there is no danger to life. Namikaze Minato thanked Shajirching again. Thanks to your help, Konoha can get out of the crisis. Shajirching looked at him and said, don't thank me, I'm just saving my employees in Konoha. However, what will happen next in the ninja world, I think you should know it too. Shajirching sighed and said in a slightly heavy tone, a huge storm is coming. Namikaze Minato nodded silently, and then sighed, it's an eventful autumn. Hearing this, Daimyo couldn't understand the dialogue they were playing like a riddle, and asked, you guys might as well make it clear, so that I can also be mentally prepared. Namikaze Minato, 5 Shadow Talks. Shajirching squinted his eyes, even the Ninja World War. 15 hours 31 minutes and 1 second. Cover 620 4 115ths. 31:01. His. Hearing Shajirching's words, the famous name of the Kingdom of Fire couldn't help taking a deep breath, and even Minato couldn't help but be surprised. Is it really so serious? Isn't it too exaggerated? They won't give up. For the tailed beasts, they have persistence beyond your imagination. If you don't believe me, just ask Orochimaru, and if you know why they collect tailed beasts, you'll know if what I said is exaggerated. Shajirching and the two looked at Orochimaru at the same time, causing Orochimaru's scalp to go numb. He smiled reluctantly and said, it is indeed possible to cause a war in the ninja world. The reason why the leader of Shao organization collects tailed beasts is to form tails. He believes that the root cause of the war in the ninja world is the uneven distribution of tailed beasts in each village. Quote. Having said that, Orochimaru licked his lips, but his eyes suddenly became amused. But there is another person in the Akatsuki organization. Collecting tailed beasts has a bigger purpose. After he finished speaking, he looked at Minato, and motioned him to guess who that person was. Minato Namikaze said uncertainly, the man in the vortex mask. The guy who started the Nine Tails Rebellion. Orochimaru Isho, apparently, Namikaze Minato guessed it right. Chapter 746 Then only Ning grabs it. What's the purpose of Akatsuki's organization? Minato Namikaze asked in a rather serious tone. Orochimaru. Gathering the power of nine-tailed beasts seems to be able to achieve a new world. Then, he can take advantage of the situation to complete a new achievement. As for what, I only know so much. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Shajirching was also a little surprised. He thought that Orochimaru only knew about Pain's ways, but he didn't expect that he even knew what the masked man thought. He really underestimated Orochimaru. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. This exam obviously cannot go on. Orochimaru intends to leave Konoha village, although Namikaze Minato also thinks Orochimaru is a dangerous person, but for now, he has no reason to stay Orochimaru. Because there is still a pile of mess in front of him. The representatives of the major forbearance villages have all died to varying degrees, and he needs to deal with the aftermath. And the result of this exam, he also needs to give these representatives an explanation. Especially when the 5 Shadows talks are coming up. 5 Shadow Talks. Started by any shadow, the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages gather together to discuss major events in the ninja world. And now, he is obviously not the only one who wants to launch the 5 Shadows talk. There are also 4 generations of Fengying in Cheyenne village, Luo Sha. Sha Zhiqing, guarding the big name and a group of dignitaries, left first and set foot on the road back. However, Namikaze Minato invited Sha Zhiqing as the Hokage escort to participate in the 5 Shadows talks together. Sha Zhiqing did not refuse. The plot has changed, and he also wants to see what will happen in the future. Luo Sha will not return to Cheyenne village for the time being. Since the 5 Shadows talks are imminent, why not discuss everything in Konoha village, and then return to Cheyenne village when the dust settles? The storm, is it coming? It's coming so early. On the way back, Sha Zhiqing looked at the gloomy sky and thought so in her heart. What happened in Konoha's 64th year in the original book is now 5 years ahead of schedule. It really makes people have to sigh that the world is impermanent. Is it because my butterfly's wings are flapping too hard? Thinking of this, Sha Zhiqing couldn't help but laugh a little. 2 days later, the news that Konoha village's Chunin exam was invaded spread throughout the ninja world. At the same time, the appearance of the 6-tailed orc Zuli was also known to the ninja world. Yenian village, Union village, Wuin village, etc. The news of the disappearance of Zuli, who the ninja village wanted to hide, suddenly burst like a bubble, fragile. When the news was made public, they couldn't help being surprised by each other. If it weren't for the incident in Konoha village, they really didn't know that the tailed orc Zuli in the other side's village was also taken away. After knowing the news, they all couldn't sit still, and they all felt an unprecedented panic. Therefore, regarding the 5 Shadow talks jointly issued by Konoha and Cheyenne village, they went their separate ways without any hesitation. And when the 5 Shadows talks started, Shao organized. Since we can't do these things with our strength, we can only rely on other means. 0 Burial. The masked man appeared behind Tiandao Pain and said in a cold tone. Tiandao Pain, what other way? Masked man. War. Ming grab. Tiandao Pain squinted his eyes and was quite moved, but we don't have enough troops. Moreover, because of our operation this time, the 5 major ninja villages have been united, and our arrest task is even more difficult. Chapter 747 5 Shadow Talks. The masked man smiled. No, who said that we don't have enough troops? The reincarnation of dirty soil is not as simple as you think. Also, you imagined my Uchiha Madara too simply. He actually called himself Madara Uchiha. As if he knew that Tiandao Pain would not believe it, he brought Tiandao Pain to a place, and then pushed open the door. This is... Tiandao Pain's pupils shrank suddenly, and his tone was full of surprise. What unfolded in front of him was a spectacular scene. Countless Baiju was hung on an incomparably sturdy tree, exuding a powerful aura. And in the White Army, there is a figure whose whole body is covered in a crimson robe. Under his icy face, he could faintly see the snake-like vertical eyes that flashed past. How is it? 0 Burial, this 100,000 white absolutes may make you feel at ease. There was countless pride in the masked man's tone, and Tiandao Pain squinted his eyes. Not enough, we need more powerful ninjas. The strength of the 5 ninja villages is not a joke, and Sha Zhiqing, the enemy of the gods. Now, that's not enough troops at all. The masked man seemed to have expected Tiandao Pain to say this, so he took him to another place. After looking at the things in this place, Tiandao Pain immediately made up his mind to use warfare to achieve the goal. After Tiandao Pain left, the masked man went somewhere again, looking at the ragged old man in front of him who had no breath of life. His eyes showed infinite ridicule. Do you think you can control me by planting a spell on my heart? I'm so sorry, you may be miscalculating. But he didn't notice that not far behind him, when he said this, Ju's mouth flashed a hint of mockery. The Five Shadows talks, the location is far away in the Iron Country. This is what Mifune, the great name of the country of iron, requested, and the 5 great ninja villages have no objection. It is better to hold a meeting in this neutral country, and we can both rest assured. However, when I saw the lineup of Konoha village, the 3 major ninja villages except Sandian village couldn't help but startled. Hokage Guard, Shajirching, Uzumaki Kushina. Lord Naruto has such a big face, that he can let the Thunder Ninja as his guard. Onogi, the 3rd generation of Tuakage of Iwayan village, said indifferently, the indescribable smell of vinegar. Compared to Namikaze Minato, the loess and black soil behind him have nothing to do with them. Power is only safe. It was invaded by Xiao's organization. The safety of people in Zuli is very important. Minato Namikaze spoke in a calm manner, and then said, I believe that everyone knows everything about Konoha village, and I also understand what happened in your village. There is no doubt. Minato Namikaze looked very serious. We have reached a critical juncture. The strength that the enemy has shown so far has the strength to crush any ninja village. My Konoha is also the same. If it weren't for Shajirching and Shadai Fungying and others to help, my Konoha village would have been destroyed by now. We don't know how much strength the enemy has secretly not shown. So, I think it's time for us to join forces and eliminate the scourge of Akatsuki. Onogi sneered when he heard Minato Nika's, and even forced him to ask, if I remember correctly, how do I remember Orochimaru, the rebel in your village? He seems to be a member of Akatsuki's organization. Chapter 748 Who Can't Be Bullshit. What if this is a scene you played? Or, this is a complicity between you, the purpose is to unify the ninja world. The Danzo in your village has already set a precedent. He was so full of face that he almost didn't write 2 words, challenge. If I remember correctly, Deidara, an active member of the Akatsuki organization, seems to be a good apprentice of Lord Tsuchikage. According to the logic of Lord Toying, can we directly arrest you for treason and execute you directly? But it was the 4th generation Fungying Luasha who spoke up, and his expression was very bad. Humph. Oyemu's face turned black. It's really time for Luo Sha's demolition. Okay, why are you talking so much? Isn't it to discuss how to deal with the Xiao organization? What's the point of mocking each other? If you don't plan to negotiate, then leave the stage, Lord Toying. I don't have time to watch you wrangling with other shadows here. The most irritable Reikage is online, making Oyemu's face even darker. Okay, Xiao organization really needs us to pay attention. This organization is quite dangerous. The only woman who spoke was Terumi Mei, the 5th generation of Mizukage. Her charming face was full of solemnity. To be honest, I suspect that the 4th generation of Mizukage in our village once organized and manipulated for Akatsuki. As soon as these words came out, everyone except Shajirching couldn't help being shocked. Being able to manipulate the shadow of a village is really no trivial matter. They all have a chill down their spines. So, it's time for us to unite. Having said this, Minato Namikaze glanced at Reikage and said, Your Excellency Reikage, in fact, you should bring your younger brother with you, after all. Reikage I interrupted Minato Namikaze and said confidently, Don't worry, I have hidden him in an absolute fortress, and it is impossible for the Akatsuki organization to find it. In this regard, Namikaze Minato can only choose to believe and pray. Otherwise, things will become more troublesome. After the episode just now, several shadows obviously realize the importance of the matter, especially after Mizukage Terumi Mei said those words. Negotiation begins. The first thing is to isolate the human column force. Gaara, Kushina, and Kurabi send heavy troops to protect them. But for this suggestion, Shajirqing put forward a different view. Rather than being isolated, it's better to take it with you. Both Kushina and Kurabi are quite powerful ninjas. Participating in the battle may bring more favorable effects. For Shajirqing's view, everyone's views do not agree. Kushina agrees very much. Let her be locked up. It is better to kill her. Luo Sha was a little worried. He was worried that Gara stayed that far away alone. In his mind, Gara is a beast, the kind that will violently hurt people at any time. And Raying is strongly opposed to let his brother who escaped join the battlefield. He thought about it. Let it go. Don't embarrass the ninja world. That's when Five Shadows had different ideas because of Shajirqing's words. From the middle of the conference room, a strange young man with short cyan hair and white skin emerged from the ground. And brought a surprising news. I'm very sorry, our Akatsuki organization took it away. Bastards, how dare you touch Rabbi? Lei Ying exploded in an instant, and grabbed the young man's neck directly, but he never wanted to use too much force, and before he could interrogate Kurabi's trace, he twisted the young man's neck. Chapter 749 Officially Declare War on You. At the same time, the masked man appeared in the seat behind everyone. You actually dare to appear in front of us. You are very courageous, masked man. Shajirqing looked at the masked man and showed a very kind smile. The masked man suddenly shivered. There was a thick look of fear in his eyes, and his body was tense. What do you want to say? Namikaze Minato looked at the masked man, his face even more unpleasant. For this man who was the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion, who almost killed his wife and son, he was full of murderous intentions. The masked man said calmly, I officially declare to you, either hand over the tailed beast or endure the war. Choose between the two. This news made the Five Shadows present at the scene couldn't help but be shocked. The Fourth Ninja World War, are you really ready, masked man? When the war begins, it's no one's help. Will you be very sad if it exceeds your expectations? Shajirqing looked at the masked man playfully, which directly broke the atmosphere of the masked man. Humph. The masked man gave Shajirqing a very unhappy look. This man, he could never control, his rhythm was about to be deviated by him. Tail Orc Zuli, we can't give it up. Give up, Akatsuki. Minato Namikaze was the first to speak, joking, he and Kushina are both nine-tailed people, hand it over, how to hand it? Suicide is not an option. Namikaze Minato can't do such a stupid thing. That's right, give up. The next person who spoke was Luo Sha. How could it be so easy to hand over such important combat power as a tailed beast? Moreover, each more tailed beast in their hands, the more threatening they are. As long as the people present are not brainstorming, they will not choose to agree. It seems that you have chosen war. The masked man's eyes burst into a bright light, and shouted, then I will officially declare war on you here, the Fourth Ninja War has begun. After speaking, as if afraid of Shajirqing's actions, the masked man left quickly. It's really like you said, the war is on. For this result, Minato Namikaze was not so surprised, because Shajirqing had told him once before that, he was already immune. Are we going to fight again? It's really a headache, Oyemu said with a very headache. The rest of them are also a little frowning. But since the war is coming, they can only temporarily let go of everything and unite. Let's form a coalition. Namikaze Minato made a suggestion, and the other four shadows have no objection. Then, let the old man and the warriors of the Iron Kingdom join in. This is a major event in the entire ninja world. How can this old man stay out of it? As the venue provider for the Five Shadows talks, Mifune also requested to join. After the Five Shadows thought about it, they agreed. In special moments, if you have more power, you will have more power. What a cunning guy, he escaped with his escape plan. Seeing the fact that Kurabi turned into octopus legs in front of him, Nagato felt like he was going to blow his lungs out. But an octopus leg is also an eight-tailed chakra, better than nothing. Then, there's only one last piece left. Our plan is half done. Tiandao Pain looked at all the members present, and he was also very embarrassed. After so many years, he has finally reached this stage. Chapter 750 Ninja World War, Start. 5 Shadow Talks, the 6 responsible persons, negotiated, for a day, and finally came to the result. Form a coalition, a total of 55,000 people. Among them, Konoha Village sent 8,000 troops, Union Village and Yenian Village each sent 15,000 troops, Wuin Village 12,000, and Iron Country 5,000. Supreme Commander, the 4th Raikage Yayui Oi. General Staff, the 4th Hokage Wave Fung Minato. Staff, Nara Shikahisa, Azabui. The Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Forces, Luasha, the 4th generation of Wind and Shadow. The Captain of the Daimyo Guard, Terumi Mei of the 5 generations Mizukage. The rest of the various team captains are also under discussion and confirmed. The new chapter of the Ninja World has just begun. The Ninja World War is finally here. Shajirching looked at the white snow outside the window, inexplicably a little sad. The beginning of the Ninja World War and the appearance of the 10 Tails means that he is not far away from leaving this world. Not to mention, it's really a bit reluctant when it's time to leave. Although he has made the corresponding preparations before leaving. As soon as the news of the Ninja World War came out, everyone in the entire Ninja world began to be in danger. And the people who responded the most were naturally the rich and powerful. One by one, they all hurriedly searched for a place where they thought they were safe to hide. And the names of the 5 major ninja villages, all under the protection of the ninjas of their respective ninja villages, began to move towards the designated place. In the war years, these people are really just a symbol. The person who truly decides the fate of the ninja world has become a ninja. All the small forbearance villages, even more quickly close the village to seal off, strictly prohibit people from entering and leaving, for fear of being affected. The 5 major ninja villages also began to mobilize corresponding personnel, and the atmosphere was quite serious. Fortunately, now there are a large number of ninjas who have participated in wars in all major ninja villages, but there is no fear of war. The logistics of Konoha village, just leave it to the old lady, and make sure you have no worries in the frontline battle. After bedtime, Xiaochun personally undertook the material preparation work. Namikaze Minato also gave her the job with confidence. Having someone like her who has gone through 2 wars can relieve him a lot of pressure. The war is about to begin, are you nervous? Looking at Anmura Nobuomi and the others in front of him, Shajirching asked. It's not just war, how can I be afraid? On the contrary, I'm so excited now. Kinosuke grinned Isho, trembling with excitement. The rest of the people have similar expressions. It's good to have such a mentality. However, we should not be careless. The intensity of the next war will be stronger than all previous wars. Even for you, you must be careful and careful. Hearing Shajirching's really serious words, Keijisuke and the others also froze and put away their contempt. In Konoha village, the expedition team is gathering. All the young generation are on standby in their own villages, and the ninjas of Chunin and above will go out. Even so, it took Konoha to piece together for a while, and then he managed to put together 8,000 troops. No way, the Pen invasion caused them huge trauma. There are about 20% of the ninjas who are almost dragged out of the army. When they go to the battlefield, they are almost certain to die. But they have no other choice, they must go. After all, enemies, don't stop fighting them just because they're injured. Chief Dr. Jasmine, you are still alive. When they saw that Jasmine, who should have died, actually appeared in front of them alive again, all the Konoha medical ninjas couldn't help being surprised. Chapter 751 Unleash Your Talents. When the ninja world was dying, the King of Hell put me back. Jasmine said jokingly, but it made a lot of medical ninjas feel a lot easier. In order to deal with this war, Jiraiya also specifically searched Tsunade back. With her in charge, Konoha's medical work is no problem. Her return has also brought back a lot of morale of the Konoha ninja. However, what amazes Minato Nami is that Jirai didn't know what method he had used to cure Tsunade's hyperphobia, allowing her to go to the battlefield again. However, when he saw the necklace on his son's neck, he was thoughtful. 6 huge forces gathered in the direction of Union Village, and Shao organized here. I didn't expect you to have such a talent. Sure enough, it is right for you to be the manipulator behind this war. Only such a big stage can let you show your level. Go. The masked man looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him, but wearing the fiery red armor of the Sengoku period, the masked man's eyes revealed infinite surprises. Even if it's just a corpse, it exudes a terrifying coercion, making people palpitate. Are you really sure you can control this one? If something goes wrong, it will be bad. Even the masked man, no matter how many means he has prepared, he still feels a burst of sweat on his palms when facing the man in front of him. This guy's strength is really strong. He can't think of anyone who can fight against this guy. And the man beside him who hid his body in a robe showed his face, who was the pharmacist Dudu, who was not Orochimaru's follower. He pushed his eyes and said to himself, I used a special spell on him to limit his consciousness. Just 1/10 is enough to imprison all the tailed beasts except the 9-tailed for more than 10 minutes. Speaking of which, his eyes were full of scorching heat, even madness. These are the basis for Orochimaru-sama's development. If he came, I wouldn't have to bother me. But even so, as long as you use all your skills. Even this one, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashima. It can only be a sharp blade in our hands, let us drive it. Yes, this corpse that made the palms of the masked man sweat is the first Hokage, known as the god of ninjas, standing among the 1,000-handed pillars at the peak of the ninja world. In this way, I am even more confident. Shajir-Ching, your good days are over. The masked man's eyes flashed with a strong expression of hatred. On the road to Yinin village. Do, you actually chose to leave, it's really good. Orochimaru was caught off guard when the pharmacist left. Just the night before Pain's invasion, I don't know what the masked man said to him, but the pharmacist said goodbye to him. Orochimaru wanted to stop it, but was held back by the masked man's bizarre blurring ability, so he could only watch the pharmacist leave. But Yakushido, the elite he has cultivated for so long, has now been picked by the masked man, and Orochimaru is a depressing one. On the other side, Union Village. What, you said Kurabi didn't get caught, just escaped with an octopus tentacle instead of himself. 4 generations of Raing listened to the report given to him by his little secretary, and said with a look of surprise. Yes, Raikage-sama, His Excellency Kurabi is currently holding a concert in the village. You should stop him, the village is about to be disturbed by him. The 4th generation Raikage's personal secretary, Mabui, covered his forehead and said with a headache. Chapter 752 Ninja Allied Forces. Bastard, how dare you make me worry so much? You are dead. The 4th generation of Raikage directly burst out of the wall full of thunder and lightning, making Mabui helplessly shaking his head, the 662 wall. I really want to participate in this war. It's so boring to stay in the village. Naruto held his head, looked at the empty village, and said with a lonely face. Save some snacks, this kind of war is not something that people like us can intervene in. Let's wait for good news and wait for everyone to return. Sasuke Uchiha said indifferently, advising Naruto not to be impulsive, but the desire in his own eyes had already betrayed him. But why are Neji, Shikamaru and the 2 of them able to participate in the war? It's not fair, isn't everyone just graduated from Shamanen? Naruto said with a look of, angry, very dissatisfied. When you have the ability and awareness to be on your own, you can go to the battlefield. Naruto, you still have a long way to go, don't worry, take your time. Shikamaru and Neji already possessed this ability in advance, so they were specially approved to join the war. A gentle voice came, but a Chunin with a scar on his nose came over. Seeing this Chunin, Naruto looked excited. Iruka-sensei, why are you here? Aren't you on the battlefield? I'm going to leave soon. I see you are complaining, so come and have a look. Iruka touched Naruto's head and instructed, Naruto, the children of the village, I will leave it to you, protect they are also a credit. Quote. Hearing Iruka's words, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, really? That's great. Iruka glanced at the others again, all of them were gentle with Isho, and then left. Ninja United Army Station. 65,000 troops, gathered together. But obviously, it is impossible for people who used to be enemies to each other and have deep hatred for each other to reunite like this and become close partners. After a while, there was friction and contradiction between them. Then, it rose to the level of hands-on. Although they are restricted by regulations and cannot use sword ninjutsu, even if the ninjas do not use these, they are far beyond ordinary people. As a result, 65,000 people suddenly became a mess, and the sky was boiling. What, want to fight? At this moment, a cold voice with unimaginable majesty and killing intent, like thunder, exploded in everyone's head, causing them all to shudder. All of them instantly felt a palpitation and panic that they had never had before, which made them stop involuntarily. Seeing Shajir-Ching looking at them indifferently, they didn't dare to look at each other. Behind Shajir-Ching, Nika's Minato and other shadows lined up. Sure enough, these things have to be left to Shajir-Ching. He is a professional in this field. Looking at the silent battlefield in an instant, Minato Namikaze and the others couldn't help but sigh. But the next thing is up to you. At this time, Shajir-Ching looked at Minato Namaifeng, indicating that it was time for him to play. Namikaze Minato didn't back down, so he said the same set of rhetoric of Gaara in the original book, in a similar form. Let the ninja allied forces fully realize the seriousness of the matter, the inevitability and importance of uniting. Chapter 753 Going. Ninja Allied Forces. Namikaze Minato was originally a high-ranking person with a great affinity, but now he tells it from the bottom of his heart. Everyone was also infected by his language and emotions, so they recognized him unknowingly. After Minatoman's speech, they understood. If they are not united, their friends, family, and brothers will all become the captives of the enemy. When they think of that kind of fate, they don't want to think about it. Therefore, if you do not want such consequences, then there is only one road before them. Going. Going. Going again. Namikaze Minato said emotionally, please help me, fight against the enemy that is about to come, and help me protect the peace of the ninja world. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to the crowd. There is no grudge between the two who understand each other, and there is no enemy here and now. Because everyone bears the hope and burden of peace, we should all work hard for it. Speaking of this, Minato Namika clenched his fists. At this time and place, there are no 5 major ninja villages, some are just our comrades in the Ninja World Alliance. Then, he pierced his heart and said, if you are still unwilling to forgive Konoha for the hurt that Konoha has done to you, then I will let you deal with it after the war, and I can cut off my head. I will never resist. Quiet. The entire square was instantly quiet, and everyone looked at Minato Namikaze in shock, terrified by what he said. Then, there is the deep emotion. Dare not to serve your life, Mizuno-sama. Look, in just a short while, the ninja allied forces completely recognized Minato Ninja. Their voices broke through the sky and reached the sky, rumbled and trembled for tens of thousands of meters in a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It may be hundreds of years in the past and hundreds of years in the future, and there will be no such spectacular scene today. So, everyone, going. With a single order, the Ninja World Alliance officially became one. Amazing, as expected of Namikaze Minato, he really has the ability to subvert the ninja world. Onogi, the 4 generations of Reikage looked at Namikaze Minato in shock and said. Luo Sha nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the army set out, and the whole army was divided into 4 parts: combat troops, perception troops, medical troops, and intelligence troops. Among them, the combat troops have the largest number, a total of 50,000. Therefore, it was also divided into 5 brigades. The first unit is mainly engaged in mid-range combat and is good at using ninja tools. The second unit is the one who fights in close quarters and is the frontline team. The third unit is mainly for short and medium distance support, and those who are not physically fit cannot enter. The fourth unit is mainly responsible for long-distance operations, and is responsible for closely cooperating with the intelligence unit and supporting the front line. At the same time, it protects the rear support troops. The fifth unit is good at special ninjutsu and attack methods. It's just that Shajirqing didn't hold any important positions, but instead became the captain of the medical force. What does he want to do? Anamu looked at Shajirqing, who squinted and led a group of medical ninja going, and couldn't understand his mind. Not to mention him, even Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze didn't understand Shajirqing's thoughts. The medical force is divided into 2 brigades. For the first team, Tsunade is the captain, Chio's mother-in-law is the vice-captain, and Kato Mutsu is the captain's adjutant. For the first team, Shajirqing was the captain, and Jasmine was the vice-captain. For the first person in the ninja world to go to the medical team, this is beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 754 The Strong Heritage of Konoha Village. After all, according to their ideas, shouldn't a strong man like Shajirqing join the front line? However, if you don't understand it, everyone will not guess. Anyway, with Shajirqing's ability, it doesn't take long to rush from the rear to the front line. The arrangement of other units. The perception unit is captained by Yamanaka Kai, and the intelligence department is captained by Nara Shikahisa. As for the Battle Dalian team, the captain of the 50,000-person team, and the captain of the 5th company, the 4th Hokage Naruto Fung Minato himself served as the captain. 1st Company Captain, Nobumi Yasunori. Rei Fujino and Makuro are also among them. 2nd Company Captain, Jiraiya. With him leading into the front line, it would be great. Captain of the 3rd Company, Uchiha Tomatake. Among the team members are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. 4th Company Captain, Lois. Most of the team members are members of Iwa Hidden Village. From this personnel arrangement, you can see some clues. How terrifying the background of Konoha Village is. Except for a vice-captain of the medical team and the captain of the 4th Company, the rest of the leadership positions are all from Konoha Village. It is no exaggeration to say that the Ninja World Alliance is the ninja of Konoha Village. In this regard, although the 4 great ninja villages have the intention to change, there is no way to change it. Who made the talents of Konoha Village? There are so many, so excellent. They are totally inferior. If at other times, they could shirk the blame, but now, under the surveillance of the fierce tiger Shajirqing, and facing the declaration of war by the Shao organization, how could anyone dare to make trouble? Fortunately, although they almost didn't get the captain, but when the deputy captain was selected, each of them had a place in the ninja village. This is not only for one person to dominate, to create balance, but also to make decisions more reasonable, fast and effective. Moreover, in the event of the captain's death, the vice-captain can quickly lead the entire team and reduce confusion. This kind of personnel arrangement is really a lot different from the original. Shajirqing sat on the head of the psychic beast Yi, looking at a group of ninjas running fast beside him, thinking like this. In the original book, the 5 captains are Gaara, Kakashi, Darui, Lois, and Mifune. But now, except for one Lois, the rest have no names. And when Shajirqing was thinking like this, Minato Nikaz, who was running at the forefront of the team, understood why Shajirqing wanted to be the captain of the medical team. There, he is going directly to the front line. Also, in this way, it doesn't matter whether he is on the front line or not. With him here, the improvement of our morale is outstanding. On the contrary, the blow to the enemy is quite big. Just as Minato Namikaze thought, when he saw Minato Namikaze, the 2 bosses of Shajirqing actually came to the front line and wanted to fight with them. The 50,000 people who fought against the Dalian team were all so excited. With these two big men sitting in the town, it is really reassuring. And when they rushed to the front line, Xiao organized here, and the relevant personnel who participated in the war were also preparing. 100,000 Baiju is just an appetizer. Ninja coalition forces, prepare yourself mentally, these people are your real despair. The masked man looked at the corpses in front of him with an extremely ferocious look, and his eyes were full of excitement. In front of him, there are a group of strong corpses standing scattered. It exudes a very strong atmosphere. Chapter 755 Reincarnated Powerhouses. In the first row, the predecessors Zuli, two-tailed Yukito, three-tailed Yakura, four-tailed Laozi, five-tailed Han, six-tailed Yugao, and seven-tailed Fufu. The second row, the previous five shadows. The second generation of Tsuchikage, the second generation of Mizukage Ghost Lantern, the second generation of Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the third generation of Reikage Ai, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi, and the third generation of Kazekage. The third row, Special Battle Ninjas, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Yan, Sanshoyu Hanzo, Kato Duan, Bakugo Hunter, Burning Escape Hagura. In the fourth row, there are 7 people from the previous generation of ninja swords in Wuyin village. And the god of ninjas who is placed in the most conspicuous position of the masked man, the first Hokage with the powerful strength to calm down the chaotic world, Senju Hashima. Humph, if you want to see this one, you must be extremely frightened. I really want to see your desperate expressions. The masked man said with great excitement, his body trembled with excitement. If someone lifts Tan's mask, he will find that his face is flushed with excitement. Kakashi, Konoha, and this world, feel the despair I once felt. It was you who killed Rin. Today, I will return this despair to you. When he talked about this, there was always hatred in his eyes. The enemy always comes just so suddenly. Just when the Battle Dalian team went to their respective positions according to the deployment, before they had time to settle down, they opened their defense line and prevented the enemy from breaking through the defense line, but the enemy had already arrived. Art as explosion. The 5th Special Unit led by Minato Namikaze had just entered the jungle, and the moment he was about to open the defense line, the air attack from Deidara had already arrived. Boom bang bang. The entire jungle suddenly became a paradise of explosions, and everyone fled away. Be careful of the red sand scorpion, this guy Deidara won't act alone. One of the 7 people in the summer, the not so well-known Drift Dao. What? When the crowd heard his words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Before they could react, screams came from behind. Ah! In the smoke and dust I saw, a long tail whip came, and some ninja shouted, "No, this attack is poisonous." Then, with a scream, he fell to the ground in a coma. Terra, save people. Seeing this scene, Drift immediately shouted, "Clouds escape, the depths of clouds." As soon as he saw a black cloud of lead floating beside him, the entire team was guarded. And that person called Chaluo is naturally the last member of the Summer 7. He waved his hand. Dodon, Blue Sky Gate. Then, a door of space appeared behind all the injured people, wrapping them in so as not to be injured again. Bang! Just when they finished all this, there was another sound of gold and iron hitting each other around everyone. The tail whip I saw wanted to attack others, but was blocked by the lead cloud released by Drift. Good job, let's fight back too. Namikaze Minato couldn't help shouting at this scene. Then, he listened to him and said, the enemy riding a bird in the sky has the ability to detonate clay bombs. The bombs can be big or small, the bigger the volume, the greater the power. Be careful of his micromolecular bomb, it's a bizarre trick enough to destroy corpses. And we must prevent him from self-destructing, the power is enough to destroy a city, please ask the brothers of the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan to monitor him. Chapter 756 Unprecedented Formidable Enemy. The owner of this tail whip is the Scorpion of the Red Sand, which has the Crimson Scorpion, the puppets of the 3 generations of Fengyin people, and 100 puppets with the ability to slaughter the country. All his attacks are highly poisonous. I will cooperate with my teammates, Cha Luo, to minimize the number of people who are hit. And those who are recruited will immediately be sent to the rear for rescue through their abilities. As soon as these words came out, the people of the 5th team were directly excited, shouting long live. Even Namikaze Minato had to sigh with emotion. It was so reassuring to have such a teammate. Why can't he win? Cut, have you figured out the details? It's really annoying. Deidara pouted, her face full of displeasure. Everyone, it's time for us to fight back. Minato Namikaze gave an order and rushed to the front line against the Red Sand Scorpion, and Deidara, he handed it over to his most trusted subordinate, Kakashi. Lei Dun Ninja Master Attack. Lei Dun restrains Deidara. Kakashi also knows some details of Deidara, so he leads the Thunder Ninja to reduce the damage caused by Deidara's attacks. Ah, bastard, totally restrained. This scene made Deidara extremely unhappy, and he felt that he was completely targeted. Don't you feel a pain in your head when you are wandering in the sky? Calm down. Biao's eyes flashed, and after the seal was formed, he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Clouds escape, thunder and rain." In an instant, in a rumbling sound, Deidara's head instantly turned into a pitch-black thundercloud, and among them, there were thunder snakes shouting and dancing. Deidara's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly avoided. One after another thunderous thunder rumbled down, accompanied by a violent rainstorm, making Deidara a worrisome. Great. Looking at this scene, Ringo Yuli, the owner of Lei Dahlia in the team and one of the 7 members of the Ninja Blade, watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. Your Excellency Ringo Yuri, might as well join forces to shoot him down. How? It was only when Fao saw Ringo Yuli who was holding the Thunder Blade in the crowd, he was surprised and hurriedly invited him out. Listening to the drifting words, Ringo Yuli suddenly showed a very happy look. It's exactly what I want. Then, with a wave of her hand, she blasted a violent thunderbolt into the thundercloud. Then, with the technique of professionally controlling thunder and lightning, with more intensive thunder and lightning, Deidara, who was forced to dodge even more embarrassedly. On the other hand, drift strengthened the control of the rainstorm, and Deidara who was drenched in the rain became a jerk, which made him scream, extremely excited. And Kakashi, with the 2 of them, turned Deidara's sporadic explosive clay into duds. Deidara's side has been forced into a disadvantage. The Red Sand Scorpion is already a little stretched. In the face of Namikaze Minato, the fastest speed in the ninja world, in just 2 minutes, Fei Liuhu was planted by him with the Flying Thunder God's curse, and then he was destroyed. When escaping from Fei Liuhu, he was almost strangled by Cha Luo with the Gate of Space, and only escaped with a sand substitute. As expected of the 4th Hokage, the Red Sand Scorpion felt the strong pressure, so he used the 2nd scroll, and the 3 generations of Fengyin people came. The other side. The first company led by Nobuomi Yasunori was in charge of the riverbank that Darui was in charge of in the original book. Among the enemies in front of her, unsurprisingly, there just happened to be Feijuan and Jiaodu. At the same time, there are also a few people Anmura Nobuomi and the others didn't expect. Legend has it that he killed the 2 brothers, the 2 golden and silver horns of the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama, Mito Gate Yan, Shimura Danzo and other powerhouses. On the other side, Ma Kuro even saw once again the tailed beast Manzuli who had already been defeated by them once again. 4 tails, 7 tails, 5 tails. Hey, this is too cheating, this lineup is a little too strong. Ma Kuro and Fujino Ray looked at each other and both showed wry smiles. Throwing away these people doesn't count. Those who continue to land from the sea and drive straight into the country of iron, and the Baiju army that can finally enter the country of fire through Yinan village, is enough for their ninja coalition to have a drink. The pot is up. Not to mention that in the middle of it, he also saw a person who could make their scalp tingle, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama. This is a man whose whole body is covered with forbidden techniques except under the water escape. Why, second Hokage-sama appeared here. A group of Konoha ninjas really want to ask this question. But looking at the second generation Hokage like a cold killing machine, they felt that they could not get the answers they wanted from the mouth of Senju Tobarama. What a terrifying war. It's tingling. Orochimaru is actually here, and with such emotion, Junmaru has a serious expression beside him. Behind him, the four people of Yin and Nin are waiting in battle. Orochimaru-sama, do you really want to join the war? Junmaru asked. Looking at the fiery scene of the battle, he was quite moved. Hehe, I promised that man's conditions, so naturally I can't violate the agreement. Orochimaru licked her lips, her eyes glowing with fiery light. There are not many opportunities to obtain research corpses without being so secretive. Besides, I am very interested in Shirai. Besides, he has cured your bloodstained disease. This favor has to be repaid. It is not a good thing to owe him favor. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Junmaru's eyes could not help showing admiration. He is really strong in terms of healing. When he thinks that the bloodstain disease that has plagued him for many years has been cured by Shajir-Ching, and he can guarantee that it will not recur for more than 20 years, he has a feeling of living in a dream. I didn't expect that this guy has reached such a level that even the second Hokage is just his doll. Orochimaru sees Nagumi Yasunori winking at him and telling him to deal with the second Hokage. Although his scalp is a little numb, he also wants to see how far Yakushido's filthy reincarnation is. So, he rushed towards the second Hokage. And the three of Anmura Nobuomi rushed to the three pillars and went away. According to the normal development, Darui led a group of members of Union Village, and with the support of Aoba, the mountain city of Konoha Village, and Gecko Gale, they dealt with the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. Kakato Hidan and the two of them were greeted by Sarutobi Asma, Man Demon, and Loquat Juzo. The rest of the ninja army, such as Katsutaro III, Sandian Village Tamari, and Konkuro two siblings, were led by the only well-known Jonin, Yuhi Hong, who blocked the attacking Shirai army. Jiraiya, the second company is here. This lineup really makes my scalp tingle. No wonder I have the confidence to wage war against the entire ninja world, and the Akatsuki organization is quite prepared. Looking at these enemies appearing in front of them in the desert in front of them, even Jirai can't help but feel a little scalp numb. Chapter 757 Thousands of Hands. The previous generation of shadows, join us. The second generation of Soil Shadow, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lights and Magic Moon, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Horizon, the third generation of Reikage Eye, the third generation of Kazekage. The enemy of the five shadows is not enough, the most important thing is that there are other ninjas behind him. They are the former enemies of Barakuma, Kato Dan, and even Sanshoyu Hanzo. And a group of various ninja armies who once sacrificed in the ninja war. Seeing so many enemies, the two brothers Hyuga and Hazu behind Jiraiya, Dingza Chu Dao, and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even though Onogi, Luo Sha, Kushina and other powerful ninjas were in the team, they still felt a deep pressure. They have no advantage in military force. And now, there are so many strong men in the enemy, so that they are completely inferior in terms of quantity and quality of troops. Do these guys know that Kushina is in the team? They sent such a powerful force to snatch the Nine Tails. Jiraiya's eyes swept over the three generations of Hokage and others, quite dignified. But if the appearance of people like the three generations of Hokage just makes them feel dignified, then the person who appears next will make them feel hopeless. How is it possible? Just kidding. This one, why is he here? Did I look good? Looking at this man with long hair fluttering, with a determined face, wearing a suit of red armor, walking on wooden shoes, and carrying a large scroll behind him. Everyone who knew him felt a deep chill. They feel as if the day is about to fall. Even if they were watched by that man Vivi, they still felt a chill all over their body and couldn't help trembling. Senju Hashima-sama, why are you here? Jirai also made an unbelievable voice, only to feel that his throat was so dry. In front of this person, Jirai also felt that their military strength was a bit unattractive. What? The first Hokage? A group of people who didn't know Chinchujuma heard Jiraiya's words and couldn't help but be shocked. Hey, true or false, is that really the first Hokage? Some people can't speak at all, and their faces are pale. These people, more or less, have heard of some legends among the Thousand Hands. But it is precisely because I have heard of it that I know how terrifying this man is. To calm down the troubled world, suppress the tailed beast, and the contemporaries of the suppression can't lift their heads, and are called the man of God. This kind of strength, they can't think of anyone who can fight against it. But of course, there are also about half of the ninjas who have no intuitive understanding of the horror of Senju Hashirama. You won't know until you hit it. Their optimism has somewhat restored morale. But just when Jiraiya was about to pass back the story of Senju Hashirama's appearance on the battlefield, something that made his heart sink. All the intelligence personnel responsible for liaison, the informants, were all assassinated. At the moment when they were shocked by the appearance of Chinchujujian, Xiao organized the action, extremely fast and fierce. He was killed without giving everyone a chance to resist. Jiraiya didn't even know who killed the intelligence personnel under his eyes and nose, the perception personnel. After these people were killed, they undoubtedly became blind and deaf in an instant, and completely lost contact with the headquarters and other teams. This is not good news. Zilai also gave a wry smile, feeling that an unprecedented challenge had come. Nine Tails, he's shaking. Kushina's sudden whispered words made the hearts of Jiraiya and the others sink even more. What is the existence of Nine Tails, a super dangerous life form that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, but now, he is actually shaking. The prestige of the first generation is well deserved. Jiraiya thought in his heart, and the enemy had already launched an attack. Now, there is no way out, only to rush. Maybe there is still a chance. I believe that the headquarters also knows about our disconnection now, and they should send rescue. As long as we can persist until that man comes over, maybe everyone can survive. Zilai also gave a speech and made the final mobilization. Oh. Of course, everyone understands that things have come to the last minute, and there is no way out. So, they can only go now. Allied Headquarters. Lu Ju, the intelligence personnel and perception personnel of the second team of the coalition battle Dalian team suddenly disappeared. Yamanaka Kaiichi suddenly reported the sound, which surprised Shikahisa Nara and the Sidai Reikage. No, there must be an accident, otherwise, it is impossible to lose news at the same time. Nara Shikahisa reacted immediately, we need to dispatch a team to support quickly. He then asked the perception unit, which team is closest to the second team now? It's the medical unit where Captain Shajirching belongs. But the medical team gave such an answer. Nara Shikahisa couldn't help pondering when he heard the words, whether to use Shajirching or not, this matter needs to be carefully considered. But it's not that he is worried about Shajirching doing something outrageous, but Shajirching is their last trump card. It's too early to play the trump card at this time. Seeing this, Lei Ying couldn't help frowning and asked, who else is nearer? The perception force replied, Captain Lois of the fourth team. Hearing this, he immediately issued an order, immediately ask for help from the army where the Lois is located. No, I'm afraid not. But Shikahisa Nara blocked his suggestion. Facing Rai Ying's questioning, he smiled bitterly, Captain Yellow Earth is facing the 40,000 Baiju army, and he can't escape. Fourth Reikage. Damn. He hammered the table heavily, if it wasn't for the fact that he still needed to be in the center, he really wanted to say that he would support it. The atmosphere at the scene couldn't help but get impatient, and several people couldn't help but frown, but they couldn't do anything. Chio Sandano, the consultant of Sandian Village, sent a message from Izang, saying that he can go to support. At this time, Yamanaka Kaiichi suddenly made a sound, and the eyes of Nara Shikahisa and the fourth Reikage suddenly lit up. Precise. Nara Shikahisa and the fourth Raikage speak out at the same time. There are Tsunade and Kato mute where Sandy Chio is standing, it's not bad. Finally, ask Shajirching for help. Facing Lei Ying's puzzled eyes, he said, I'm a little uneasy, and I think something must have happened, Lord Jiraiya. The fourth Raikage watched Nara Shikaku for a long time, and after his secretary Azabui also nodded, the fourth Raikage also agreed. Chapter 758 Overwhelming Strength. The guy who was organized by Xiao, put it together. Looking at the map of the deployment of the enemy and our troops, Nara Shikahisa couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had thought that the Xiao organization would choose the coastline where the 1st Brigade was located, and the mountains of the 4th Brigade as a breakthrough point, and it was indeed the case with their military deployment. The location of the 1st Brigade, the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, 3-tailed orc Zuli, plus 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. As well as the Golden and Silverhorn brothers, as well as the 20,000 Baiju army, no matter how you look at it, they are already quite strong. 4th Brigade, 7 ninja swordsmen, 40,000 Baiju army. Powerful disappointment. No matter how you look at it, their breakthrough is also on this. However, he never expected that the breakthrough of Xiao's organization would be placed directly on the front line, on the most powerful team in this team. Jiraiya, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, Kushina, as well as Sakanuro, Kinosuke, plus Matekai, Hyuga Hazu such powerful ninja assistants, and Karayan Village's ace dry persimmon ghost shark. No matter how you look at it, this unit should not be targeted. But the organization did just that. Sure enough, the goal was Gaara from the beginning. But, what kind of confidence did they have? Nara Shikahisa was very curious. Looking at the battle strength of the 2nd Brigade finally presented by the Perception Force, even though there are 8 or 9 strong auras on the enemy's side, their coalition forces are not at all disadvantaged. What kind of confidence did they rely on to take away the strength of Gaara? But if you send Shajirching over, you must be prepared. Although I didn't guess where the strength of Xiao's organization came from, there is no doubt that with Shajirching here, the situation should be under control. If he knew that the reason why Akatsuki killed the perception and intelligence troops was to keep the information of the 1st Hokage from leaking, he would probably be very fortunate to ask Shajirching for help. Akatsuki organizes the hinterland, in a certain cave. Oh, I didn't expect Konoha and these people to have the courage to send out such dangerous people as Natsumi Young. But it doesn't matter, what about sending it out? Before they arrive, the tail beast capture plan is completed. Lord Hokage, show your strength. The pharmacist grinned and revealed an extremely cold smile. Orochimaru-sama, have you seen it? My research results. This level is almost the same as yours, and I will definitely give you more help in the future. His eyes were full of fanaticism. If Orochimaru knew what he was thinking, he would probably smile wryly. The pharmacist pocket is completely better than the blue. At least in the aspect of reincarnation, he is stronger than Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru didn't reach his heights. And when Orochimaru smiled bitterly, Jiraiya and the others were completely desperate. Senju Hashirama, resurrected. Allied headquarters. How is it possible, this amount of chakra does it really exist? The perception ninja suddenly screamed in horror, making Shikahisa Nara and the others all look at the perception map. I saw a chakra light group several times larger than Jiraiya and the others, appearing on the battlefield where Jiraiya and the others were. Gulu, this is even more terrifying than the 9-tailed chakra. This kind of pressure is simply suffocating. There is absolutely no comparable amount of chakra in the world. The 2 perceptive ninjas were sweating profusely and said that this amount of chakra gave them enormous pressure. Even Shajirching can't compare with it, so this chakra, could it be? Nara Shikahisa's heart skipped a beat, and a name suddenly popped up in his head. Thinking that the enemy will be reincarnated from the dirt, and even 3 generations of Hokage have appeared, then, that existence is also possible. The 1st Hokage. Apart from this name, Nara Shikahisa can't think of any other name. The appearance of the first Hokage was not in their plan at all, and they did not expect that this person would appear on the battlefield. Nara Shikahisa only felt cold hands and feet. In front of the absolute powerhouse, he felt that his strategy was too pale and powerless. Hey, true or false? Why is this person being controlled? Shajirching, who was rushing to Jiraiya, also suddenly sensed the terrifying amount of chakra in Chinshujujian, and couldn't help being a little shocked. Shouldn't it be Madara Uchiha who came out? Shajirching couldn't figure it out, but he understood it immediately after thinking about it. The plot of this world has long been disturbed by him. In this case, it is not necessarily that the masked man discovers Madara Uchiha's conspiracy, isn't it? If this is really the case, the danger of those masked men has to be improved a lot. Thinking of this, Shajirching moved faster. In the original book, Orochimaru didn't even control Senju Hasuma. But now, someone can actually control him. No matter what, the danger of the masked man is indeed higher than in the original book. Moon step. Since what comes from the ground can't be done, let's hurry up from the sky. The sky is unobstructed and the distance is much shorter. Wooden Tree World is born. As soon as the first Hokage shoots, you will know if there is any. With one move covering a radius of several kilometers, the violent and sturdy tree roots, like dragons, have unimaginable power, and everyone can only scramble to avoid the persecution of Jirai. Then, they were isolated from each other, and Kushina and others, Zhu Li, instantly became an absolute target in the sea of trees. Jiraiya and others were completely stopped by the various generations of shadows who were reincarnated by the dirty earth. Even, fell into a disadvantage. After all, the strength of the 3 generations of Raikage is much more tyrannical than other shadows. No. Jiraiya, who had entered the immortal mode, was drinking wildly, his face full of anxiety, but he couldn't break through the blocking belt created by the 3 generations of Raikage and others, and could only watch Kushina be drowned in the sea of trees. The art of psychic outside Dao Golem. And just as this situation is getting worse and worse, the appearance of the masked man and the outsider golem is tantamount to making things worse. Originally, there was Kushina to protect him, and even though he looked unreliable, there was Ricky Rabbi, the 8-tailed person, so there shouldn't be anything wrong with Gaara. Yes, Kurabi is also in this team. The main purpose of this team is to protect Gaara from being captured and to repel the enemy. Therefore, with such a powerful ninja, even if they are facing the first Hokage, they still dodge with ease. However, all this changed completely after the appearance of the masked man. Roar. The power exerted by the outsider golem is even stronger than the last time. And the elusive ability of the masked man made Kushina and the 3 of them feel a sense of crisis all over their bodies. His arrival instantly rewrote the advantages of war. Chapter 759 Shajirching is here. Kushina was entangled by the masked man, and Kurabi had to deal with the attack of the original Hokage in order to protect Gaara while dealing with the outsider golem. But in just a few minutes, Kurabi was sucked out of most of the chakra. And Gaara, his sand attack was just overwhelmed by the first Hokage's wooden dug, and there is no hope of being able to struggle at all. Ah! Just like that, the Outlander golem that I saw shot a seal chain from its mouth, pierced through Gaara's body, and bound the one-tailed Shuhei in his body. Sealing technique, Magic 9 Dragon Seal. Seeing this, the masked man immediately formed a seal and performed the seal technique of peeling off the tailed beast. But peeling off a living person is more painful than cramping and peeling skin. I Love Luo suddenly let out a scream of pain, extremely terrifying. Kushina was anxious, but she was completely unable to escape from the entanglement of the masked man. The masked man is not weak. The wheel eye illusion, the fire escape, and the inexplicable tricks that can ignore all attacks made Kushina feel a depressed urge to vomit blood. In all fairness, the masked man is not necessarily her opponent, if not for the ninjutsu who ignores the attack. But she can't get rid of this masked man. And Kurabi, it's even worse. It has also been caught by the original Hokage. Looking at Kurabi, who couldn't resist the first Hokage's wooden man technique even if he materialized into the 8 tails, Kushina felt the power of the first Hokage even more. This is really a strong outrageous existence. It's just the end, my plan is about to succeed. Ha ha ha. It was a pleasant surprise that Yahweh was caught, but it was also expected by the masked man. Therefore, he unceremoniously manipulated the outsider golem and detained the 8 tails. Then, with the sealing technique, the magic 9-dragon sealing technique, he began to frantically devour the 8-tailed chakra. Time is passing minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. The masked man is out of breath and has many scars on his body. But the light in his eyes is getting more and more prosperous, because he has already succeeded more than half. Kushina looked anxious, but she was entangled by the original Hokage's Mudden clone and couldn't get out of it. The situation is really bad for them. Seeing the 8 tails, 1 tail is about to be pulled out, the chakra power is reduced wildly, the 2 people are about to die, and the masked man's plan is about to succeed. Kushina was shouting angrily, and Jirai was roaring. Oyemu was also desperate, and when Luo Sha was also anxious, an unimaginably huge thunder gun ripped through the air and cut off the seal chain released by the outsider golem. Who is it? Seeing that his plan was actually destroyed, the masked man roared in exasperation. The 8-tailed, 1-tailed 70% chakra has already been recruited, and if he gives him another half an hour, he will be able to completely successfully strip the 1-tailed, 8-tailed power. At that time, the strength of the resurrected outsider golem will reach unprecedented tyranny. But now, all this has been disrupted. It's okay, it looks like I'm not too late. It's really dangerous. The visitor actually stood in the air, and although he was breathing a little, he exuded an aura that was almost the same as that of Chinsho Zujian. Sha Zhiqing. Looking at the person who appeared in front of them and obstructed his plan, the masked man suddenly let out an extremely angry, shrill roar. Yes, the person who arrived suddenly is Sha Zhiqing. It's finally here. Seeing Sha Zhiqing, Jushinai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, although Sha Zhiqing has nothing to do with their Konoha now. But now, as a member of the coalition, he is indeed their most powerful help. Pharmacist Pocket, give me, manipulate Senju Hashirama to kill this guy. His existence is the biggest threat and resistance in my plan. The masked man communicated with the pharmacist in his heart. Understood. I also want to see who is more powerful than the god of ninja, this man who can make Orochimaru extremely scary. The pharmacist grinned and licked his lips, his eyes were all burning. Sister Kushina, take Gaara and Kurabi out of here quickly. Next, this is not a battle that you can intervene in. Sha Zhiqing fell to the ground, and seeing the murderous intent suddenly exuded from the body of the dirty soil Chinsho Zujian, his face suddenly became solemn. Wooden flower tree world is coming. Before Kushina could respond, Senju Hashima's attack came. In an instant, all directions turned into a terrifying sea of trees, with extremely sturdy roots rising from the ground, with the terrifying power of destroying mountains, strangling and whipping. Jiraiya waited for others to see this, and hurriedly retreated, all faces changed drastically. This attack has almost reached the upper limit of what they can deal with. They felt their bodies tensed involuntarily. The dried persimmon ghost shark looked at Chinsho Hashirama with infinite light in his eyes, as this the existence standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. It's really powerful and exciting. He could feel that the sky is not afraid of the earth, and even the tailed beast chakra dared to swallow the shark muscle, showing some hesitation for the first time. The chakra of Senju Hashimoto makes the shark muscle feel very dangerous. One blade stream Libo. Facing the super forest that wraps itself up, and the roots of the trees that are about to bloom when they are whipped. Shamuyang didn't dare to be careless, and he slashed out, with infinite thunder and sky-shattering sharp edges. See. As if the air had been split and disappeared, a huge sense of relaxation made Kushina and the others feel an unprecedented comfort. Boom. All the attacking Wood Dun's attacks were completely cut off, and Jirai also exclaimed and fell to the ground. Immediately, they felt an unprecedented pressure and fierceness hit their backs, causing their hairs to explode. Boom! The trees in a radius of several kilometers were completely cut off, and then turned into pieces of wood. Farther away, even the earth was shattered into terrifying rift valleys, and the mountains were cut with a bottomless wound, crumbling. The power of a sword is so terrifying. Hi! Jiraiya and others couldn't help but take a deep breath. Shajirqing's strength is really a bit too scary. His strength is even stronger than when he left Konoha village. Jiraiya's heart is even brighter. When Shajirqing left Konoha, Kendo was not so terrifying and fierce. Spirituality. Shajirqing quickly pressed the seal on the air, and with a bang, the wet pot forest psychic beast, the Black Jiao, came. Then the surveillance mission of the outsider golem and the masked man will be handed over to you. Don't let them take the opportunity to kill. Shajirqing instructed Yi, who is comparable in size to a sea king. Hey, don't worry, Lord Shajirqing, I know. Yi hey Isho, like skating, rushing towards the outsider golem. Chapter 760 Shajirqing vs Chinchujuma. Shish. One of Mudun's abilities is that it is endless. No, all the sturdy tree roots that were just cut off roared out like an angry dragon again, bursting the air, blurring the four directions, and killing Shajirqing. And, on the top of the bushes, huge flowers bloomed, releasing pollen with a powerful paralyzing effect. Shajirqing immediately swung a sword again, stirring up the roaring wind and waves, venting out, with terrifying destructive power. It cut off all the roots of the attacking tree, created a large ruin for several kilometers again, and blew the pollen out. Shamuyang also hurriedly exited the forest. It would be really bad to stay in it again. Even him, it is impossible to be immune to the powerful effects of this pollen. Wooden cutting technique. A seal formed between the 1,000 hand pillars, and a sharp thorn immediately appeared on the ground under Shajirqing's feet, wrapping it towards Shajirqing. Shajirqing can't help but feel a little scalp numb. This move can absorb the enemy's chakra and continue to grow. If it is penetrated into the body a little, it will be stabbed into a hedgehog from the inside out. Moreover, the stronger the caster's chakra, the stronger the power. With the amount of chakra between the 1,000-handed pillars, Shajirqing felt that the flesh and blood that he would be torn apart instantly was gone. Puff. Observation Haki urges, wields the long sword to tear apart the earth, and attacks with the supreme sharp edge. Wooden the art of cloth bags. As soon as Shajirqing got rid of the thorns, a row of huge palms burst out of the ground behind him, pressing the air to burst and shoot down, and the ground rumbled open. Shajirqing's eyes shot cold electricity, and he shouted, "Lay done furious thunder tiger." Roar. A colorful tiger with a height of more than 20 meters, roaring out, has the terrifying power of destroying everything, and even smashed all the big palms that could shake the mountains. Puff puff. It was at this moment that an accident happened again under Shajirqing's feet, and a dense and sharp thorn broke out again. In addition, a square flew out from the ground around Shajirqing, and the thick iron steel of the water tank blasted the air out of the depression and rushed towards Shajirqing, pushing Shajirqing into a corner in an instant. All directions are attacked, and all retreats are blocked. Shajirqing, you are dead. Ha 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 die, this time, I want to see how you hide. Even if you are the first person who dares to face the attack of Senju Hakuma and melee it, so what, in the face of absolute disparity, you must die. Seeing this scene, the masked man who was manipulating the outsider golem and fighting the knight fiercely roared. Be careful. Not good, run away. Jiraiya and the others have chills on their scalps and cracks in the canthus, but it's too late to help. I can only watch Shajirqing be pierced by thorns into a hedgehog and die. PFF, this attack is just trying to stymie Lord Shajirqing. You really don't know anything about the power of Lord Shajirqing. Only Yi couldn't help sneering. His face didn't care, his eyes were full of admiration. The strength of that adult is unparalleled in the ancient times, even if it is Chinshozujian. At the moment when the night talk fell, Shajur-Ching, who saw Shajur-Ching, was as ethereal as the wind and danced in the extremely dense thorns. As light is nothing, Taoism is natural. In the midst of the fatal attack from Jiraiya and others, Shajur-Ching avoided it smoothly, with no pressure at all on his face, and even he was still forming a seal. This golem. Jiraiya and others couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is this really something that humans can do? This kind of continuous reaction speed, even Minato can't match it. Jiraiya said in his heart. It's the guy who defeated the old man with one move, it's so powerful that it can't be viewed with normal thinking. Oyemu also felt a little dry in his mouth. PFF'd. With a swing of the knife, the earth trembled, and Jiraiya and the others only saw a cold light flashing past. Then, whether it was the gangmu that exploded away, or the terrifying thorns that were dense like hell, they were all torn apart. But Chinsho Zujian had already pulled out his long sword, and rushed towards Shajur-Ching like lightning, and the air roared for it. I didn't intend to give Shajur-Ching a little time to react. But close combat, this is Shajur-Ching's strength. He slashed heavily on the long sword between Chinshujujian, without giving in at all. Bang! The sound of gold and iron resounded through the sky, harsh and painful. Bang! The ground under the two of them exploded, a crater of more than 10 meters. In the end, it is Senju. This power is simply more tyrannical than monsters. Shajur-Ching only felt that it was not a person but a mountain that hit the flaming sword. This heavy force caused him to churn for a while, feeling a little exhausted. Very good, as expected of the god of ninjas, you are worthy of my full strength. Only you are worthy of my full strength. Shajur-Ching drank wildly, his long hair flew up, his star eyes flashed with cold electricity, and his breath was completely released for the first time. Boom! In an instant, an oppression that made Jiraiya feel suffocated came, and the surrounding environment seemed to have lost its color, which was extremely amazing. Shajur-Ching is like an unsheathed sword, with the utmost edge, no one can compete with it. Senju Hashirama, accept my power. Shajur-Ching stared, and then, the eyes that were originally like black gems instantly turned into a pair of scarlet three-goose jade writing wheel eyes. The icy coldness of this writing wheel, the powerful oppression, even the pharmacist pocket who manipulated the Chinshujujian from a long distance, felt a chill inexplicably. Sharing eye. It's true, he actually has a wheel eye. Seeing the writing wheel in Shajur-Ching's eyes, Jirai also exclaimed directly. He had heard Uchiha Itachi mention it before, but he was still reluctant to believe it. But now he believes it. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. Shajur-Ching raised his leg and drew a brazen sword wave, which surprised Chinsho Zujian, who was in front of him, and quickly used his Mudden clone to escape. And Shajur-Ching turned around and stabbed with a sword. In front of his long sword, Chinsho Zujian just appeared. Facing Shajur-Ching who was already in front of him, Chinsho Zujian couldn't help being a little shocked. His actions were completely seen through by Shajur-Ching. He immediately created a wooden avatar to block the sword, and the body stomped hard, hitting Shajur-Ching's sword like a bomb. Bang! Bang! Boom! The mad sword smashed his feet, attacking Shajur-Ching like a storm, making his three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes turn extremely fast, so as not to miss any moves and be forced into the disadvantage. On the body of Chinshujujian, he felt the pressure that he had not seen for a long time. Chapter 761 Great Horror, Thousands of Hands. Ha ha ha, good, come again. Shajur-Ching drank wildly, slashing and stabbing with the long knife in his hand. Every move was somewhat unimaginably sharp, even Chinsho Hakuma couldn't win any advantage. Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninjas. Of course, it is not only Mudden who is powerful. His swordsmanship and fighting technique are both quite terrifying and powerful, and the only person who can face the fighting technique with Senju Hashirama is a monster like Madara Uchiha. The two were like two lunatics, fighting faster and faster. Swords roared, sparks flashed, the air was distorted, the ground exploded, and the sky wailed because of them both. In the end, there were only 2 shadows left for the 2 of them, and there was no trace of a person to be seen at all. Only the roaring force of the wind and waves, the humming of the collision of gold and iron, and the constantly sunken and wailing earth, proved that the 2 were fighting. The radius of several kilometers was turned into ruins because of the battle between the 2. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt, and the world lost its voice. From time to time, there are sword waves, thunder light, and even thunder guns blazing out. It spreads for several kilometers, so you have to be careful when watching the lively event, otherwise, it is very likely that you will be directly stabbed by a thunder gun like a mountain pepperfish Hanzo. This can no longer be called a human, this is simply a 2-headed monster. Onogi, who was watching the battle from a distance, said in their hearts. They all have an eye-opening shock. It turns out that there are such powerful ninjas in the world. Even those other filthy 5 shadows are also intoxicated in the battle between the 2, and they have no sense of being sealed. As expected of Chinsho Hashirama, it is still as tyrannical as ever, tyrannical and despairing. Said the 2nd generation of water shadows. 3 generations of rakeage. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as me. It's not easy for him to admit this kind of thing, who can fight with the 8 tails. And the masked man looked at Shajir Ching, who was fighting with Chinsho Zujian, and his teeth were even shattered. I didn't expect this guy's real strength to be so strong. When he said this, he was full of unwillingness. He thought that once Chinsho Zuma appeared, everything would be solved. But real strength. Masked man, what joke are you talking about? But Yi was amused by Yi's words. Yi, can fight the existence of tailed beasts. If Lord Shajir Ching has only this strength, then I will not admit him. Just as he finished speaking, Shajir Ching shouted, Overlord's spiritual shock. Om. A mental wave that eclipsed the sky and the earth erupted, and everyone present felt the pain of tearing their souls, and couldn't help screaming. That's it, Senju Hashirama. When Shajir Ching appeared, he was wounded all over his body, and he slashed out with a sword, with the power to destroy everything. And Chinsho Hashirama's face was painful, obviously he had no energy to defend against this blow. Senju is about to be defeated, but would escape the technique of ranking. He unexpectedly formed a seal, and then 4 wooden shields like masks of ghosts and gods wrapped him in it. With this sword, even if it slashed the rankings that even the tailed beast Jade could defend against 1 or 2, Chinsho Shimao had already escaped. What a pity, Chinsho Zujian suddenly reacted, making Shajir Ching unexpected. Thousands of hands are born with the body of an immortal, and illusions have little effect on him. I finally took a chance to use this attack against the soul, and I never thought that he would react to it. Wood done wooden man art. There was a sudden murderous intent in Chinshujuma's voice, which was obviously not his will, but was manipulated by the pharmacist. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. I can't test his strength anymore. I can solve him in one breath. The pharmacist's pocket snake pupils tightened a little, and the shock just now made his hair explode. He was afraid that if he continued to test, there would be an accident. Boom. The wooden man is more than 10 meters tall, and when he punched it out, the air became heavier, and Shajir Ching felt a sense of oppression all over his body. Come on then, armed emission. Shajir Ching handed the long sword to his left hand, and a huge aura erupted from his right arm, and he went straight to the wooden man, not planning to dodge at all. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya and the others couldn't help but look at each other in amazement again. Is it really possible to fight against such a majestic and powerful woman with a human body? Bang! The answer appeared in front of them immediately. Shajir Ching and the wooden man were evenly divided, and a 50-meter hole exploded under his feet. Hi! This time, not only Jiraiya but also gasps of cold air. Even the filmmakers of the various generations of the filth can't help showing their shocked faces. Only the 3rd generation of Reading has a normal face, and he can do this too. But Rokushiki, 6 styles. Shajir Ching unexpectedly disappeared in front of the wooden man, and then appeared at the wooden man's chest, with unimaginable manic power gathered on his right arm. This power is enough to distort space. 6 Kings Spear. One punch, the world is silent. Boom. Then, like a thunderous explosion, the wooden man more than 10 meters high was blasted out by Sha Muyang, crashed into the forest, and then exploded directly. Gollum. This time, even the third generation of Rakage is not calm. He can't do that. This has surpassed the peak that human beings can reach. My heart is trembling too. Wood done wood dragon technique. In the face of Shajar Ching, who was chasing away again, Chinsho Zujian hurriedly used the wooden dragon to resist. But it was cut off by Shajar Ching. The sword in his hand is too strong to break anything. But that's enough. Shanfa, thousands of hands. Finally, the most powerful attack broke out in the 1,000-hand pillar. Rumble. In an instant, an unimaginable terrifying oppression descended, and Jiraiya let out a groan, almost surrendering to this aura. The earth is cracking, the sky is trembling, and the clouds are rolling, unable to withstand this force. Even Sha Muyang couldn't help showing a very solemn look. Is it finally here? Shajar Ching had no surprises in his eyes. Half of the strength of Chinsho Zujian came from this move in front of him. Really, thousands of hands, the top of the Buddha. This is the skill of the gods, that is, the 9 tails are vulnerable like a puppy in front of this move. The 10 tails can be beaten and doubt life. The first person under the 6 paths, no one can be his opponent. Shajar Ching, surrender to the peerless power of the first Hokage. The pharmacist gritted his teeth and controlled Chinsho Zuma with all his attention. In the immortal mode, the difficulty of control increases rapidly, even he feels extremely difficult. The 1,000-handed Buddha will break the shackles of the air when he touches his palms, and will completely suppress Shajar Ching. Chapter 762, The Pinnacle of Ninja World. Come on, then. Shajar Ching's eyes moved, and the 3-go jade writing wheel quickly turned. Then, it became an outer circle and an inner triangle, and there was a pattern of thunder and lightning in the triangle. The masked man was horrified, because this is not a kaleidoscope, but an eternal kaleidoscope. He suddenly felt that his understanding of Shajar Ching had always been like a fog, and he didn't know the details of this enemy at all. Buzz. A terrifying coercion that shocked the heavens and the earth came. The sky was torn apart immediately, and the air in all directions trembled, blurred and twisted. The surroundings were completely quiet. A huge and cold chakra emanated from Shajar Ching's body. Then, a skeleton, flesh and blood, and meridians were formed, and a 100-meter giant stretched all the way up. Armor, weapons, masks appeared one after another, armed from head to toe. A 100-meter blue-purple giant of the same height stood in front of Jiraiya, Onogi and the others. Stand tall, don't look at each other. Immediately, a fist smashed out and collided with the fist of the 1,000-handed Buddha. Boom. Like an earthquake, the earth wailed violently. The ground rolled up like a wave, and the terrifying wind and waves swept across thousands of feet, turning into a land version of a tsunami. The masked man even disbanded the outsider golem, and he also developed all the abilities of space blur, so as not to be affected. A deep pit with an area of at least 1,500 feet appeared on the ground, and the mountains and forests all disappeared. There are all kinds of bottomless rift valleys in the pit, which is amazing. Gollum. Jiraiya waited for someone to get up in dismay and looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. It just feels like all the power in my body is going to be drained. Changing the terrain, this is simply the ability that only gods can have. It is really tyrannical and makes life not a little bit resistant. He said that Konoha was too weak. It turned out to be true. Zilai also felt cold all over, and his whole body was completely soaked in cold sweat. The same is true for Oyemu and the others. When they thought that they had dealt with this kind of monster in the same world before, they felt a burst of fear in their hearts. Especially Luo Sha, when he thought that when Shajar Ching asked him for that forbidden technique, he even thought about blackmailing Shajar Ching. Now that I think about it, I am really scared, and scolding myself is really killing myself. Annoying Sha Muyong. With such a punch, Cheyenne village will perish. Dong dong dong. Amidst the dull sound of footsteps, under the horrified gaze of Jiraiya and the others, the thousand-handed Buddha was smashed back, and the mountains were smashed into pieces. Jiraiya and the others no longer know how many times they have inhaled cold air. But for the scene in front of them, only this action can express their horror. PFF'd. The pharmacist Pocket who was controlling Chinchujuma suddenly spit out a big mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of horror. This guy is too strong. The pharmacist's eyes were full of horror. Chinsho Zujian had already used the strongest move, but he still fell into the disadvantage. How strong is he? Turn into a Buddha on the top. But he doesn't believe in evil anymore. Sha Zhiqing is really invincible. Sha Zhiqing is here. Seeing that all the arms of the thousand-handed Buddha came out with punches, the air was completely distorted, and Sha Zhiqing also showed a very excited look. Finally the strongest move, then come on. Sha Zhiqing's eyes brightened, chakra burst out, and his mind moved, eight-armed Shura. Immediately, the huge Susanoo turned into a monster with 4 heads and 8 arms, and the 8 long knives wrapped in unimaginably sharp and profound meanings and collided with each other. The profound truth of Kendo, execution. Sha Zhiqing's voice came like this. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the radius of 10,000 meters was sinking, and it turned into a piece of fragile tofu, shattering and bursting crazily. The ground wailed and trembled, and the aftermath of unimaginable terrifying power raged. Everything is destroyed. The air was completely distorted and blurred, and the sky was shaken to disperse all the clouds, and the blue and deep atmosphere was displayed in front of Jiraiya and others. There was a collision like a nuclear bomb, and it was erupting violently, mixed with broken sawdust, blood splashing, and various chakra armors that fell. Sha Zhiqing, you are too strong. After the masked man thought this way, he left immediately. He felt that if he did not proceed to the next step, his plan would probably have to stop. Sha Zhiqing's strength completely exceeded his expectations. He did not expect that Sha Zhiqing would be so powerful that he would possess an eternal kaleidoscope. Eternal kaleidoscope, this is a super realm that he has never touched before, but Sha Zhiqing actually touched it. All of a sudden, Sha Zhiqing's threat in his heart was chasing after the old monster who rescued him. The old monster who has Rinnegan and once touched the realm of the eternal kaleidoscope, Madara Uchiha. Bang 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 bang. As if the end had come, the earth rolled like a wave. What mountains, rivers, forests, all were destroyed under this aftermath like the world's destruction. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed after this terrifying engagement, and the two finally stopped. The Sha Zhiqing I saw was covered with a layer of dark material and a layer of thunder light outside, but it also cracked a lot, and the right arm was obviously interrupted, and the blood was flowing. And at the foot of his feet, Susanoo, his body was riddled with holes, several arms were broken, and only one head was knocked off, and he no longer had the power just now. As for Senju Hashirama, he was also panting, and half of his body was smashed to pieces. The thousand-handed Buddha is only left with wooden stakes. Where is the unparalleled oppression just now? Obviously Sha Zhiqing has the upper hand. The pharmacist is here. Damn, it's so strong. He gasped with a face full of reluctance. His tone was full of weakness, his face was pale, and all of them were fine beads of sweat. You tried your best, this guy really exceeded our expectations, but it doesn't matter, my goal has basically been achieved. Next, it will be my world, even Sha Zhiqing can't resist. The masked man suddenly appeared here, and said to the pharmacist, you can concentrate on manipulating the ninjas in the rest of the world, and leave the rest to me. Sha Zhiqing is here. Seal. Sha Zhiqing placed a palm on the body of Chinsho Zujian who had just recovered, and a row of curse marks spread. When Sha Zhiqing waved a scroll of seals flew out, wrapping the layers of the 1,000 hand pillars. Chapter 763 Battle of the Heroes. Shajur-Ching, what a good name. Besides Madara, you are the first person who can fight me with all your strength. Also, you actually beat me, ha ha ha, I didn't expect to have such an experience many years after my death. Chinsho Zujian, who was not under the control of the pharmacist's pocket, suddenly returned to normal, and he laughed out loud at Shajur-Ching. Of course, otherwise, wouldn't I have failed these eyes? Shajur-Ching Isho, close the eternal kaleidoscope, then I wish you a good dream, I hope you will not have another chance to see the sun again. After the words were finished, Chinsho Zujian was completely sealed. Next, it's time to find the masked man. I don't know which battlefield he will show up on. Shajur-Ching ignored the affairs of Jiraiya's group in the distance, stepped on the moon step and left as if flying. What he has to do next is very simple, find the masked man, absorb the power of the 10 tails, and leave this world. I have to hurry up, be a little slower to be absorbed by that guy's power of Ju tails, and become Ju tails pillar force, that's the end of the game. Shajur-Ching launched his observation haki, which is the best thing to use to search for enemies. On the coast. The aura just now was from Mr. Shajur-Ching's Susanoo. What happened? It needs Mr. Shajur-Ching to use Susanoo to solve it. Anmura Nobumi exited the cover mode, looking at the direction where Shajur-Ching was, thinking with some doubts. Over there, what happened? I seem to feel Teacher Shajur-Ching's breath. Fujino Ling looked in the same direction and came to Anmura Nobuomi's side to ask. She has also solved the opponent. Even if the opponent is the tail orc Zuli. I don't know, but something must have happened. Otherwise, how could Teacher Shajur-Ching use Susanoo? Anmura Nobumi frowned, then looked at Fujino Ray and Ma Kuro. Next, it's time for us to fight back. She looked at the situation below the coastline and ordered, counterattack, start. Oh. A group of ninjas behind Anmura Nobuomi immediately shouted wildly when they heard the words, and looked at Anmura Nobuomi with enthusiasm in their eyes. It's so powerful. Even if I have seen a scene of suppressing people's strength once, I still feel inexplicably shocked when I see it again. Yeah, such a powerful tailed orc pillar force is no match for Captain Anmura. It's really powerful. Follow Captain Shinmei, but don't hold back the captain. They have been completely conquered by Anmura Nobuomi's strength. The battle ended so quickly, isn't it Yasunami Nobuomi? Orochimaru looked at Senju Tobarama, who had an impatient face in front of him, and winked at Kagaya-kunmaro next to him, and the two attacked again. Orochimaru, you must defeat me, please. I don't want to commit murder. Senju Tobarama sincerely pleaded out, to which Orochimaru grinned Isho, of course. PFF'd. Boom. Boom. With the support of the three of them, the war on the coastline suddenly changed dramatically, and the ninja coalition had the upper hand. Hey, why does the golden horn and silver horn also turn into a tail beast? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from where Darui was. Ma Kuro and the others couldn't help but look, but they saw the golden horn and the silver horn being forced into a desperate situation. The nine-tailed chakra actually appeared in the body, and then, the tailed beast turned into a beast. I'm going to support. Looking at this scene, before Anmura Nobuomi could make a sound, Ma Kuro rushed over. Anmura Nobuomi shook her head helplessly, and then she threw herself into the army of Baiju. Namikaze Minato is here. Bastard. Let me go if you have the ability, let's do another 800 rounds. Deidara, who I saw, was actually captured, and was scolding excitedly, but no one cared about him. To actually meet these people Zuli again in such a place, it seems that when we are fighting against these people, we still have an important task to solve. Namikaze Minato looked at the 2 tails, 3 tails, and 6 tails who appeared in front of them, and showed a very solemn look. It is also a loss that these people, Zuli, have no tailed beasts in their bodies, only the remaining tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, let them all release their bodies, and the damage will be even greater. I knew that the enemy would not let us rest so easily. Piao looked at the enemy in front of him, and actually showed an extremely longing and excited color. Cha Luo is the same, showing a very excited look. What's more comfortable than letting them fight heartily? After all, the situation is now under control of their coalition. With Wave Wind and Watergate in charge, even if they mess up, they won't mess up. It's really stressful. Namikaze Minato looked at the red sand scorpion who was controlling the 3 generations of cage puppets behind him. His face was a little dignified. There are wolves in front and tigers in the back, which is really a headache. But the scorpion of the red sand is actually more flustered. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the 3 people Zuli interrupted Minato Namikaze, he might have been killed by Minato Namikaze by now. In just a few fights, Minato Nikaze found out his fatal flaw, the core of his heart. Moreover, he was almost engraved by him on the core of his heart with the permanent Fei Lei Shen curse. As expected of the 4 generations of Cage, the fastest speed in the ninja world, making people suffocate in despair. Namikaze Minato does not believe that speed is power, but speed and agility go hand in hand. But this is actually more tricky, because his speed is too fast, and he doesn't fight you head on at all, but a little carelessness is death. Kakashi, I'll give you the 2-tailed pillar power. Seeing Uyo and Tara rush to the 3rd tail, the 6th tail left, and Minato Namikaze commanded Kakashi beside him. Understood. Kakashi's current strength is naturally different from the time point in the original book, but when he is chasing the 4th battle in the original book, it may be a bit reluctant for him to defeat the 2 tails. But there is no problem with dealing with it. Then, in order to make the situation less bad, please end the battle between us as soon as possible. As soon as Namikaze Minato closed his eyes and opened it again, he entered the fairy mode. Boom! The battle has begun. In that instant, Namikaze Minato in front of the red sand scorpion disappeared. Hi! His pupils shrank suddenly, and the gold dust formed a shield to protect him, not giving Minato no chance to attack. But, at the moment when he was about to come into contact with the iron sand shield, Minato Namikaze suddenly disappeared, and the red sand scorpion was horrified. He really didn't dare to hesitate even a little bit against the fast ninja Namikaze Minato. Chapter 764 Those Who Are Silent in History. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku is here. The situation is too weird. What happened? Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui looked at each other, and they didn't understand what happened suddenly in front of them. What was going on? Pen Ludao, why did he suddenly lose his power and breath? What happened? Originally, their team was almost unable to hold on, and they were about to seek support, and the 4 generations of Reikage were also ready to teleport. However, at that moment, all of Pain's 6 paths suddenly collapsed to the ground as if they were suddenly drained of their strength. Only the 10,000 Baiju and the ninja allied forces are left with big eyes and small eyes. What happened to their manipulator? Uchiha Itachi looked at Pen Ludao who fell to the ground, and without any hesitation, he sealed them all with a 10-fist sword. Kill, counterattack. Since there is no news from Pen Ludao, isn't it good? The pressure is greatly reduced. The sooner the fight ends, the better they can go to support other places. They all know that the region where Jiraiya is in crisis. So, what happened to Pen's 6 paths and suddenly lost his power? Afei, you bastard. Xiaonan looked at the masked man in front of him angrily, his eyes were full of inexhaustible flames. Ha ha ha, Xiaonan, don't be so angry, you should thank me, these eyes have been swallowing Nagato's vitality. Now that I took it away, didn't I just help Nagato return to normal? The masked man's eyes were full of smiles, then he narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became cold. Besides, these eyes were originally mine, but I was the one who stored them on Nagato's body back then. An LT, P and GT. Now that my goal has been achieved, Nagato is useless. Naturally, these eyes can't be kept for him to waste. I really want to thank you, Nagato. Without your Akatsuki organization, I really couldn't have collected all the 9-tailed beasts so easily. Hearing the words of the masked man, Xiaonan was struck by lightning, his body trembled, and then angrily pointed at the masked man and shouted, I know, you bastard is uneasy and kind. She wanted to attack, but the masked man had already escaped into the void. In the end, it was empty. I hate it. Nagato naturally heard this, and cried and roared. Xiaonan can only sigh, the boat is done, and anger is useless. Jiraiya is here too. For the safety of the ninja world, please go back. Everyone. Jiraiya also entered the immortal mode, and he was fighting against the 3 generations of Hokage, which had already forced him into a disadvantage. 3 generations of Raikage handed over to the dried persimmon ghost. No matter how tyrannical the 3 generations of Raikage are, sucking up the chakra is done. But the price is a bit high. Cough. The dried persimmon ghost shark lay on the ground with a bitter smile covered in blood. The shark muscle on the side is injecting chakra into him crazily, repairing his torn chest cavity. The 2nd generation of soil shadows was naturally handed over to the 3rd generation of soil shadows, Onogi, Chendun to Chendun. 3 generations of wind shadows are naturally handed over to Luo Sha, the 4th generation of wind shadows, Sand Iron to Gold Sand. Luo Sha has always wanted to prove that he is stronger than the 3 generations of Fengying, and now he has achieved his wish. As for the 2nd generation of water shadows, Kinosuke is fighting against it. Kinosuke played against the 2nd generation of water shadows in a leisurely manner, showing neither the tendency to defeat the 2nd generation of water shadows, nor the tendency to be defeated. You kid, you actually put this old man on a whetstone. For decades, among all my opponents, you are the first to dare to do this. The 2nd generation of water shadow ghost lantern Wanyu couldn't help being a little anxious, and then, it was inexplicably interesting. His mirage illusion can't affect Kinosuke at all. He can always find his position accurately, which makes him very interested. He was very curious, how Kinosuke did it. Moreover, the strength of Kinosuke's fighting technique is that he has to come up with some powerful tricks to deal with it. Even so, he was still quite embarrassed by Kinosuke's persecution. It seems that without giving you a little color, I can't let you know how amazing it is. The ghost lantern and the moon and the seal shouted, steaming danger. I saw a lot of water and oil fly out of his body, and then formed an incomparably huge child-shaped clone with a giant knife on his right arm. Kid, be careful, this is an infinite blasting attack that is tricky even for the 2nd generation Tukage. Ghost Lantern Wanyu reminded aloud, the clone came with a powerful oppression, and the speed was as fast as watching a movie, and it came with a knife. Keijisuke stepped back immediately, but the clone had already chased after him, and it was another sharp knife. Kinosuke hurriedly dodged again, and in the process of dodging, a piece of kunai with a detonating talisman flew out. Boom! The sound of the explosion was quite loud, but the effect was not that great, and the clone recovered in no time. It's a bit tricky. Seeing this scene, Keijisuke frowned and started to dodge quickly. The flexibility, speed, and strength of this clone made him feel a little breathless. On the other side, Sakazulang turned on the cover mode and confronted the Sanshoyu Hanzo. Just. Demigods and Hanzos have such strength, which is really disappointing. Sakazuro was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and his voice became quite erratic and cold. He looked at Hanzo in front of him with a look of disappointment on his face. Very well, I didn't expect that a descendant like you would appear in the ninja world. You deserve all my strength. Sanjiao Hanzo was naturally angry when he was provoked by Sakazulang. Who is he, Sanjiao Hanzo, a strongman who is famous in the ninja world, and a top powerhouse who bestowed the title of Three Ninjas on the 3 of Jiraiya. Now that he has been underestimated by a kid, he feels that he needs to give Sakanaro a good moment. Fire escape detonating flame array. After he quickly formed the seal, he slapped the ground heavily. In an instant, the ground under Sakazuru's feet suddenly turned into a burning detonating talisman. Then, he wrapped around Sakanaro's body. Can't help it, the earth with a radius of tens of meters has become a detonating charm, which is extremely terrifying. Sakajiru's scalp was numb, and he quickly retreated. He didn't dare to be hit. Boom bang bang. The earth exploded, and the dust wave of the explosion even set off a huge storm. Hey! Not far away, Sakajilang appeared, but he felt a severe crisis just as soon as he settled down, and he quickly pulled out his kunai and waved to him. But the Sanjiao Hanzo saw through his movements, and appeared in front of him with a scythe and slashed down. Bang! The golden iron exploded, sparks flew, and Sakajilang couldn't help groaning. Sanjiao Hanzo is so powerful, if he hadn't turned on the cover mode, he would have been shaken out by now. Chapter 765 Sanzang Fish Hanzo, defeated. Kid, be careful, that guy's strength lies in his exquisite fighting technique and unique poison. The sound of Jiraiya's reminder suddenly came, and Sakajiro couldn't help being surprised. However, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of the Sanjiao fish, fighting technique chain sickle 2-stage strike. But he saw that he pulled the other end of his sickle that was connected by the chain. The axe attached to that end was manipulated by him and blasted towards Sakajilang. The sound of breaking through the air was obviously powerful. Bang! Sakanuro was hit with a bang and did not dodge at all. But to the surprise of Sanshoyu Hanzo, his blow did not cause any damage to Sakanuro. He was blocked by the layer of lightning armor on his body. Try my attack too, old man. Sakajiro grinned Isho. Suddenly thunder and lightning hit his body, and he directly said that the weapon in his hand quickly spread to Sanshoyu Hanzo. Boom! I never thought that this Hanzo turned into a stand-in and escaped, so Sakajiro had to sigh that it was the old senior who responded quickly, so he quickly looked for his traces and left. Sanjiao Hanzo's instant technique, he just realized it, seeing through his movements and approaching in an instant. This is something that few ninjas can do. After all, his teleportation technique is also very fast. Hey! At this moment, a piercing sound came from behind him. Sakanuro turned around immediately, but there was no enemy in front of him. He couldn't help being startled, and turned around quickly, only to see a spectator rushing like a cheetah, and a cold light that kept magnifying in his eyes. Hi! At this moment, his whole body was blown up with cold hairs, and this knife gave him the feeling that it was no less than an ordinary blow from Shajirching. It is capable of tearing the layer of lightning armor on his body. PFF'd. Only a tearing sound was heard, and the voice of Sanjiao Hanzo sounded, swordsmanship flash. The boulders he passed were all broken in two, and Sakajiru's waist was also torn apart. Sakanuro. Kinosuke was shocked when he saw this scene. Zispa zizizi. Quote. Sakajiro, whose waist was torn apart, suddenly turned into a thunderbolt, and his voice came again, lay done Thunderwolf rush. Sakajilang, who turned into thunder and lightning, turned into a ferocious giant thunderwolf, and rushed towards Sanshoyu Hanzo. And Sakajilang is only 10 meters away from this thunderwolf. Hey! Before the light-like thunder wolf approached him, the Sanjiao swooped and evaded the past with a blinking technique. Thunder wolf pounced. Hey! Sanjiao fish unexpectedly reappeared from behind Sakajilang, and the sickle in his hand slashed mercilessly. But the corner of Sakajiru's mouth suddenly burst into a smile, and he dodged under Sanshoyu Hanzo in a flash. And what appeared in front of Sanshoyu Hanzo was an outrageous thunder wolf. Yes, the thunder wolf, who was dodged by Sanjiao Hanzo just now, came back and pounced. Sanjiao Hanzo's pupils shrank, and before he had time to dodge, he was knocked out by this thunder wolf. Lay done thunder punishment. Sakajilang quickly formed the seal, the sky suddenly brightened, and a thunderous light came down, and it smashed hard on the Sanshoyu Hanzo who had just been blasted out by the thunder wolf. Boom! The earth was blasted open, and the terrifying thunder and lightning completely enveloped Sanjiao Hanzo, frantically tearing Sanjiao Hanzo's body. Very good, you're a really good boy, but not enough. Sanjiao Hanzo even quickly formed the seal even in the thunder and lightning, and then shot out and shouted, the art of psychic, Sanjiao. Boom! A huge pepperfish appeared in the terrifying sea of thunder, and it carried the pepperfish into the earth to avoid the bombardment of the lightning. Do you think it will be useful to escape into the earth, naive? Lay done thunder trail sneak. Sakajalang stabbed his hands into the ground again, and in an instant, lightning shone under the ground, and the entire vicinity became a venue for lightning again. Boom! Immediately, just under the ground in front of Sakajalang, a huge Sancho fish rushed out, and when he opened his mouth, a huge poisonous mist was sprayed out. Sakajalang couldn't help being surprised and quickly backed away. But no matter how fast he was, he still sucked in a little, and suddenly, he felt a little dizzy. Poison blades. The sound of the Sanshoyu also came from the Sanshoyu, and it was a hidden weapon that broke through the air. Sakajiro immediately released the terrifying thunder and lightning, isolating the cutting tools, but also forced Hanzo, who wanted to take the opportunity to approach, to withdraw. Swordsmanship flash. But how much Hanzo exists? Stepping on the body of the Sanshoyu, he rushed again, the chakra covered the blade, and once again brushed past Sakajalang like a light. PFF'd. Sakajalang's waist suddenly splashed with blood. He couldn't help groaning and fell to his knees, covering the deep wound. His face turned pale all of a sudden. Sure enough. Sakajiro smiled bitterly, but Hanzo suddenly fell to his knees, half of his waist was hollowed out. As for Sakajiro, he saw that his other hand was exuding terrifying thunder and lightning, and he was holding a piece of pale flesh. Thunder penalty, drop. A thunder with the thickness of a water tank crashed down, and without giving Hanzo a chance to resist, it completely shattered him. Sanjiao fish suddenly disappeared with a bang. The ceiling class, handed it over to you. Sakajiro shouted, took out a green ball from the ninja bag around his waist, and swallowed it. This is the detoxification pill made by Shajir Ching. Boy, you are fine, I admit you. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo gathered his body again, but did not attack anymore, and was sealed by the ceiling class. Burning furnace. Facing the exploding expansion clone, Kinosuke finally broke out his bloodline limit. I saw a huge fiery red hood descending from the sky, firmly covering the blasted clone. Boom. The next moment, a huge explosive force bombarded, directly blasting his protective cover. Keijisuke couldn't help but change his face, and quickly shouted again, burning escape Liang Wall. A pair of fiery red flame barrier blocked his face, and his body burst out with unimaginable scorching heat, no lower than this explosive steam. Boom. With a loud bang, the upper layer of the flame barrier suddenly exploded. Kinosuke felt a devastating force passing over him, and then the clone suddenly became much smaller, and wanted to slip away. The power is so terrifying that it blew up my double wall, so I can't let you continue to wander. Kinosuke seals the seal again, and then pats the ground, burning escape scorching hell. Chapter 766_Prosperous Talent. CCC. In an instant, an incomparably hot breath raged, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose violently. The water on the ground evaporated very quickly, and then it was completely burnt dry. The huge body of water suddenly became extremely manic, and its size was rapidly decreasing. CCC. The ultra-high temperature made people unable to open their eyes, and the blood in the whole body was boiling, and the surrounding rocks turned into sand. Then, there are traces of soft condensed together. Hi. The second generation of Shui Yingtian was not afraid of the earth, but he was afraid of the high temperature. The weak he appeared from behind a boulder to take a breath. But how could Keijisuke give him a chance to breathe? As if he could not feel the temperature at all, he strode forward and slashed the extremely weak second-generation water shadow into two pieces with one knife. You kid, I really lost to you. Very well, Kinosuke, I will always remember this name. The second generation of water shadow looked at the water body that collapsed as he was severely injured, and couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Seal. Immediately, there were ninjas from the sealing class, and regardless of the high temperature of the ground, they launched the sealing technique and sealed the second generation of water shadows. Cough cough, is it still a bit reluctant to use this trick? It seems that my attainments are not enough. Hinosuke coughed twice, calmed down the fluctuating chakra, and then turned to look at the others. Well, the others have already ended the battle and joined the army to destroy Baiju. Dare I be the last one? Keijisuke scratched his head and rushed into the army of Baiju. Allied headquarters. The 4th Brigade, the 3rd Brigade, and the 2nd Brigade have basically wiped out the enemy. Jiraiya, Captain Yellow Earth sent an inquiry, where do you need support? Yamanaka Haiichi asked aloud. It is not necessary for the time being, let them stand by and be alert to the possible latent attack of the enemy. Nara Shikahisa made a decision and handed a file to his son, Nara Shikamaru. Compared with the uneven distribution of troops in the original book, now because of the addition of Natsumi Yang, the distribution of troops is quite balanced, and the major battlefields have effectively prevented their respective enemies. There is still no place to resolve the battle, only the 1st Company of Yasunami Nobuomi and the 5th Company of Namikaze Minato. 1st Company. As expected of the 2nd generation Hokage, it's really scary enough, a forbidden technique. Orochimaru crawled out of a snake's mouth and said, covered in fighter slime. Just now, he was hit by the 2nd generation Hokage's mutual detonator charm. In an instant, the detonating talisman was surrounded by the sky, completely unable to get rid of it. Regardless of the use of avatar wood, the instant body technique is useless. This is a powerful trick that the target object won't stop if it doesn't die, even the tailed beast will have to be bombed and doubt its life. If it wasn't for Orochimaru who happened to have this undead reincarnation, I would have to explain it here today. Orochimaru, you are very good. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now, not bad. Senju Tobarama looked at Orochimaru with great satisfaction, and then, was sealed. If he knew that Orochimaru was a traitor, and that this reincarnation of the dirt was spread by him, I wonder if he would break the seal and kill Orochimaru. I knew that with your strength, you will be able to seal the 2nd Hokage. At this time, Nobumi Yasunori also came over, looked at Orochimaru and said. Then he threw a green medicine ball and said, this is for the treatment of the injury, and it can make Junmaru better soon. Junmaru, who was cooperating with him, was uncomfortable, and he was covered in injuries. In this sea, facing one of the strongest water escape ninjas, Senju Tobarama, the pressure can be said to be very great. Not to mention that there is such a speedy attack as Fei Lei Shen. If it weren't for the strong defense of Junmaru's corpse veins, he would be dead by now. It's really good at making people. Orochimaru took the medicine ball and handed it to Junmaru, but he wasn't worried about Nobuomi Yasun's poisoning. Elsewhere, Feijuan and Jiaodu were caught, and their breath was sluggish. Report to the headquarters, what should we do next? Anmura Nobumi said to the intelligence ninja on the side, and the latter reported the situation immediately. 5th Company. Cloud escape, demon subduing appearance. Drift, who was covered in scars, drank his strongest blow. The black lead clouds that surrounded the three-tailed man Zuri Yakura suddenly turned into a huge samurai image, and slapped Yakura on the ground with one palm. Boom! The earth warrior trembled violently, and the three tails fell heavily into the earth, with billowing dust rushing up. Roar! Yakura burst into a frantic roar, wanting to form a seal to fight against him. Drift had already tried the power of Yakura's ninjutsu just now, so how could he succeed? PFF'd. The samurai grabbed a spear with lightning from the surrounding clouds and pinned Yakura to the ground. Roar! Yakura cried out again, but the thunder and lightning were already raging down the sky, and drifted away at a very fast speed. The other side. Space Gate Strangulation. Chaluo's opponent is very strong, Yu Gao. He is quite cunning and has a very strong agility, but Yu Gao is strong, and he is still planted in the hands of Chaluo. Bah! No matter how fast he is, but after he dodged several times to exhaustion, a space door suddenly opened under his feet, and there was nowhere to borrow, and half of Yu Gao's body was torn apart. The power of space, no matter how Yugao changes his form, can never be resisted. If I had the fighting technique and strength of those other people, I wouldn't have only this strength. Cha Luo gave a wry smile. He was born with overlapping bones, and he only had the yin chakra, which was not suitable for close combat, nor could he exert much strength or speed advantage. Therefore, mainstream ninjutsu will not suit him at all. If he hadn't met Shajirqing and developed the Shuiji boundary, Mendun, he might still be a waste now. But even so, he can only conduct long-range combat, and close combat is basically no match for him. Otherwise, with his sky-defying bloodline limit, he wouldn't be at the bottom of the ranking in terms of strength. As expected of the fourth Hokage, I lost. When Terra ended the battle, Minato Namikaze finally ended the battle with the Red Sand Scorpion. In the face of Minato, who has Flying Thunder God, understands the sealing technique, and suddenly opens the Immortal technique, the Red Sand Scorpion has exhausted all his cards. Even after using the last big move, the last scroll, Faceless Puppet, still lost. The Faceless Puppet is the strongest puppet in the life of the Red Sand Scorpion, transformed from the corpse of a blood-based bound ninja. The body is composed of precision machinery, which can launch chakra energy attacks, coupled with the rapid escape of the blood. The strength is so strong that even the tailed beast can be easily suppressed. But in the end, it was one step behind Minato Namikaze in terms of speed, and he destroyed the puppet with Immortal technique, and then, the core of the heart was also sealed by Minato Namikaze with sealing technique. Chapter 767 The 10 Tails are coming. Hey, isn't it, Brother Scorpion, why did you fail too? It's not scientific. Seeing that the Red Sand Scorpion also failed, Deidara was immediately excited. He originally thought that the Red Sand Scorpion would be able to defeat Namikaze Minato to save him. This is good, the Scorpion of the Red Sand is also finished. The only person present who has not resolved the battle is Kakashi. It's a pity that he doesn't know the power, otherwise, he will be cleaned up by the Wooden Man now. So, seeing this scene, a thundercloud floats out, which will be wrapped by the Wooden Man. Kakashi, take advantage of now. Lei Dun Lei Chuan. Kakashi is not pretentious. Using this thunder and lightning, he launched a ninjutsu, split a thunder clone and implicated a long thunder and lightning cutting line, and the Wooden Man was torn in half. In this regard, the 5 battlefields have basically solved their respective opponents. Allied Headquarters. It's great. Now I see that they have some tricks in their organization. Hearing the news, Lei Ying slammed heavily on the table and said excitedly. No, there are still hidden dangers. Nara Shikahisa looked at Reikage and said, the manipulator behind the reincarnation of the dirty earth, as well as the masked man and his 9-eyed monster. The purpose of the masked man's war is to collect the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. However, after he collected the tailed beast chakra, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. We have to guard against this. Also, what is the purpose of the masked man? Although we repelled the enemy, there is no news of his leader. On the contrary, the leader of the Shao organization died suddenly, which is also a matter worth investigating. Finally, according to the news from Shajirqing, if the manipulator behind the reincarnation of the dirty earth is not resolved, the enemies of the reincarnation of the dirty earth will make a comeback again. Hearing Nara Shikahisa's words, the smile on Reikage's face suddenly disappeared. These few questions, too, just didn't take into account. But I have to say, this question is quite critical. If the masked man doesn't solve it, it doesn't make much sense whether this war is won or not. Then look for the masked man. The 4th Reikage ordered. Nara Shikahisa just wanted to nod, but suddenly the perception force exclaimed, how can there be such a terrifying chuck? PFF'd. Before he could finish speaking, the perception ninja spat out a mouthful of blood. Nara Shikahisa and the others couldn't help being taken aback and looked at them quickly, but they saw a huge chakra light spot comparable to the first Hokage on the perception water curtain. This is... Nara Shikahisa couldn't help taking a deep breath. He really wanted to know who the powerful chakra that suddenly appeared when the first Hokage was sealed. Is it? Another figure in blood-red armor suddenly appeared in Nara Shikahisa's head. The owner of that figure is called Madara Uchiha. Urgent report, the masked man appeared on the battlefield. The second company encountered an unprecedented crisis. Ask for support. News suddenly came from the intelligence department, and Nara Shikahisa didn't have time to think about it at all. Send help to Shajirching, and call the main force of the major companies to support the second company. Nara Shikahisa issued an emergency support order, and the intelligence ninja immediately spread the news to each company. Is it finally time for the final critical moment? Ma Kuro, Ling, it's time for us to set off and gather together. After Anmura Nobumi left the necessary forces to guard the coastline, he took the prisoners away. The sealed Hijuan Kodo and his party went to the second battlefield for support. The second battlefield, let's go. After Namikaze Minato deployed the remaining troops, he took them with him and quickly rushed to the second battlefield. The same is true for the rest of the troops. For a time, the wind and clouds converged on the battlefield where the second company had been in ruins. Ah! Bang! Boom boom boom. But the second battlefield at this moment is like the Shira field, the world has changed. The thunder robbery rolled, like the end of the day. The radius of more than 10 kilometers is full of wind and waves. The closer you are to the center, the stronger the wind, and even the boulders are lifted and shattered. I don't know how many ninjas were hit by blowing, and all the bones were broken. Even the people like Jiraiya are too busy to resist the storm that blows people out of breath. The earth is still bursting, and in the center of the storm, the masked man is laughing wildly, endlessly proud. The outsider golem under his feet has also begun to change. From the form of an outsider golem at the beginning, it has become a monster with 10 tails, similar to the size of 9 tails. 10 tails. Yes, the outsider golem has transformed into 10 tails after obtaining the chakra of the 9-headed beast. And, this is just the beginning. 10 tails flicked their long tails and swept away frantically among the group of ninjas like Jiraiya. As long as they were swept away by him, they would be rolled up and sucked up chakra. The more chakra is absorbed, the stronger the 10-tailed breath is, so powerful that Jiraiya and others can't help but suffocate. What kind of monster is this? This breath is comparable to the first Hokage. Jiraiya also thought in shock in his heart. He was horrified, and he wanted to know what the purpose of the masked man was. Driving such a terrifying monster, what does he want to do? Looking at the situation, this 10-tailed monster will become more powerful. At that time, who else can stop him? Shajirching, can it be done? To be honest, this is the first time that Jiraiya has no confidence in Shajirching's strength. Because the strength of these 10-tailed monsters is now comparable to that of the original Hokage, and if they change later, the strong Shajirching can't do anything about it. At that time, who else can stop this monster? No, there are still people. There are also all the coalition forces. Zilai also suddenly said in his heart. Because of Shajirching's powerful strength, he was almost on the cusp. In the ninja world, Shajirching is not alone. And the entire coalition, the strong men inside are like clouds, and if they join hands, they may not be able to defeat the enemy. In the ninja world, we must not let the masked men mess around. The ninja world, we will protect it by ourselves. Jiraiya's expression suddenly became firm, and the worry on his face disappeared. With Shajirching as the main force, and their support, they may not be able to defeat this powerful enemy. It seems that we will have a chance to show our skills next. Kinosuke and Sakazero looked at each other, and both saw the strong fighting intent in each other's eyes. Boom! The coercion of the 10 tails has been strengthened again, surpassing Chinsho Hashirama in one fell swoop, and the shape has also changed suddenly. It has changed from being prostrate on the ground just now, to a thin appearance that can stand. The tail behind him has changed to the appearance of claws, and the head has only one eye and one ear. Chapter 768, The Taste of Despair. And in the masked man's body, a long tube stretched out, connecting the 10 tails. Without this, he couldn't control the more and more violent Jiwei. Jiraiya and the others were almost crushed to the ground. This coercion was terrifying. The 10 tails at the moment are even stronger than the 10 tails in this form in the original book. After all, the 10-tailed chakra in this state in the original book is not as complete as it is now. Roar! 10 tails waved the tail behind him, and suddenly, an unimaginable gust of wind was set off, and the space was distorted. Even a tornado was formed on the ground, and everything was hurried. The earth seemed to have turned into waves under this oppression, undulating and roaring out, and the terrain was forcibly changed. I don't know how many ninjas were directly attacked by this torrent, and then, only a scream and then there was no sound. Only the blood flowing from the cracks in the rock told everyone their result. Facing this scene, Sakanaro, Kinosuke and the others all gasped in horror. This kind of strength has far exceeded their expectations, and now even they are a little out of control of their own destiny. As more ninjas flew out, they completely lost track and had no idea where they went. But there are even more unfortunate ninjas, who were directly smashed into meat sauce flying all over the sky, and the blood mist dyed the sky red. Boom! 10 tails stepped on the ground and let out a mad cry, and the ground suddenly burst into a 100-meter crater, and a terrifying shock wave erupted, knocking back all of them. Moreover, there are more terrifying thunder and lightning raging down. With a radius of more than 10 kilometers, it is completely doomsday. Hey, can we really defeat this kind of enemy? No matter how you look at it, it's impossible. How could we be opponents of this kind of enemy? More than 70% of the ninjas simply gave up their resistance and became desperate. Too strong, this kind of strength can be called the power of the gods. How could a ninja with a mortal body like them be an opponent? It was just a wave of the tail that caused such terrifying destruction. Even if they used Super S-grade ninjutsu, they would not have such terrifying power. How to fight this? The ninjas who exploded into the blood mist in front of them gave them an unimaginable visual impact, and the indescribable fear had completely deprived them of their courage. Not to mention them, even Sun Chong, Sun Tzu, Luo Sha and the others couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Spread out. Jiraiya immediately issued a retreat order. This kind of enemy is no longer a level they can deal with. If they go up against each other again, they will only die. But in the face of this level of 10 tails, is it useful to escape? Or, can you escape? Desperate. Then let me give you something even more desperate. When the masked man saw this scene, he couldn't help laughing wildly, and then roaring with his hands knotted, heavenly disturbs the stars. With Rinnegan in hand, he can also use the tricks that Madara Uchiha can use in the original book. Gollum. Just kidding. Hey, at least leave us a way to live. The people who were about to run away suddenly found a black head on their heads. Then, I saw a huge meteorite covering a radius of several kilometers, and it came with a bang, covering the sky and the sun. That heavy pressure, that shocking visual impact, completely destroyed everyone's confidence and brought them into the abyss of despair. What else is there to escape? It's impossible to escape death. A ninja burst into laughter, slumped on the ground, looked at the sky and said blankly. And there are many such people. Why does that guy have these eyes too? Moreover, it is even more terrifying than pain. Jiraiya saw Rinnegan in the masked man's right eye at a glance, and his scalp went numb. As far as he knows, these eyes are not on Pen Ludao. What the hell happened? Jilai also looked at the huge meteorite that was 50 meters above their heads, and he felt his scalp tremble. He has no tricks that can handle this move, even in fairy mode. Despair, everyone. Feel the taste of this irresistible despair. Have a taste of what it was like to live in hell and helpless. Seeing that the crowd collapsed in despair, the masked man smiled, very happy, like a feeling of revenge. Bastard, how can you give up? we are not as vulnerable as you think. Suddenly, Oyemu's madness came over, but he saw him rushing directly towards the meteorite, shouting, "Super light and heavy rock technique." Boom! The air that I saw was shaking, and the speed of the meteorite's landing suddenly slowed down a lot, but it still didn't help, the meteorite was still landing. Ha ha ha, don't waste your efforts, 3 generations of toying, accept your fate. The masked man laughed, very proud. This is the power of the gods, how can mortals resist? Oyemu shouted, "Don't underestimate me, bastard. I won't give up until the end. Super light and heavy rock technique, stop me." The air was shaking violently, but the meteorite was still tens of millions, completely unable to stop it. The gold dust wave, get up. Luo Sha's voice also came over. He shouted and raised his hand. A piece of gold dust like a raging wave soared up, turning into a big hand to support the meteorite. Boom! The earth trembled violently, bringing a gust of wind, but let's not say that the meteorite actually stopped. Stopped 25 meters above their heads. Jirai can't help but heave a sigh of relief. This kind of large-scale manipulation skills are not his strong point, so in the face of this kind of attack, he can only do nothing. Fortunately, now it finally succeeded. You can stop the first one, but what about the second one? The masked man's eyes were full of playfulness. Before these ninjas could be excited and survive the disaster, the second meteorite tore through the clouds and hit the first meteorite. Daemu suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and Luo Sha's gold placer support also shattered. Meteorite, turned into a reaper of death, came crashing down. No. All the ninjas were completely desperate, and the voice of despair was so powerless. Just when they were completely desperate, and when they all closed their eyes and prepared to die, an inaudible sound of breaking through the sky came. Through this, a gentle and very friendly voice came over. It seems that I am not late. Everyone felt a sudden light on their heads, and all the sense of oppression disappeared in an instant. Chapter 769 True Identity, Uchiha Obito. They couldn't help but look up, but they saw a man dressed in a 4th-generation Hokage Yushin robe appeared in front of them. And the meteorites on their heads have disappeared. This is Lord Shidemu. The ninjas of Konoha burst into cheers like never before. That's right, the person who suddenly appeared in front of them was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And in the sea in the distance, there was suddenly a dull explosion, but a huge meteorite was seen, smashing into the sea, setting off huge waves and crashing on the shore. Oh oh oh! This immediately aroused the exclamations of everyone, and the 2 huge meteorites that were so terrifying were moved away in an instant, worthy of being the 4th Hokage. Sure enough, you are still faster, 4th Hokage. At this time, another young voice came, but Shajirching was seen standing in the air in a black robe, looking down at everyone like a god. Teacher Shajirching. Thunder Ninja. The crowd burst into cheers again, and the voices were full of excitement. As soon as these 2 appeared, they suddenly felt a sense of security in their hearts. Looks like we're not the last either. At this time, a female voice came, but Anmura Nabume arrived with most of the first company. Sister Shinmei's head. When Kinosuke saw Nabume Anmura and the others, he was instantly overjoyed. Masked man, wake up, your end is coming. At this moment, another group of people appeared. It was the 5th company they belonged to. Oh, here we are. These survivors of the 2nd company suddenly burst into more excited cheers. With so many companions, no matter how strong the 10 tails are, they are confident to fight against him. Have you all come? Very good, then it will save me from killing one by one. Since you all have to send yourselves to your door to die, then I will fulfill you. Looking at this scene, the masked man not only wasn't afraid, but instead showed endless hideousness. It's time to do it, masked man. No, it should be said to be Uchiha Obito. Before Shajirching landed, Yuyan summoned Yelai, who was at eye level with Uchiha Obito who was standing above the 10 tails. What, Obito? But when they heard the name, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi who came over couldn't help being taken aback. Uchiha Obito, hasn't he been dead for 11 years? HMPH, this old man is Madara Uchiha, not Uchiha Obito. Don't make a mistake. How could Uchiha Obito admit his identity? The name Uchiha Madara is much more deterrent than Uchiha Obito. Ha ha ha, Madara Uchiha, do you think you are really him by pretending to be his tone? Who knows? After hearing this, Shajirching laughed directly, and then said with bright eyes, the real Uchiha Madara will not watch Chinchozuma be reincarnated from the dirt and be manipulated arbitrarily and remain indifferent. If you were Madara Uchiha, Senju Hakuma would never have been reincarnated by you. Even if he was reincarnated, he would have manipulated it himself, rather than handing it over to a mysterious person hiding in the shadows. Besides, Uchiha Obito, do you dare to use a shaker in front of Kakashi? Shajirching looked at Uchiha Obito and said with a smile. The same pair of writing wheel eyes are very close, and if they are on two different users, they will respond. The current Kakashi has not fully controlled the writing wheel eye from Uchiha Obito. Once he uses it, Kakashi's writing wheel eye will definitely respond accordingly. Hearing this question, the masked man was silent for a moment, and then said word by word, as expected of Shajirching, you who have the eternal kaleidoscope, you really know many secrets of Shonen. But after hearing the words, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi couldn't help but suddenly widen their eyes in surprise. The meaning of what the masked man said just now was obvious. He admits that he is Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito was the one who confirmed his death with their own eyes. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato would have already dispatched a medical team to rescue him. They couldn't help looking at the masked man at the same time, watching him take off his mask and reveal his true face. They prayed in their hearts that it must not be Uchiha Obito. But how is that possible? This is a face that Minato and Kakashi are all too familiar with. The owner of this face is called Uchiha Obito. Why you, Obito? Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Obito's face in disbelief, which was really unbelievable. A person who confirmed death now not only appeared in front of them alive, but also became their enemy. It's so dreamy. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito in disbelief, but he couldn't believe that the one who started the Nine Tails Rebellion brought destruction to Konoha. He took away his son mercilessly, almost killing his wife and son. The one who invaded Konoha, summoned an outsider golem, launched the reincarnation of the dirt, and desecrated the peace of the ancestors. The one who is the enemy of the entire ninja world, the culprit behind everything, will be the good baby in his eyes, Uchiha Obito. This is too unbelievable. What? It's unexpected. Uchiha Obito asked with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, seemingly satisfied with the expressions of Minato Namikaze and the others. Isn't this normal? You ninja world, you Konoha ruined my one and only, let me fall into hell, I will naturally not let you go. Uchiha Obito's face full of murderous intent. A world without Rin, I don't admit it, I'm about to create a world with Rin and all peace. What you can't do, let me do it for you bastards. Let me end this protracted war. In the end, he looked holy. And the 10 tails have also evolved to the final stage. The pressure that shrouded the entire battlefield, if not for Shajirching and a few people, Oyemu felt that they would completely lose the courage to fight. Like a deep, like a prison, the heavy feeling poured down from the ocean made them feel like their bodies were about to be crushed. 10 tails, from the state of thin arms and legs just now, has become normal and strong, and has become a muscular monster. The head also turned into a huge overlord flower, with an abyss mouth in the middle, exuding a terrifying breath. Mortals, feel this overwhelming power, tremble and fear in the face of this power. As Uchiha Obito's arrogant words fell, Juo's mouth suddenly began to gather red, black and blue chakra particles. A crushing level of coercion pressed down like a mountain. In an instant, the coalition forces groaned and went backwards, and some even spat out blood. So horrible. Chapter 770 My goal is the 10 tails. It's Tail Beast Jade. Namikaze Minato showed a very solemn expression. It was really a bit difficult to transfer an attack of this level. But if it is not successful, the coalition will inevitably die countless times. This blow is simply impossible to confront head-on. This is a terrifying skill that can flatten a mountain range. It won't make you successful. When Shajirching saw this scene, he shouted to Ankyun Nobume and others in the distance, 4 red sun formations. Nobuomi Anmura, Ryo Fujino, and Asakuro, the 3 of them immediately rushed towards Juo's surroundings. Then, they and Shajirching formed seals at the same time, 4 Cheong formations. I saw a red barrier flying from all around the 10 tails, and then, connected together, turned into a long strip, and trapped the 10 tails inside. And when they were in the 4 red sun formation, the tailed beast Jade condensed by the 10 tails also took shape. This is a blow that is many times more tyrannical than that of 9 tails, and its body shape is like the feeling of soybeans to watermelons. It's too big. Roar. The 11 tails shouted violently, and the huge blood-red-tailed beast Jade immediately burst into the air, making the air instantly blurred, and there were air waves that were visible to the naked eye. This terrifying oppression, just across the 4 scarlet sun formations, has already made people tremble. Many people in the coalition army could not help but retreat backwards in horror, and even run away frantically. If they do not escape, they will definitely die. This 10-tailed beast Jade is so huge that it is approaching like a meteorite, and the visual impact is too strong. They have been scared out of the shadows by meteorites, and they are particularly sensitive to this kind of attack. Bang! Even with the strength of the 4 scarlet sun formation, it was still shaken by the impact, and the dust on the ground was extremely astonishing. Then, the tailed beast Jade exploded. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth lost their voices, and the 4 sides fell into a thunderous roar, with unimaginable light, heat, and gushing out. The earth rumbled and shattered, the temperature in the 4 directions rose rapidly, and a suffocating force of oppression descended. A cannon-like energy stretched the 4 red sun arrays. In the eyes of everyone who was extremely terrified, wondering if they would be burst, it turned into a cannon that shot into the sky and shot straight into the sky. It dyed the entire sky red, blasted the sky into a hole that was nearly 1,000 feet tall, and shook the clouds. Gollum. Boom. Some people just sat down with soft legs, their bodies were still shaking, and they said things like, saved, but they were all scared and sweating on their backs. Actually, there's no need to worry so much at all. It's the 4 red sun formation, a ninjutsu that must be performed by 4 shadow-level ninjas. In theory, so far, there is no ninja that can break through this attack. And LT, P and GT. Kinosuke and Sakajilang were quite calm and introduced the strength of the 4 red sun formation. At this point, Minato and Jiraiya nodded approvingly. If it wasn't for the lack of manpower, he would have been the one who just entered the battle. Among the clouds, the aftershocks continued, but in the 4 scarlet sun formation, 10 tails howled wildly. The 10-tailed beast Jade just now, he endured it firmly, and the effect is natural. And metaphor. Half of his body was burned, making the 10 tails frantically struggle and tumble, going mad with pain. On top of the 10 tails, Uchiha Obito appeared again from the vortex of space, and his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye was transplanted into the palms of both hands by him. As expected of Shajirching, you really shouldn't underestimate you, but then everything is over. I will incarnate the 10-tailed Manzuli and suppress all of you. Uchiha Obito landed on Juei's body, and it was necessary to establish a connection with it. I'm afraid that won't work, Uchiha Obito. But Shajirching's voice had already reached his ears, and the extreme sense of crisis made Uchiha Obito hurriedly launch a space blur to escape the attack. What the hell are you trying to do? Shajirching, I should have no grievances with you, so why are you targeting me everywhere? Why can't you join hands with me and rule the world together? With your strength, why should you be in the company of these bugs? Uchiha Obito roared angrily, his face ferocious. Even though he already owns Rinnegan and double insurance, when he really faces Shajirching, Uchiha Obito still has a bit of a psychological shadow. After all, he almost died in the hands of Shajirching back then. What is your purpose? Why do you always want to do good things to me? Uchiha Obito spoke up and asked the question that had been in his heart for a long time. With your strength, it is clear that you can unify the ninja world, but I am the only one. But why do you have no interest in unifying the ninja world at all? But you are obstructing me to unify the ninja world again and again. Speaking of this, Uchiha Obito is full of grievances. Since the arrival of Shajirching, he has not done a few good things. And this sentence of his also attracted the attention of many people present. They all couldn't help but look at Shajirching, especially Minato, and he also wanted to know the answer. What is Shajirching's purpose? A strong man like him suddenly came to the ninja, but he has no interest in the hegemony. What exactly does he want to do? Namikaze Minato doesn't believe that Shajirching is a person who has no desires. There is no such person in this world. Isn't the answer already obvious? Hearing this, Shajirching suddenly squinted and smiled. He glanced at the ninjas on the entire battlefield, making them feel a little chilled for some reason. Namikaze Minato also has a bad feeling. He said in his heart, no way, his purpose is. He looked at the crazy ten-tails at Shajirching's feet, and there was already a look of horror in his eyes. My purpose is the ten-tails. It was like the low voice of a demon, and it was like thunder and thunder. After hearing this sentence, the entire battlefield could not help but be stunned. Then, fell into endless horror. Uchiha Obito wants to dominate the ninja world and build a new world through Tutai. What does Shajirching want to do? Uchiha Obito is already so terrifying. And Shajirching, who is more terrifying than him, should. A group of ninjas have no longer dared to think about it. Especially Jiraiya has a feeling of being cool all over. Shajirching has the strength to suppress the first Hokage Chinchujuma. And if he gets the ten tails, how powerful will his strength become? He can't believe it. Can't even imagine. But he knew that the ninja world at that time would definitely be in complete chaos. Your goal is actually the ten tails. Hearing Shajirching's answer, Uchiha Obito couldn't help taking a deep breath. He never thought that Shajirching's purpose was the same as his. Chapter 771. You are the boss behind the scenes. It's really thanks to you guys that helped me collect the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and awakened the ten-tailed. Shajirching looked at Uchiha Obito, whose face was gradually gloomy, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito was immediately excited. You are dreaming. He roared angrily. I will never give you the ten tails. I am no longer the Uchiha belt who would have been killed by you. Musaro. Shajirching, who went to listen, whispered, and then opened his eyes. The blood-red outer circle and inner triangle, with a thunder and lightning eye in the middle, seems to have an irresistible will, so there is always Rinnegan, Uchiha Obito, and there is absolutely no way to resist, so he lost his will. Musaro. Dominate the person in sight, and deprive all consciousness, until the host dies or voluntarily untangles to be invalid. The cooling-off period is 1 year. And it can be used twice. It is the ability to live in the right eye of Shajirching's eternal kaleidoscope. Roar. But it's not just Uchiha Obito who is being controlled, so is the ten tails under Shajirching. As far as the eye can see, it is his control target. But how can the ten tails have such good control? Shajirching groaned immediately, and blood flowed from his eyes. A feeling of overloading came, and Shajirching hurriedly entered the fairy mode. Comfortable. The cool natural energy made Shajirching cry out in relief. The pain subsided greatly. It's the ten tails. The force value is as high as 680. If it weren't for this Musaro's incomprehension, he really couldn't subdue him so easily. Shajirching has been out of the system standalone for several years. Therefore, I am not used to the previous practice of looking at the strength of the enemy when they meet them. But the strength of the ten tails is indeed terrifying. In this world, apart from Shajur who can subdue him, no one can be his opponent. Unless there is 1,000 hand pillars in the world. Of course, with Shajur's current strength, it is absolutely not difficult to subdue the Ten Tails. The immortal mode plus the increase of the eternal kaleidoscope, coupled with the tyranny of the complete body Susanoo, allows his force value to reach an unprecedented 820. This kind of strength may only be able to fight against people of the 6th level. But unfortunately, Shajur would never give them such a chance. Because Shajur needs the strength of the Ten Tails. Golem. The ninjas on the entire battlefield couldn't help but be a little stunned when they saw this scene. The culprit, Uchiha Obito, has been eliminated. However, is this Shajur in front of them now their enemy? Everyone could not help but look at each other in dismay. Many of them have been treated by Shajur. Just thinking about that gentle and elegant doctor, the one who pulled them back from the gate of hell, is now going to become their enemy. They were a little overwhelmed. How to fight this? For a while, the entire ninja world was quiet, and everyone couldn't help but look at Shajur. Even Kinosuke and these people can't help but be a little confused on their faces. If Shajur became an enemy, who would they help? It was at this time that the 4 Cheong formations dispersed. Shajur stepped on the Ten Tails and looked down on all living beings. Many people can't help but swallow. Even Namikaze Minato couldn't help but enter the immortal mode instantly, and clenched Fei Lei Shenkue in his hand. Heiju, come out, it's so boring to hide, why, you're not reconciled to being cut off. But Shajur attention was not on them at all, instead he looked at the controlled Uchiha Obito. I didn't expect that the final winner was you. Heiju came out of Uchiha Obito's sleeve like a pool of black slime. Shajur couldn't see his expression, but he knew that Heiju must be quite angry now. I'm so sorry, your mother's saving plan will come to an end like this. I will accept the power of the Ten Tails. You can't stop it anyway. After all, it's still too dreamy to recycle chakra and let the world fall into that void world. If it's unrealistic, let him shatter. This war has also sacrificed a lot of people here. It's time to end. You, the source of trouble, should rest. Shajur looked at Heiju, and Ji Yujing said without wave. No, this world will not rest, just watch. Shajur, what if you sealed me? After 10 years, decades, the ninja world will still be in chaos. It's impossible to end the war, no one can do it. Heiju was quite angry and said in a mocking tone. Then let him mess up. This is the development of the Tao of Heaven, isn't it? Besides, I'm not some peace messenger, so I can be peaceful when I'm here. As for the future, even if the flood is torrential and the world ends, I will be powerless, isn't it? Why bother? Shajur was not at all excited, but everyone found that the breath of the Ten Tails under him was getting weaker and weaker. The vigilance of Namikaze Minato is getting stronger and stronger. The Ten Tails are weak, what that means, he knows very well. The dangerous existence of Shajur was already dangerous enough, and now it is even more dangerous. As for Shajur statement that the war should be stopped, he was not at all happy. Some are just heavy. Shajur mouth ended the war, and the war between them and Xiao's organization ended. But the war between Shajur and the ninja world has not yet begun. What does Shajur do to obtain the power of the Ten Tails? Namikaze Minato felt that it couldn't be just for fun. There is always such a strong force, will there be no idea of hegemony? Namikaze Minato doesn't believe it. After all, if he were himself, he would have this idea. He never felt relieved about Shajur, a person beyond his control. I hate that I didn't pay attention to you earlier. I saw through your purpose and made a backup, just in case something happened. I didn't expect that even Uchiha Obito got Rinnegan and successfully resurrected the Ten Tails. When I was one step away from succeeding, I would be cut off by you. Shajur, you are very good. I am a black man who has been in the ninja world. After so many years of manipulating the ninja world behind the scenes, You are the first man who can surpass my control. I admit you, among all the people I've ever met, you are the most suitable person to be the big boss behind the scenes. Heiju would like to call you the strongest. Heiju roared out in unwillingness and excitement. The moment he appeared, he didn't think he could escape the clutches of Shajirching. Uchiha Obito always has space blurring and was killed in seconds. He doesn't think he is an exception. Chapter 772. What a long journey. Ha ha ha, stupid ninjas, welcome your doomsday. Next, it will be a world that is more terrifying than any era. Because the person who created that era is called Shajirching. Even if it is fixed, Heiju still needs the last blow of the Minister of Black Summer, incite the emotions of the ninjas. Sure enough, all the ninjas looked at Shajirching, with various expressions in their eyes, glaring, panic, hesitation, and so on. Ha ha ha, that really makes you watch. After that, Heiju was fixed on Uchiha Obito's arm by a blacklist. The person who shot was Uchiha Obito. Especially those students of Shajirching, they are especially confused. Their teacher may suddenly become a public enemy of the ninja world. They are really stunned and don't know what to do at all. All around, suddenly quiet. There is only a group of more and more urgent breathing sounds, and the sound of swallowing that is not coming. Cold sweat broke out on many people's faces. Especially those who have seen Shajirching's horror before. Their faces are pale, their fists are clenched tightly, and their teeth are clenched so hard that they bleed. Teacher Shajirching wouldn't do this. How could he stand on the opposite side of the ninja world? It's pure nonsense. At this time, a voice came, but Anmura Nobumi said with an icy expression, extremely firm. I don't believe it either. Rei Fujino and Ma Kuro said at the same time, and they were equally firm. It seems that our opinions are the same, and I don't believe that teacher Shajirching is such a person. Kinosuke's tone was not so firm, but they still chose to believe in Shajirching. Facing the coalition forces, facing the gaze of so many pairs of eyes, and facing the risk of being accused by thousands of people, they chose to support Shajirching. And except for the 7 of them, the rest chose silence. After all, they are not familiar with Shajirching. Okay, you don't have to look at me like this. This war is over here. My journey is over here. From now on, it will be difficult for you to hear the name Shajirching again. When he said this, a space vortex appeared behind Shajirching. Shajirching looked at Minato Namikaze, Luo Sha, Onogi and said, the follow-up to the 4th Ninja World War will be handed over to you. The source of these chaos, you look at it and deal with it. Shajirching Isho, from now on, you don't have to worry anymore. There will never be a man named Shajirching on your head to give you despair. After all, I don't fit in with this world, ha ha ha, but it was a very interesting journey indeed. It is indeed a good memory. Shajirching said that, and Minato and the others listened, but they all showed a strange look. Listening to Shajirching's words, why is it like listening to the account of the last words? There is an inexplicable strange feeling. Anmura Nobumi and the others even showed a look of consternation, but they all had a bad premonition. Shinmei, Rei, Makuro, Enosuke, Sakanaro, Drift, Chara. Shajirching called the names of his 7 students again. From now on, you are all free, and you don't have to do things according to my will. I have set up a resource for each of the 7 of you, and a corresponding butler according to your personality. In the days to come, it should be enough for you to live your life unrestrainedly. You have to work hard. I don't want you to fall behind when I see you again. Of course, if you want to go back to Konoha, or go to other places, or start your own faction, you can. The things that should be taught to you are almost given to you. The rest depends on your own practice. If there is a crisis in the ninja world, you should cooperate and participate. Of course, just participate. You can't be fooled to become the main force, regardless of life and death. Shajirching said a lot to Anmura Nobumi and others, and the more they listened, the more panic Anmura Nobumi and others became. They all wanted to stop Shajirching from leaving. Let him stay. But Shajirching shook his head. Everyone has their own aspirations and their own things to accomplish. I also have my mission. Now it's time to start fulfilling my mission. Don't worry about it. Don't need to look for it. I'm just a passerby, just think I've just been here. You all have your own ambitions now, and it's time to pursue them. The young eagles will eventually soar to the sky, and let's work hard to make your piece of the sky. After saying this, Shajirching threw out 7 more scrolls. The things sealed here should have an effect on you, and opening them in case of danger should save your life. I'm sorry to say goodbye to Sister Molizy for me. I feel a little guilty for not being able to say goodbye to her in person. Without her care, it really wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Goodbye then, little devils. After all, Shajirching turned around and stepped into the space tunnel. Nobume Anmura and others wanted to stop it, but they couldn't do it. It's been a long journey, but I'm just having fun. In the space tunnel, there was such a voice faintly. Anmura Nobumi and the others burst into tears immediately. But in fact, the most heartbroken person should be Jasmine. Looking at this handwriting from Shajirching presented to her by Yi, her eyes suddenly became wet, and tears fell like rain. On it, everything she met with Shajirching was recorded in detail, tens of thousands of words. But the sadness revealed between the lines is completely impossible to hide. Jasmine, Shajirching, you bastard brother, won't you say goodbye in person? This. Namikaze Minato and Jirai also looked at each other and couldn't help being a little confused. Shajirching suddenly left with a bang. What kind of rude operation was this? Forget it, it's useless to think too much, let's quickly control the source of these chaos. Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, and while he was still in a coma, a seal was planted on him. Seeing this, Jiraiya also rushed over immediately and summoned a group of ninjas from the sealing class to come together to seal the 10 tails. Although these 10 tails can be said to be extremely weak now, it still poses a fatal threat to them. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to seal, it may not be so smooth in the future. Seeing this scene, Oyemu and Luosha immediately communicated with the headquarters and reported the matter to the past. After a brief discussion with Shidai Reikage Nara Shikisa, they made the deployment. Chapter 773 The War is Over. First, focus on solving the manipulator behind the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth. Second, deal with the aftermath. There are quite a lot of Baiju armies still exist, this is a huge threat. If they are not resolved in time, they will inevitably become a potential hidden danger. Third, the members of the Siege Shao organization, they are potential dangers in the ninja world, and they must be guarded. Fourth, transfer and detain the members of Akatsuki who have been arrested, and start discussing the post-war affairs. The 4 directions unfold at the same time, in an orderly manner. After a simple negotiation between Namikaze Minato and the others, they made a division of labor. Namikaze Minato and the others are responsible for sealing the 10 tails and dealing with Uchiha Obito. Oyemu, Luosha and others led troops to cut off the remaining Baiju army. Shao organized the work of rounding up the remnants, and handed it over to Anmura Nobume and the others. But in the last thing, Namikaze Minato and the others hesitated. Who to send to get rid of the manipulator behind the reincarnation of the filth is the question. Not only do you need to be strong, but you also need to be careful, and you also need to know some sealing skills. In fact, there are several good candidates for this task. Namikaze Minato himself, Jiraiya, and Nobumi Yasunori. But unfortunately, all 3 of them have their own tasks. Namikaze Minato is also not at ease to let Anmura Nobume and the others perform this task. Don't look at sending Shajirching away, but Anmura Nobume and the others are also a terrifying force. They are gathered together, and the threat is in Minato Namaifeng, stronger than the Akatsuki organization. But just when he was struggling with this matter, news suddenly came from the headquarters that the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth had been lifted. The mastermind has also been caught. And the people who performed this task were Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. Minato Namikaze didn't know how the other Kyo felt when he heard the news, but when he was happy, he was a little worried. Orochimaru. It is also a dangerous existence. His existence is also a factor that will affect the safety of the ninja world. If he could, he really wanted to capture Orochimaru right now and put him behind bars. But unfortunately, he doesn't know where Orochimaru's trace is at all. However, the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth has been lifted, and they have lost a lot of things. You can focus more on other things. 3 days later. Is it really okay to let them go? Fujino Ling looked at Anmura Nobuomi and asked worriedly. It's just a miss. Besides, no matter when, you have to leave a way for yourself. Who knows what the attitude of the 5 great ninja village will be next. It's not like you haven't experienced the matter of killing the donkey. Without the protection of Lord Shajirching, we should shield ourselves from the wind and rain. Naturally, we can't act as we like before. If we don't leave a way back, we won't be able to live for long. Anmura Nobuomi said calmly. Hearing this, the other 6 nodded their heads in agreement. Nobuomi Yasunori and the others went back, and Minato Namikaze didn't quite believe what they reported about the enemies being too powerful. But he can't say anything either. After all, they don't know how many trump cards Shao Organization's remnants have. I can only accept the results reported by Anmura Nobuomi and the others. In these 3 days, they have basically wiped out the remaining Baiju army. The 4th Ninja World War is really over. The war is over. When Namikaze Minato and other 5 shadows united to announce the news, the entire coalition was boiling. A battle that lasted only 4 days, the 4th largest ninja war in history, came to an end like this. Shajirching actually left. Terumi Mei and Reikage, who knew about this, were quite surprised. Terumi Mei was a little overjoyed, while Reikage was a little worried. Terumi Mei was overjoyed, naturally because without Shajirching, she had room to deal with the trade port area of the Land of Water. And Lei Ying was worried, naturally, because he was afraid that Shajirching's ghost would linger and hide in the ninja world to do things. After all, the superpower of the 10 tails was taken away by him. There is only a trace of remaining power, and the empty shell of an outsider golem. If Shajirching played them a trick of building a plank road and using Chen Kang in the dark, he thought they would probably be doomed. No one can stop him at all. After the war, another 5 shadows talks started. Discuss the distribution of benefits after the war and the issue of personnel placement. There are also some related cooperation plans, which are also on the agenda. The 4th Ninja World War may not be as ideal as in the original work, but the biggest achievement is indeed preserved, to promote the union of the 5 ninja villages and common development. Because this battle has made them all realize that the simple alliance and closure of the past are no longer enough to deal with the following things. So, we must unite. Share information so you can respond effectively when something happens. Ninja World, it's still not calm, the undercurrent is surging. On this day when the Ninja World Allied forces triumphed, the 5 shadows all had some gloom in their hearts. Although on the bright side, their 5 major ninja villages have won, the peace of the ninja world has been ensured. But there are many powerful forces in the dark. First, the summer group of 7 led by Nobume Yasunori. This is the most dangerous batch. Relying on the shadow left by Shajirching, he is rich and powerful. Second, Shao Organization. Only after the war did they learn from their respective villages that the base camp of the Akatsuki organization was actually in the Land of Rain. But at the moment, it is naturally gone. But they took away all the ninjas in the Rain Ninja Village, which is a very dangerous force. Third, the Sound Ninja Village where Orochimaru is located. Because Orochimaru didn't do anything wrong, but he still has some credit for this battle. He just wanted to rectify it, but now there is no chance. But no one would think Orochi pills are not dangerous. Konoha S-class rebellion is not just talk. Fourth, the other small ninja villages are also not very safe. Faced with the gap between the loss of troops after the Fourth Ninja World War, everyone began to gear up. At the time of the Five Shadows talks, the names of the five great powers were also discussing their respective cooperation matters. And the most important thing is that the country of fire and the country of water have reached a cooperation agreement. The stipulation that the land of water shall not govern the commercial port of Hamashima is officially abolished, but as compensation, the land of water needs to give the land of fire more favorable trading conditions and strengthen friendly exchanges between the two countries. At the same time, the big names of the five major countries are also discussing strengthening economic assistance, helping the five major ninja villages to restore the post-war order faster, and strengthening the deterrence of force. Otherwise, holding a small country should have some ideas that should not exist. Time has come to the 60th year of Konoha. The beginning of everything starts from here, and the end of everything starts from this year. The ninja world has ushered in peace again, true peace. Chapter 774 Remnants of the Old Times. This time, the entire ninja world has been connected, economic cooperation, exchange, sharing, and the form is very good. Of course, under the opportunity, there are various crises hidden. Orochimaru, Akatsuki organization, and various secretly developing forces. One has to be vigilant. And the 7 Anmura Nobumi returned to Shajir-Ching's house in the land of fire after the war. According to Shajir-Ching's arrangement, each owns an industry and has relevant personnel to take care of it. But it is naturally impossible for the daimyo of the country of fire to let go of the excellent combat power of Nobume Yasun, and directly recruit them into the daimyo guards. With the protection of Anmura Nobuomi and others, daimyo feels that there is no problem with his own safety. If there are still enemies in this world that even Nobuomi Yasun's 7 people can't solve, then he feels that he can't escape the fate of death. However, although it is said that they are guards, the identities of Anmura Nobume are different after all. Not only can you view all kinds of information in the country of fire as you like, but your freedom is not restricted. Moreover, there is no need to salute when seeing the great name, and even the weapon does not need to be removed. Just act as an escort when the daimyo is in danger, or during a diplomatic visit. But if Shajir-Ching left, who would be the happiest? Probably the officials of the Kingdom of Fire. When Shajir-Ching was there before, they all had a sword of Damox hanging over their heads, making them breathless. Well now, Shajir-Ching left, they are free. Konoha Village. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to perform a mission. I don't want to do this D-level mission again. Another day, in Konoha Village, Naruto pestered Kakashi to perform a more powerful mission. No, it's still very dangerous outside, and I can't take you on a mission. You should hurry up and increase your strength, and try to pass the Chunin exam as soon as possible. Kakashi naturally rejected him, and he glanced at the 3 surrounded by the distance, and said, of course, if you have the strength of those 3, let you execute C-level alone, or even there are no problems with B-level missions. Naruto looked at Kakashi's hand, and what caught his eye was the backs of the 3 of Katsutaro. I won't admit defeat, I will definitely catch up with them. Naruto suddenly exploded, shouting loudly. The 3 of Katsutaro joined Konoha as special students. But their participation brought endless pressure to Konoha's subordinates. Their strength is too strong, far surpassing their peers. All the geniuses lost their brilliance in front of them. This also makes all young people work hard with them as the goal. I will definitely catch up with them. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the 3 of Katsutaro and secretly clenched his fists. Shajir-Ching, I hope you will never come back. By the window of Hokage's office, Minato looked at the distant sky and murmured like this. And this idea of him is also the idea of many other forces. Somewhere in the dark, ninja world, wait for me, I will come out one day. Unlimited monthly reading, I will succeed. A man with a Rinnegan, murmured with such hatred on his face. And in other parts of the ninja world far, far away. There are also some people who are saying similar things, but their target is Uchiha Obito. This is the power of Vortex Nagato. See Circle Calendar July 1510. Marine HQ, Marineford. On this day, a world-shattering battle took place here. Marine 100,000 elites, 3 admirals, Shichibukai's Whitebeard pirates, Summer pirates. The fuse that triggered this shocking war was the arrest and execution of Fire Fist Ace, the big pirate with a bounty of 888 million Bailey. And the person who captured this big pirate turned out to be his former subordinate, Marshall Teach. Now, Daddy. Marco looked at Whitebeard whose chest was pierced, and couldn't help exclaiming in horror. Don't look back, little ones. Take Ace and leave. This is my last captain's order. Whitebeard resisted the pain in his chest and shouted to all the Whitebeard pirates and Summer pirates. I am a remnant of the new era, and the new era has no boat that can carry me. This voice, which runs through the heavens and the earth, shakes the sky, and has a shocking power. Empty earthquake. He drank wildly, and an unimaginable energy burst out from his body. Open. He swung the knife hard. Boom. All he saw was the island behind him, and an incomparably deep rift was split open, directly dividing Marineford into 2 parts. Similarly, Whitebeard and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the members of the Summer pirates, will be divided into 2 places. He, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, will stand alone in the rear to deal with the pursuit of Marine 3 Admiral, Marine's tens of thousands of elites, and King Shichibukai. Daddy, don't. Seeing that Whitebeard actually split the island into 2 halves, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help panicking. Dad, let's go with us. Many pirates pleaded, and some pirates rushed to rescue Whitebeard, such as Marco. Daddy. Ace, even more painful tears flowed down, kneeling on the ground, grabbing the ground with his head. Let him watch Whitebeard be surrounded by Marine in front of him, and even die. How can it be done? Ace, Whitebeard said suddenly, I'm your dad, but I'm still qualified. The voice was low, with a trace of inexplicable emotion. Grateful, inexhaustible, Ace sobbed and replied, and finally broke down in tears. Cool, go, welcome your new world. Whitebeard laughed, then looked at the Marines who were rushing towards them, and a destructive force emerged from his arms. Come on, Marines. Whitebeard slashed out with a knife, and the power of the shatter erupted, sending all the Marines screaming and flying out. This figure is so tall, safe, and yet so tragic. Whitebeard, you are the loser of the old era, the loser of the new era. You and your subordinates should not try to run today, you will all fall here. Great major eruption. Marine Admiral Akainu roared and rushed forward, turning his body into crimson flowing lava, with unimaginable terrifying destructive power. With a punch, the air is blurred, and there is an unimaginable terrifying oppression, which is shocking. It is so huge that there is no resistance in life. Humph. Whitebeard snorted and punched out, with even more terrifying power, and collided with him. Chapter 775. I do not recognize the name of the remnant party. Boom. The whole square trembled, and the majestic wind and waves broke out. Akainu even showed a labored expression, but Whitebeard was even worse, sweating profusely, and his arms began to tremble. Because of his age, coupled with the fact that his chest was pierced by Akainu just now, his physical strength was quickly consumed. But Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world after all, and Akainu is knocked back by strong afterburner. However, before he could chase after him, his expression suddenly changed, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then he couldn't hold back and fell to his knees on the ground, gasping for breath. This is because the force is too strong, the heart can't be slowed down, and the wound is affected, and the injury is added to the injury. Whitebeard, take your life. The dog eats Gurren. Akainu approached with extreme speed, and his right arm turned into a huge lava dog head, to devour Whitebeard and kill him. But Whitebeard couldn't react because of this injury. Don't. Daddy. Looking at this scene, Ace and the others turned pale with horror, and their tone was full of panic. Marco even wanted to rush over to support him, But even if his eyes were cracked, it was still too late. Could it be that Whitebeard is about to fall here? The members of the Summer Pirates also thought so in their hearts. When Shajirching suddenly disappeared, they joined the Whitebeard pirates according to Shajirching's wishes. It has indeed been blessed, and it has greatly strengthened the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, making it the #1 pirate group. Even Marine is afraid of it. But now, all this will become a thing of the past. Without the protection of Whitebeard, what would they do with these remnants? You dare! At this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly came from the sky, and it exploded throughout Marineford. This voice is so terrifyingly oppressive that Sengoku can't help but frown. Boom! I saw an unimaginable thunder crashing down, hitting Akainu and leaving. Moreover, there is a strong armament hockey in this thunder and lightning, so that Akainu can't help but feel the crisis. He could only reluctantly back away, giving up this good opportunity to kill Whitebeard. The remnants of the times. Humph, I don't admit it. Dad, if you die, I will be very distressed. Although the old era is over, the new era still needs you as a guide. You have to live well. A slender figure appeared in front of Whitebeard, speaking sarcastically. Seeing this figure, the members of the Summer Pirates could not help but instantly widen their eyes, full of disbelief. And Sengoku showed the same horrified look, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible? This man is still alive. He directly took a deep breath. Cholera, your kid is still alive. Seeing this back, Whitebeard suddenly smiled, full of relief. Just come back, Whitebeard pirates. However, before Whitebeard finished speaking, he was interrupted by this man. Dad, don't think you can't live without this Marineford today. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates can only be one person, and that is you. Today, I want to see who can stop you from leaving. Nah, it's really scary. You are still alive, the big pirate with a bounty of 2.2 billion Bailey, Shui Tong Shajirching. Kizaru suddenly appeared and kicked out a powerful attack, so fast that it was too late to react. That's right, the person who suddenly appeared and rescued Whitebeard was Shajirching, who ended the journey of Naruto world. Bang! But who is Shajirching? This speed can still be reflected. Kizaru, you still like sneak attacks as always. Shajirching looked up, and in the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel, an impact against the spiritual force broke out. Kizaru's face changed, and he quickly retreated. Chidori's sharp gun. But it's easy to come, but it's not that easy to leave. Shajirching waved his hand, and the 300 million volt thunder gun directly caught up with the elemental Kizaru, forcing him to materialize and pierce his chest. Ziz. In an instant, Kizaru was wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning, and when he raised his hands, he wounded an admiral. It was really terrifying. This guy is stronger than he was 2 years ago. Sengoku watched this scene, and his heart was also tense. The stronger Shajirching's strength, the greater the threat. Marco, don't take your father to go, when will you wait? Looking at Marco and the others in a daze, Shajirching shouted. Understood. Hearing this, Marco suddenly laughed, and he turned into a phoenix and rushed over. The appearance of Shajirching is really timely. Don't go too far, you evil rubbish. Akainu turned into lava and rushed straight to Marco to stop him. And Kuzan, Fujitora, and Ryokugyu all rushed to Shajirching to destroy him as a sinner. The majority of Marines rushed over, with crazy murderous intent on their faces. Then let's take a look at their background. Anna, it's time for us to fight back. Shajirching shouted to Anna, who was excited behind her. She has been in the Naruto world for so long, and her current strength has become quite terrifying. Of course. Anna responded and threw a muddy punch directly into Akainu's fist. Cholera, kid, I haven't had your turn to protect me yet. Since I have to go, let's go together. The appearance of Shajirching made Whitebeard see new hope. He seemed to be alive again, his whole body exuded vigorous blood, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. Then, he saw him clasping his fists and blasting out, The shocking power was strong and scary, and then he directly grabbed the space and waved it suddenly. Ohm! At this moment, the entire Marineford seemed to be overturned, and the terrifying power made everyone's face change greatly. Fur, it's scary and makes my scalp tingle. Doflamingo's smile was still so unscrupulous, but his words were all solemn. The rest of the people retreated crazily. The scene that happened in front of them was so terrifying that it completely subverted their imaginations. Boom! Marineford, which was already cracked, is now even more broken. All around seemed to have lost its color. Marineford's direction was completely reversed, and I don't know how many Marines just fell out of it. Even people like Kuzan are a little unsteady. Chapter 776 The Power to Crush Everything. As expected of the old man, he is really tyrannical. However, this is not enough to stop these Marines from chasing. Shajirching squinted his eyes and put his palms together, entering the fairy mode. One Piece King of Pirates is more abundant than the world of Naruto. Therefore, he can have more lasting fighting power. One blow from Whitebeard, most of the Marines were scattered in confusion, and the number of people rushing towards them suddenly dropped a lot. Whitebeard. Sengoku's eyes were full of light, and then he immediately gave the order, intercept them. If Whitebeard rescued Fire Fist Ace and all retreated, then their Marine headquarters would really not be able to hang on their faces. Don't try to escape. Akainu is still charging forward, his face is full of anger, and his arms are roaring with rolling lava, to dissolve all evil. Ice Age. Kuzan directly froze the sea surface and the ship, cutting off the Whitebeard pirates' retreat. This change suddenly caused a huge commotion. Many people in the Whitebeard pirates are starting to panic. Gravity knife gravity manipulation. Fujitora came directly to the terrifying oppression, directly overwhelmed a group of pirates, and deceived himself in front of Whitebeard. Marco, I can't let you take Whitebeard. Ryokugyu rushed in front of Marco, and with a punch containing terrifying power, he slammed it out, making Marco have to stop to deal with it. Shajirching, distraction on the battlefield is not a good thing. Kazaru came behind Shajirching again, and when Shajirching rushed towards Akainu, he grabbed the lightsaber Tien Kongyan and smashed it out. Great Major Eruption. Akainu let out a murderous roar, breaking the air. Not good. Seeing this scene, Anna couldn't help being shocked. When she wanted to support her, Momoshiki and Chaton Tokikake stopped in front of them. Let her only watch Shajirching fall into crisis. No. Seeing this scene, those of Shajirching's subordinates couldn't help but tear up. Hancock almost collapsed to the ground. Enel wanted to go for reinforcements, but was smashed by Garp and vomited blood. People like Foil Vista and Gills also want to rush to support, but where can they come? Across an abyss, it seems to be close at hand, but it is like 1,000 miles away. He could only watch Shajirching surrounded by 2 Marine admirals. If it were someone else, it might be really impossible to deal with the 2 admirals' attack, but today's Shajirching is not easy to deal with. Akina, 15-fold increase. Susanoo. Shajirching's left eye turned extremely fast, and in immortal mode, a sword in front of him slashed out the profound meaning and annihilated. Behind him, Susanoo stretched out the palm of his hand and stabbed a sword, Akainu, and Kisaru Borsellino. Let me see how tyrannical the immortal mode is with a 15-fold increase in power. Shajirching's eyes seemed to be burning. In the Naruto world, few people can fight him with all their strength, but in this pirate world, there are. Marine Admiral, the average force value is 655. Bah! At this moment, the Marines, who were originally extremely happy, suddenly felt a sense of crisis in their heart palpitations, which made their hearts twitch violently, and they couldn't help showing shock. In the excited and shocked colors of Marine, in the angry expressions of the Whitebeard pirates and Summer pirates. As if there were 2 lights flashing, this light is so bright that it is frightening, suffocating, and terrifying. Then, they heard 2 pops, and then, Two painful muffled sounds came at the same time, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder. That Akainu, the Borsalino, shot upside down with blood all over his body. The air was distorted by their collision. Boom! Marine headquarters building suddenly collapsed, and the incision was extremely smooth. It fell down like this, and fell to the Marineford battlefield. The frozen sea in the distance exploded with a bang, and terrifying winds and waves raged past. Then, the ice layer up to tens of meters thick was all broken, and the rumble floated like an island, terrifying and scary. Rumble. This is not over yet. The building complex behind the marine headquarters has also begun to sink inexplicably. Then, everyone saw that the island carrying these buildings was actually cut open and dumped on both sides. Look at the sky. At this time, someone suddenly pointed at the sky and was so frightened that the knife in his hand fell to the ground. But the sky I saw was torn apart by some force, and it stretched all the way to the end of the sea, rolling and rolling, with a desperate pressure. Gollum. The entire battlefield instantly resounded with the sound of drooling, but the Marines obviously have more important things to do now. Ice Age. Kuzan rushed directly to the second half of the Marineford that was cut open, and there were residents on it. And Fujitora, with a wave of the gravity knife, held the fallen Marine headquarters building, a giant object up to 100 meters high, in the air, preventing it from falling. This. Whitebeard pirates and summer pirates couldn't help but look at Shajur Ching's back. This thin and not tall back is so terrifying in their eyes at this time. Looking at Akainu and Borsalino, who were almost cut off half of their body, could not even maintain elementalization, and whose breath was suddenly weak, most of them lay in a pool of blood, they were all stunned. In an instant, the two marine admirals were hit hard. What kind of strength is this? Anna, take Dad away. If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Brother Marco, the organization of the pirates, retreat will be handed over to you. Shajur Ching said with a little breath. In an instant, two marine admiral were hit hard, and the record was indeed tyrannical. However, the consumption is also amazing, consuming 30% of his chakra in an instant, making him feel a little dizzy. Hancock, what are you waiting for? Your Amazon Lily warriors are waiting for you. Shajur Ching spoke up again, and suddenly made Hancock regain all his state. She replied sweetly, yes, the concubine will be ready soon. I'm here to help your queen. Anna was also going to help Shajur Ching to be the queen, but Shajur Ching refused. No need, you all leave first, I really want to know how strong I am. After the words fell, Shajur Ching chakra burst out, and a blue-violet force rose up, turning into a pile of skeletons to organize a giant warrior appearance, with meridians and flesh clinging to it. Then, armor and weapons kept appearing. Finally, when the warrior's eyes burst into fierce flames and put on his mask, a 100-meter warrior stood in front of everyone. Chapter 777 Take Control. Complete Body Suzanang, Shajur Ching said softly, folded his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the living beings below. Quiet. At this moment, the entire Marineford was quiet. The eyes of everyone were attracted by this giant warrior. This is like the heavy feeling of oppression pouring down from the sea, like a prison, and Yuan Ting Yuji, it simply makes them unable to resist at all. So horrible, they only feel that their road ahead is dim in an instant. And all of this was broadcast live to the whole world through the video phone bug. Then, the whole world is quiet. Even through the video phone bug, you can feel that amazing suffocating oppression. That feeling of despair was vividly displayed on the faces of the marine elites. Then the phone bug was cut off. Shajur Ching's terrifying strength is too easy to affect the world situation. In order to cause less panic and turmoil, it is better to cut off the signal of the phone bug and cut off the live broadcast of the screen. This kind of enemy, we really able to against the. A marine elite only feels that the weapon in his hand is so heavy, his throat is so dry, and his heart is so cold. Even if the giant didn't move, they already felt enough fear, and what a horror it would be if it moved. This guy the first haven't seen him for 2 years, and he has become so terrifying. This kind of oppression is several times stronger than that monster in Whitebeard. Does this kind of power really exist in the world? At this moment, even Sengoku can't help but doubt life. Furfur, it's really powerful and despairing. Blood Pupil, no, Thunder Hunter. Doflamingo was also horrified, and his body tightened involuntarily. Is this the strength of the Thunder Hunter? It's so tyrannical that people want to surrender. Another Shichibukai thought so sullenly in his heart. All over the world. The times have changed. I don't know how many secret bosses are sighing like this. The appearance of Shajirching, with this tyrannical strength, made them unprepared. But they know that this world is about to change because of the arrival of Shajirching. Ha ha ha, mighty, worthy of being the hunter of thunder, if you don't make a sound, you will be a blockbuster. This is the role model of my generation. The pirates were directly boiling and excited. All over the world, because of the appearance of Shajirching, there was a riot. The people were already panicking because of Whitebeard, and the appearance of Shajirching made all this worse. And now, after battering 2 marine admirals and landing in a proud and peerless manner, the riots and despair have reached their peak. Marine Admiral was hit hard by Shajirching, so who else can stop Shajirching? Thunderbolt, Heavenly Tribulation and Thunder Punishment. Shajirching's voice suddenly sounded, and a icy thunder light suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the marine headquarters behind Sengoku. Sengoku was horrified. Just as he was about to stop it, he heard a scream, a voice he was quite familiar with. Blackbeard Teach, why is he here? Looking at the people who were caught by Susanoo from the thunder and lightning, Sengoku's eyes were stunned for a moment, and then when he saw the people in Susanoo's hands, he felt a chill on his back. Prisoners of the 6th floor of Impel Down, why are they here? Could it be? A very bad guess suddenly appeared in Sengoku's mind. Just at this time, the phone bug from Impel Down on his waist rang. Infinite Hell, Fall. Director Magellan is seriously injured and unconscious. Sengoku's hands are shaking. It's serious. Although when he saw Straw Hat Luffy, Hexia Jinbei, Crocodile and others, he knew that Impel Down's situation was not optimistic. But in the follow-up, there was no bad news, and with a strong person like Magellan guarding, he believed that Impel Down would not be chaotic. But who knows, now I have such news. This guy Blackbeard, did he need the Shichibukai status in order to enter the Impel Down in the first place? With Sengoku's mind, he naturally guessed Blackbeard's intentions at once. However, with Shajirching taking care of these people, Marine's pressure will be much less. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately shouted, Marine attack, intercept the pirates. Garp, it's your turn to play. At this time of low morale, it is undoubtedly a very good idea to let a marine hero like Garp come forward. Follow me, little ones. Garp's influence and appeal are naturally different. With a wave of his hand, he received a response from a group of marines. Because these marines believe in Garp's strength. The situation has become more complicated. Fujitora's face became solemn. However, this old man also has justice that needs to be maintained. At this time, you can't let you mess around. Fujitora rushed towards Susanoo, and so did Kuzan. Behind them, Onagumo, Momonga, the Vice Admiral followed. Behind him, there are 2 Vice Admiral attacks from Momoshige and Chaton Tokikake. He is the enemy on all sides. This is really a headache, but fortunately someone gave me a pillow when I fell asleep. Since you delivered it to your door, it would be a pity if I didn't make good use of it. Shajirching grinned and revealed an extremely cold smile. His eyes turned to Blackbeard, Shiryu of the Rain and the others who were being held by him and were about to resist. Musaro. Shajirching stared, and a huge and irresistible force burst out, and he looked at these people in his hands. Everyone felt that a suffocating force rushed into the depths of their souls, giving them no chance to resist at all, making them lose consciousness like this. Fight for me, puppets. Xia Zhiqing also looked at the huge pirate, the huge battleship San Yuan Wolf. His chakra was instantly reduced by 20%. Oh! In an instant, this monster, bigger than the demon Oz, became Xia Zhiqing's puppet and grabbed Sengoku directly. The capture of the thief and the king immediately caused quite a riot. The evil king of Alo Pizarro, the big barrel Vasco shot, the crescent moon hunter Katarina Devon, the devil sheriff Lafitte, the fighting champion Burgess, and the death poison Q and others stopped Momoshiki and Chaton Tokikake. Calm down. When facing the rushing Kuzan, Fujitora, and the troublesome Garp, as well as the marine elites behind them, Xia Zhiqing moved. When he draws the sword, it is a slash. In the immortal mode, under the multiple enhancements such as China, even an ordinary sword has unimaginable terrifying power. Chapter 778 The Strongest in the World. Fujitora drew his knife and blasted out with gravity blessing. Garp burst out with all his strength, smashed the air, covered with the high-strength armament Haki, and fought away tyrannically. Ice block pheasant beak. Kuzan released a huge ice bird that also covered the sky, with the power to make the air tremble, and hid it away. Fist of light. Ryokugyu also came close, and the breath on his fist was no weaker than Garp. It exudes an incomparably masculine atmosphere, which can split mountains and destroy mountains. But Shiryu of the Rain and Blackbeard suddenly stood in front of him like ghosts and blocked him. Blackbeard's strange dark fruit ability made him suffer a big loss all of a sudden. Boom. At this moment, all the sounds of heaven and earth seemed to be gone, only this explosion of thunder. Boom. The ground beneath Susano's feet exploded, and the cracking force turned into an indescribable wind and waves roaring out, and instantly a large number of sailors flew away. It's really tyrannical lawless. Even people like Onagumo had to defend against confrontation. This wind and waves are coming, like a heavy hammer hitting the body, the dullness makes people's blood boil, and it can't stand at all. 8 arms Shira. Xia Zhiqing drank violently again, and 3 pairs of arms grew from behind. Bravely grabbing the ice bird that slammed into Susano's body, freezing Susano's body, and tearing it apart. Kahahaha. There was a sour sound of tearing, and the ice bird that I saw was still torn apart under the blessing of Kuzan, and its wings were torn off. Then, the body was smashed by the mad fist, and the huge ice block flew everywhere, making the marine elites have to dodge again. A little bit of this ice block, the terrifying cold can quickly freeze your movements and cause frostbite. Give me back. Suddenly, Xia Zhiqing drank violently again, and blood flowed from both of his eyes, and he was already overloaded. Boom. The ground exploded again, and in the surging seawater, Fujitora and Garp groaned as their faces flushed, and they were blasted out of the air like cannonballs. Dong dong dong. But Xia Zhiqing's Susanengu also suddenly stepped back several steps, and the chakra knife in his hand also exploded. But even so, in the face of Kuzan who wanted to take advantage of his illness, Xia Zhiqing still punched violently, wrapped the strong armament, and blessed with thunder and lightning, blasting Kuzan out, and it was even more visible in the air. A trace of blood mist. Obviously, Kuzan is injured. Even though one person fought against the entire marine headquarters, this kid is too strong. Looking at Xia Zhiqing, who is like a god, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates who have already boarded more than half of the crew, they can't help but be stunned. More than them, the entire marine headquarters was stunned. Those were 2 marine admirals, a marine hero, and a group of marine elites, all of whom were stopped by Xia Zhiqing alone. How strong is Xia Zhiqing? The sailors are a little cold in their hearts. Such a terrifying existence, living in the same world as them, feels terrifying to think about. Children, cover Xia Zhiqing's retreat. The first thing that Whitebeard was put down by Anna was to give orders to support Xia Zhiqing. Even though Xia Zhiqing's current record is indeed quite amazing, Whitebeard is very clear that the strength of marine headquarters is still very strong. Xia Zhiqing can't last long alone. After all, it is the marine headquarters, not so weak. No, you go first, I have a way to escape. Shajur heard the words, but once again rejected Whitebeard's idea. That's not good. Anyway, I have to support you too. Marco's voice came, and he turned into an immortal flame bird and stayed beside Shajur. Then add me one more. There is no place in the sky that cannot be reached. Anna's voice also came over. Like the queen of the earth, she stepped on a soil dragon and looked down on all living beings. Trouble. If Sengoku had the confidence to keep the Whitebeard pirates, the Summer pirates, and the pirates gathered around Straw Hat Luffy before, now he has no confidence at all after knowing the horror of Shajur. Shajur tyranny is truly suffocating. Damn. All the Marines could not help but show a solemn look. In the battle just now, they already understood the power of Shajur. Now, with one more Marco and Anna, they instantly felt the pressure. It's a little hard to keep them. Kuzan stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, his body was full of icy air, and his eyes were full of dignified expressions. Such a terrifying person really makes people feel hopeless. Fujitora got up, quite embarrassed. If you don't get rid of it now, there will be endless troubles in the future. But we don't seem to be able to do anything about it now. Ryokugyu was not reconciled. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the rest of the Whitebeard pirates and Summer pirates. It doesn't seem to be possible. Marshal Sengoku, let's make peace. I don't think you want to watch the war go on. Continuing it will only cost you Marine's troops in vain. Akainu and Borsalino's injuries can't be delayed. A truce is the best option, how about that? Shajur didn't want to continue anymore. Don't look at His Majesty now, but he is not in a good state now. Hit Akainu and Kizaru hard, and it was a sheer success that caught them off guard. It's hard to continue to succeed after that. After all, that consumed 30% of his chakra in an instant. And now, the battle strength of Marine headquarters, there are Kuzan, Fujitora, Ryokugyu, Garp these few. He tried his best, but he could only hit 2 more. The remaining 2, plus the remaining Marine elite here, are enough to hold him back. Since Whitebeard, the 2 pirate groups in the summer continue to join the battle, enough wins and losses are only 5 or 5. They fight to the death, and in the end the cheapest must be someone else. If that's the case, then why bother others? As a businessman, this deal is not worth it. Naturally there is no need to continue. He believes that, as a qualified businessman, Sengoku will also agree with his idea. Impossible. You're dreaming. Stop kidding me. When the Hawks Vice Admiral heard this, they immediately exploded. Shajur doesn't care about their opinions have no effect. Sengoku agrees, that's it. Keep fighting, it's not good for both of them. Chapter 779 Give me a face. Marshal, you can't. Yeah, how can you bow your head to an evil person like him? The Hawks Vice Admiral all looked at Sengoku and walked away with pleading expressions on their faces. Sengoku agreed, where would they put Marine's face? But Sengoku suddenly fell into thinking, I have to say, Shajur conditions are very tempting. After seeing the powerful strength of Shajur Sengoku only had one thought in his heart, stop the war. The reason is what Shajur said. Continue on, but it's just a chance for others to pick up a bargain. But if they really agreed, where would they put Marine's face? Don't forget, it's live streaming to the world right now. If he agreed, Marine's prestige would be disgraced. After that, who will continue to believe in their Marine? His face suddenly became cloudy, and the people in front of the phone bugs all over the world couldn't help holding their breath. Want to know, what choice will Sengoku make? Look, isn't that the red-haired Shanks pirate ship? Suddenly, a sailor exclaimed, pointing at the sea in the distance, and his face was pale. What? This exclamation suddenly attracted the attention of all Marines. They all couldn't help but look over, but on the boundless sea, the red-haired pirate's car, the Red Foss, was coming in high spirits. Immediately, The Marine headquarters was boiling. The thick panic suddenly spread out. 4 emperors Whitebeard and the summer pirates have already made them devastated, and another 4 emperors, then Marine headquarters will not be guaranteed. This guy Shanks, isn't he fighting the beast pirates? He got rid of the beast pirates so quickly. Garp is even more dignified, and his forehead can't help but sweat. The arrival of the 2 emperors is not a good thing. Sengoku frowned even more nervously, his palms sweaty. The situation is getting more and more dangerous. It seems that this battle has undergone another change that we can't control. It's troublesome. Kuzan can't help but feel a little scalp numb. It's not easy to deal with 2 emperors at the same time. Redhead, are you here to start a war? The Red Foss, who was waiting, approached, and Sengoku looked at Shanks who was approaching and asked aloud. But Shanks was serious. No, I'm here to stop the war. Saying that, he pulled out the saber griffin around his waist and said solemnly, please give me face. If anyone is dissatisfied, please let me be your opponent. Quiet. Except for Shajir Ching, everyone present could not help but look at the red hair with surprise. They didn't expect him to say such a thing. It's very timely, Brother Shanks. Shajir Ching lifted Susanoo, put his hands on his sleeves, looked at Shanks with a smile, and said, Marshal Sengoku, what's your opinion? Shanks looked at Sengoku with a tangled face, waiting for his answer. This time, even the Hawk's vice admiral didn't speak. The 2 emperors descended together. They have no confidence to say that they can keep these people and continue the war. But if they agreed to Shanks, how could their Marine's face be worth it? Damn. Many Marines clenched their fists and were in a dilemma. It's okay. Sengoku's voice came, and he saw a resolute look on his face, and glanced at the sea soldiers. The war is over. Without waiting for the objection of the hawkish sailors, he continued, any responsibility, I, Sengoku, will bear it alone. The war is over, and quickly treat the wounded. This war that attracted the attention of the entire world ended with a word from Sengoku. The next world, what kind of turmoil, no one knows. But at this moment, the sea soldiers who looked at the red-haired and Shajir Ching with their teeth grinning, thought that they had murderous intentions in their hearts. Let the tiger return to the mountain, it happened in front of them like this. But the majesty of the marshal and the consideration of Marine's strength forced them to back down and end this meaningless war. Their purpose has not been achieved and cannot be achieved. Even if it is unwilling, it can only end. As expected of Sengoku, he really has great perseverance. Hearing Sengoku's words, Shajir Ching smiled. He looked at the redhead. Thank you so much for your support. The red hair also put away the long sword griffin, and looked at Shajir Ching a little unexpectedly. I thought I was late, but I didn't expect you to show up at this time. Your appearance is really a surprise. Unexpected thing. Naturally, he also saw the severely injured Akainu and Kizaru. They were all a little surprised. This Shajir Ching's strength is really unfathomable. Hee, let's stop now, big redhead. Shajir Ching took back the flaming sword, followed by Shiryu and a group of strong men. Beckman, Reikalu and others were surprised. Whether it is the King of Evil, or the Great Barrel, Crescent Moon Hunter, they are all well-known powerhouses. At this moment, he is following behind Shajir Ching like a puppet. This Shajir Ching is really terrifying. Thunder Hunter, I'm interested, I don't know what to do. At this time, a voice with a strong and sharp breath came, powerful and powerful. The voice comes from the invitation of Mahak, the world's largest swordsman. Shajir Ching's heavy and sharp swordsmanship just now made him see a very good opponent. He felt that he would not be lonely in the future. Hee, let's see if we have that fate. Shajir Ching did not refuse. Luffy also met with Shanks and made a new agreement. Immediately, Shanks waved, brothers, go home. As soon as the crew was dry, they returned, and after saying goodbye to Whitebeard, they broke through the waves. On the summer issue. Everyone, I'm back. This is a sentence that has been separated for several years, but it made the crowd suddenly cheer. Even someone like Daz Bones, who is not good at expressing emotions, can't help but have tears in their eyes. Even Tezzolo was rarely relieved. Hancock and Anna hugged Shajir Ching tightly from left to right, greedily smelling the smell of Shajir Ching, for fear that he was just a mirror and would slip away immediately. "Captain, it's great, you've finally come home after disappearing for so long. The slave family misses you so much." At this moment, Bentham hugged Shajir Ching's thigh tightly with tears on his face, crying hard. "Ha ha ha, Bentham, your scalp is going numb when you say that. Don't worry, it won't disappear in the future. No one can make me disappear again." Shajir Ching laughed boldly. His confident smile also made everyone on the boat feel uneasy and completely empty. Chapter 780 Weird Rescue. The captain is back, and they have the backbone. They have the motivation to keep sailing. Although they are blessed by Whitebeard, he is not their boss after all. There is a feeling of being under the fence, but not now. Because their boss is back. Let's talk about the rest later. I have to go see my dad. I think they all miss me too. Shajir Ching, Isho, jumped onto the Moby Dick. Marco and other ship doctors have begun to treat Whitebeard. But, no way, Dad, Marco blamed himself, gritted his teeth and said, the vitality is almost at its limit, and it may not be able to survive the operation. As soon as he said these words, Ace and other captains suddenly lost their calm. Whitebeard were to die, wouldn't their pillars collapse? The Whitebeard pirates, isn't it dangerous? Captain Marco, is there really? There is no way. The crew members asked unwillingly. A deep sadness pervaded the ship. Unless the father undergoes life surgery and injects fresh vitality, can. Before Marco could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a pale Whitebeard. Cholera, it's okay, little ones, I've lived enough, and your new pillar, hasn't it come back? Calm, without the slightest fear of death. He leaned on the special seat and looked towards Shajir Ching, who was approaching. Everyone's eyes also looked over, but many people's eyes were a little bit complaining. Shajir Ching said that he disappeared for so long. Although he appeared to turn the tide, if he had appeared earlier, wouldn't Whitebeard have nothing to do with it? The gazes of these people made Shajir Ching touch his nose and said, Father, I don't want this burden. Besides, it's not good that you want to leave without even carrying your grandson. Shajir Ching looked at Marco and said, Life force surgery, let me do it. I happen to know one. You. Hearing Shajir Ching's words, everyone including Marco couldn't help being surprised. Shajir Ching, you kid, Whitebeard was also surprised. He wanted to stop it. But Shajir Ching didn't give him a chance to speak, saying, Quanon, when your son has disappeared for so long, it's a gift for you. After speaking, he saw that he took out a scroll from the ninja bag around his waist. Then, with a bang, a blood-red eyeball with double hooks in the culture medium appeared in Shajir Ching's hands. When everyone looked at Shajir Ching, they couldn't help but feel a hairy feeling. What does he want to use this eyeball for? Marco and the others couldn't help feeling a little panicky. The breath of Shajir Ching at the moment made them feel a little depressed. I saw Shajir Ching unscrew the culture bottle, took out this eyeball, and then PFF'd. He actually dug out his left eye, threw it into the culture bottle, and covered it. Then, put the double-hook jade eyeball into the empty left eye. Snort. Marco and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even Whitebeard, they couldn't help feeling a little hairy. Then, a green light suddenly appeared in Shajir Ching's hand, and pressed it on his own eyes, and a powerful breath of life burst out. After about 10 minutes, Shajir Ching stopped. When I opened my eyes again, the pair of Guyu eyeballs turned out to be one body, becoming Shajir Ching's organ. What's the matter, brothers, looking at me like this? I'm not a ghost. When they saw Marco, they all looked at him with panic, and Shajir Ching couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What's the matter with such a face of resistance? Dare, these people treat him as a monster. You kid, what's the matter? Marco and the others said. They stammered. Shazherqing's move just now, if replaced with a little evil atmosphere, it is really a complete villain. It's just a normal medical procedure, is there anything wrong? Shazherqing shrugged helplessly, with a very innocent expression. Seeing that their faces were still not very good looking, Shazherqing sighed, it won't hurt Dad anyway. He came to Whitebeard and said, Daddy, I'm going to start. Whitebeard couldn't help frowning. This life force transfer can't come out of nowhere, how do you do it? If you lose yourself, I won't let you go. Hearing this, Shazherqing said, Oh, my dear father, what you said, when did you see your son who was afraid of death doing things you were not sure about? Hearing what he said, Marco and the others couldn't help but look a little weird. Shazherqing is afraid of death. When he was so powerful, even Kaido dared to provoke him, would he be afraid of death? Whitebeard let go of his resistance and let Shazherqing begin to implement it. Shazherqing took a long breath, used medical ninjutsu, and said, Brother Marco, please prepare some medicines to nourish chi and blood. I can replenish my father's vitality, and I can't do anything about the lost chi and blood. It can be done with foreign objects. Quote. Hearing these words, Marco is quite confident. In the Whitebeard Pirates, there are not many things, except that there are many medicines for tonifying chi and nourishing blood. Marco went to prepare, Shazherqing had already started the treatment. Medical ninjutsu acts on every cell in Whitebeard's body, bringing out the congestion in his body, repairing dark wounds, and filling hidden dangers. What he needs is a high-quality body, not a broken body. In that case, one of his writing wheels would be wasted in vain. Everyone saw that as Shazherqing moved his palm, Whitebeard's complexion quickly improved, and a trace of blood appeared on his originally pale face. This made the medical girls on the side look shocked, thinking that this Captain Shazherqing is not only strong, but also can do business, and has such a high level of daring medical skills. Slowly. I saw strands of black blood, and even some pieces of meat from Whitebeard's body, as if they were sucked out, they gathered into a ball, emitting a foul smell, and had a smell of gunpowder and rust. 1 group, 2 groups, 5 groups. Marco looked at Shazherqing in surprise, not knowing how to describe this technique. Even though Whitebeard's face is getting paler, his breath is getting weaker and his vitality is about to end, but the bruises and poisons in the old man's body have been cleaned up. When did this kid have such high medical skills? Just when he thought so, the color of the blood group became purer and purer. After taking out the last ball, Shazherqing sucked it from the air, and the medicine that replenished chi and blood was caught by Shazherqing, shattered in the air, and the juice was gathered into a ball. Then, Shazherqing slowly infiltrated Whitebeard's body. Chapter 781 The Worst Era Alliance. Visible to the naked eye, Whitebeard's breath suddenly became majestic. The blood is rumbling, the majestic breath, the coercion is powerful, and the Sea Kings in all directions are retreating in fear. If it weren't for the lack of stamina, they almost thought that the young Whitebeard was standing in front of them like this. Cholera, you kid, where did you learn such medical skills during the years of disappearance? Even Marco is not as good as you. Whitebeard was weak and even felt that he was going to the end. He felt that his body was easier than ever before, and every cell could be controlled by him. It's just a fluke, Dad, no matter what happens next, don't move. Everything that happens to me will not affect me. I will be fine. But when you get excited, it will affect my results. Shazherqing first gave Whitebeard a vaccination. When the vitality is delivered next time, there will inevitably be a process of aging on his body. If Whitebeard refuses to continue, he will waste a lot of life. Whitebeard nodded, indicating he knew. Shazherqing took a long breath. The salty sea breeze kept him absolutely awake. Forbidden Art Reincarnation. His hands quickly formed the seals, his robes rose up, a powerful breath burst out, and his palms were attached to Whitebeard's chest. No. In an instant, Whitebeard's eyes opened, and a huge pure vitality was injected into his body that was about to dry up. Let his cells fill up quickly and restore vitality. And Xia Zhiqing's face, which was originally young, suddenly began to age, and that powerful aura also wilted. Not to mention Whitebeard, even Marco and the others couldn't help being horrified. They didn't expect that the way of life force that Xia Zhiqing said was actually Xia Zhiqing's direct delivery of his own life force. Just as they were about to rush over to stop it, Xia Zhiqing's words echoed in their minds again, making Marco stop again. You kid, what are you trying to do? If something is wrong, I won't spare you. Whitebeard originally wanted to refuse, but Xia Zhiqing had already said something, so he could only bear the unease in his heart, doubt, and continue to let Xia Zhiqing act. Don't worry, Dad, your son won't die. Xia Zhiqing grinned isho, but his voice was extremely weak. After an hour. 72 years of life, the transmission is completed. With your characteristics, Father, it will not be a problem to toss for another 65 or 6 years. Whitebeard is just sitting there now, his chi and blood are as thick as the sun, so powerful that it makes people panic. You can hear his terrifying heartbeat like thunder, and the sound of blood flow like the roar of ocean waves, so powerful. But Xia Zhiqing was hunched like an old man who was about to die, with goosebumps in his palms like chicken claws, panting hard. As if the next moment will die. Under the worried gazes of Marco and the others, Xia Zhiqing gritted her teeth and made the seal with great difficulty. Her breath was weak. Xia Zhiqing gasped and made a sound like pulling a bellows, and whispered, Azanagi. Om. A strange force erupted, and it was as if time had flown backwards. Xia Zhiqing's bent waist straightened, his breath became stronger again, his pale hair turned black, and his palms were full and powerful, just like Xia Zhiqing an hour ago, without any change. PFF'd. Without waiting for Marco and the others to speak, Xia Zhiqing saw Xia Zhiqing cut out his left eye again, and the left eye had turned gray and necrotic. Taking out the culture bottle, taking the eyes, and putting them into the eye sockets, Xia Zhiqing proceeded with ease, as if he had done it many times. This. Even if we have seen it once, goodbye, Marco and others still feel chills on their backs. After all, Xia Zhiqing did such a bloody thing so calmly. Okay, it's done. Dad, how does it feel? Such a filling feeling. Xia Zhiqing wiped the blood from his left eye, looked at the energetic Whitebeard, and asked. Cholera, it feels good. Whitebeard clenched his fist, and the space was shattered. That's good, Dad, although your strength will not weaken with age, it will increase, but the pain has affected your strength. And I have basically solved your pain now, and you can act as recklessly as you did when you were young. There are not many people who can compete with you in this vast ocean. Xia Zhiqing looked contemptuous, and opened his arms as if to take the sea into his arms. The Whitebeard pirates, are the strongest in the world. How hockey, Marco and others can't help being infected, and they yearn for it. Cholera, you are always such a surprise boy. To celebrate this moment, little ones, there is a banquet. Whitebeard gave an order, and the entire pirate group fell into cheers. It's night, banquet orgy. Xia Zhiqing naturally became the absolute protagonist. The captains took turns drinking wine, and the drink was very drunk. Ocean, this feeling is not bad. Before falling down, Xia Zhiqing thought so in her heart. The next day, while the Whitebeard pirates were still asleep and peaceful, the sea had already plunged into an infinite boiling. Times, restless again. And the cause of all this is because of that sky-high reward order. Xia Zhiqing, has a bounty of 3 billion baileys. This is the bounty for the head of the imperial power. Although it is not as good as the other 4 emperors, everyone knows that this is just because Marine has left room for Xia Zhiqing's more shocking achievements in the future. Otherwise, if the adjustment is too high at the beginning, what should I do if I cannot continue to increase it later? But even so, that's still terrifying. 3 billion bounty has already stood at the top of the world. Xia Zhiqing also completely confirmed the status of the 5th emperor. After all, when there was a bounty of 2.2 billion in the past, there were still some people who were not convinced. But it doesn't exist anymore. Moreover, Xia Zhiqing is not fighting alone. Behind him, there is a powerful summer chamber of commerce. Not to mention that behind the summer chamber of commerce is the Whitebeard pirates who ruled the New World. How strong is the combined strength of the two emperor-level pirates? The damage to the top battle marine said it all. Akainu, Kizaru Borsellino was seriously injured in a coma. Vice Admiral suffered 19 injuries and Rear Admiral over 100. The rest of the casualties will be countless. It can almost be said that if it wasn't for Sengoku's unique vision, he recruited Fujitora Isho, Ryokubusa Delapeya and other tough people in advance. In addition, Momoshige, who has been guarding the top secret place, Chaton Tokikake, will also be summoned. In the Battle of the Top, Marine's casualties may continue to increase several times. Even lose. Chapter 782. In this era, it is called Xia Zhiqing. The strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Whitebeard pirates can be imagined. It is no exaggeration to say that the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Whitebeard pirates already possess the absolute power to subvert the balance of the world. Even, destroy the world. Their existence is enough to make the world feel restless and panic. If there is another action, the whole sea will be turbulent. As the controller of the super-powerful force of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Xia Zhiqing is now enough to convince the unruly guys on the sea. No one dares to question Xia Zhiqing's throne, unless he seeks death. A new era is here. Doflamingo, who was returning home, thought crazy in his heart. Crisis comes, but opportunity comes with it. In the midst of this impending chaos, the arms industry will usher in spring. Not only him, but the rest of the Shichibukai are obviously aware of this matter, and even all the people with lofty ideals in the entire sea are aware of this problem. A new era has arrived, and its name is Xia Zhiqing. They should also start preparing, otherwise, it should be taken over by someone else. Thunder Hunter, Xia Zhiqing with blood eyes, a bounty of 3 billion Baileys. Thor Enel, bounty 1.62 billion Bailey. Going Emperor Tesoro, a bounty of 1.3 billion. Anna, the daughter of the Mudflow, with a bounty of 1.257 billion Bailey. Anna's bounty has gone up a lot, because her performance in the war is really dazzling. Block Akainu, fight Kuzan, fight Kizaru, and never lose. The Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock, has a bounty of 720 million Bailey. Pirate Hunter Roranoa Zoro, with a bounty of 510 million Bailey. The Chain Fighter Pazalu, a bounty of 400 million Baileys. Jididia, the Steaming Power, with a bounty of 300 million Bailey. Queen of Slaughter Hulina, with a bounty of 298 million Bailey. Quickly Kill Daz Bones, with a bounty of 250 million Bailey. For the rest of the people, the bounty has also increased a lot. For example, Caesar Current, the bounty has risen to 151 million Bailey. However, because Chopper has been saving people and has not shown his face, the bounty has not changed much. And the captains of the pirate fleet under Xia Zhiqing, the bounty has not risen too much, because their mission is only to interfere with marine. On this stage, their strength has not shown much effect. But each of them has a bounty of 300 million to 400 million, which cannot be underestimated. Those Sky Island fighters under Enel's hands, this battle is not very elegant, but the battle shells in their hands are brilliant. Let them all catch Marine's attention, and get a bounty of 1 or 200 million. In a word, apart from Xia Zhiqing, the guild leader, whose bounty is not as good as Whitebeard, the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is no less than that of the Whitebeard pirates. Run away, I can't live here any longer. Damn Whitebeard. This is impossible. Why would the Summer Chamber of Commerce get involved with the Whitebeard pirates? While Xia Zhiqing was still in a coma, the sea was completely chaotic. Even though Marine finally announced the result that they won. But the eyes of the masses are sharp. If they really won the Marine, then why shut down the phone bug so they don't know the truth? What's more, such a new set of reward orders was issued just one day after the war. Isn't it obvious that it is overshadowed? Are you going to cover up their marine failure with the bounty raised by the Chamber of Commerce this summer? Don't you see the pirates in the whole sea are already crazy? How could this be the case if Marine won? This is obviously the last victory for the Whitebeard pirates. Above the sea, where is our safe place to stay? Everyone is in danger is the best adjective to describe the current situation on the sea. People really don't feel safe at all. There seemed to be the wild laughter of various pirates ringing in his ears. In order to save their lives, they had to leave their homes. Ha ha ha, brothers, now is definitely the best time. It's our best chance to grow and wait for me, but I can't miss such a good opportunity. Some pirates were laughing wildly and expanding wildly. Yes, that's right, the crew responded frantically. And there are countless pirate groups like them who are ready to ride the wind in this big era. New World. The first half of the Great Route. North blue, west blue. Even the east blue in the corner is boiling. Looking around, the sea is full of pirates. Therefore, there are also many reclusive powerhouses on the sea, to ensure the peace of one party. Maria Joy. In this era, a remarkable figure has appeared. Sengoku sighed. Across from him, Kong frowned and said, Sengoku, do you really stop thinking about it? Marine needs you now. Kong said this because Sengoku handed him a resignation request. The failure of this war requires a person to take responsibility, and this person is me. This current Marine also needs a stronger person to take charge. I can't do what I can do, just let me go. I'd better take a back seat and teach students at Marine. Sengoku shook his head and said sadly. Also, with a strong presence like you, Marine's talent pool should be no problem. Kong couldn't persuade Sengoku, he could only agree. Kong continued to ask, who do you think is more suitable to take over the position of marshal? Akainu, although I like Kuzan more, but in these extraordinary times, I still need someone with stronger wrists. Akainu is the perfect fit. Although I don't like him. Sengoku gave his answer. Hearing his answer, Kong sighed. I thought you would choose Kuzan, but I didn't expect your choice to be the same as the five-pointed star. Sengoku was not surprised by this answer. After the two discussed some things, Sengoku left. Just now, the two have confirmed something. First, Sengoku and Garp take a back seat to cultivate talents. Second, the new Marine Marshal is Akainu, reform the Marine Admiral system, select Fujitora Isho, Ryokubusa de Apaya as the new Admiral. Third, send troops to fight pirates, calm down the chaotic sea, and give people around the world a stable living environment. Fourth, the world's big conscription, to supplement the Marine force, strengthen the Marine, and increase the deterrence. Chapter 783 A Paradise in Troubled Times. New World, Ghost Island. Thunder Hunter. Kaido pinched Shajirching's reward order, and his eyes showed a supremely cold color, and crushed this reward order. Whenever the name Shajirching rang out, Kaido felt a dull pain in his body again. The pain caused by the attacks of those few knives that shattered the sky has always been unforgettable. Moreover, he still remembers the humiliation of the final defeat in the battle that happened near the waters of Nine Snake Island a few years ago. Originally, he thought that Shajirching was dead. Therefore, naturally, such a big cake as the Summer Chamber of Commerce will not be missed. Even with the blessing of the Whitebeard pirates, he still invaded many resources and sites of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Never thought that after 2 or 3 years, Shajirching appeared on the sea again. It also set a record on the top of the battle, hitting 2 Marine Admirals such terrifying records. Kaido is angry, is it not fearful in his heart? He quickly mobilized his troops to form an array to prevent Shajirching from coming. Of course, if Shajirching dared to come, he would definitely give Shajirching a head-on attack. And the person who acts like him, there is Big Umum. Kaido is not the only one who has embezzled the site of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. And her. Well, I didn't expect this guy to come back again. It's really annoying. Although Big Umam's speech was rebellious and Haki was horizontal, the trace of panic in her eyes still betrayed her. The two emperors are so afraid, and the other pirate groups in the New World who have made the idea of the Summer Chamber of Commerce are even more panicked. No one would have thought that Shajirching would become so strong. Even more powerful than before, even Marine Admiral is not his opponent at all. The strongest man in the world is now Shajirching. In the face of such a strong man, they have invaded his resources and territory. Don't panic, that's fake. I have never heard of provoking the Emperor of the Sea and it can end well. Therefore, there is a large wave of pirates in the New World, and they are panicking about how to make amends to the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Now is a good time, the wind and clouds are turbulent, and the New World should have my name. Somewhere, a man with a big back with a cigar in his mouth and a pirate hook in one hand, looked at the newspaper in his hand and said this. There is no doubt that there will be no one but Crocodile in this dress. Hee, a new era has come, I can't be left behind. Shichibukai Moria, the former king, is also cheering. And there are many ambitious people like them in the New World. The whole world is shrouded in haze. Every day, there are various pirate groups carrying out crazy killings. Blood flowed all over the sea, dyed the sky red, and dyed the islands red. Howling, desperate, excited. This is a chaotic world, but also a prosperous world. Those who survive should be heroes among the people. The first half of the Great Route, Haas Island. Mr. Village Chief, are you really not going to evacuate? The pirates outside are already crazy. It's too dangerous to stay here. What if they are poisoned by them? How could the Summer Chamber of Commerce control our lives? They are the initiators of the turmoil in the world. A sturdy man looked at the old man in front of him with anxiety on his face. It doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone has already taken refuge in the shelter. It is a fortress that is enough to defend against the attack of the big pirates. There is no problem with safety. Now, let this old man try the deterrent power of this Summer Chamber of Commerce. If it doesn't work, it's just the death of this pedantic old man. But if it is successful, we will get a guarantee of safety in this chaotic world. This guarantee is more important than evacuation. In today's troubled world, nothing is more important than peace. This old man's eyes flashed with a decisive divine light, and the whole person looked like life and death, which made people have to admire. Then I will accompany you to death. Use my martial arts to fight to the end. Hearing the old man's words, the young man's face was full of determination. The old man did not persuade him, because there was no time, the enemy had come. On the sea 2 or 3 kilometers away, a large pirate ship with a draft of more than 10 meters is heading towards their island. On the pirate ship, a group of pirates with ferocious faces were already surging, and the voice of Jia Ran was terrifying. Success or not, here's one move. The old man's body was tense, even though he said it so decisively, but he was still very flustered in his heart. After all, no one is not afraid of death. Ellis has been quite nourished recently. Relying on this good opportunity in this troubled world, coupled with his good luck, he ate a paramesha jelly fruit, which gave him a good strength. Therefore, the power grew rapidly, and soon a fleet was pulled up. Originally, in his plan, the island named Haas was just a loot spot for him, and he didn't care about it at all. However, when he saw the flag in the middle of the island with drunken eyes, he was completely sobered up. Then, he ordered to turn his head quickly and leave Haas Island. The subordinates he saw were still unhappy, and Ellis pointed at the flag and shouted, "Did you see that flag clearly? It is the shelter of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and it provokes the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to die?" Then, this group of crazy people saw the flag of the Summer Chamber of Commerce fluttering in the wind, and they couldn't help shivering. Then, all in favor of leaving. Just kidding, because of ignorance, I tried to provocate, or took a chance to hurt the pirate group that the Summer Chamber of Commerce blesses the island, but one did not fall, and they all sank into the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Among them, there are more than 100 million big pirates. They don't think that their millions, tens of millions of heads can be harder than the heads of hundreds of millions of pirates. Watching the pirates turn away in a hurry, the old man let out a long sigh of relief. Then he laughed. Laughing so much, so excited. This flag is really useful. He looked at the black flag and for the first time thought he was so cute. In the next few days, under the nervous watch of the old man, whether it was a bounty of tens of millions or over 100 million, after seeing the banner belonging to the Summer Chamber of Commerce, they all left. I didn't dare to get close. Even the little giant Damak with a bounty of 330 million Baileys, the little giant pirate group he led did not dare to approach Hoss Island, but left, which made the old man feel relieved instantly. The little giants are already the strongest group in the first half of the Great Route. They dare not mess around, and other pirate groups will definitely not dare to mess around. And this kind of thing happens in other places in the sea that have summer chambers of commerce. Chapter 784 Joint Declaration. In this crazy chaotic world, these places are exceptionally peaceful, and no group of pirates dares to plunder them. It is a paradise. Naturally, these places attract many refugees, become their sanctuary. Some are grateful, some are calm, and some are tangled. But without exception, no one speaks ill. Originally, without that declaration, Hoss Island would not have been able to escape the looting of the little giant Damak. The little giant Damak has a bounty of 330 million Bailey, and he asked himself that he is the #1 expert in the New World. Naturally, they don't take Hoss Island too seriously, even if they have the banner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. After all, even if he looted Hoss Island, he could still rely on Kaido or Big Mum, and he would definitely get a good position, without worrying about the revenge of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. But just before that, the president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, the strongest man in the world, Shuitong Shajirqing, one of the 5 emperors, and the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, one of the 5 emperors, jointly issued a Declaration of Expedition. The content is very simple. Wherever the Summer Chamber of Commerce, where the Whitebeard pirates' flag is located, if anyone disturbs them, they will hunt them down to the end of the sea, endlessly. Damak is confident to avoid the pursuit of either the Summer Chamber of Commerce or the Whitebeard pirates. But as soon as they united, Damak felt that there would be no place for him in the entire sea. This is the terrifying power that is enough to subvert the sea. So, he gave up, he persuaded. As expected of Shajirqing, or Haki as always. Drum Island, the new King Dalton looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. The headline position of the newspaper is the Declaration of Expedition and Suppression. The bloody big characters are hard not to attract attention. And other sheltered places can't help but praise Shajirqing's tyranny. It's so reassuring to work with such a person. Of course, the means of the Summer Chamber of Commerce do not stop there. They also do many other things. For example, strictly investigate counterfeit and shoddy products. As long as they find any force that is not authorized by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, but acts under the banner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, anyone can encircle and suppress it. The Summer Chamber of Commerce offers bounties. As soon as this regulation came out, it made a lot of people want to fish in troubled waters, and those who made trouble through the Summer Chamber of Commerce banner directly dispelled their ideas. Money is small, life is big. No one dared to provoke the majesty of Shajirqing. Those who provoked the majesty of Shajirqing are now dead. The Summer Chamber of Commerce is doing this, and the Whitebeard pirates will naturally not fall behind. At the same time, Marine is also sending a lot of manpower and material resources to suppress the chaos of the pirates. Not to mention, because of Shajirqing's Declaration of Conquest and Suppression, a large number of pirates have already retreated. This time, under the repression of the Marine net, more pirates felt the end. In terms of stabilizing the situation, even Sengoku has to admit that Shajirqing's contribution has helped a lot. If he didn't ask, "Let these pirates on the sea wreak havoc," I really don't know how long the turmoil will last. Marine's current strength wants to stop it. It is very difficult. Shajirqing, what are you trying to do? Sengoku really wants to know Shajirqing's purpose. What is he going to do? Obviously caused such a big turmoil, but he has made great efforts in calming the turmoil. If Shajirqing knew about Sengoku's doubts, he would probably say, "Little boy, do you have a lot of question marks? Without him, I'm just a businessman." In the windless zone, on Nine Snakes Island, Shajirqing hugged from left to right, took a sip of wine and said, "Rescue Dad is to preserve the strength of our side, help calm the sea, and do business better, that's all." Shajirqing murmured in a low voice, like an explanation, like an announcement. How to deal with those defection people outside, who dare to east our territory, but it's not so easy to get away with it. Anna asked. Her eyes were full of icy cold light. The people she referred to as defection were those who took the opportunity to occupy their territory and resources. Anna hates these people to death, but she has been incapable of being cloned all these years, so she can only grit her teeth and let them be arrogant. Then I'll leave it to you. Come to think of it, you already have an idea. If you teach this kind of thing, you will only remember it if you hurt people. Shajirqing calmly spoke chilling words. It coincides with my thoughts. After listening to Shajirqing's words, Anna couldn't help grinning, and the smile made people panic. And Boa Hancock didn't speak, just leaned on Shajirqing's shoulder as if he was asleep, leaning quietly. Next, what are you going to do? Anna asked again. The Summer Chamber of Commerce has been silent for 2 years, and it's time to move. The first step, of course, is to restore order to the whole scene. Shajirqing's eyes seemed to be able to see through space, as if he could see the unease on some people's faces, grinning and revealing his mouth full of white teeth. Sometimes, if you make a wrong step, you have to pay the price. No matter who it is, as long as it touches my things, don't think it's easy. When Anna heard the words, she also smiled. This is exactly what she wanted to say. In the sea outside the Nine Snake Island. What do you think the Summer Chamber of Commerce will do with us? A group of pirate captains gathered nervously and looked at each other. I can't say that I have to peel off a layer of skin. Shajirqing with blood pupils is not an easy person. The actions of our group have violated his taboos. It's not that easy to quell his anger. Alas, it's just that we got carried away for a while, and actually went to meddle in his stuff, and now we can only admit it. A big man with a gloomy face said like this. The rest of the people are also full of sorrow. If they could resist, they would definitely not appear here. But unfortunately, they can't resist. The sea shark pirates who have been buried in the belly of the fish, the steam pirates are a lesson from the past. These two pirate groups still openly provoked the Summer Chamber of Commerce and refused to return the territory of the Summer Chamber of Commerce after the Declaration of Conquest and Suppression was issued. Then, within a few hours, the news of their annihilation came. To this day, they have been dead for no more than 2 days. You must know that the captains of the two pirate groups have a bounty of over 400 million. Say it's gone, what a hockey. This also made other pirate groups understand the majesty of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, which is not to be provocative. So there is this one out. These pirate groups have all occupied the site of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and they don't want to die, so they can only accept it by themselves. They are also ready for a hemorrhage. Chapter 785 Blackbeard, Execute, Take the Fruit. As long as they can save their lives, they have nothing to hesitate. Heaven and earth are big, small life is the biggest. On the other side, on the Moby Dick. Father, forgive me, I know I'm wrong, but I'm your son too. A certain fat man with missing teeth was bound by Seastone and held in front of Whitebeard, begging wildly for mercy. He was sweating and panicking. Teach, it's too late to beg for mercy. Under Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace looked at this fat man with murderous intent, that is, Marshall D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. HMPH, now that you know begging for mercy and killing Thatch, why didn't you seem to have this kind of consciousness? Don't you know that on this ship, there is such a rule, whoever kills one's companion will surely die? Diamond Jozu squinted his eyes, folded his arms in front of his chest, and hummed coldly. During the battle, he was frozen by Kuzan and his arm was broken, and Shajur-Ching brought it back to him. Teach, kill for life, the truth of heaven, you can go in peace. Marco is always so listless except for the fighting moments. You should have listened to that kid Shajur-Ching and monitored you as soon as possible, otherwise, Thatch wouldn't have to die. Foil Vista is inexplicably a pity to say. The rest of the people also looked at Teach with murderous expressions. This scourge must be eliminated. The Whitebeard pirates almost perished because of him. Dad, don't, I'm also your son, forgive me, I know I'm wrong, I will definitely. Hearing these people's words, Blackbeard Teach quickly begged for mercy, his face full of pleading. Teach, at this time, Whitebeard spoke, and everyone's eyes came over. You have committed an unforgivable crime on this ship, and you must give Thatch an account. If it was Whitebeard in the original book, maybe because of Teach's pleas, he would have spared his life. But unfortunately, there is now one more Shajur-Ching. Shajur-Ching analyzed Blackbeard's conspiracy in detail, and everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was frightened and angry. Whitebeard, no matter how kind he is, he has completely lost patience with Teach. Teach, must die. Dad, I really can't. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Blackbeard gritted his teeth unwillingly, and before he could finish, he was interrupted by a very leisurely voice. I'm sorry, I can't. Shajur-Ching, who I saw, appeared in front of Blackbeard. When he saw him, Blackbeard was immediately excited and yelled, "It's all you, it's all because of you. Don't be so excited, from the moment you become greedy, your result is already doomed. Dare to count, Dad, have you asked me Shajur-Ching's opinion? This Shajur-Ching is naturally not the deity, but the avatar of Shajur-Ching staying here, but that is enough. After all, there is no need to fight. One of the purposes of his stay was to perform surgery on the injured. Go in peace, there is no pain in heaven," Shajur-Ching said very calmly, but it made people feel inexplicably frightened. The murderer's eyelids don't even shake. Shajur-Ching's temperament is really high. You will regret it. When Blackbeard was dragged down for execution, he let out one last scream. Father, everything that should be taken care of has already been taken care of, so I should retreat too. Another purpose of Shajur-Ching's stay is to capture the dark fruit of Blackbeard. This is an almighty fruit. Well, let's go. Without your help, our damage would be several times worse. Whitebeard nodded, and Shajur-Ching took the dark fruit and left. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Baldic. Now is the time for us to act. The Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, put down the newspaper in his hand and made such a decision. In today's turbulent sea, it is a great opportunity for their revolutionary army to expand and liberate. There is no better opportunity than now. Hip-hop, yes, that's it. The Shemale King Ivankov in strange clothes showed an exaggerated smile and said. Then act. A certain young man with short wavy blonde hair and a scar on his left eye, carrying an iron water pipe behind his back, couldn't wait to say it. This is Sabo. Go. Beside him, there are also a group of people with expressions on their faces. That is the four major armies, commanders of the Revolutionary Army, as well as the elites. Go. Dragon did not hesitate too much, then issued the order. Today is a chaotic world, and it is a great opportunity to make contributions. If you miss it, there will be no more. Marine. Shajur-Ching. Akainu, who just woke up, looked at the newspaper in his hand. His eyes were extremely gloomy, his voice was hoarse, and he was full of murderous intent. After the top battle, Hyakinu has become a disgrace. The dignified Marine Admiral can't even beat a pirate, what a shame. Of course, all this is what he thought. In fact, no one will look down on him, on the contrary, respect him extremely. After all, in the Battle of the Top, his command was prudent, and his leadership was obvious to all. Because of his outstanding military exploits, he was elected Marshal of Marine. When he recovers from his injury, he will officially succeed Marina's Marshal, and the position of Sengoku's Marshal will officially come to an end. Nah, this is really a headache. I didn't expect that little guy back then to be so powerful now. Kizaru Borsellino is still so indifferent, but, when he touches the injury on his chest, he will still show a trace of horror. Shajirching's sword is too terrifying. Even he still feels lingering fears in retrospect. Maria Joy. It seems that it is necessary to use that weapon. Holding Gush and wearing round-rimmed glasses, Gorosei, 5 elders dressed as a samurai pushed the glasses, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect this bastard Shajirching to become so powerful now. If I knew it earlier, I should have used that weapon to completely obliterate him, and it wouldn't have turned into this situation now. The Gorosei, 5 elders, with curly white hair, a white pingsong beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, agree. The other 3 squinted their eyes. If that's the case, then get ready. When necessary, you can only use that weapon. The weapon in their mouth is called the King of Heaven. A weapon that can destroy the world. Even Shajirching is no match for a few blows from the Heavenly King. World conscription, to maintain peace. Sounds like a good idea. On a certain island on the Great Route, a young man with red hair looked at the newspaper in his hand and murmured like this. Chapter 786 Great Swordsman vs. Swordsman. I don't know why I came to this world, but it seems to be pretty good. Hockey, swordsmanship, devil fruit, islands with various characteristics, and a big secret treasure, it sounds really exciting. As soon as his mind moved, he stepped on the sea and left as if walking on the ground. He doesn't belong to this world, he comes from some supernatural world. Hawkeye, you came very fast, can't you wait to fight me? Looking at this handsome man like an earl in front of him, Shajirching had a headache. Sword showdown, can't wait, I'm looking forward to fighting with you. It's been a long time since no one could arouse my fighting spirit, after the redhead, you were the first. Hawkeye said very coldly, not to say a word of nonsense. Okay, then come on. Shajirching shrugged helplessly, looking like he had a headache. But if you look closely, you will find the strong fighting intent in his eyes. Hawkeye Mahawk, who is that? The world's greatest swordsman. Fighting against him is the dream of many swordsmen. Shajirching is also quite looking forward to how far the battle with Mahawk can go. He found a sturdy island, and then, it started. As for the excited Roronoa Zoro who followed quietly, Shajirching ignored him, and Mahawk never paid attention to him. The only person who can arouse his interest is Shajirching. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. But Zoro doesn't care about the disregard of the 2 big men, he only knows that this is a perfect opportunity. Watching the duel between the 2 super swordsmen up close will definitely give him a great insight. The battle begins. Black Swordsman Knight, one of the 12 great swordsmanships, with random blades and heavy flowers, please advise. Hawkeye announces the name of his saber. This is the etiquette of encountering an opponent as a swordsman. Red knives flow fire, 21 good and fast knives, the word red flame stripes, come on. Shajirching also reported the name of his saber, and opened the writing wheel. Eagle Eyes Swordsmanship, you can't miss it. Hey. Hawkeye was not polite at all, and he approached with 2 knives and knives, with a sharp breath that made the scalp tingle. Boom. Shajirching also rushed forward with a stride, and thunder and lightning appeared on his body, increasing his strength, and the ground was dented by stepping on it. Bang! The metal and iron roared, and in an instant, the four directions lost their color, and the rolling pressure erupted, rolling the earth and the sea, and the sky was even more rumbling and cloudy, and it was torn apart. Boom! Although Heidao is long and large, it is extremely flexible and powerful in Hawkeye's hands, and even Shajirching has some difficulty in dealing with it. As expected of Mahak, the world's largest swordsman, then have a good time. If you don't turn on Akina or enter the immortal mode, Shajirching is not necessarily the opponent of Hawkeye Mahak. He felt the heavy pressure, and his body was already cracked. But this kind of pressure is what Shajirching wants. All he wants is the sublimation in swordsmanship. If he wants to defeat Hawkeye, he can do it all at once. Boom! 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 In the roar of swords, pieces of the earth continued to explode. The surrounding sea is even more turbulent, being torn apart and being pushed. It is completely a scene of doomsday. Even the animals on the surrounding islands are extremely panicked, and the sea kings on the surrounding sea are swimming uneasy, stirring up the situation, making this scene extremely spectacular. Boom! The faster the two of them fought, the more terrifying their strength was, and the more damage they caused. It was almost impossible to see the movements of the two of them. All I can see is a knife-to-knife clash with fierce sparks. Shajirching seemed to be burning. His eyes were full of excitement, like a seed, madly absorbing nutrients, germinating and growing like crazy. Hawkeye's movements seem to be quite gentle, but in fact, they are extremely violent and arrogant, and the attack angle is extremely tricky, fast, and Shajirching, who can force it, can't breathe. Even with his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and right eye ability, it is difficult to see through his flaws. The wounds on Shajirching's body are constantly increasing, even armament hockey is useless. Eagle-eyed sword, even if it just swept a gust of wind, can bring strong damage. The sword is horizontal and tyrannical, making people desperate. This is due to his fusion of emission-level armament hockey in his sword intent, which has already been able to create the effect of beating bulls in the air. Moreover, every blow was as heavy as a thunderbolt from the nine heavens. If Shajirching's own strength was not strong enough to stop it, the island under his feet would have exploded many times. Every strike of Hawkeye can tear the island apart. The world's greatest swordsman is well deserved. Shajirching felt that her body was like a rusted machine, but now it was lubricated, and her movements became smoother and more flexible. This feeling of satisfaction was really intoxicating. People and swords are one, the heart can move at will, and the skill is not working. He feels that he is not far from this realm. And Hawkeye's feeling for Shajirching was equally astounding. It's just like a thunderbolt, with hundreds of millions of force crushing it in the wave of the hand, making people suffocate. This condensed power, this majestic oppression, is like a god. People can't help but admit defeat before they start fighting. Hawkeye Mahak has never felt this kind of feeling, not even the red-haired Shanks has given him. My thoughts are indeed right. His swordsmanship has reached a considerable height, and only he can fight me. Thinking of this, Hawkeye's eyes also became hot. The knife in his hand is also getting stronger, the sword intent is more condensed, and the enemy is greeted in the strongest state. Boom bang bang. The two played hot. Zoro and Daz Bones also watched hot. Shajirching and Hawkeye are both among the best swordsmen in the world, and being able to watch their battles is something that swordsmen all over the world dream of accomplishing. And now, all this happened in front of their eyes. How could they let it go? In a blink of an eye, the two had been fighting for 5 hours. Everything on the island has been leveled, and there are ruins. Both of them exude a rolling heat wave, and their blood is boiling and roaring. Both of them had wounds on their bodies, blood was flowing, and they were gasping for breath, but their eyes were full of excitement. Because it's so worth it. The battle between Hawkeye Mahak and Shajirching. I really want to see it with my own eyes. If you can see their battle with your own eyes, it will be worth dying. Because of the battle between the two, the sea has made waves again, and the discussion has not stopped. Chapter 787 Times are rioting. There are too many people who want to see the peerless style of these two with their own eyes. It must be a very shocking thing to come. But unfortunately, many people can't do it. No wind belt, this is not a place that is easy to approach. After all, there are only a few people who can watch it up close. This guy, his swordsmanship is about to reach the level of a great swordsman. Marine headquarters, Sengoku put down the newspaper in his hand and sighed with emotion. However, this baton pill is an unexpected bonus, and it would be a good idea to give a vice admiral position. Sengoku glanced at a photo on the table beside him and thought to himself. Speaking of this Batong Maru, the figure with long red hair popped up in Sengoku's mind again. Sha Zhiqing is here. Jia haha, your kid is not dead yet, do you want to subvert the world with this old man? Over the island where Sha Zhiqing and Hakai Mahak competed, a huge island suddenly appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and it was extremely terrifying. A rebellious voice came from this island immediately. Don't think about it, there is no one else who can do this except the one from the previous era. Sha Zhiqing lay on the ground, and said with some difficulty, what are you planning to study, Senior Shiki? I heard that you were defeated by some East Blue kid not long ago. This is a bit too damaging to your majesty. He is joking, not malicious. The visitor is naturally the flying admiral who once lost to Sha Zhiqing, Golden Lion Shiki. HMPH, can't you pick something nice to say, boy? Where would you put this old man's face? Golden Lion fell down, his face a little dark. That kid from East Blue is naturally Ace's younger brother, Straw Hat Luffy. Blackbeard made a riot at Impel Down and released a group of incredible people. In this era of great turmoil, some preparations are indeed needed. Sha Zhiqing struggled to get up, and the eagle-eyed Mahak on the opposite side also got up, with Guijian sheathed behind his back, and the battle between the two ended in a draw. In this battle, both sides have gained. Golden Lion looked at Sha Zhiqing. Would you like to join forces with me to create a superpower to overthrow the world's official government and rule the world? Golden Lion's face was frantic, and his eyes were flickering with terrifying flames. No, I'll do it myself. If Shiki-senpai wants to do something, he should find that guy. Sha Zhiqing looked at a sturdy man in army uniform who came from above the sea and stepped into the air. Descendants of the devil, Douglas Bullet. Sha Zhiqing, let's fight, every cell in my body is shaking with excitement. Bullet's excited face was twisted and ferocious, exuding a vicious aura like a devil, making the sea turbulent, and the sea kings everywhere trembling. Forget it. Fighting with you, a lifeless guy, I'm afraid the entire island and the nearby islands will be destroyed. Looking at Bullet, Sha Zhiqing said with a headache, this guy is a fighting lunatic. Che, it's really boring. I'm sorry I came all the way to find you. Being rejected by Sha Zhiqing, Bullet was not angry, but his eyes were still hot, and he said, I want to subvert this world. It's really boring to live without an opponent. Era, why do you want to turn the world upside down? Marine must have a headache now. Hearing Bullet's words, Sha Zhiqing had a helpless expression on his face. Golden Lion was like this, Bullet was like this, and almost all the prisoners who came out of the 6th floor of Impel Down had the same idea. Although their purpose is different, Bullet subverts the world in order to find opponents without being bored, while Golden Lion is to rule the world and satisfy his desire for power. As for the others, Sha Zhiqing doesn't know. Jia haha, destroy the world, do you want to join forces with me, Bullet Kid? Hearing Bullet's words, Golden Lion immediately sent an invitation. Bullet licks his lips, why not? All he wants is the battle, and the rest doesn't matter. I believe you will either become enemies of the Revolutionary Army or friends. When Sha Zhiqing left with Zoro and Daz Bones, she looked at the two who were already hooked up and said in her heart. Forces with the same purpose, aren't the final positions of these two, friends and not enemies, enemies and not friends. The turbulent sea has just begun. This turbulent sea is partly due to the pirate carnival caused by the victory of the Whitebeard pirates' top battle. But this carnival is about to be suppressed. But the other half of the reason is not so easy to suppress. This is the turmoil caused by the release of the big pirates caused by Blackbeard's rioting at Impel Down, and the commotion of the heroes. And in this turmoil, it gave other, long-planned, forces a great opportunity. Like the Revolutionary Army. But the turmoil didn't just come from them. There is also Black Arm Zephyr, who used to be Marine Admiral, now betrays Marine and set up his own business, intending to destroy all pirates in the world, and the new Marine he led. And a certain lunatic who wants to take revenge on the world crazy World Destroyer Berndi Valdo. But it doesn't matter, all this has nothing to do with Shajirching. Everyone has their own way, and don't interfere with each other. Maria Joy. What a chaotic world. A certain man who can't see his appearance, exclaimed with emotion like this. His eyes are indifferent, the ancient well has no waves, as if he has underestimated his entire life, just sitting on a throne that represents the supreme majesty. Beneath him, 5 people knelt, none of them, but the Gorosei, 5 elders representing the highest-ranking ruler of the world. Obviously, there is no one who can be bowed down by Gorosei, 5 elders except the legendary I Am. Whether to use that weapon to destroy Shajirching, keeping him will always be a scourge. The Gorosei, 5 elders in the blonde suit never looked up, the urn asked. Don't worry, it's not that easy to move him. Let's wait for Marine to recover his vitality. The battle has consumed too much vitality. Now it's not a wise choice to do something like Shajirching with blood pupils. Quote. When Yimu mentioned Shajirching, Vivi narrowed his eyes, and he felt that this would be a very difficult enemy. I just don't know what his purpose is. If it is to become One Piece, King of Pirates, then the only way is to get rid of him. I Am said. When he said this, his expression was very serious. In the final island of Laugh Tale, there is a shocking secret that cannot be known. Otherwise, the rule of the world's official government will be completely disintegrated. At that time, it will be the end of the world government and Tenryubito. Chapter 788 A New Era is Budding. He wouldn't allow that to happen, and neither would Tenryubito. Because once that piece of history is spread, Tenryubito's transcendent status will fall to the clouds in an instant. Be it Joey Boy or Roger, they all almost succeeded. With the lessons of these 2 people, we will definitely not let the third person succeed. God will not give us a third chance. Sea King has come, and Pluto has also been born. All the factors that can shake my world government and Tenryubito's ruler gathered, and only one person is missing to connect them together. Joey Boy, Roger both once came within a stone's throw of succeeding but had to fail due to time constraints, but now. He looked at Shajirching's reward order in his hand, nothing will stop him. 9 Snake Island. Yo Rayleigh, long time no see. Shajirching, who ended the battle with Hawkeye Mahawk, saw a familiar person at the entrance of 9 Snake Island. Hades Rayleigh. Long time no see, it's really a big deal. Rayleigh looked at Shajirching and said with a smile. It's all worth it for Papa Whitebeard. Shajirching said this casually, then looked at Luffy in the straw hat behind him. Is this going to teach him personally? Rayleigh Isho, the seeds of the new era have sprouted, and this old man has to do his best. Then he looked at Shajirching. What is your next goal? His eyes were full of certainty, and the one in his mouth was, Laugh Tale. Of course, the purpose of my establishment of such a large force is not purely for self-protection. The dust-covered truth of Laugh Tale, I really want to see it. Hearing his words, Rayleigh also laughed. He knew that people like Shajirching would not be willing to be lonely. It seems that the sea will become quite lively in the future. Rayleigh said Isho like this, and then said, this child, please take care of you in the future. It's easy to say, his eldest brother is my younger brother, and he can be regarded as half of my younger brother. There is no problem in taking care of him. Shajirching looked at the straw hat Luffy and smiled happily. This smile made Luffy's scalp go numb. He always felt that this man was not a good person. Then, he followed Rayleigh and left. One day later. Pooh, scared me to death, I thought I'd be there for the rest of my life. The captains of the pirate group who pleaded guilty couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief after getting their own results. Although forced to become a caretaker, to be a free labor force of the Summer Chamber of Commerce for 10 years, to help the Summer Chamber of Commerce to guard some very remote islands, and to make unimaginable hard work, it is better than losing your head. Moreover, everyone's guard island location is different. Some islands look remote, but, with a connection to some fertile islands, that's a fat difference. But some islands are really remote, and you can't see people for hundreds of miles. The distribution of all this is decided by lottery. If you are lucky, you will get a good spot. If you are not lucky, you can only admit to being unlucky. If you think about it, I'm a little lucky. Those who got the good lottery thought so in their hearts. Thinking about it this way, the grievances and unwillingness in their hearts seem to be a lot less all of a sudden. The idea of resistance is not enough. They are completely unaware of the meaning behind this approach. As expected of the captain, a small draw has disintegrated their unwillingness. By comparison, after finding that someone is worse than me, I also feel that I am not so miserable, and even feel a little superior. In order not to be transferred from the island, he will work hard, service, and give full play to his greatest value. Gills looked at the captains of the pirate groups who were leaving, and said flatteringly. Yes, the authority of this managed island is assessed once a year. If the performance is not good, it will be transferred out. This will immediately make the captains of the pirate group who occupy a good position to serve their Summer Chamber of Commerce more wholeheartedly. Summer Chamber of Commerce, just need to send a small discipline to supervise. It can be said to pay the least price and get the greatest benefit. What is a businessman? This is it. I heard that there are a lot of strongmen in marine recruiting. Is there any specific news? Shajur asked. This matter is more important. As one of the giants in the new era, Marine's movements must be their biggest concern. Of course there is. Needless to say, we have been paying attention to this kind of thing. Although there are many strong people, the only person who really deserves our attention is this one. Gills said, took out an information sheet and handed it to Shajur. Shajur took it over and took a look. Above it was a young man with red long hair, about the same age as Shajur. With that lazy appearance, Shajur seemed to see a replica of himself. Batong Pill. Looking at this name, Shajur couldn't help falling into contemplation. In the original book, there seems to be no such person. As the butterfly's wings flapping too fast, so has the plot changed completely. He felt a hint of crisis. This unexpected feeling made him a little wary. Then, he looked at the information about this Batong Pill. Using an inexplicable fighting technique, both near and far, and learned a simple haki in 5 minutes, easily beating most marine vice admirals. There are mysterious lines on the body during the battle, and it seems that he lost to Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake because of the recurrence of old injuries. Seeing this, Shajur couldn't help squinting his eyes. There were several pictures of Batong Pill fighting on the information sheet, but these pictures made Shajur mind pop up a few words. Gu Wu. Traveler. Because the movements of Batong Pill are too similar to the ancient martial arts fighting technique that Shajur saw on the internet in his previous life. He saw the traces of Baji Bang, Hunyuan Shou, Taiji Quan and other moves. This Batong Pill is focused on, and there is news to be summarized in a timely manner. Be sure to know all his latest news. Shajur gave an order, and Jeers nodded, indicating that he knew. Then, Shajur walked out. Outside, Enel and others were already waiting. They're going out to do something. So, what are you doing? That is naturally to visit Kaido's Ghost Island, the sites of those summer chambers of commerce that he has invaded, but he has no idea of returning it. In this case, we had to come to the door to mediation. It's not soft, so I have to move my fist. Chapter 789 Summer Chamber of Commerce vs. Beast Pirates. Hey, President, I've been waiting for your words for more than 2 years. Since that idiot Kaido can't open his eyes, he has to let him understand the taste of fists. As a militant, Enel is happiest about this behavior. He is also the most excited one. Yes, just hit him. I've seen him unhappy for a long time. He's so arrogant, he's suffocated to death. Didia waved her fists with a belligerent look on her face, and her excitement level was not lost to Enel. Although the other people's faces are not as excited as they are also quite clear, and they even feel a little proud. It's time for us to find our place. Tezzolo shook the red wine glass, looking unusually out of place. But everyone has long been accustomed to his noble operation. Let's go then. Shajirching glanced at everyone, and said no more nonsense. The summer number went to sea. This time, we must let Kaido and the others understand that there is a more powerful existence in their heads. Anna Fan clenched her fist tightly and said so excitedly. If the Beast Pirates attacked a few years ago, their Summer Chamber of Commerce still needed to unite with the 9 Snake Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates to compete with them. So now, they are fully equipped to fight against the Beast Pirates. In the 2 years since Shajirching left, although the speed of development and growth has slowed down a lot, it has not stopped. Today, in addition to the main fleet, they also have 18 affiliated pirate groups with more than 4,000 pirates. Not to mention, under the names of Enel and Tezzolo, they each own several teams. The current strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce has completely stood on the top of the sea. Although he is a junior, he has the strength not inferior to the 4 seniors. Marine HQ. The whole army of the 5th Emperor's Summer Chamber of Commerce of the New World is heading to the direction of Ghost Island, and will fight the Beast Pirates. With a panicked voice, the intelligence soldiers conveyed the news to the new Marine Marshal, Akainu. Immediately send troops to Fujitora. This sea, don't let them mess around. Akainu's forehead instantly burst into blue veins, resisting his anger and ordered. Sooner or later, I will burn and dissolve all your evil and hot justice. After the intelligence trooper left to give the order, Akainu slammed his fist on the table. His voice was extremely gloomy, and the murderous intent was boiling. He will never allow this sea to be ravaged by pirates. Historical text, here I come. Shajirching's crusade against Kaido is not only to teach Kaido to regain face. The deeper reason is still for the content of the red steel of historical text in Kaido's hand. He now has a considerable part of the historical text of intelligence and historical records in his hands. There are about 30 historical texts, including 4 historical texts of road signs, and the entire historical text of road signs is read. 9 pieces of information history text, contains the truth of the world. The rest are historical texts, which are used to record certain stories that happened in the blank 100 years. Nico Robin in his camp now has 6 pieces of historical text, but unfortunately, there is no historical text for the road sign. In Kaido's hand, he happens to have a red road sign historical text. This road sign historical text stone tablet is the goal of Shajirching's operation this time. Getting face back is just an excuse. By the way, you can also go to Zo Island and rub the historical text stone tablets of road signs there. In this way, I will have 2 historical text stone tablets of road signs at once. Shajirching thought so happily. The other side. Ghost Island. Bastard, this kid is too arrogant. Is it really easy to be bullied by an old man? When he heard that Shajirching went to the pirate group and actually came to crusade him, Kaido was directly angry. This simply did not take him, the 4th Emperor, into his eyes at all. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Boss, beat him. Do you really treat our beast pirates as cotton? Let him know how powerful we are. Some pirates screamed, very angry. Who are they? They are the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. When will it be Shajirching's turn to talk about this newcomer to provocate them? Do you really think that these 4 emperors can provocate at will? Let's send troops, Captain. It is necessary for him to have a new understanding of the strength of our beast pirates. We are not the force that could only be forced to retreat. We have stood on the top of the new world. Anyone who provokes our majesty will be hit by our thunder. One of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack said in a stern voice. His eyes are full of angry flames. When it comes to Shajir, he has a monstrous anger. He wants to take this opportunity to wash away the shame. He wants to step on Shajir under his feet and completely smash his majesty. I am still too young. Do you still think we are the beast pirates from the past? If you still hold this thought, but you will suffer a big loss and fall. One of the 3 disasters, the Queen of Plague took a cigarette and said with a gloomy look. The Summer Chamber of Commerce is one of the few stains in the glory of their lives. Then let's fight. Yan Zonjin did not object. Listening to the 3 disasters did not object, Kaido drank heavily from the bottle in his hand. 100 beast pirates, attack. In his eyes, all are ferocious flames. Back then, he led the beast pirates to personally attack Shajir, but in the Windless Belt, 9 Snake Island suffered a defeat in history. This was completely unbearable for Kaido, who had already been among the 4 emperors back then. There was a fire in his heart. This is the flame called to kill Shajir, the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and wash away the shame. When he heard that Shajir was besieged by Marine Admiral and died, he was furious for several days, but in the end he had no choice but to accept it. Not being able to defeat Shajir with his own hands has always been a pain in his heart. But now, Shajir has appeared, and she has also delivered it to her door. How could he miss such a good opportunity? As for Shajir's attack on the 2 admirals, he just wanted to say that it was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Whitebeard used up a lot of physical strength of Akainu and Kizaru, but he missed it. For him, he can do it too. The so-called hearing is false, seeing is believing. Kaido doesn't believe that Shajir has such a monster's strength. This is not scientific and impossible. It is as strong as Whitebeard, but it is still within the range of normal people. He didn't believe that Shajir could go beyond this category. With Kaido's order, the members of the entire Beast Pirates were fully mobilized. For a moment, the sea seemed to be cut off, and all of them were huge ships with extraordinary momentum. More than 5,000 pirates, and a fleet of warships are densely distributed in the waters near the Ghost Island, waiting in full force. Chapter 790 Who is looking for death? Gia, to actually come to die, I really don't know how to live or die. Do we really think we're still the Beast Pirates? Well, let's tell him the horrors of this world. It's just. Although it is said that they are waiting for it, there are not many members of the Beast Pirates who take Shajir and the others seriously. Their 100 Beast Pirates, as an old-fashioned royal-level pirate group, are powerful, profound, and have a large number of soldiers and generals. It's not a new member of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, that poor lineup can fight. Today, let's be ashamed. Immediately, they were waiting. They have absolute home field advantage. They believe that the victory of this battle must belong to them. Their 100 Beast Pirates must be the strongest. When Shajir and the others arrived here, it was already 2 hours later. When I saw that Kaido and the Beast Pirates were already waiting for their arrival, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Looks like Kaido is bound to win this battle. Seeing this scene, Shajir laughed. Now that the Beast Pirates have gathered, it will save him from invading. Right on this sea, just like the Edvard naval battle back then, let's decide a winner. However, the winner today is his Summer Chamber of Commerce. He will let Kaido understand what is absolute strength. He will let Kaido know that in this world, there is a kind of power called defying the sky. Shajir, you finally came to die. The waiting Shajir approached. Kaido's huge body also appeared in front of Shajir and everyone, with a playful and mocking smile on his face. Gia, Since you idiot wants to deliver it to your door, then today, let you understand what it means to be ruined. Some pirates echoed and sneered. Don't say we bullied you, Shajur Ching, your entire army is against mine, 7,000 against 4,000. It's fair. Kaido grinned Isho, and behind him was a group of devil fruit-capable people grinning, soaring into the sky, extremely terrifying. Yes, the 7,000 against Shajur Ching's 4,000 is really fair. In the past few years, I haven't stopped the pace of expansion like you and rested on my laurels. My current strength is completely different from before. My beast's pirates are no longer the beast's pirates, but your summer chamber of commerce seems to be inferior to the naval battle. Without the support of the Whitebeard pirates, you are nothing. An LT, P and GT. Shajur Ching, pay the price for your ego. Kill. Kaido shouted violently and was quite excited, and turned into a ferocious dragon, rushing towards Shajur Ching. Ego, this sentence should be given to you. Kaido. Shajur Ching turned on the eternal kaleidoscope and entered the fairy mode. The role of Kaido was no longer a threat to him now. If it weren't for the fact that Musaro was still cooling down, he could have killed Kaido in one instant. Akina. 15 times the increase, Shajur Ching suddenly burst out with a heavy coercion like the sea, pressing the sea into a pit of nearly 100 meters. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrible coercion? This coercion came, and the members of the 100 Beast Pirates changed their expressions. How could this kind of power that would crush their bones come from a human body? Even an emperor like Kaido didn't give them this feeling. The air was directly blurred and the particles trembled. The profound truth of kendo extermination. As soon as Shajur Ching made his move, he didn't hide at all. With a sword, the world changed. He has completely become the master of this piece of heaven and earth, and the coercion of such an abyss is like a prison, completely splitting the sea. The sky was completely torn apart. The clouds were completely torn apart, rolling and rolling. The sea was also split like this, turning into rolling waves, reaching a height of 100 meters, with a force of billions, divided into several strands, and shot at the beast pirates to drown them. They quickly backed away. The 100 beast pirates are all devil fruit capable people. If this is shot down into the ocean, it will be over. The summer chamber of commerce was also attacked by this terrifying wave, and everyone couldn't help but look at the wave in horror. Just the aftermath caused such terrifying waves, so how strong should the real attack be? But they were only amazed, but they didn't dare to stop and control the ship to retreat. They don't want to be caught in the waves. That is sea water with the power of crushing. Super, thunder and gossip, Zushin. Kaido also felt the horror of this sword, and used his strongest blow to create a fierce sea of thunder. It was wrapped in a terrifying tribulation thunder, and the sharp claws wrapped the high-strength armament Haki, which turned into a thunder dragon of the sky and grabbed it, collapsing the folds that the space was grabbing. Boom! The sky was completely surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the terrifying sword energy was raging, and the sound was completely lost around, only the more violent waves that were enough to drown the ghost island hit. Ah! An unimaginable storm came, and I didn't know how many pirates were blown away. There was a scream. Suddenly, the sky was filled with black figures, and they couldn't resist the storm at all. There are the beast pirates, and there are people from the summer chamber of commerce. The wind pressure caused by this aftermath is too terrifying. Even people like Enel felt a little suffocated, and they couldn't stand and were blown away. Thorn. At this moment, a crisp tearing sound came powerfully, and all the heavy oppression disappeared. The thunder and lightning that filled the sky were also torn apart by an extremely fierce force, and the heaven and earth trembled and rumbled endlessly. Ah! At this time, a scream suddenly came from the sky, and the sound shook the world, mournful and tragic. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Then his eyes widened. The sky I saw was completely torn apart, and the sky was blue, as if the sky had opened a blue eye, and it spread to the end of the sea, and the end of it was unknown. And Kaido was almost cut in two, and the huge body just fell down like this. The sky was raining blood, and Kaido's breath was already infinitely weak, close to death. With one blow, Kaido was defeated, almost killed. This kind of strength is too terrifying. This is simply impossible. It's a miracle. The members of the 100 Beasts Pirates all felt a little scalp numb, even if the sky fell. That's Kaido, one of the 4 sovereigns, the strongest creature in the world. No one has ever been able to kill him, an existence that fell from a height of 10,000 meters unharmed. Chapter 791 Immortality is just a joke. Even Marine Admiral can't kill him. With Whitebeard's devastating damage, he was completely helpless. But now, he has slumped to such an extent that he is close to dying. To prevent Lord Kaido's body from recovering, what did he do? The cigarette in Plague Queen's mouth has been burned to the mouth, but he can't feel the heat, and his face is expressionless. But the astonishment in his heart couldn't be added. He knows Kaido's constitution all too well. It is no exaggeration to say that the body is immortal. But now, this legend has been broken. The so-called strongest creature is actually so fragile. Boom! Kaido's huge body fell into the sea, splashing large waves. And Shajir-Ching, standing like a god with his sword closed, cast an indifferent glance at everyone in the 100 Beast Pirates below, and grinned with an Asura-like smile. Go! At this moment, even Jin couldn't help shivering. Ha ha ha, finally it's our turn to play. Kill, let them know how good we are. The president is mighty. Seeing this scene, the members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce were completely excited. Like a pack of wolves, they rushed towards the beast pirates. Boom! 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 The sound of gunfire continued, and the fire continued. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in the battlefield. Then, there was the smell of blood. Boom boom boom. Boom. The sound of artillery fire and the collision of gold and iron completely covered up the sound of the waves, and the atmosphere was quite warm. However, it is the Summer Chamber of Commerce, which has a relatively small number of people, that has the upper hand. Stop being arrogant, bastard. Drought Jack's angry voice came, and he rushed straight to Shajir-Ching. Bang! A wave of going water blocked him. Tezulo moved his arms like a nobleman. There's no reason for you to face our king. Boom! Queen was bombarded by lightning from Enel, and he had to dodge. Enel, the war madman, found the Plague Queen and launched a crazy fighting technique. In the past, fighting technique was his weakness, but now, it is his strength. Cooperating with Raiden, that is, Queen, is a bit miserable. Enel is really tricky and Armament Hockey has a hard time defending against his current. The other members of the group have also found other opponents. The tyrants, monsters with huge bodies and big horns, and the strength is very good, the 6 sons of the Valley, middle and senior cadres, such as Peggy Wan. The real fight, intermediate cadre, and the giver, those who ate the artificial fruit smile and acquired the ability with a 1/10 probability, such as Gazelle, Bat, Rat, and Weak, all found their opponents. The war was going on quite intensely, with blood and hideousness blooming together. Gia, brothers, come up with the standard of eating, let the president see our strength. The captains of those fleets are even more crazy. Shooting, fighting, and so on. After all, their current enemies are the people of the 4 emperors, beast pirates. What an honor this is. In front of Yanjia, a woman is suspended. You better be honest, otherwise, your Lord Kaido will die. Anna stepped on the mud dragon's body, like a queen. The foundation of the mud dragon was Kaido's body, wrapping him tightly. Kaido was controlled by Anna like this. You seem to be ignoring one side. Yan Zhaochen may be the calmest person in the entire battlefield. He held his chest in front of him and said calmly. Hee, didn't you realize that there are still people from us who haven't appeared? Hearing what he said, Anna smiled. Hearing his words, a trace of doubt flashed in Jin's eyes. It was at this moment, as if it was a good performance, that the phone bug in Jin's arms rang. Jin instinctively felt that something was wrong and connected it. Lord Jin, the Orochi were attacked and unable to support Kaido-sama. We encountered a strong enemy. The enemy is Shiryu of the Rain, the king of evil. There was a hurried voice over there, but before it was finished, there was a scream and there was no news. Obviously, the person who passed the news has been killed. You actually subdued those rebellious guys. Jin's pupils were all shrinking from Vivi. He felt the coolness behind him, and Shajir-Ching's battle plan even included the forces of Kurozumi Orochi of Wanokuni. Really meticulous. The foreign aid they had prepared was rendered useless in an instant, leaving them alone and helpless. And the power to stop Kurozumi Orochi turned out to be the ferocious pirates on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Leaving aside others, Shiryu of the Rain was an opponent of the same level as him. After all, the two were once comrades in the trenches. But he was well aware of Shiryu's temperament, and that was not a character who would be subservient to others. But now, he is actually fighting for the Summer Chamber of Commerce. There are so many things you don't know. Anna Isho, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Your beast pirates will continue to fight but you will be stubbornly resisting. There will be no gain but more sacrifice. Jin couldn't help but glance at the battle situation. Unfortunately, although she didn't want to admit it, what she said was the truth. Shajir-Ching, who fell behind and held a watermelon as an audience watching the play, was a huge threat in itself. Not to mention the huge morale impact of Kaido's defeat on the beast pirates. The Summer Chamber of Commerce is majestic and high-spirited, but they look down on their heads like frosted eggplants. No morale to speak of. Keep fighting and they will lose. But just admit defeat. Jin is a little unwilling. In the distance of this fiercely battled sea, there is this group of marine warships, and the commander above is Admiral Fujitora Isho who is eating ramen. Either way, it's a little unorthodox. As usual, other Vice Admiral Doors must be complaining. But at this moment, the other Vice Admiral on the warship said nothing. Because they all have their own worries now. Shajir-Ching's sword scared them. At the moment when Shajir-Ching swung his sword, they felt that their lives did not belong to them at all. Their souls are shaking. As swordsmen, Onagumo, Momonga and others had the urge to bow down to Shajir-Ching. Just like Wanji and Chaozong, at that moment, these swordsmen wanted to bow down and submit, as if they saw the emperor himself. And the power of that sword was that Fujitora was silent, and then came. It's so strong that this old man can't help but want to kneel and surrender. 790th Talk about business. The situation of the naval battle here was naturally communicated to the Marine headquarters. What? When I heard the news from Fujitora, Akainu's psychological quality was excellent, and I couldn't help but feel a chill behind my back. What did he hear? Kaido was almost killed by Shajir-Ching. This reminded him of what happened to him. Same enemy, same ending. Shajir-Ching why is so powerful? Akainu is completely silent. Shajir-Ching is so strong that there is no way for people to live. It has completely exceeded their perception of peak strength. As we all know, their Marine Admiral is the ceiling of this world's combat power. But now, Natsumi Young has broken through this ceiling, standing higher and looking down at them. This makes Akainu very panic. With such an enemy, the sea will not be stable no matter how you look at it. Is this war going to change the world's situation again? It can be said that since Akainu came to power, this matter has made him the most powerless. The Four Seas have sent troops to prevent the chaos of these New World pirates. Never thought that Shajir-Ching would directly fight against the beast pirates, and he still had the upper hand. How turbulent the situation will be next, he has already imagined it. But he has no way to send troops to support and stop the turmoil. Because Marine is really short of troops right now. There was turmoil everywhere, and he could not wait to tear himself in half to use it. If it weren't for Sengoku and Garp, who were still training recruit in the rear, and sitting in the rear, Akainu felt that he, the Marine Marshal, was about to lose his seat. The waters near the Ghost Island. What do you want? Jin looked at Anna, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a cold tone. If he could, he really wanted to take Anna as a hostage. But unfortunately he can't do it. Anna's strength is no worse than him. It's very simple, cede the land and pay indemnity, and then promise us some conditions. Anna raised her brows and said her conditions without thinking about it. Anyway, these conditions, they have already negotiated on the way. However, whether you agree to this matter or not, I don't think it's up to you. You'd better discuss it with these people. Anna glanced at the rest of the Beast Pirates and said. The main talkers of the 100 Beasts Pirates are the 3 disasters, and there is also a son of Kaido in the 6 Sons of the Sky. That's all. The rest of the people have no right to speak at all, they are all tool people. You guys are really calculating. Hearing Anna's words, Jin's eyes were cold. Anna can say so much without thinking. Obviously, they have already discussed it before coming. But Jin had to admit that Shajirqing was really strong. The premise of negotiating these matters is that Shajirqing has absolute certainty about the victory of the war. Stop now, alright. Jin looked at Anna and asked for her opinion. No problem, you and I shot at the same time, just send a message. Anna didn't suspect him, and she wasn't afraid of Jin's tricks. Then, the two sent out the message of a truce at the same time. Suddenly, the two sides in the fierce battle stopped one after another and looked at the two of them. Jin glanced at everyone in the 100 Beasts Pirates. We admit defeat. No, we didn't lose. I don't admit it. As soon as Jin said this, Jack exploded and shouted out loud. Although many people followed suit, the rest of the people were all relieved invariably. They clearly know that if they continue to fight, their casualties will be even more severe. Although the Summer Chamber of Commerce can't get a good deal, why continue to fight after the boss's life and death are uncertain? No need. Kaido's life or death is uncertain, the soldiers of the Beast Pirates have no morale at all, and the military's morale is already unstable. Besides, winning and losing is meaningless in front of Shajirqing. If so, why make unnecessary sacrifices? Most of the people I saw had no objection, and Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If most people want the war to continue, then he can only bite the bullet and watch more people die, losing the Beast Pirates' strength in vain. Fortunately, most people still see the reality clearly. Very well, you guys are very knowledgeable about current affairs. Knowing to stop losses in time, you deserve to be the Beast Pirates. Then, let's talk about our conditions. Shajirqing suddenly got up, stepped on the moon step and fell in front of Jin, smiling. People who didn't know thought it was coming to visit. Your conditions should be more than cede land and indemnity. Jin looked at Shajirqing, his whole body tense. It's very simple, you might as well think about it. What do you have for me to come? Shajirqing looked at Jin with a smile, revealing a sly smirk like a fox. Could it be? Jin's head twirled like electricity, and then, he stopped on a word. History text. Bingo, he's really smart, he deserves to be the first of the 3 disasters, this head is a good use. Shajirqing snapped his fingers, the smile on his face even more. The ceding of land is already a routine operation, and the historical text is my purpose. How? Do you agree to this condition? Shajirqing is now like a businessman, his face is treacherous, so Jin can't help but be very vigilant, for fear that he will be sold by Shajirqing and help him count the money. This we need to discuss it. How could Jin agree? It is related to the historical text. This kind of thing is very important, and he is not the only one who has the final say. Okay, but don't mind us listening in, I can give you some guidance. Shajirqing looked at Jin, it sounded like a discussion, but the tone was completely in order. Don't go too far, Thunder Hunter. Jin's face suddenly turned gloomy, and they discussed, what if Shajirqing had to make comments while listening in? Do you really think you are the master? Oh, too much. Jin, you're probably still living in a dream. Shajur laughed when he heard it. The eternal kaleidoscope stared at his right eye, and Conqueror Haki burst out with a mixture of mental shocks. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the ocean waves were born, and a domineering and violent aura crashed into Jin's head. The attack came so suddenly, Jin was completely unprepared. It just feels like the soul has been hammered hard, the ears and nose are congested, the vision is blurred, and the head is extremely heavy. He quickly launched observation haki to prevent Shajur from continuing to attack, but his neck was already strangled, and it was difficult to breathe. Jin, in the eyes of others, you are indeed good. If you cooperate with others to play support, it may cause me a lot of trouble. But facing me alone, you are not qualified. One-step victory, step-by-step victory, not to mention that Shajur is stronger than Jin. Chapter 793 Chaos Era. His right eye, capable of attacking the soul, can be described as the ultimate advanced version of Conqueror Haki. Combined with the technique of mental shock, mixed with Conqueror Haki, Shajur said with confidence that even Doflamingo would have to be in a coma. Jin's ears and nose were bloodshot, but he didn't fall down, which has already demonstrated his strength. Let go of Lord Jin. Shajur, what do you want to do? Do you want to break the agreement? This sudden change has frightened all the members of the 100 Beast Pirates. Kaido has stopped working. If Jin is captured, then their 100 Beast Pirates will have no meaning to exist. What are you excited about? Just beating and beating, otherwise, how can you be so good? Shajur let go and threw Jin out. The latter spread out his wings and turned into a toothless pterosaur to stabilize his body and suspended in the air, but his body still stumbled and was not very stable. How, can we have a good talk now? Jin. Talking about business is nothing more than wrangling each other under equal circumstances. Or, in the case of unequal strength, first subdue the opponent and let him dispel some unrealistic illusions before negotiating the conditions. Jin nodded with difficulty. The expressions of the members of the 100 Beast Pirates were ugly. But after what happened to Jin just now, they didn't dare to be angry if they wanted to. I am afraid that the next one will be me. And at the end of the battle between the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Beast Pirates. Another C. The other two emperors also had a war. Cholera, Bigumum, it's better not to swallow things that shouldn't be swallowed by you. Whitebeard is now prosperous and powerful. Although he looks more than 70 years old, he starts to make Bigumum feel like Whitebeard when he was young. This kind of power that even the sound can shake the sea and cause the tide is so familiar to her. Back then, when she and Whitebeard were members of the Rocks Pirates, they practiced against Whitebeard a lot. Whitebeard at that time was such a terrifying appearance. It's a miracle that your body has this kind of activity. Bigumum stepped on the fire cloud Prometheus. The whole person was like the Queen of Fire, holding the long knife Napoleon, and the fierce-faced thunder cloud Zeus above his head, but he couldn't help frowning. Today's Whitebeard is filled with a raging blood energy, domineering, strong, and majestic, like the sun in the middle of the sky, can burn everything. This is obviously something that only a 20-year-old can have, but this is what happened to Whitebeard. It's really unscientific. Kulala, all this has nothing to do with you. Bigumum, honestly hand over the land of labor and capital. Whitebeard laughed majestically, getting even more arrogant. This feeling of being back in a young age and being able to use abilities as you please is really great. Dream, Newgate, I won't spit out anything that goes into my mother's belly. But how could Bigumum admit that she is one of the 5 emperors, the emperor of the New World, and one of the top figures in the sea, so she admits her counsel like this? Where can she put her face? It seems that only by waking you up will you realize your mistake. Whitebeard, no nonsense. Speak with fists. Come on, Newgate, let me see how long your aging body can last. Bigumum is in his prime, full of energy, so what about Whitebeard, still playing? According to later rumors, the reason why the Bigumum pirates were particularly obsessed with annexing various super-powerful tribes at a certain period, and threatened to surpass the Whitebeard pirates one day, seek revenge for him, and fight against the future, calling it the Battle of the Nations, has a lot to do with it. Because of this battle, Big Human was severely hammered by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the psychological shadows were all hammered out. Boom. The battle between the emperors is naturally extraordinary, and the world must be moved by it. And on the sea several thousand feet away in the sea of 10,000 countries, Kuzan is holding a lookout glass and is watching this war. The four emperors are all at war. It really looks like it was more than 30 years ago. The same chaos, the same sea battles continue, and there are many giants. Kuzan's mouth, he was referring to the fact that in order to protect Tenryubito and slaves, Roger and Garp teamed up to defeat the Rocks in the Valley of the Gods. After that, the remnants of the Rocks pirates began to make waves on the sea, and their strength increased greatly. Later, the red-haired Shanks, a member of the Roger pirates, also joined the competition, and in the war with the old-time giant Whitebeard pirates, they competed to become the later four emperors. At that time, there were many giants, fighting constantly. And now, isn't it the same? In contrast, the red-haired Shanks is really calm, and there is no movement at all. Kuzan, the sight of the apocalypse in the distance, has never been in his eyes. The emperor is fighting, and naturally, the rest of the pirates are equally crazy. There are quite a lot of New World pirates, and they are going on a tough battle that doesn't last long. The former Shichibukai, Crocodile, and Moria have all encountered various sieges. This feeling is what I want. The feeling of troubled times is really intoxicating. Moria sat on the horror three-masted ship, shaking her short legs, and said excitedly. Marine HQ. Damn, did these guys agree? They're all messed up at the same time. Akainu's irritable drinking. The Summer Chamber of Commerce and the 100 Beasts pirates don't matter. Why did the Whitebeard pirates and the Bigum pirates also fight? This is really not giving people a chance to breathe. Akainu is about to suffocate. But the things that upset him were far more than that. On his table, there are several stacks of information, and the few words revealed from it can get several famous names. The sky, the giant islands, the flying admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Conspiracy, distress, Douglas Bullet, descendants of the devil. World Destroyer Valdo, destroy, support. Sand Crocodile Crocodile, conspiracy, rise. Gecko Moria, Shadow Legion, crusade. Fishman Island, Hexia Jinbei, peace. Words like wait, it's scary to see. So many dangerous guys, I can't handle it at all. Waldo, since you're going to find a place to die, there's no need to worry about you. Moria, Crocodile is dangerous, but not the biggest. Akainu rubs his temples, sorts things out, and makes decisions. But when he set his eyes on the top two pieces of information, he first gritted his teeth, and his forehead burst into blue veins. Then, he sighed in frustration. These two troublesome guys actually meet each other. What did they want to do? They have to guard against it. Chapter 794 hit you. But the Marine headquarters has no extra troops. Unless. Akainu's thoughts moved from the Marine headquarters to the top of the Red Earth continent, that heavenly Maria Joy. The world government also has military strength. In today's situation, the world government cannot stay out of the way. There should be some expression. Just when he had this idea, there was a scolding sound from outside the office. Words like, stop, you can't go in, watch your identity, come from far and near. Then, the door of his marshal's office was opened. A man with a mask on the upper half of his face, in a suit, and a pigeon in a suit and tie standing on his shoulders walked in. Marshal Akainu, first meeting, I think you need help now, in terms of troops. The person who came to gate of opening clearly explained the purpose. So what, can you help me? A trainee of CP0. Akainu said without hesitation, full of questions. The reason why he was called a trainee was because the man had a silver-white badge on his chest. That's the hallmark of a trainee, a full member, there's no such thing. Of course, I am here to represent the Gorosei, 5 elders and the world government. As long as you speak, we can give you the troops you want. Vivi moved the corner of the man's mouth, confident and rebellious. Do I still need to speak? The sea is so chaotic, can your world government still sit back and watch? We Marine can't do enough. If you don't help, are you planning to be captured by pirates? Little devil, don't take your obligation as my request, my Marine's measure is not that low. Go back and tell the Gorosei, 5 elders to take good care of the sea, it's not our Marine's responsibility. Akainu spoke very rudely, and the ridicule was accompanied by reprimands. All the way, the man who said it was completely unable to refute. In fact, according to Akainu's previous temper, he had already slapped the table, but now, considering the influence of the marshal, he held back. Okay, I see, I'll pass this on to the Gorosei, 5 elders. In addition, the Gorosei, 5 elders asked the marshal to pay special attention to the movements of the Revolutionary Army. Compared with the pirates, this force poses a greater threat to the world government and your Marine. Before the man left, he left such a sentence, but it made Akainu's face even darker. Where does he have extra troops to pay attention to now? If there is, how can he listen to people beeping for so long? He was beginning to regret becoming a marshal. But when he thought that there were still so many evils in the ocean that had not been removed, he could only encourage himself to keep going. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and we need to continue to work hard. Ghost Island. Very good, Jin, you're a smart guy. Looking at the agreement in front of him, Shajirching pressed his handprint very directly. Then, I accepted the historical text Rubbing handed over from Jin. Then, he handed it over to Nico Robin to verify the authenticity, and after the latter nodded to confirm that it was genuine, Shajirching put away the rubbings. You can release our captain, take your fleet, and leave. Jin's eyes are full of humiliating flames, burning roaringly, making people a little uncomfortable. Hee, what's the hurry? Things should be done slowly and step by step. Don't worry, Shajirching, is an honest person, unlike your boss Kaido, who is insidious and cunning, and words don't count. Shajirching calmly put away the agreement and said indifferently, but it made Jin's eyes even more ugly. It's too much to belittle his boss in front of him. Many members of the 100 Beasts pirates glared angrily, and Drought Jack's eyes were red with anger, bloodshot all over his eyes. His angry gruff voice was terrifying. But Shajirching didn't see it. Anna, Enel and the others naturally wouldn't take it seriously. As for Shajirching's claim that Kaido is not honest, what he said was that he deceived Kazuki Oden at the beginning, let him pretend to be crazy and sell stupid, and gave himself a chance to develop. In the end, when the agreement expired, he violated the agreement and pitted Kazuki Oden, which eventually led to his death. Wano Kuni fell, and the government was controlled by Kurozumi Orochi. But Shajirching just said that the matter of Kazuki Oden is simply a typical negative teaching material for the superior. Of course he wouldn't make such a mistake. After all, there are more treacherous and insidious people in this sea than Kaido. Those bigwigs in the underground world are all masters of eating people and not spitting bones. That Ship King is a typical executioner who eats soft but not hard, sinister, treacherous and cold-blooded. Shajirching, who deals with such people every day, is naturally not a naive person. At the end, when he was about to leave Ghost Island and handed Kaido, who had recovered to his human form but was pale and his body was cold, to Jin, Shajirching said, "Don't let me find out that you are trying to break the agreement, otherwise, I don't guarantee that you will return to Ghost Island. Can continue to exist." Quote. Tisk tisk tisk, what a capable person. Unfortunately, seawater is your natural nemesis. The threat in these words has not been concealed. Jin snorted coldly when he heard the words, his eyes were sharp. Dubin, Lei, and Brahma, please help me guard these islands. I'll leave them to you. I'm very relieved. I believe that with your abilities, you will be able to manage better than those of Kaido's subordinates. At the port of Ghost Island, Shajir-Ching ordered the fleet captains behind him without looking back. Yes, President. Although they knew that this was Shajir-Ching's method and said it on purpose, after hearing it, these people couldn't help but feel excited. Even when I was looked at by the envious eyes of all my companions, I was sincerely proud. What does this mean? It means that Shajir-Ching trusts them. This trust is too heavy. There are several islands with important resources, but Shajir-Ching just gave them to them, enough to see Shajir-Ching's ability. Ha ha ha, go home. Shajir-Ching patted them on the shoulders one by one, and after seeing them off, he took the rest on their way home. It's finally over. I don't know what the specific situation is. But it seems that the beast pirates seem to have paid a big price. Sensing the departure of the pirate fleet of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Fujitora can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Continue to fight, the situation will exceed his expectations. And at the other end of the sea, the battle is still in full swing. I won't admit defeat. How could I lose to an old man like you? Bigu Mum has a long hole in his left arm, panting and drinking violently. His breath is a little disordered. Whitebeard is also slightly injured, but his breath is still strong, and the judgment is high. Cholera, then hit you until you admit defeat. Whitebeard grinned Isho, his palm slammed into the air, and only a hum trembled. The Cake Island tilted and burst, and Bigu Mum fell straight out. Chapter 795 The Woman Who Bullied Me, Want to Die. Once the strongest man, his strength should not be underestimated. This trick is simply incomprehensible. Even Shajir-Ching couldn't offset it. Don't continue to resist, you have no chance of winning. Marco looked at Katakuri and said with a smile, his expression extremely relaxed. Let's talk about the facts, Marco, we don't give in so easily. Katakuri said with a gloomy face, looking at Bigu Mum who had fallen into the disadvantage. He was a little irritable in his heart. The battle situation is somewhat unfavorable for their pirate group. This made him a little unable to concentrate on fighting. Cracker has been around for so many years, and your fear of pain hasn't changed at all. The big pirate with a bounty of 800 million is actually afraid of pain, which makes people laugh out loud. Foil Vista faced the biscuit soldier in front of him, looked at the young man who was carrying the famous sword Pretzel and hid behind the biscuit soldier crowd, and said jokingly, HMPH, fighting is such a boring thing. Since it can be solved with biscuit soldiers, why go into battle in person? What's the matter with fear of pain, as long as you can kill the enemy? Cracker snorted coldly, his face very ugly. Fear of hurting this thing is a taboo in his heart forever. But he is rarely ridiculed whether he is in the world or his own territory. After all, he is the Minister of Biscuits, powerful and has a high status. Who dares to mention this matter without life? But now, Foil Vista is just going to tear his scars, which makes him very angry and murderous. But he wanted to kill Vista to vent his anger, but it was impossible. After all, Vista is not weak. Fire Fist. The flames exploded against Jonbo. Ace's opponent is Smoothie. His face was full of excitement, making Smoothie's face dignified. The rest of the place, the battle went on just as vigorously. See in the distance. Alas, when will this kind of battle end? Kuzan scratched his head with a great headache and sighed again and again. Because of the battle between the two emperors, the powerful sea kings in the surrounding seas all fled here. Sometimes, the aftermath of the fight between the two emperors can even affect this place. Even the warships were slapped with a thumping sound, with a lot of dents. If it wasn't for the tyrannical aura of Kuzan and the others, I'm afraid they would have been attacked by the Sea Kings. It's really dangerous. The other side. You bastard, the soldier who hurt me, robbed me of my money and resources, when we are here as your home, a place where you can come and leave when you want. In the windless zone, on a nearby island on Nine Snake Island, Hancock looked at the tall middle-aged man in front of him, and his eyes were full of icy colors. Ha ha ha, the vegetable market. I'm sorry, you are like this to me. Little girls, this world will not be fair to you. If you are acquainted, get out of the way. With your strength, you want to stop me, and you must have a degree of overreaching. The man was arrogant Isho, and said to the Empress Hancock with contempt. Behind him, there are a group of sneering men. Hancock, his two younger sisters had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Hancock was also seriously injured, with blood on his body. The concubine will never let go. Hancock screamed, beat her man, stole his things, and wanted to swagger away, dreaming. HMPH, obsessed. The man snorted coldly, and with a swish he came to Hancock and punched out, Momo 50 times faster. PFF'd. Hancock was seriously injured and didn't have time to react, and his fist accelerated to the ground, and she was heavily blasted and flew out, spitting out a large mouth of blood. Go to see Hades, woman. The man gave a loud shout and slapped Hancock's head with his palm. Really, all kinds of cats and dogs dare to come on my head these days, but it's really annoying. At this moment, a helpless voice came. Waldo couldn't help but look quickly, but saw a young man in black floating over as if he had no weight, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. There was even an aura that made Waldo tremble, which made Waldo shrink his pupils. This man is too dangerous. The force value is only 375, and you dare to touch my woman. Have you thought about how to die? Waldo felt a phantom flashing in front of his eyes, and the young man had already arrived in front of him and punched him. Armed. Just before Waldo had time to cover Armament Hockey's arm to cover his head, he felt a force as heavy as a thunder strike, blasting him out like a sandbag. Bang! A mountain in the distance collapsed directly, and those of Waldo's men couldn't help being horrified when they saw this scene, and then they rushed over together. Hee hee, even your captain is not my opponent, are you still here to die? The young man is naturally Shajir-Ching, looking at the three people who rushed over, all sneer and ridicule on their faces. Don't be too arrogant to me. The first to bear the brunt is a scorpionfish giant. Shajir-Ching remembers that his name seems to be Sebastian. He is a fish man master. In the original book, it is difficult for even the Empress to defeat him. His weapon is the meteor hammer, with great power. Overlord's spiritual impact. But dealing with them should not be too easy for today's Shajir-Ching. It can almost be said to be the result of a spike. Ohm. The pressure released from the right eye of the eternal kaleidoscope swept across the bodies of the three. Then, the three of them all screamed, "Ah!" at the same time, and they all staggered back and fell to their knees, clutching their heads with pained faces. Chindori Ryu. Shajir-Ching said indifferently, and a thunderous light erupted around him, turning into a fierce thunder snake and raging out. Ah! There was another scream, and the three people completely stopped in the thunder and lightning. These people have no scruples in acting in the Amazon Lily. Even Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold were seriously injured and unconscious. If Hancock hadn't come in time, he might have ended up the same. Then Shajir-Ching naturally has no mercy. You bastard! Waldo's voice suddenly came, and he saw bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and he shouted violently, Momo 100 times amplification Overlord Fist. HMPH, you're not the only one who can boost. Seeing this, Shajir-Ching couldn't help snorting coldly. The 15-fold increase in the left eye of Aki burst out, covered by emission hockey, and the air rumbled out. Boom! The air exploded, and the surrounding forest instantly turned into sawdust and flew out. The entire Nine-Snake Island trembled violently, and the Quartet Sea territory and the surrounding sea also trembled. The ground beneath Waldo's feet exploded, and a large pit several meters deep appeared. Chapter 796 Teach Luffy. Times have changed, Waldo. Shajir-Ching easily suppressed Waldo, bending his arms, looking at his blushing face due to the effort. He smiled and said, before the next time, please find out the way. But it doesn't matter, you probably won't have a next time. Looking at the marine warship approaching Nine-Snake Island, the corner of Shajir-Ching's mouth moved, and his strength poured down. Ah! As soon as Valdo screamed, he was directly oppressed by Shajurching and knelt on the ground, and then fell to the ground with a punch. Boom! The earth exploded again, but the scope was not large. This was because Shajurching held back his strength, otherwise, the entire Nine-Snake Island would have to crack. Looking at Waldo again, his arms twisted in an arc beyond the limit of his body, and he passed out. A line of blood flowed from his mouth. Hey, don't move, I'll help you bandage it. If you move again, I will feel distressed. When Shajurching turned around, Hancock was about to get up and come over, so he was in a hurry. He rushed over in a single stride, supported her, let her sit down against the boulder, and began to help her deal with the wound. On the winter island not far away, the Straw Hat Luffy looked at Shajurching with admiration, his eyes were full of stars, and exclaimed, "It's amazing. Such a powerful Valdo was killed so easily by Shajurching. As long as you practice diligently, you can reach his level. I heard that his goal is also One Piece, King of Pirates. If you don't work hard, you will be taken first." Pluto Rayleigh Rare also began to stimulate. Listening to Luffy, he immediately clenched his fists and said seriously, "I will definitely not admit defeat. One Piece King of Pirates, I will." In his eyes, there is a strong fighting intent. Looking at his state, Rayleigh couldn't help shaking his head, thinking, if the object is him, it's not that easy to admit defeat. He originally wanted to help Hancock, but Hancock refused. This fight is over so quickly. On the sea in the distance, the Marine Admiral candidate, Momoshiki, looked at Valdo's Shajurching in 3 or 2 times, and couldn't help sighing. "Lord Momoshiki, do you think Blood Eyes will give Valdo to us?" A Marine Rear Admiral asked, with a look of uncertainty on his face. "According to that guy's temper, it's definitely impossible." Momoshiki thought for a while and then gave the answer. "Then why don't we come here?" Another voice came, and the tone was a little unconfident, but I saw that it was a young man with pink hair, but he was a second lieutenant and LT, P and GT. Naturally, it was to deal with the accident. If Shatong didn't come back in time, Valdo would have to escape. At that time, it was our business. This kind of big pirate must not let him escape. That guy is very destructive. It is an unstable factor for the world situation and must be removed. Besides, he also attacked Tenryubito. The world government has an order, he must be caught and punished severely. Momoshiki answered the young man's doubts. It is hard to imagine that Vice Admiral, with Momoshiki's status, would have the patience to answer such a lieutenant's words. But if this lieutenant is called Kobe, then there is no doubt about it. According to the seniority, Momoshiki can be regarded as Kobe's senior sister, of course. It now seems that we have come for nothing. That guy Shajurching definitely couldn't have handed over Waldo and his party to us. Let's go back. Momoshiki glanced at Shajurching and ordered the fleet to return. Hey, isn't this marine pretty smart? It actually returned. Shajurching was a little surprised, and then she was relieved after seeing that the owner of this fleet was Momoshiki. Momoshiki, that understands his temper. After Hancock and others were settled, Waldo and others were also escorted to Sky Island and imprisoned. And Shajurching, of course, was by Hancock's side, and Anna was there too. It was a happy life. With Nephrite in my arms, life can be described as comfortable. Winter Island. It's really a tenacious kid. As expected of him growing up under Garp's fist, this constitution is anti-fighting. Shajurching couldn't help laughing at the Straw Hat Luffy, who had already mastered armament hockey in front of him, but was out of breath but was still able to get up from the ground. He's here because Rayleigh, the king of Pluto, begged him to train Luffy, and he's idle anyway, counting ants. In that case, why not use it to teach Luffy? I'm okay, come again. Luffy shouted, entered the second gear, and rushed towards Shajurching. But as a result, it was naturally cleaned up. Shajurching helped train with Luffy's armament hockey. And the specific training method is very simple, beat it and you're done. Luffy belongs to the kind of person who uses physical memory and tells him that technology is impossible. The best way is to break into his body and let him feel from the pain. So, for nearly half a month, Luffy has been beaten up. Every day, my nose is bruised and my face is swollen, screaming and wailing. Luffy feels that he has endured the beatings of his life in the past half-month. The fists that hit his body every day are painful and powerful, and the ki force is still condensed, and the damage is doubled. The point is, no matter how he hides, he can't escape Shajirching's clutches, he can always find Luffy. But Luffy will not give up, become One Piece, King of Pirates, and reunite with her friends. This is the inexhaustible driving force in her heart. When he thought of the despair in Sabayati Island, he was motivated again. For Straw Hat Luffy's companion, Shajirching paid special attention to it. Well, I have to say, except for Nico Robin, Nami, Chopper, and Zoro who were dug by Shajirching in advance, the rest of the members are here. Blackfoot Sanji, Frankie, Brook are on his boat. And the swordsman on his boat was a young man named Ji Liang. According to Zoro, he was once his opponent, and his strength and talent were higher than him. Dr. Shajirching doesn't know him, but his technique seems to be pretty good. The navigator is an acquaintance of Nami, named Karina, proficient in stealing and sailing. Historians have yet to find out, this was originally Nico Robin's location. On this day, Luffy's nightmare finally ended, Shajirching went back, and the next course was still taught by the Hades Rayleigh. But Luffy was surprised to find that his armament hockey has grown a lot, even observation hockey has grown a lot. That's the world's top powerhouse fighting against you, naturally it has this effect. In this regard, Pluto Rayleigh said that there is no surprise. 10,000 meters above the sky, the Summer Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Shajirching came back suddenly because of a few uninvited guests. Chapter 797 There is no need to talk if there is no sincerity. I don't know why the famous CP0 came to me, what's the big deal? Shajirching looked at this group of top-secret agents of the world government with various strange masks, large white capes, or white suits and white gloves, and asked with a smile. Although it was an honorific, there was no reverence in his tone, instead, it was all contempt and banter. Give us Waldo and we can provide you with a wider source of business. The CP0 member headed by him, whose code name is Falcon, is slow, but he speaks with strong persecution. Like what? Shajirching leaned back on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, threw a peanut into his mouth, and smashed the book that was so neat in his mouth. Falcon, give you the root of Jungfu in the world, you only need to give the corresponding commission every year. Hearing this, Shajirching smiled. You guys really know how to be a white wolf with empty gloves. Since there is a fee, why should I use your root? If you have this sincerity, then I don't think there is much to say. Aren't you afraid of the world's criticism? Falcon's tone instantly cooled down, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Ha ha ha, questioning, what are you talking about in your sleep? Hearing these words, Shajirching couldn't help laughing, and then, a domineering coercion descended, acting on Falcon and the others like this. He said, believe it or not, I killed all of you, and your useless bosses wouldn't dare to fart. The Falcon and others I saw were all groaning backwards. Many people fell to their knees and couldn't get up. Even the Falcon struggled to resist. HMPH, I don't know whether to live or die, and the threat to the King of Hell is coming. Do you think your life is very long? Next to Shajirching is Anna. As the second in command of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, she can naturally participate in this kind of meeting. Listening to her disdainful words, Falcon and the others couldn't help clenching their fists, and they were very angry. But the strength is not as good as people, what else can I do? I can only admit it. I have something to say. It's been a while since there's been nothing to force. Do you have to be cleaned up before you know what is? Shajirching regained his momentum, looked at CP0 like a docile dog, and snorted with great satisfaction. Get clear on your position, the labor and management are Shajurching, not the kings of the small countries before you. When you talk about business with me, you have to look like you are talking about business. Falcon can only call it yes. It is normal for the world Jungfu and pirates to have a connection. The relationship between them is not a simple relationship between enemy and foe. In fact, most of the time they are in a cooperative state, unless one of the parties tore their face first, otherwise, it is basically impossible to become an enemy. On the surface, it just looks like a rivalry. Like in the original book, the Bigu Mum pirates, the Beasts pirates and the world Jungfu all have contact and cooperation. Tell me, your sincerity, as a businessman, without enough conditions to impress me, this business is impossible to negotiate. Shajurching took a sip of tea and said in a leisurely manner. Tenryubito gives 5 billion Bailey to redeem the hostages, plus the world's Jungfu flight route for you to use for free, how about that? With the world's Jungfu route, your business channels are broader and the transportation is more convenient. This should be a very worthwhile thing. Falcon stated his conditions, and then looked at Shajurching. He was confident that Shajurching would definitely agree. The world's Jungfu route is safe and fast, and it doesn't need money now. Where can I find such a good thing? Not enough. This sincerity is not enough. The fruits of Waldo's group are sold for more than this amount of money. Besides, in addition to vending for Tenryubito, they can also be used as free labor and free vending products for Impel Down. It can become a free slave labor force for major projects in your world, a test product for scientific research, and a bond for maintaining world peace. An LT, P and GT. Why, such a valuable person, you want to fool me by giving such a little thing? If there is only so much sincerity, then I don't think there is any need to continue talking. I'm not embarrassing you. Go back to your boss to discuss it clearly, and then talk to me about business. I am a greedy businessman. Shajurching immediately got up to see off the guests, and did not intend to continue talking. This made Falcon and the others directly stunned, and then, there was an anger in their hearts, and they scolded Shajurching for being a vampire, greedy and unrestrained, dissatisfied. When they wanted to come, Shajurching should readily agree to such generous conditions. If they were Shajurching, they would definitely agree immediately. They left angrily. Anna looked at Shajurching with some puzzlement and asked, their conditions are already quite generous, why did you still refuse? Could it be that there is no way to do it? The world's Jungfu routes are free for us to use, this is an exclusive set. Hearing Anna's words, Shajurching sighed helplessly and said, my dear Anna, you really don't know, or are you acting stupid? Seeing Anna suddenly grinned, Shajurching said, Waldo and the others are worth so much money. Also, you really think the world's Jungfu route is so useful? This is equivalent to exposing most of our whereabouts to the surveillance of the world, and many secrets will become known to passers-by, and the income has skyrocketed. If it doesn't fall, I will pray to God and worship Buddha. Hearing Shajurching's explanation, Anna couldn't help taking a deep breath. So that's the case, no wonder you have to refuse, dare they dig a big hole for us. Shajurching knocked on her and said, so, even with this sincerity, I want to talk about business. If I don't refuse, are we still waiting for the new year? Guys like the Gorosei, 5 elders, but they're all human beings. They take it lightly when they're done, but they're tricked by them and even help them count the money. Hearing this, Anna stuck out her tongue. Maria Joy. Shajurching is really not that easy to fool, he has seen through our little tricks. As expected of the president of the world's largest chamber of commerce, this brain is easy to use, and he can see the problem thoroughly. The Gorosei, 5 elders were amazed when they heard the news from the Falcon. Then we should do a good job of summing up, how can we get him to agree to us? What kind of conditions are offered, both he and Tenryubito can accept? Gorosei, 5 elders in the blonde suit squinted and said. HMPH, stupid guy, it's not good to provoke anyone, and provoke the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the news of Waldo's arrest, Akainu snorted coldly, and then looked at another piece of information. his eyes suddenly gloomy. Whitebeard. Chapter 798 The Big Secret Treasure, the Secret of the World. The content of the information. The Whitebeard pirates and the Big-U-Mum pirates fought in the waters of the world, and won. They won 8 islands, and the text of the road signs historical text was rubbed, and they returned with a reward. What the hell is Whitebeard trying to do? Isn't he not interested in the historical text? Akainu couldn't help squinting his eyes. This transformation of Whitebeard can be said to have a huge impact. This means that they need to be more wary of Whitebeard. Beginning to be interested in the historical text means that you are beginning to be interested in the last island. There, the secrets of the world's government are hidden, and must not be mentioned. Not too many people want to be One Piece, king of pirates. There are too many, and the world government can't handle it. What is the reason for all of this also needs to be found out. Things are getting more and more complicated. Akainu's eyes are on and off, just like the cigar in his mouth, the fire is on and off. In this way, I have the contents of 2 guiding stones, and the one that goes to Zo Island, there are 3. Finally, just find out the last piece, and you have the chips to go to the final land. Hey, Laughtail, the secret of the world's government is really looking forward to it. Although it is said that 4 stone tablets are gathered, all the secrets of this world cannot be known yet, but this is enough. Shajarching doesn't want to know what D means, nor does he want to know the past of the world's palace hundreds of years ago. Shajarching now just wants to know what secrets are hidden at the end of the sea, making the world so fearful. What happened in that blank 100 years? What is the big secret treasure? Who is Joey Boy apologizing to? Moreover, why does the world government know that Laughtail hides a great secret, but still does not overthrow the ridiculous remarks that the sea is chasing power, money, status, freedom, etc., watching the pirates continue to grow and grow? Shajarching felt that there was a conspiracy here. In Shajarching's view, the sea is a grave, an adventurer's grave. Without the corresponding background, set off into the sea, only death. The strong will be swallowed, let alone the weak. The land of the 4 seas is okay, the wind is calm, and there is not much danger. It might be called the cradle of peace. But from the beginning of entering the Great Route, it is no longer possible to speculate on normal laws. The island with a fixed climate has a huge gap from the Great Sea route with a bad climate. If you are not careful, you will be entangled with various diseases. If there is no ship doctor with superb medical skills, there will be arrest. Moreover, if there is no good navigator, you may be cheering 1 second, and the next second will be buried in the belly of the fish. This kind of place cannot be called a paradise, but it is not a good place to pursue status, power, and money. On the contrary, this is just a big pit, an infinite hell that devours living beings. Shajarching wanted to know what was going on Roadstar Island and even Laughtail. It is extremely contradictory to make the world's government fear that the pirates will arrive there, but not to overthrow those ridiculous reasons for the pirates to go to sea. And this contradictory approach must have an inside story. It's amazing that Whitebeard, who has never been interested in the final land, has begun to meddle in the historical text. When the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Big-U-Mum pirates spread above the sea, many people were excited, but more people noticed it. This is amazing. As we all know, Whitebeard is an adventurer-type pirate who has no interest in the final land. His interest lies in building a big family. Therefore, he is also the only pirate among the 4 emperors who has no historical text. The red-haired Shanks did not, because he had not become the 4th emperor very long. Moreover, what I often do is to mediate the balance of the sea, so I have never interfered with things such as historical texts. But now, there is only one red-haired person without the historical text, and even Whitebeard has begun to meddle in the historical text stone tablet. This makes many people feel that the gears of the times seem to be turning faster, and the situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the future sea, the competition will be more intense. The 4 emperors, Shichibukai, and the silver medalists of the New World are all eager to move, each making their own preparations. With this calculation, and the Summer Chamber of Commerce, they have 2 guiding stones. It seems that it is not far from the birth of the next One Piece, King of Pirates. People on the sea guessed in their hearts like this. In their minds, there are only 4 people who are most likely to become One Piece, King of Pirates. Shuitong Shajirching, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Bigum Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts. Among them, the one with the greatest advantage is Shuitong Shajirching. However, before the results come out, no one dares to say who will be the final winner. This world is even more chaotic. Furofura, it's good to be chaotic, so that I can draw chestnuts from the fire and get more benefits. Dressrosa, Doflamingo laughs horribly. Hee hee, Kaido, you have today too. Gecko Moria looked at the picture of the embarrassed Kaido and smiled very proudly. World government, what do you want to do? You have suddenly established a connection with the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Baldidge, Monkey D-Dragon, Commander-in-Chief, Commander of the Revolutionary Army, holds the newspaper in his hand with sharp eyes. This is my chance to expand. Shichibukai is not my end. On a certain island, Shichibukai Gweens laughed coldly and arrogantly. New World. This kind of sea should be completely purified. Welcome to the doomsday that belongs to you, you scum of the sea, scum. An old man with a huge robotic arm and exaggerated sunglasses looked at the newspaper in his hand and said with hatred. There are Shajirching, Whitebeard, and the news of the world's government. Fists are clenched, and the hatred in his eyes can't be stopped even by sunglasses. His name is Z, a man of vengeance. On an unknown island in the sky. Jia haha, finally succeeded. Flying Gradient Golden Lion Shiki looked at the potion in front of him and couldn't help showing an unprecedented smug smile. It was the gigantic rampant experiment he had dreamed of. Now finally it works. This means that he is a big step closer to overthrowing the world's government. Finally, the hard work pays off, and it succeeds. Not far from Shiki, sat the bullet of the devil's descendants. There was excitement in his eyes. His purpose is similar to that of Golden Lion. They are all overthrowing the rule of the world government. So, working with Golden Lion is a very suitable thing. Chapter 799 Wonderful View of the Deep Sea. Jia haha, it seems that the day when our purpose will be realized is not far away. Hearing Bullet's words, Golden Lion smiled. The world, Marine, just wait and see, I'll definitely surprise you all with the Golden Lion. And on the distant Zou Island, an uninvited guest was also ushered in. It's Shajirching. Just as he landed on the back of the Elephant Lord, he was discovered by the entry guards of Zou Island. It's not how powerful the entry guards in Zou Island are, but because Shajirching didn't cover up his whereabouts at all. After all, Zou Island is not a strange place for Shajirching. On the contrary, it is relatively familiar. When he first came to this world, he followed Whitebeard here. Naturally, the fur tribe here also knew him. Shajirching, are you here for that thing? Anuarashi greeted him personally. After all, the current Shajirching is the 5th emperor and is very powerful. Ha ha ha, as expected of you, yes, I came for that thing. I couldn't get what I wanted to see back then, but now I have to see it with my own eyes. I am quite interested in some things in this world. Shajirching did not hide his purpose. After all, his visit this time was somewhat like a weasel greeting the new year. Ha ha ha, why don't you go to my house to have a cup of tea and rest? There is still plenty of time, that guy is still sleeping. Shajirching did not refuse Duke Anuarashi's invitation. Well, he was really tired. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 hours before Duke Anuarashi changed his shift to Nekomamushi. Brother Shajirching, you are here. As soon as he entered the town, a rabbit girl flew in front of Shajirching. Gallo, long time no see. Shajirching greeted the girl hanging on him. Speaking of the acquaintance of Shajurching and Garrett, that was a few years ago, when Garrett was exhausted after entering the moon lion form. He fell off the elephant's body and almost drowned, and was rescued by Shajurching. Since then, Garrett has been particularly dependent on Shajurching. How long will we stay this time? Big brother Shajurching hasn't been here for a long time. Garrett asked curiously with red amber eyes. A day or two so I can play with Garrett. Shajurching rubbed Garrett's fleshy rabbit ears and said. Great. Hearing this news, Garrett immediately cheered excitedly. Garrett still relies on you as always, Shajurching. On the side, Wanda, Duke Inuarashi's guard dog, couldn't help sighing when he saw this scene. Shajurching Isho. After resting for an hour, I chatted with Duke Inuarashi and the others. Shajurching, accompanied by Duke Inuarashi and Wanda, came to the Beluga Forest, and saw this red historical text guide stone above Zo Island. The third block. With such a sigh of relief, Shajurching immediately rubbed it down. When Duke Inuarashi heard this, he couldn't help asking, are you really going to explore the secrets of the final land? The world will not. Before he could finish speaking, Shajurching said, there is no better time than now. There is chaos in peace. When the world's government has reached its weakest control over the world, as long as a person with a little foresight will not miss this opportunity. Seeing the worried look on Duke Inuarashi's face, Shajurching said with a smile, don't worry, it's okay, I know it. Inuarashi has nothing more to say after hearing this, nothing to say. I stayed on this Zo Island for 2 days, playing with Garrett in the dark. Then, under Garrett's reluctant gaze, he left. Okay, now it's time to wait. Where will you be on the 4th guiding stone? Shajurching's face was full of anticipation. As for the historical text of Fishman Island, he was not very interested. However, it's not that you don't understand. Just in time, pass Fishman Island on the way, and rub the text together. Shajurching thought like this, like a place to coat a ship and sink into the sea. Under the sea, is the paradise of various sea kings, the forbidden land of human beings, or to be more precise, the forbidden land of the capable ones. Even if it is as strong as Whitebeard, once it sinks into the sea, it will have to stop. The pressure of the sea is much more powerful than seastone. Seastone means little to a powerhouse like Whitebeard. But the sea is different. Hao Miao's power can instantly take away anyone's ability. Then, the terrifying water pressure is enough to crush any human being. The sea is amazing. Even Shajurching would not dare to be presumptuous under the sea. Fortunately, his observation haki has the ability to communicate with living beings, and most of the sea kings and giant sea beasts he meets are kind. As for the wicked, Kalakan, kill him. Shajurching ordered to a giant octopus carrying his ship. Hey! A monster with a height of more than 40 meters and a combination of a huge squid and an octopus appeared. With fierce eyes, he waved his thick tentacles, and slammed into the body of the sea king who intended to devour Shajurching's ship. Boom! The sea water trembled violently, and the sea king wailed and fell. The power of this whip is more than 10,000. Well done, Kalakan, it's getting better and better. Shajurching praised. The Karakan, who was fierce like a monster just a second ago, scratched his head embarrassedly, revealing a humanized shyness. Immediately, he held Shajurching's battleship and sank into the deeper ocean. This Kalakan also thought about swallowing Shajurching at the beginning, but after being taught by Shajurching, he became Shajurching's younger brother. In this ocean, a ship specially escorting Shajurching. The deeper you sink, the bigger the size of the sea beast. 60 meters. 70 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. The world under the sea is really amazing. Shajurching sighed with emotion. In front of him, a group of colorful and brilliant lights suddenly appeared. It was a giant angler fish with a body size of 500 meters, and that light was used by him to attract prey. Shajurching and even Kalakan were very small in front of him, but the angler just glanced at Shajurching and left with a wagging tail. The aura on Shajurching's body is too terrifying. I'm afraid it's not a good thing to eat it. Shajurching didn't want to provoke this anglerfish, although on land, he could kill this kind of thing countless times with one knife. But in the ocean, it is better to keep a low profile. Chapter 800 Shirahoshi, Fishman Island Hero. Shajurching entered the sea for the first time, and when he was about to reach Fishman Island, he even met a sea emperor, a sea lion-shaped fish more than 1,000 feet long. At that time, Shajurching almost thought he was going to stop cooking. But fortunately, the Sea King class seemed to come specially for him, expressed enough goodwill, and asked him to take more care of the new Sea King, Fishman Princess Shirahoshi. But Shajurching has never forgotten the coercion of the Sea Emperor. Since then, Shajurching will be very cautious when entering the sea. Under the escort of Kalakan, Shajurching crossed over the gathering place of the island whale group, the lair of the sea monsters, and arrived at Fishman Island in a low-key manner. Then, after entering Fishman Island, after stopping the ship in the forest of the sea, Shajurching headed towards the Dragon King Palace. Fishman Island. Yo, Shajurching, are you going to see Princess Shirahoshi? Walking on the street, Fishman greeted him constantly, with kindness and welcome on his face. There are also various Fishman children, each one called Big Brother, quite excited and intimate. Yeah, go and see the cowardly star, ha ha ha, I wonder if she still likes to cry like before. Shajurching also responded with a smile, and the relationship was quite harmonious. Fishman Island are so welcoming to him. First, Fishman Island is the key partner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and Fishman Island has a branch of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Because of the existence of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, various special items of Fishman Island can be sold all over the world and exchanged for various resources they want, which greatly facilitates their lives. Second, Fishman Island is the object of the joint protection of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Whitebeard Pirates. This is the only one in the world, nowhere else. Because of the blessing of the two emperors, this place has since become an absolute forbidden place for newly traders. The majesty of the emperor of the new world, no one dares to provocate, even if Tenryubito dares to come, the Summer Chamber of Commerce also dares to let him go back and forth. Third, Shajurching suppressed the Hody Jones rebellion on Fishman Island 2 years ago, and became the key link for the reconciliation between Fishman Island and mankind. He brought a lot of knowledge from all over the world to Fishman Island, greatly enhancing the power of Fishman Island. Just like now, there is always an escort team on the periphery of Fishman Island to check the fleets that came to Fishman Island and traveled to other parts of the world through the past. Let all kinds of clerical dealers and thieves have no hiding place. Fishman Island is largely due to Shajurching. Shajurching is also known as the hero of Fishman Island, and there is a giant statue of him in Ryugu Castle. Brother Shajurching, you are finally here. Before arriving at Dragon Palace City, I heard a crunchy female cry. In front of Shajurching, a female giant mermaid rushed over, then hugged Shajurching, and rubbed her face with joy. Behind the mermaid, there were 3 male mermaids. Seeing this scene, their faces were helpless. Yo Shirahoshi, long time no see. After a long time, when Shajurching escaped from the female mermaid, she greeted the female mermaid. Yes, this female giant mermaid is the Fishman Island princess, the current incarnation of Poseidon, Shirahoshi. It's great, Mr. Shajurching finally came to see me again. Shirahoshi looked at Shajurching, who was holding him in the palm of his hand with joy, and wept with joy. Your tears are still so low, Bai Shaoxing. Looking at Shirahoshi's face full of tears, Shajurching took out a huge handkerchief and wiped away the tears, saying jokingly. Shirahoshi blushed suddenly, and said shyly, No, I'm not like that. Long time no see, Shark Star Prince, King Star Prince, Rollover Star Prince. Shajurching looked at the 3 male mermaids behind Shirahoshi again and said hello. They are the 3 princes of Fishman Island, the future rulers of Fishman Island. This time, It shouldn't be just to see Shirahoshi. Shark Star swam before Shajirching and said. Shajirching replied, look at that steel too. The sea is in chaos, and the heroes are rising together. I should work hard and not be eliminated by the times. Shark Star showed such an expression, I knew it was like this. Shajirching has always been a person who goes to the Three Treasures Hall without incident. This time, I suddenly came, and it's not easy just to see Shirahoshi. Bang! At this moment, a violent sound of gold and iron suddenly came from the distance of Longangcheng. The sound was huge and the echoes continued. Shark Star couldn't help sighing, this guy is here again. Shajirching frowned suddenly and looked at Shark Star. That guy, Fandy Duncan IX, doesn't have a long memory at all. Hearing this, Xiaoxing sighed. That guy didn't know where to know the news of your fall. He started to become complacent 2 years ago, and it has continued to this day. Shirahoshi's safety is protected by fishman guards and has no effect. His presence is always a threat and quite annoying, but we have nothing to do with him. After listening to Shark Star's words, Shajirching knew what he meant by the threat. There is nothing outstanding about Vandy Duncan's strength, but he had good luck and got the bug-level ability of the target fruit. As long as he touches an object, he can set a bullseye, and then, as long as it does not exceed his ability, he can hit his target with 100 shots. Moreover, no matter how heavy the object he used to attack is, in theory, there is no object that he can't attack except the continent. Therefore, the oath boat that exists outside Fishman Island, the huge ship Nose Ark, was used by him as an attack. Nose Ark is half the size of Fishman Island. As long as he wants, he can directly manipulate Nose Ark to smash Fishman Island. But he is also very smart, and generally does not use Nose Ark for attack, but for deterrence. Keep those Fishman Island guards from working against him, and then he can keep harassing Shirahoshi. A mere ant dares to be arrogant, is there really no way to take him? Shajirching disdained Isho, looked at Shark Star, and said, it's just the clown jumping beam, let him jump first, and then clean him up later. After listening to Shajirching's words, Xiaoxing breathed a long sigh of relief. Shajirching will definitely be able to solve the problem. Dragon Palace. Seeing you, I'm relieved, Shirahoshi is safe. Fishman Island, the Sea Knight Neptune looked at Shajirching, and the hazy eyebrows finally loosened. Clown, dare to be presumptuous, just destroy it. Shajirching was confident in Isho, and then said, the purpose of my visit, Your Excellency Neptune, should have some understanding. I will not say more, but I heard that you are planning to win the qualification of joining the world government. Shajirching put down the wine glass and his tone was calm, but the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little nervous. Nipton felt that there was some anger in Shajirching's words, dissatisfaction.